Right. Okay. Okay, well, I think we're live. It's always hard to tell. So I just want to say welcome to the first ever Tartaria Conference. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We've got 10 incredible speakers. Their depth of knowledge is just immense. We're going to be covering such a wide area. We're going to be starting in a minute with Cambell, who's just waiting in the room. And yeah, and let me just say that thank you to all the speakers. It's just been the passion around this subject is just incredible. Everyone is waking up. People are waking up everywhere. We're beginning to see what we couldn't see before, and of course, this is the mass awakening, the raising or rising of levels of consciousness on this planet, which I think we can all feel now. So anyway, I'm going to now let Cambell in and let him start off with his first presentation. Okay, hi, Cambell.
All right, hello. How you going, Elisabeth?
Yeah, good. How are you? How's Australia?
Good. A little bit chilly in the middle of winter here, but yes, all good.
Okay, all right. And I know it's coming up to evening there, late sort of evening, isn't it? So, okay, which is why, of course, you're the first.
6 p.m. where I am.
Okay.
So I'm first up.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll hand it over to you then. And yeah, thanks. All right. Take it over.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Oh, where'd I go? I disappeared.
Sorry.
So, I think if you take yourself out, I should pop up.
I think I need to add your slides then.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let me just share screen then before you leave. All right. Hopefully you can see that. All right. Well, I'll jump into it. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. My name's Cambell. My channel is called Autodidactic, and I've been researching alternative history basically since my teens, really, and then came across Tartaria and star forts and mud flood and all this kind of stuff back in around 2015, I guess. And yeah, sort of 5 years later, I just found a star fort and made a video, and here I am still, right, 5 years later making videos. So I'm not sure what level everyone's at, but I just thought I'd start just showing a few maps of Tartaria, like what is Tartaria? And why have you not heard about it if you haven't? Basically, Tartaria was a country, I guess we would call it, an empire, a culture that basically spanned most of the earth at some time. This yellow area here is Tartaria. So you can see at this point it was like Russia, China, India, the Middle East, into Europe. And these are all the Tartarian people around the outside. And here you go, Tartaria. So Tartaria was basically, it's, from my point of view, a recent advanced civilization that has been hidden from us. And you may ask, why would it be hidden from us? Well, the reason it's been hidden from us is, I think the main reason is it was a free society and it had free energy. And of course, when energy is free, you can't charge people for it, right? So it wasn't conducive to the current power structure, because what the current power structure want is basically for us to pay to live on the earth. Okay, but back in time, all cultures were connected, and it was free. There was no money. Like it wasn't. Everything wasn't for money. Everything was for humans, and so there was free energy. There was, free cultural exchange. And the thing about Tartaria is they built all the buildings that we see across our realm, all the government buildings with the big domes, with the columns out the front. You know, they are the same in every country. We have them here in Australia, where I am. Definitely have them in America. Look at the White House. They are all through Europe, and you can find them in Africa, all throughout Asia, on islands, you know, in the Bahamas and the Caribbean, and just places that these things shouldn't have been able to be built. We find these massive buildings that all have very similar architectural features, you know, the columns, the domes, the porticos, all these, you know, the arched windows. And many of them are also what we would call mud flooded. It's like they've been flooded by mud. They have windows that pop up in sidewalks, right, at street level. And you can see this, you know, any old world city, like basically any city where the old buildings are made of brick, you will see this. You will see windows that are at ground level, which makes no sense. And when you look into this further, what you find is that those windows have big underground floors, and then even floors underneath them that go down. We have entire streets that are covered. They call them undergrounds, right? And these undergrounds are in various cities across the world. Many of them have them that you can actually go down and look at. And you go underground and you'll find shops, shop fronts, roads that are all there. And they have been literally covered, like covered up with a new level, because at some point in our recent history, there was a catastrophe, a reset. And guess what, guys? As our friend Klaus, the bug eater, would like us to understand, we're in the great reset right now. We're in another reset. And resets are cyclical, and they come around, and it's basically the earth, you know, the earth is changing. We get different earth events, like we're seeing in, you know, all these auroras. They're being seen all over the place. There's weird stuff in the sky. There's all these storms, right? Most of those probably geoengineered, but there's a lot of changes going on in Earth. So what I really want to talk about tonight, that was just a quick introduction, is star forts. So let me actually hope that I can change screens here as we work this out. Let's see what happens. So 1 minute. I just need to get back to my star forts, and I'll see now. I don't know if you can see that. How do I find this out? Hang on 1 sec. I'm going to stop sharing, and hopefully Elisabeth is still there.
I am. If it's a different document, you can
okay. So if I just come back, because I've got a few different folders, so I shall just do this again. Share screen. Okay, so here we go. This is a star fort. Now, this is what got me really. This is what really blew my mind, right? When I found out about star forts. This one here is in India. Okay, 7-pointed star fort, and you can see why they call them star forts. Now, in the mainstream narrative, they will call them bastion forts, but the truth is they're not forts at all. You know, they've basically labeled all of these stars as forts. This one's a bit more circular. This is a machine, by the way, just so you know, but we'll get into that. These star forts are everywhere. And one of the features that you see everywhere, apart from the angular design, is the moats, right? These all have moats, or at least had. This one here is from Spain. Okay, again, looking very machine-like, isn't it? And this one is up on a hill as well. You can see that it's been buried. More star forts, but basically they have moats everywhere around them. And this is what we were told. I've been to this one. This is Novi Sad in Serbia. So I've been to that star fort. It's very, very cool. But the story they told me about it was very confusing, shall we say, because what they try and do is make these all about war, right? All about war. And as you see, basically what they tell us is that these angular designs, they call these ravelins, these pointy bits, and they tell us that it was built in this design to deflect cannonballs. So basically what they say is there were people out here with cannons and they shot, and because this wall was on an angle, it deflected the cannonball. I mean, and that's seriously the story, guys. It's very strange. But what you will see with this star fort, apart from its, design, which we'll get into soon, is in the middle we have this, a very big cathedral, okay, with a massive spire coming off it and a dome at the back. Now, these cathedrals are part of this star fort, because what this is not a fort. This is not about war. This is not about men killing men and all this division and everything else that, those who wish to rule us want us to believe we are. There's nothing to do with that. This is a free energy device as far as I can work out. And by the way, guys, these star forts are all over the world. They are everywhere. On Google Map at the moment, I've marked more than 5,000 of them, and they are all throughout Europe, the Americas, Asia. Australia has them. Yes, we do. Africa, islands like Malta, the Caribbean, like they're everywhere. They are everywhere. And this is a good shot. This is Naarden. This is in the Netherlands. And this is a moat, right? This is a moat going around the outside, and here as well, right? This is the moats we were taught about at school. Remember the king and the castle? But it was always a square castle, wasn't it? With a drawbridge going over a moat. Well, this is a true moat. This is what the moats are. This is what we see. This is what we have proof of. And as you can see, these star forts, well, let's call them stars, right? Because they're not actually forts. What they actually are, in my opinion, is they are cymatic architecture. And you can see this has a whole town inside it. Okay, so these are big. They're big. And the story we're told, there's some good moats for you, look at that, is that these star forts, or these stars, started in Italy and France back in the 1500s, the mid 1500s. And basically, it was a new design of fort, and they were called bastions. And there was this group of builders, masons, maybe not the free ones, but stone masons, who travelled Europe and built these forts for everyone for like 200 years until the mid 1700s, and then they stopped because basically weaponry, right? The cannon was superseded. So these were no longer needed with their angular walls to deflect the cannonballs, which is just a very silly story, right? Here's another moat. So this is what they tell us, built between, about basically for 200 years, mid 1500s to mid 1700s. But the problem is, like I said before, we find these star forts, and here's a very irregular one. None of them are the same shape, by the way. They're all irregular. But there's star forts in the Americas and in Australia, okay? But we're told that these were they stopped building them mid 1700s, okay? America was discovered, Australia was not. The ones in Australia are a bit, decrepit, they're not in the best shape. But with this one, you can see that this is a shape that radiates out, a little bit like an energy signature, right? And I believe that's what these are. This one's in Ireland, all right? They all have these pointy raven bits to deflect the cannonballs, apparently. And this is the classic star shape for obvious reasons, right? And there's many of these. And you can see the moat here. This one, I believe that's Japan. That's just a snapshot I took on Google Earth. So what are these? Well, frequency, sound, vibration. This is what we are, okay? If you look into quantum physics, they will tell you that everything is vibration. Everything is frequency. And basically, we're frequency. The world is made up of frequency, different vibrations. And this is in our language, right? I just wasn't on the same level with them. I didn't vibe with them, or we just didn't sync. You're talking vibration, right? And so this is a cymatic shape. So this is basically when they have a bowl of water and they play a frequency of music through it. And this one here, 432 hertz. This one here, 528 hertz. Now, you may have heard of these frequencies before. These are both solfeggio frequencies. And look at the shapes of them. This is literally what happens to the water. You just literally get a bowl of water and you play frequency and you get these patterns just appear, because all frequencies have a pattern, like a geometric pattern. They have a color, they have a sound, and no doubt many more incarnations, shall we say. So to me, after looking in and studying star forts and wondering what they are and what they were originally built for, because just, if you are new here, they claim they built all these star forts, right? The governments, all these people who went out and founded countries, right? Like Australia, and they founded cities, and in America, they found them. They found them. They weren't founded, they were found, okay? They found their free masonry, shall we say. And so these are basically cymatics. These are frequencies, and these are frequencies that are good for us, that enhance things like this. You can see, right? DNA repair. Okay, it's good for chlorophyll, it's good for the bees, the 528s. And the Earth frequency, the frequency of Earth is actually 432 hertz. Okay, but you can see, especially in the 528, right? But both of them, this star shape and this symmetry. And then we get these things that built all over the place, and always around water or with moats, close to water or with moats around them. Now, what is water? What do we call water when it's flowing? The flow of water is called a current, right? A current. Exactly the same as an electrical current, right? Electricity flows in currents, so does water. So this is a clue that these stars were not built for war, apart from their silly story, right, about the cannons. These are about current. These are about energy. These are about free energy from the ether. This is what they were doing. So there are star forts, like I said, everywhere. This is in Japan. And I'm guessing this is in cherry blossom season, right? But this is Japan. Like I told you, the story is that these were built between the 1550s and the 1750s. How did Japan get one? Okay, Japan was not open to the Western world until, checking my memory, it was around 1810, 1820, but definitely after 1750. Okay, but yet they have a star fort. Well, a star. Let's call them stars. Here we have another one. This is the same, actually, in Japan. It's called Fort Goryakaku. Okay, they always have to call them forts. But do you know what else they call these forts? They call them batteries. Batteries. Right? Batteries that, I guess, save the current, right, of the water flowing around them. This is the citadel of Alessandria in Italy. So these things are so intricate and amazing. Now, this is a map. This map is from the 1700s, and it's the citadel of Liege. Right, the Liege citadel. And as you can see, this is connected to a city. You can see these walls down here with the same kind of design, right? This angular, pointy design, spearheads almost coming off, and the water there. And we even have another little star settlement here. Okay, so these things, there's another one. This is the Citadel of Oradea in Romania. Okay, so these are all over the place. This is the Citadel Vauban. Okay, on the water again, multi-layered too. You can see with this one, we can see down to the third layer. So I talked about the buildings, Tartaria, right, with the windows at street level, and that we've had some kind of mud flood or inundation. You can see this on all the star faults, because most of them, this is all we're seeing is the top layer. But there are actually multiple layers of all these stars, this cymatic frequency. And of course, the Statue of Liberty in New York City sits on a star. Did you know? Okay. So this is a technology from the old world, the previous advanced civilization that has been taken over and usurped by those who wish to rule us. We'll just call them that. Maybe we'll call them elites. Don't call them rulers though, because rulers need subjects, and you don't want to be subject to that kind of stuff. This is in the Netherlands as well. This is Naarden again, and you can see the symmetry here. Like they're so perfectly built, and you've got to ask yourself, how did they build these? How did they build these so perfectly symmetrical? As far as you can see, this is, you know, I'm not saying it's symmetrical as in a circle or square, but these are definite geometric shapes that have been formed. How did they do this in the 1700s or the 1500s is when the first ones were built? Apart from, you know, the building, that where did they get all the materials and the manpower? How did they get it all to this spot? How did they dig all these, what do they call them, moats and man-made canals? And how did they connect up the water systems, you know, in the 1500s? It's something that is really, we could not build this today. So it's kind of a laughable story, but this is what they do with history, right? Of course we did it. Of course we did it. And they tell us all these stories. Now, just want to point out that in the middle of this star, we get this. Now, this is the cathedral. The cathedral. Now, many people have put forward the notion, because you can see how big that is, right, compared to all these other buildings, that a cathedral may be an adapted name for a cathode. A cathode, as in a cathode and an anode, as in electrolysis, as in the transfer of energy and electricity. All right, I just need to now grab my next folder of images. And what we will go into now, we'll have a look at a few old maps just to show you guys that these have been around forever. So I just need to share the screen again. And this is, I've been to this one as well. This is in Italy. This is called Palmanova. Excuse me. This is a star city, a star. You can see it's all red brick buildings and it's a complete star. Now this one actually goes down a lot further. Interesting symbols. We have a griffin here. It's probably not the best picture. And of course they have conquered it, right? And claimed it with the cross. So these are all maps from basically around, you know, 1700s. And this is what they were building back then, guys. Look at this. And of course we're told that these are all, you know, again, built by us. Look at this with a big crown on it. All right, this is New Brissache. Look at that. And this is what our cities used to look like. All of our cities, the old world, you know, the cities, not the new world, the communist cities and the wooden cities, but the old red brick, you know, masonry cities, they were all star cities. As you can see here, we have the star, which they often call the citadel. That's probably where they got the word city from too, by the way. The citadel, which, I mean, look at that shape. Look, this was built in the 1500s, guys, they tell us. But you can see the wall around the city. There's another star, a bit of a star at the corner there. Another one exploding out here. And these big dark bits, you can see with the corners, these are the cathedrals. And you always see the cathedrals in these star cities because, again, it's a free energy system. All right? And what it is, it's based on cymatics. Here's another one, right? Star up here. Massive, oversized cathedrals. You can see the size of this cathedral compared to all the houses around it. There's another one here. All right, there's another couple here, or there may be just towers, but there's another one up here. And see how oversized they are compared to all the other buildings? Why is that? Why do you think that could be? Here's a map, nice map of a star city. The reason that the cathedrals are oversized, and this is an old shot, right? Look at this, a star, and look at the depth of it. Now, this is from an old book from the 1500s. I'm not sure if that's a date, but yeah, basically, we're looking at a world that's been inundated and covered up, right? We've literally got meters of extra soil, extra terra put across the realm and all the cities. Everything has been covered up. So literally all of our stars that we can still see may be this big, but the Earth has come in and swallowed up all the bases of them. This is a star city. This is castle in Italy, it says, from around the 1700s. But again, you can see this star-shaped wall. This one's got a moat, right, around it. And then we have the star-shaped wall here with another moat. And in the middle, massively oversized cathedrals with spires reaching up to the heavens. And out here, we have our star. So what does all this mean? Well, what is this? This is a buried star. Like, this is some of the stuff we have out there that have been so buried and abandoned and left to nature and the elements and all this kind of stuff, that this is what some of them look like. So these things are literally everywhere. We don't know how many there are. We haven't found them all. Here's another one. Okay, this is I think this one is in America, the USA. Can't remember exactly. Now this is France, the Citadel de Lille, and you can see how big this is, how many layers down, how many levels down it goes, right? And this exploding kind of electric kind of look to it. Okay, so you may have heard of ley lines. This is Barcelona, right, with a big wall around it, big star wall. All right, and over down here, whoops, that was the wrong way. Sorry, guys. Down here is the star. Okay, Barcelona, a walled city, right? This is what the city looked like from the ocean, and that, I know that's, sorry, it's a bad image, but you can see all these towers and spires rising up into the ether, right? And this is what science has got wrong, is science does not consider the ether as an element. They say there's 4 elements, right? Earth, water, fire, what's the other one? Earth, water, fire, I can't remember the other one, sorry. But they don't include ether, because they don't want us to know that the ether, which is basically, the atmosphere, the air, it's full of energy. And basically, the higher you go up into the atmosphere, the more energy there is, the more current there is. And that's what these stars are with their cathedrals. They are energy harvesting machines. Here's another walled city. This is Amsterdam in the 1700s. I'm actually going to be in Amsterdam in a couple of weeks. So I'll go and see if I can see any remnants of these walls. More walls, more star forts. So this is just to show that these things have been put on maps forever, and they all have this same design. But why? That is the question. So just flick through these. Like these things. So I call these star cities. All right, star cities, because, well, for obvious reasons, right? Now, guess what this is? This is New Amsterdam, right? New Amsterdam in 1660, otherwise known, well, today known as New York. And what do we have here? Got a big star, a battery even, right? And a few other interesting parts about this is a canal. Canals are features of all old world cities. You can see there's remnants up here. This has all obviously been filled in, the other canals, but there were canals everywhere. It's not just Venice, guys. They were everywhere. And as you can see, this again is a star city. See the wall coming down here? And guess what this street is called, by the way? In New York, New Amsterdam, as they call it, New York. Oh, by the way, here's Statue of Liberty. Now look at this star. Just ever heard of the Mandela effect, guys? Just as a side note, look at this. This is the Statue of Liberty. All right. Look at the star. Do you remember the photo I showed you of the Statue of Liberty today? It was literally like a symmetrical star, wasn't it? I think it's a 11-pointed one. This is a different foundation, but that's a whole nother story. This is the star, New York, right? And what do they call this street? Right, with the wall on it? They call it the Single or Wall Street. Wall Street. Wall Street in New York City is called Wall Street because that's where there's a wall of this walled star city went. That's where Wall Street comes from, guys. Just in case you didn't know. Here's some more plans. And these citadels, stars, walled cities, whatever you want to call them, they were everywhere. Everywhere. This is Antwerp. Okay, and you can see this amazing star. Okay, this is a really good map, this one. Got the moats, we've got the Star City, and of course, if we zoom down, we will find large cathedrals. Okay, it's probably not the easiest to see on this, not the best, how do I say it, the most pixels you've ever seen, but this is what all cities were. And how long are we talking? How long ago were cities like this? You know, did they look like this with these amazing, look at the levels on this one. Okay, this is the citadel of, I'm not sure how to say it, Lisle, L-I-S-L-E in Italy. This is the Star City with all these starbursts coming off it. All energy. This is all energy signatures. This is what every city used to look like. Now, was it walled to keep out invaders? That's what they would tell us. But what's another word for a wall? For something that surrounds something? A circuit, maybe. A circuit. Geez, have we ever heard the word circuit in something to do with electronics, maybe? It's a circuit, like a circuit board. Right, so these cities were literally macro boards. They weren't macro chips. They weren't microchips, they were macro. Okay, they're circuit boards, but on the macro scale, designed to enhance humans. Unlike our system today that is built off predatory practices. How do we parasite off the humans? How do we suck as much out of them as we can? In the past, it was how much, the whole society was built on how much can we enhance humanity, right? And their natural born energies and skills. How do we tap in? How do we, heal ourselves, or at least hit a place where we never are sick and have dis-ease because we've got the good frequencies, right? The 432, the 528, all these different frequencies, solfeggios, rife, okay, frequency generators, and that there's so much information out there that these different frequencies heal us. This is how we're supposed to be healing ourselves, okay? Not with the current medical system that we have, pharmaceuticals. Okay, where does big pharma, where does that word come from? Pharmaceutical. It comes from a word that is pharmakia. You can look it up, pharmakia, which basically means to cast spells, witchcraft, black magic. That's what they're using on us. When we used to have a civilization that was set up to enhance us, to make us better, to make us more of who we are meant to be. This is the Citadel at Plymouth. Okay, you can see here, like again, a big star city on the water. So these things were absolutely everywhere. This is, I just put this in just to sort of show, it's probably not the best image, but look at the size of these spires. This is a walled city, big spires, right, just popping out, massively oversized cathedrals, what we're told are cathedrals. And of course, this subject is there's so many different avenues I could go down, but it's a very, very big subject. So I'm going to stick to the stars today. So again, I just need to change my images. So I will be back in 1 second. What do we want to have a look at? Well, we want to have a look at the cymatics. So here we go. Oh, and hello to everyone in chat. Thank you for joining us here. This, yes, the Tartaria Conference live stream is going to be going for hours as far as I know. So thank you everyone for your comments. I can see them now. Oh, someone said they can't see. Oh, that's not good. All right, okay, I'm sharing screen. Sharing screen. What are we looking at? I think we're looking at this. So this image we saw before, 432, 528 hertz. All right, star forts. Okay, stars, cymatic architecture. This is Fort McHenry, and this is in the USA. It shouldn't be there, according to the mainstream narrative, because again, right? They said they stopped building these stars in the 1750s. This, they say, they built in the 1850s for the Civil War, no doubt. Right? Of course, it never saw any battle. None of these stars ever did. Now, this is Fort Jefferson. This is a star fort. Well, sorry, it's a star. I've got to stop saying fort. It's a star citadel. It's approximately 200 miles off the Florida Keys in the Gulf of whatever you want to call it, right? Mexico, America. But I find this an interesting picture because this has a moat. This has a moat, right? And it's obviously in the ocean. Now, they tell us that they built this, again, for the Civil War, right? To defend, the Gulf states from invasion, from who I don't know. I don't know who they thought were invading, like the North were coming through So it's a weird story. They all are. But the thing is, this is in the ocean. Now, what would you do if you were sailing through the ocean to attack someone and there was a fort in the ocean? What do you think you would do? I'm pretty sure you would just sail around it, right? Just outside of the cannonball range. And that would make this as a fort completely unusable, like silly. It's clearly not a fort, clearly. Now, this is an image from an oscilloscope. So this is where you play frequencies through a device called an oscilloscope, and it gives you a geometric image of that frequency. Any similarities there? This is, again, Palmanova, another star fort. Now, this is a cymatic shape. This is what you get when you play frequency through water. Okay, that's a star. Here's another one. This is a female saying you. Okay, the female human vowel you gives you this shape. All right. So if we look at, where'd it go? This, pound one over. Looks like this. Cymatic. So we have ley lines all through the world. And I believe that these stars are built on the nodes where these ley lines cross, where there is an energy vortex, right? And they are basically representing these frequencies, these cymatics. Again, this is a frequency played through water. This is what appears. These diagrams show the paths traced by Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn as seen from Earth. Okay, Venus, got a star in the middle. Mars, very similar to some of the bigger stars. Jupiter, Saturn. So these are all, these are what we call orbits, right? They tell us these are the orbits of the wandering stars, or planets, as they teach us, they're called. Now these are the frequencies. Okay, so this is 345 hertz, 1033. You can read it. I won't go through them all, but you can see these shapes, okay? We saw lots of stars with this shape, okay, and all these other shapes. And as you can see, as the frequency rises, the images, the geometry that's created gets more complex. This is the geometry of musical scales within circles. So you can see here we've got, oh sorry, it's not the best read, but basically they've overlaid all the different musical scales, and look what they get, the star type geometry. So this is all interconnected. Okay, these stars are amplifiers of natural earth energies. Okay, again, this is through water. This is through water. There are three classic, yes. Okay, I'll read this out. There are three classes of people: those who see when they are shown, and those who cannot see, right? Or as my mother used to say, those who see what's going on, no, what is it? Sorry, those who make things happen, those who see things happen, and those who wonder what the hell just happened. So here we have different frequencies. Now, so what we have here is, these are all ancient calendars. Okay, this is the ancient Mayan calendar. I'm not sure what that one is, Hindu, I think. And another one down here, the ancient religious calendars, it's calling them. Now, these are windows from cathedrals. They call these rose windows. Okay, similar. These are cymatic frequencies from the human voice in the blue here. These are the mathematical constants of physics. Okay, this is spirograph. Okay, this is our DNA over here, DNA, top-down view. Okay, we're starting to see some similarities here. Everything is frequency. Everything is frequency. This is vortex maths. This is all to do with numbers. This, it looks like a torus with an inertia field. Here's another torus here, DNA. Okay, so this is the world we live in. We live in a world of frequency. And so what was happening with the old world is they had harnessed this frequency. They had learned how to harness the energy and the frequency and use it for the benefit of all mankind. Okay, us, which interestingly enough, when we stand with our arms and legs apart, we kind of look like a star. Some more cymatics. This one is sand on like a medium, like a drum skin, and they play the frequency through it. You get these shapes. Oh, hang on, there's a video. These are starflakes. Snowflakes. Snowflakes. And here's some more. All right, some more cymatics. All right, sorry, I just, 1 minute. Sorry, everyone watching, I'm not on the screen. Are you there, Elisabeth? Hello, Elisabeth?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, I just need to get up for 2 minutes. I'll be right back in 1 sec.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I was absolutely busting to go to the toilet. But I'm back. I bet you're all relieved, just like I am. Okay, so where were we? Cymatics. So yeah, this is the patterns we get. Okay, so as we saw, these patterns are the same everywhere in snowflakes. In music, here we have cymatics, music, frequency played. Here we have cathedral windows, also called rose windows. And the cathedrals I would love to get into, but I don't have enough time today, but they are an intricate part of this free energy system. The cathedrals with their big spires going up into the ether, right, where we know it's proven that the energy gets higher the higher you go up in the atmosphere. Okay, these windows are always placed over the old organs in cathedrals. Now, that's an interesting word, isn't it? Organ. I wonder what that could be good for. Your organs, maybe? Sound frequency. Cathedrals also had choirs, the human voice. And what do we see in this image back here? But the human voice, is this the one? You know, the frequency of the human voice. This might be the wrong slide, sorry, but we did see it. And so it's sound. It's frequency. That's why these cathedrals, cathodes, whatever they are, and I don't believe that these were built when we're told they were built. I don't believe that they were built for religions. I don't believe that they were built to worship anything outside of us. I believe that they were healing centers. Okay, and that's why it was all about sound, choirs, organs. Okay, all this frequency, the cymatic windows, the rose windows, okay? All of this stuff, the spires going up into the air, even, excuse me, the floors in these cathedrals have cymatic shapes built into them. They're healing. I just see them as machines these days, as far as the big cathedrals, churches, all these buildings, that they're machines. They're machines. Now I'm just going to say, oops. Here's a short video showing you a bit about sound. Okay. And this is basically, you can see it's made up. I'll turn the sound up a little bit and you can see.
If you spare a little of your imagination.
Or maybe I'll turn it down. I think I'm a better comment. See, look at this. So he's turning up the frequency, and you can see that shape instantly changes. Okay, so it's the frequency that creates geometry, not the other way around. Okay, so how do they really design these stars, these cathedrals? That's a whole other story. But here you see, okay, it's a plate with sand on it, and as he changes the frequency, instantly, the geometry changes. And this is the same geometry that we see in our architecture, in the stars, in the cathedrals, in the rose windows, in our DNA, in snowflakes. Excuse me. We get the same frequencies from, the planets, the wandering stars, right? See what he's doing here? This is just water. And can you see how it turns into that shape? It's into a spiral just with frequency. So everything, guys, is frequency. You are frequency. So what do you think, if your frequency, what would be the best way to heal you, to keep you healthy, to keep you vital and alive? Okay, the way to do that is to alter the frequency that you are. It's not to cut bits out of you. It's not to give you little wonder pills from pharmacia, anything like that. It's frequency. And many people have done the research on frequency, like Rife, Dr. Royal Rife, who, of course, after releasing all his findings and his machines and remedies that were built to just enhance people's frequencies and heal them, he was put in jail, of course, right? And so many others like him. We have Organ and Orgonite, like Orgon is the energy, but Orgonite. We have all these people that have gone down this path, and their findings and their research has been destroyed, basically. And most of the time, the people, the discoverers, the researchers, they're put in jail. If they're not, they're just completely defamed, okay? And they're put in a position where they basically take the money away, right? And they're in any kind of expertise that they may have gained. They just destroy these people, and we still see this today. It happens all the time, especially with free energy. You can go to free energy devices like cars and motors and all this stuff. It all exists, guys. It all exists, and it always has all existed. But the problem is, you cannot charge someone for free energy. And that's the problem. The people who have risen to the control, the people that control us, the people that have taken over the system, they want to make money. They want to keep us down. If they cannot make money off something, then it gets destroyed. That's why we've never had a free energy machine. That's why we've never had a water car. Well, we have had them, but that's why they've never been released to the public. Did you know that we had electric cars in the late 1800s? And these were proper electric cars. They had the chargers. They ran on lead acid batteries. You can go and research this in the late 1800s. And then they wiped it all. Why? Well, you might want to look into the family of Rockefeller, shall we say, and oil. Again, because they couldn't make money. They couldn't charge us. So what these people have done, they have literally stolen the power. The power. And how did they do that? Well, they got us to consent. Because every 3 or 4 years, most people will walk out and go to this little place between the poles called the polling booth, and they will elect people into power. You elect someone into power. Okay? We are doing the problem is not the people that are trying to lead us astray, the people that are trying to take control. The problem is us following them, because you cannot have a leader without having followers. So how we fix this problem, which I get asked all the time, well, how do we get this free energy? How do we get these free devices? How do we get out of this trap that we're in, the whole monetary system and working for your whole life until you die and all this kind of stuff. How do we get out of it? Who do we have to take down? Well, you don't have to take down anyone. You just have to stop following. Okay, we need to come together as people and understand that it's not us, it's not our neighbors, it's not the man down the street, it's not the person in the other country that is our enemy. The enemy is not us, it's the power structure. And all they do is manipulate us and create division so that we fight each other. And that's how they are still on top and in control, because they blindside us with all this stuff and get us to focus on all this crap and tell us that, no, we're not the problem. We're trying to help you. Look at this new drug we just made for you. Look at this computer. Oh, now you can wear VR. Oh, look at AI. You can spend your whole life living in your apartment and never have to leave. Come to our 15-minute city. It's just for you. This is what they tell us. They are not helping us. Guys, this has been going on for hundreds of years. There has never been a leader, a president, a prime minister who has made anything better. Do they promise better things? Of course they do. Of course they do. Do they deliver? No. Never. I've asked so many people, just give me one example of one leader, okay, that made things better, and they can't. And why? Because they never have. Okay, this on the screen now, this is the work of Dr. Emoto, who was a Japanese scientist, and he started doing work on water. And what he would do is he would get water into a vessel, a glass or a bottle, and he would give it intentions. He would either speak an intention, and that would be like the word love. He would speak it to this and project his love into the water. Or sometimes they just wrote the word and stuck it to the bottle. Okay, and when they did this, they tried it with everything. So this is the water, how water looked when he wrote disgusting. This is how it looked when he wrote love. Remind you of anything? This is what happened when he wrote evil. So definitely worth looking into the work of Dr. Emoto. Water crystals. This is another one. I'm not sure what the intention was there, but obviously a nice one. Power of words. This is speaking eternity to water and then freezing it and looking at the water crystals. This is what you get. And so this is why I believe that stars are good energy, that they're cymatic representations of the natural earth energies, and they were made to project and enhance and amplify these good energies, these well-being energies that did not cause dis-ease, they caused ease, right? Eternity. Here's another one. Thank you. The power of words. And I'd also just like to mention, guys, that you're at least 70% water. Okay, so what do you think happens when you tell yourself things like you're disgusting, you're evil, I hate you? And when many of us say this is what happens when you love yourself. Excuse me, a little bit of cough. This is what happens when you tell yourself you are beautiful. Okay, this is going on inside your body every day, guys, with every thought that you think to yourself. So what would you rather be? Would you rather be a star? Okay, love and gratitude. Thank you. Aloha. Mahato. You are beautiful. Happiness. Harmony. All right. Love for humanity. Truth. This is the geometry we want in our bodies, in our, bodily fluid, bodily water. This is what we want. We want to be stars. Okay, again, compassion. Thank you. Wisdom. And look down here. Heavy metal music. Not looking good. I will kill you. Not looking good. You fool. Okay, how many times, guys, and be serious, have you said things like this to yourself? You're a fool. You're silly. What did you do that for? All right? On the end here, we have water before and after a Buddhist prayer. So this is before the Buddhist prayer. This is after. All right, so this is going on inside your body every day. So I would ask you all to be nice to yourself. Oh, that was me. Snowflakes, right? It's the same pattern, right? This is a mandala, okay, drawn by Buddhists and Hindus alike. Again, any similar features we're looking at here? Rose windows, okay, and as you can see, look at this organ. The organ is underneath it. Look, putting the frequency into this window that will then project it through frequency and color out into the populace to keep them healthy. Another mandala, okay? Same thing, guys. Everything is frequency. Here's another window with another organ. Okay, want to heal your organs? This is a better way to do it than taking pharmaceuticals. Here's another one. Here's another one. And of course, these look, you know, like the stars, right? Like the snowflakes, like the cymatics. This is another cymatic. This is through an oscilloscope. Okay, it's all frequency, guys. It's all energy, and that's what you are. And your voice is powerful. This is a fish. This is a pufferfish. This is a pufferfish nest. This is what they make. They create this through flapping their fins, I think, to attract mates. Again, same thing. That's a cymatic pattern. All right? So this is the world we live in. It's a world of frequency. Oh, okay, a world of frequency. All the same. All the same. There's your organ. There's your cymatic, representing a certain frequency, a healing frequency. All right, want to get close to God? Want to get close to the Creator? You'll feel the Creator's energy if you go and spend time in one of these cathedrals, especially if you can find one with the organ still in there, because they've ripped most of them out. Okay, more snowflakes. It's all the same story, no matter where you look. Some more star thoughts for you. All right, guys, so that's me about done. This is back in Japan. We'll go through the rest of these. Another oscilloscope. This is looking very similar, right, to the star that we saw that was in India. This one just shows you how big these stars actually are, right? How much has been buried of them. And all cities are star cities, guys. Oh, and crop circles. Cannot go further without mentioning crop circles, right? Crop circles. And what are crop circles? Well, crop circles are geometric patterns created by frequency. There is a video if you want to go and search it. I'm going to put up on my channel soon, Autodidactic on YouTube. Please check me out. Follow me if you like the content. But these are created by these little orbs that spin around, and then this cymatic is suddenly here. Those little orbs, they're energy. They're plasma energy, high frequency energy, and they are just, again, creating a cymatic pattern, an energetic signature on the ley lines, right? The natural earth currents of the world. These are the planets. Oh, stars, Sirius, Earth, Sun tones, Mercury tones. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing, guys. Somatic scales in music. Okay, piano notes. Okay, it's all the same thing. So there you go. That is the end of my presentation. Hope you enjoyed it. Welcome to the Tartaria Conference 2025. There's going to be some amazing speakers coming up on talking on all different, parts of this research that we've been doing into the old world, into what a lot of people call Tartaria, So you're going to hear from some amazing speakers. So please do stick around, check it all out. Send this link out to your friends, guys. Get more people in to watch it. Let's share this information because the world is waking up, and we are frequency, right? The way to change the world is to change the way that you think about it. So thank you for listening. My name's Campbell from Autodidactic. Hope you have a fantastic day and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Campbell. That's brilliant. That was such an amazing presentation. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so I'm going to let you go. I've got Charles waiting in the waiting room, ready to come in. But thank you so much. That was just incredible. Really incredible.
Thank you.
All right,
thanks
take
for
care.
having me.
Lovely evening.
Okay.
Bye.
See you, everyone. Bye.
Hi, Charles.
Hi. Hello. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. I'm good. Right, let me grab your slides.
Yeah, that was amazing. I didn't catch all of Campbell, but yeah, I've been watching him for years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
really incredible. Right, I'm not picking up your slides. Let's try again. Okay. Only. Right, I've just sent you a request for edit. Not that I'll edit, but just so that I can access it.
Oh, okay.
Your slides are not coming up. All the others are, but not yours.
Okay. Yeah, so this. Yeah, I think you do have access. I mean, anyone has access to view it.
Okay, let's try again. Hang on. Okay, this is really annoying.
Let me check.
Right. Okay, well, not too sure what to do about this. I don't know why they're not coming up. Everyone else has come up.
Yeah, you've got permission to edit.
Okay, I'm going to try one more time, and if it doesn't work, then I think I'll just have to share screen and do it from there, which is a bit more of a faff, really, but, you know.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it's just my first time using that pattern.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I mean, I can carry on without that. So.
Well, it would be nice to have those images. I just don't know why yours isn't coming up and everyone else's is.
Oh, I thought you could access them, or not? You couldn't access them.
I can access your slides. It's not coming up when I link it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just post a link and.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry about this, everyone. I knew that there were going to be technical things as we went through, but you know, that's what this is for, is to iron out all of this stuff, because we're going to keep doing these conferences because we all feel that this information needs to get out. You know, it's all rational, logical, sensible information. It's not conspiracy. You know, it's not weird people. It's not anarchy.
So the link that I sent you, you can access it, but you can't project it.
No. So I'm going to do a share screen. Okay. Let me just try one more time. I just don't know why it's not doing it on there. Okay, so I'm just doing the share screen instead.
Cool.
But I think you might, okay, so I need to do it from here. So if I move that down, can you see a new screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna be moving it down then from the Google Slides. So you'll just have to tell me when to go on to the next slide, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. So, I mean, I am trying to take this from my own personal journey. I have done it a few times where I've sort of tried to relay how I began researching Tartaria. I mean, at the outset, I was obviously very skeptical, as a lot of people are. So at the outset, or at the beginning, looking at maps was my way into the topic, and then once I had got more confidence about even mentioning the name, because a lot of people want you to prove your theory immediately as soon as you start talking about it, and you can't talk. I mean, you can't keep backtracking and defending even the name itself, which unfortunately is still a spelling error. Type it into a word processor or a search engine. But it got quite exciting when I realized how the name was built, or how the name was constructed. So the tar, or the tar part of it, was a word for the color black. So tartar was a word for the black, swarthy complexion of a human, which is really useful in identifying the origin of the lineage itself, which is what fascinates me. Specifically, my own lineage, which ends up going all the way back to Iran, and then also the history of Europe, which I'll touch on later. But I have to avoid certain topics in order to introduce Tartaria within like an hour, right? So, so Grand Tartary was the largest landmass that was labeled Tartaria. Great time to move on to the map. Yeah, thank you very much, Elisabeth. I mean, this is what really got me excited, because there are a lot of these, and they are all different. They all originate in different parts of the world, specifically Europe, where a lot of maps came from. People seem to be able to travel in larger fleets of ships, which had some chance of someone returning. You must remember, in the 16th century, if you were to travel to another part of the world, it would usually end with a large percentage of the crew of your ship not return from scurvy, even though they began to solve that by having fresh lemons on board, and a lot of alcohol was used. Alcohol also is very important in ascertaining how the migrations happened with the Tartarian Empire, with the Moorish Empire, with the Slavs, the Europeans. If you have a high um, uh, sort of threshold when it comes to alcohol, then I think from that you can almost determine someone's origin, or at least in broad strokes, you can sort of say, okay, food was preserved in alcohol within these certain large empires. So if you can deal with drinking a lot of alcohol, then you are most likely going to be able to say that you are a Tartarian traveler, or you are linked to a lineage that is the Tartarian lineage. So these maps are really important to me because that's how my journey kind of began. If you notice on this map here, which is the Abraham Ortelius map of 1560, you can see that China was at this point only a small sort of ocean coastal empire, with Korea nearby. You won't see any K's or J's in these maps because that was not introduced to this until the 17th century. Those letters K and J. Actually, the G and the K became interchangeable in the late 16th century. Sorry, 1500. Yeah. So this is just my own personal starting place, and it's usually how I try to prove Tartaria exists, which is something I still get asked a lot, even in 2024. The genealogy of the ancient emperors of Tartary. I do read and write a little bit of Chinese. I do speak Chinese a little bit. I also speak and read and write fluent German. So that's helped me. That's kind of made it quite easy when it comes to some of the connections to Genghis Khan. For some reason, the amount of German researchers that began to draw maps and plot the rise and fall of the greater Mongolian Empire, the Manchu Empire, the Han and the Qing dynasty, which become very important later on as Genghis Khan takes over the entire Silk Route. A lot of really interesting research has been done recently on trying to understand which cities on the Silk Route were possibly the capital of Tartaria. But the most important thing is to remember that Tartaria was more than one empire at this point. So the height of the empire, I would say, was around the 16th, 17th century. China was still not given much space to kind of evolve. And the Great Wall of China, as it's known today, is holding back all of these coastal empires here, like China, Korea. So the Great Wall of China, therefore, wasn't constructed to keep out any kind of Turkic people or Tartarian people. It was constructed by the Tartarians to keep out anyone who approached from the ocean. And I know for a fact that if you don't want to have an unprotected coastline, this is exactly how the Dutch lost New York, because it used to be New Amsterdam. This is exactly how the British got into China. I think what happened with China and Britain may have been some kind of serious sort of what would you call it? An alliance that was probably the beginning of the end of Grand Tartary. So the genealogy shows us here that Genghis Khan would have been considered to be Tartarian, as he was also quoted as being the Emperor of Tartary at one point. I can move to the next slide. That's possible. Yeah, I hope you enjoy this introduction into the Mystic Empire. I was going to start with Noah. There were 3 sons. Japheth was one of those. We go to Gog, and then Gog of Magog is not. Uh, I mean, in the Bible, Gog of Magog is mentioned a few times. But Magog would then be the father. Gog would be of Magog, therefore the son. So both of these would have been in that lineage. Moses does not speak much about Japheth, but I don't see Japheth as like the evil son of Noah. He was actually one of the ones that kind of saved Noah from embarrassment when he got drunk in one of the biblical stories. Whereas Ham made fun of his father, and I think Shem and Japheth ended up kind of hiding him and giving him the respect he deserved as the patriarch. So I find this to be also symbolism. I think this is also a message in the Bible. There are all kinds of messages. A lot of books have been removed from the Bible. I think initially there were 88. We now only have 66 of those books. Each book of the Bible, it has been my opinion for quite some time, is an important resonance. Just like Campbell was talking about earlier, I think there's a frequency to every book in the Bible. I think every book in the Bible can be linked to everything else. I think this realm is super connected, interconnected. From colors to tones to notes to the frequency of everything we think and do. I think that the original harp, obviously laid flat vertically, is the piano. So you have 88 keys on the piano in the 8 books of the Bible. Music and resonance is essential to understanding and to not just hearing what is being said, but to somehow find a place for it, or to get what you can for your own ascension, because you are also ascending. Up your own ladder of understanding. So then the Scythians come after Gog of Magog. Then the Turkic tribes. I'm not going to go too much into that because there are a lot of people doing great research on the Turkic tribes. And Samarkand, which would have been their capital city. Then we have Tamerlane, a fascinating character. Tamerlane and some of the information about him, some of the documents about him I'm going to go into, because they have crests on them. They have actual moorheads on the crest, the family crests, sigils, which is another thing that I really need to delve into more. I think that's where the Hebrew origin of the English language and the French and the German and the Spanish languages come in so important to kind of see the link between how language develops as this super creative empire starts to get removed from history. Genghis Khan also would be the next in line from that lineage, and then the Mongol Turkic legacy, which is obviously almost the control of the entire world, all the way from the from the Hindu Kush to the steppes of Vienna, the capital of Austria. So then this is my own theory, my final addition, something that I don't think anyone else has researched. Chiang Kai-shek. Now, Chiang Kai-shek was the last president of the ROC out of Peking, and Peking was my second awakening. Because I actually lived in the Republic of China, so I can walk down the street and I can study temples that were obliterated during the Cultural Revolution. Chiang Kai-shek, I have very high quality footage because I'm part of certain groups in the Republic of China that are sharing footage that I don't think anyone in the West would have ever seen before the fall of Tartaria, or before the fall of the Boxer Revolution, which was all about, I think, Western powers coming into East Asia and giving giving military prowess or military advantages and resources to China to help China take over and destroy and take all of the gold out of Tartar City. So Chiang Kai-shek was the last president. He had to leave. Now, I think his wife was actual royalty. I think he was a voted-in president of the political party, the Kuomintang, and I think that his wife was actual royalty. I think she was like a queen. And because she ended up becoming so famous in America, she went on political, public, seminars all over the United States. But I'm only at the beginning of research. I can go on to the next slide now. Yeah, so this is a more detailed view of the lineage of Japheth. I have researched pretty much all of those names. This has only been possible, I think. The speed of my research has only really happened since the introduction of AI, which was for me about 6 months ago. So a Mongol Turkic legacy, through Genghis Khan, and there are a lot of interesting names there. I think other important people that were removed from our history, but are still there. I mean, the references are there, the libraries are there. I mean, my suspicion does start though with Japheth not being spoken and written about at all much by Moses, which I think is a worthy reason to research that lineage. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. I will make all this information available. This was a great find, very old manuscript. I think this was a German researcher trying to chronologically for the Otto von Bismarck is trying to chronologically organize East Asian history. The connection between the German people and Iran is interesting as well, because there is a story that the Kerman people interchanged the K with a G, and that's where the name Germany comes from. It actually comes from Iran, which gives us that ancient connection between Persia, Persia didn't exist at the time, but the Tartarian Empire, or Iranian Empire, which later became the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and their ability to conquer large areas of land and keep going on and on and on. And when they unified in the 8th century with the Moors, so you get that Tartar and Moor, and they started to develop new ways of constructing buildings. So you get mortar, which is the combination of Moorish and Tartarian technology. And we use the word more all the time. We use the word more without thinking about it, because we're referencing the Moor. And we have to end up just accepting that the first universities were Moorish, Ethiopian, Mauritania, Southern Europe, Spain. And we just have to accept that Tar refers to the color of the skin, that the Aryan refers to another lineage, probably a Persian, Iranian lineage. Okay, I can move on to the next slide. But this is obviously Genghis Khan's lineage. Who we actually think of him as Chinese, which is actually not. I don't think that's accurate either. So the inventions of electromagnetic energy were taken from the Tartar and the Aryan lineage. The Tartar and the Aryan lineage, in my opinion, includes not only Asian people, but it also includes Europeans. So a European Asian culture existed, and at the very foundation of that was Kemet, the Moors, the Egyptians. Now the Egyptians already had electromagnetic knowledge thousands of years ago. And I hope that there are a few people who've seen this, and I hope that there are a few people who sort of understand that this is not fiction. This is not some Hollywood movie. These people understood high voltage power supply. They had cathodes and anodes. this doesn't make any sense in any other context. You have to see that what they were creating here was a very large electromagnetic device. This is not a lamp or an early uh, um, electric light or anything like that. This is not an incandescent bulb. This is energy fund. Now, who taught them that? I love hearing people's theories. I can't answer that question. I don't know exactly who's giving them this information. Hollywood is going to tell you, we have to explore that they were ancient aliens. Personally, I believe that this is a realm that we live in, which is enclosed, and people are constantly being reset. Civilizations are constantly destroying themselves and starting again. And everything that you see around you, from your bicycle to your electric car, to your computer, to the QR code on the pamphlet that you get every day and throw away, all of that is ancient reverse engineered technology. That there really is nothing new. And when you find out that Romans had concrete, and you realize Egyptians were using etheric energy to create a type of a type of physical substance that they could eat in different chambers in the king's chamber of the pyramids, and that this was going to give them enlightenment, which is just another word for a higher intellectual, in like functioning of your brain. It's just functioning at a higher level, like a great ancient Socrate, or allowing your brain to think freely without any distraction. I mean, there's so many ways to do that. Unfortunately, a lot of the ways that we enlighten or can be enlightened seem to be considered to be illegal or fringe by society, which is a control mechanism. Make no doubt about it. Okay, I can move on to the next slide. Yeah, so great technology of the old world. So I always like to go back to the bells. I think that some of the greatest inventions in the history of the human race came from the bell tower. Bells are used today for all kinds of things. We are using bells not just sound frequency. We used the bell to create the first cannon, the first mortar, the first field gun. These were exactly the same people that built the bells. They adapted their own skills of metalworking and blacksmithing, technology given to them by the Moors to create the first cannon. The same people had to adapt their skills. Then we have the diving bell in the 1700s, early 1800s. Bells were adapted to allow people to dive underwater for the first time. People could stay underwater for elongated periods of time because they understood where that inspiration came from. It came from the bell, and it was called the diving bell. In Hollywood movies, you will see things taken from ancient law and changed or altered, turned into something completely different. In Prometheus, which is actually the god of creation that the Greeks and the Romans believed in, you do get the Baghdad battery, which is probably one of the earliest 250 BC devices found, which was also actually found in hieroglyphs in Egypt. But India is by far one of the most impressive, has one of the most impressive collections of large ancient architectural structures. I mean, the Hampi chariot comes to mind. There are temples, stupas, ancient vimanas that seem to look like they were placed there, and nobody really understands how they were constructed. But I feel that there's not much about India shown really in the mainstream, and there's not much when it comes to education, because these are unexplained palaces carved out of mountains. I mean, there are just uh, incomprehensible structures there. When you look at the temple, you think it's standing on pillars, then you realize there's a gap underneath every pillar. The use of magnetic stones. I mean, the amount of sculptures that have like double entendres and double meaning, triple meaning, things that are carved out of stone that look like very intricate 3D printing, and you can't believe that that's even possible, and you can't even understand it. It's illogical how these structures could have ever been constructed. So you just can't say that they were made by humans hundreds of years ago with chisels and hammers and horses drawing carts. It's just not possible. And it's very hard for us, I think, because human psychology rarely allows you to walk away from something without answers. And if that doesn't inspire one to look deeper and to understand that our history is just guesswork. I mean, everything that we learn at school was just guesswork. Saying that pyramid was a burial, chamber, or was all about burying a pharaoh who probably lived and died within 80 years. So why would you start building a burial pyramid for somebody that hasn't been born yet? I mean, how would you even know that they're going to be born and they're going to need this at some point? I mean, you would have to have multiple generations of pyramids being built simultaneously to provide a burial chamber for each generation and their possessions. It's just guesswork. I mean, we are not in the year 2025, and we don't understand where we are and what's going on. I don't want to go too much into the actual timeline, but there are lots of buildings and facades that once you do study the architecture, you realize there's some technology involved. At the end, these are Leyden jars. They were usually filled with salt water. They were used, first of all, in the 1600s by sailors who would have bottles full of Leyden, full of different kinds of vinegar or salt water, and they would have a central copper anode or a copper coil placed inside. Then all of those would be connected to an electric light, and they would provide electricity. And sailors could see inside the hull of the ship at night. They would have an electric light. You wouldn't have to burn wax, which was obviously very rare and hard to come by, especially on long voyages. And there are lots of sailors that did that. Well documented that electricity was already available in the 1600s and before, and they were used mainly by sailors. Now, sailors and especially pirates of the Barbary coast were actually the ancestors of the Moors that ruled Spain and Portugal. Once your city is destroyed, you have nowhere to go, so you end up on a ship. And their technology and their understanding of ancient Kemet, because that's obviously where they came from, would have given them all kinds of advantages. And then pirates almost became a nation unto themselves after the Reconquista, or the removal of the Moorish Empire from Europe, which I think was completed around 1750, 1790. So yeah, the pirates had that technology because they were not originally pirates. Then you have this beautiful central sketch, which is trying to describe the etheric energy around us. So the atmosphere, or the energy of the atmosphere, which actually I consider to be one of the most important theories connected to Tartaria. Because if the ether, or if the ether was actually an element in the periodic table at one point and was removed, then we have to find out why it was removed. And in the 1920s, the etheric energy, or the ether, was part of the periodic table. Now, the periodic table was invented by Mendeleev. He discovered the periodic table, or periodic system, as he called it, in 1869. Now, I think that's also somebody who went through old Moorish libraries, but that's just my personal opinion. And I think that that's also very much a Tartarian, a piece of Tartarian technology, because these old buildings, again, do not make sense, especially when you look at the sheer gravitas of some of these structures, especially the ones found in America. Now, America is supposed to be the New World. I mean, there was nothing there until the 1800s. In fact, islands like California were not fully explored until like the 1860s. So when when you look at the structures now, when you look at the architecture and the ornamentals, people can't recreate that architecture. So that's left over from another civilization that understood something about the sky, something about high altitude and energy that can be harnessed from there. And we knew about this in the 1920s. We knew about this in the original periodic table. Dmitry Mendeleev knew about this, and it's very interesting that the word chemistry actually does originate with the name chemist, which is the original name for Egypt. And I think that brings me on to Tesla a little bit as well, but we can go on to the next slide. Thank you. So electricity and free energy, or etheric energy. I'll put that on pause for a few minutes while I talk about this. So these are three great images. Again, giving us more confidence that when we do speak about Tartaria, we're actually talking about a lost piece of human history, a piece of our DNA that will ring truer with some of us than others, especially if we are Tartarian, especially if we've forgotten our own identity, and we are in fact these people that were, Asian Europeans who settled, in Europe or Asia. I did a little bit of research on some of the Moorheads here. This is Alahira Sultan, the Tartary. So after a while, you sort of like, on a very superficial level, are just looking for the word Tartary. And it's surprising how truth meets you halfway. You don't have to be a seasoned researcher. You don't have to be highly qualified. You don't have to be a genius, or even have a background in history, or political, ancient old world, art, fine art. But it does. I mean, it does help, of course. But it's just something that you become an expert in. It doesn't take that long to become an expert in something. It actually doesn't take that long. You can do it within a year or two. I mean, if you're thinking about something every day, I think after a few months, the amount of information that your brain can hold on to is quite incredible. Because it becomes something that you're looking for. So your brain is singling out things. And if you're already kind of visually interested in the topic, there's nothing like that. And I mean, there are lots of great communities now. Back in 2020, when I started my research, there weren't that many people talking about it. So Tartary, this is actually French. We are looking at the attire of a noble woman, and it's wonderful. It's actually very unusual. I think they've been using the names in movies a lot. I think that in Star Wars they copied some of the attire of the royal family of the Tartarians. They even had an empire in Star Wars called uh, what was the name? I forgot the name of the empire. I think it was a planet anyway. In Star Wars, yeah. And the interesting thing, why I was pretty sure what I was looking at was Tartaria, was because there was a short scene where a spaceship, I think it's the Millennium Falcon, arrives uh, on the planet, and all of the architecture with these kind of like Ottoman Turkish domes, and I was like, oh, they've taken this straight out of Tartarian architecture. And then I saw the same thing in Game of Thrones. In Game of Thrones, the name is, I think, Targaryen. So Game of Thrones is trying to give us the accurate history of the world, or at least the ancient world, not the modern world. But they are always have. I mean, they always have to hide it behind fiction, because as soon as you get too close to the truth, um, yeah, there are some problems. People probably won't let your movie be seen. That kind of thing. Yeah. So the Targaryens are the Tartaryans in Game of Thrones, and they actually have a very similar situation where they are stuck uh, in some rural rocky mountains. They don't have anywhere to go. They have the technology to kind of rule the world, but they're in an uncomfortable situation, and they don't have a link with like fertile land. They don't have a great, or they don't have great prospects for trade, that kind of thing. Uh, and it's really informative, and it can give you clues, and it can move you forward in your research. The central image is a Jesuit map. It actually shows Tartaria right at the top. I don't know if you can see that, right next to the chest of one of the Persian like merchants. And at this point, this is like we're talking about, like I think this was the 17th. You can see here that China has started to move inwards, maybe with help from other empires, maybe Moorish empires, maybe some European kings have helped China. Maybe trade with Europe, help China grow its army and start to move in on the Khan's territory. But it's still there, Tartaria. And it's kind of crazy. Why has nobody seen this at all? Why has this only really come out into the open in the last 5 years? Yep. So the most important thing is the Sultan's head, the Sultan's headdress. This is obviously Persian. This is maybe an Iranian or possibly like an Uzbek Sultan. Um, he also has three more heads on the sigil, which means that he is in coalition, or he is the offspring of three Moorish kings, or one of them is facing left, the other one right. The Moors love to change direction depending on which empire they were from. So they're staring or looking at the empire they are originating from. So we have one Tartar, two Moors, and the Moor heads are very important. They are wearing banners there, which means it's before the 1600s, not after. Sorry, it's after the 1600s, not before. Before the 1600s, those were crowned. Those were all crowned. The Moors always had crowns. Today, they will tell you that the Moor heads mean that those were the conquered Moors. That is not what they put on their war banners or family crests. That I disagree with wholeheartedly. The Moors, or the children of the Moors, had those curly red locks, in my opinion, and I think there's a connection there to what a Moor is a Moor always an African man? It's probably not always an African man, as there are different kinds of Moors. I can move on to the next slide. Thank you. Yes. So my research in Asia, and I've been comparing buildings around the world to each other. And my research in Asia has been, to a large extent, the architecture. I have looked at other things like water irrigation, culture, ornamentals, pillars, things like that. But the architecture is profound because it's identical. It's not almost the same. It's the same God, the same symbolism, the same apocanthus leaves, the same facets, the Roman bundle twigs, exactly the same. I've seen those in small fishing villages in Taiwan. I saw those buildings in Shanghai. I've seen pretty much the same architecture all around the world, which is not something you can just say with, a desire to emulate another empire. It just isn't. It's the culmination of an empire. You need people to have families, schools, farms, water irrigation. You need energy to be. You need some way for people to travel. You need railways um, uh, for an industrial revolution to occur. You have to have schools and universities that teach people how to construct these buildings. You can't just do what they did with the World's Fair and lie to the entire world and tell them that the buildings were made of wood, plaster of Paris, and staff, and that they bothered to put supportive scaffolding on the building, but did not have the idea or the solution or the wherewithal to incorporate the scaffolding into the actual structure, which is a very well documented architectural technique. We have had so many of the images now that come up on Google search engines that are just completely fake in Photoshop. I think AI is also being used in a nefarious way. There are so many people now just adding scaffolding to old buildings, pretending that these buildings were built recently, and it's an epidemic. I mean, it is a serious epidemic, and it makes me so angry because it's people attempting to kind of change history, and there's nothing worse than that. Like, who do you think you are? You can change history. Come up with your own theories, by all means, but don't start editing old images trying to make it look like buildings that are ancient. I mean, that's just that I can't stomach that at all. But I've seen a lot of a lot of the old photographs also have the skies edited out, so you can't see other structures in the background. So the great age of the airship is a fascinating part of Tartarian history. I believe the reason why airship mooring towers had the name mooring towers was because the first airships were also Moorish, and they are ancient. Airships are not a new thing. This is ancient technology. We used to travel. Even not long ago, even my grandmother said she traveled on an airship. She had many airships cross over where she lived as a child. That was a way that people flew from America to to Europe all the time. There were routes from London, Florida, New New York, Berlin, um, uh, Venice. There were all kinds of famous routes that people would take in balloons. So I don't think balloons were as slow as they tell us. I don't think balloons were as dangerous as we are led to believe. I think that there was an embargo with America supplying helium, which means that Germany had to then use the alternative to helium that was hydrogen, and that's when you get the Hindenburg disasters, things like that. But before then, there were hundreds of different model Zeppelins. Even America had its own line of airships. Britain had its own line of airships. Tartaria had its own line of airships. And it's hard to find images like that because I think it's the airships that they were blocking out. Because when you start to realize that every palace had its own mooring station, any president could go up to the top of the mooring station and get out. Yeah, even here in the Republic of China, if you go to the president's palace, it's a mooring station. I mean, it's identical to like the German Rathaus in Berlin. That was also a mooring station. And then you suddenly realize that every city had these. Where did the power come from? I mean, that was not the age of incredible like electrical inventions, was it? Actually, it was. Actually, it was. That's the interesting thing. We just haven't been told about it. So Germany and Japan have the identical Swinger. The Zwinger is there are beautiful structures in there. So the Zwinger and the Grüngewölbe are probably the most beautiful ones. We have also the Semper Opera House in Dresden. A lot of these were destroyed or seriously damaged during the war, and I think Japan also um, had lost, very large, very important ancient Tartarian structures. Uh, the the connection between Tartaria and Japan is an amazing one. Goes back many centuries. There are all kinds of islands there being discovered, and I don't know how in 2024 you can still be discovering islands. But just last year they discovered another 7,000 islands around Japan. Also have structures on. It just I don't really understand how it's possible. I mean, they must be lying to us. I think they knew about the islands, but they didn't want to tell anyone yet. But yeah, to have the identical palaces, these beautiful Baroque palaces, in both Japan and Germany is just insane. I'll never get over that, and I think when I compare in Taipei the President's Palace to the Rathaus in Berlin, and you kind of do this mirror image where you kind of change the opacity and compare them, it blows your mind. It blows your mind because it's the same geometry. It's the same religion. It's the same ascension to heaven. It's the same belief in God. And the Tartarian Empire answers that question. And I think that's why people are, drawn to it. Let's have a look at the next slide, please. Yes. So flags. Yeah. I would have forgotten to talk about flags. So flags are incredible. You don't expect to see a flag of an empire you've never heard of. But there are actually a lot of empires that you've never heard of. So we may be talking about Tartaria today, but there are a couple of others that we could also start to discuss. I think after. But Tartaria was just such an extremely important and powerful empire that for us to have somehow missed it out of our history means that the people that are writing our history books are either incredibly incompetent or are what I think is actually trying to hide the lineage of Japhet or the true identity of the Tartar area. And what if a lot of us are Tartarian? And what if a lot of us are in fact, uh, an important lineage in biblical prophecy? So some of the symbolisms you see are the dragon. The dragon is incredibly important. It is not some kind of evil, satanic symbolism. It is actually the flag of the empire, and it was the flag of the empire for many years. Actually, dragons have been the flags of many empires, and those can all be connected to each other with some Egyptian or Moorish or Aryan connections, especially Iran, Bhutan. I think Wales even has a dragon, which means that we need to look at Celts. Maybe the Normans were also people of color. If we find out, and if I find out in the next few weeks about my research into the Normans, specifically the Norman language, Norman invasion, that those were all also Black African North, then I think we can rewrite every history book known to man up until today. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine every history book is going to be rewritten because everyone was stuck at home researching online during 2020, 2021. Okay, so Tartary also is actually it could be looked upon as a dragon, but it also looks like a griffin. And griffins are a wonderful rabbit hole to go down because they were mythical creatures that were used in war. Obviously, today they are extinct. And the reason why I believe they were once real living creatures, a body um, of a lion, a head of a bird. I think you'd be surprised what creatures have existed that are extinct that we consider to be part of fairy tale. And also we have the Tartary owl. Now the owl is very important. I think that is a symbol for the lesser Tartary, but it also creates a connection with the Greeks and sort of little Tartary also had griffins on. There were 3 griffins, I think. Sometimes the griffins replaced other things, like with the moorheads being replaced by other animals, like sometimes owls. But the Tartary owl is well known and documented, and that's at the bottom there, right at the bottom, right at the bottom right corner. You also see a large pair of scissors. That's the original weapon for the Moroccan Empire. That took me a long time to research because I couldn't work out why there were scissors there. But scissors originally were a weapon of the Moroccan Empire, and they also the same flag that was used in America. The Native Americans had the same flag. So the original Morocco may have also incorporated America. And then when you look at the word Morocco, we are told that Amerigo Vespucci was an explorer, and that's why it was called America. But it's probably not correct either. We are probably looking at a Morocco, or America being the original Moroccan empire. And there is documentation proving that if you called yourself Moroccan, you would not be treated as a slave and you could leave the country. But that was never something that was publicly advertised. So most people just didn't know who they were, I think, at one point. And I think it's still hard for people to identify who they are. You know, are you native? Do you come from another country? And the truth may blow your mind. Some of the. But look at these flags. I mean, you're never going to get closer to the truth than really old encyclopedias. Yeah. So yeah, Tartary was on those flags. Tartary is a real empire. It's a very important one. We can move on to the next slide. It's going to start dividing people. So Tartarian dragons, owls, cynocephali, and griffin. The cynocephali is a man with the head of a dog. The man with the head of the dog is something that I am an expert on. I have thousands of images of everything from Roman sculptures to Orthodox church murals of men who had dog's heads. They were a very large empire. They ruled very large parts of Tartary. The dog men were the feces, and if anyone was any of those people from that era knew that we had dogs that were that have 4 legs today, they would not believe us. In the same way that we would not believe them if they told us that men used to have dogs. Large areas of land were ruled by the Cynocephali. But you need a really open mind to accept that. This is a more high-resolution copy of the 2 flags of the Empire and Tartary, the little puppy, or the Middle Eastern Tartary, the flag with the owl. The Empire of Tartary flag with the griffin, that was still the badge for the Republic of China Police Department up until the 1990s. So I know for a fact that that is a profound connection there with the Republic of China, not the People's Republic of China, the Republic of China and Tartary. But there are still links. There are all kinds of links in everyday culture with the police department, with religion, with towers, temples, so many connections with Tartary. What about the Russian going back to Europe, the Russian British and the Bolshevik Revolution? Well, the revolution in China destroyed temples. Why were they targeting religion? Was religion such a bad thing? No, they were targeting religion because religion was the old empire. Religion was the identity of Tartary. They wanted to remove Tartary. The communists wanted to remove Tartaria. The Bolsheviks wanted to remove Tartaria. They were threatened by an empire that understood, that was educated, that was in touch with nature. That this photo here is like super important. It's like one of my greatest finds this year, for example. So there was a great Tartarian lineage, in my opinion, and it only takes 3 generations for facial features to completely change and skin tone. I was actually talking to this about Elisabeth 2 weeks ago. It isn't something that takes that, which is important because this photo, and I'm not the first person, I'm probably the 3rd person to start to discuss. But it is information that is available online. There was nothing when I started doing this research. Now there are at least 3 or 4 people. So this is the Tsar Nicholas II of Russia wearing a military type uniform. Now the Russian Imperial Army was also the Tartarian army. I know that that's kind of crazy because it's bringing it so close to home. We kind of jumped 2 centuries, but there was a big revolution in Europe first in the 1700s, and the French royalty were guillotined. And after this happened, the German royal family decided, well, we can't stay in mainland Europe, we have to find another place. Now, if you have all the money and power in the world, you already have all the gold, you are going to try to find an island nation for safety. So the Gotha, Coburg, Habsburg, all of these ancient Tartarian lineages, they end up in Britain. They change their name to the Windsors, the more accepted, localized name, and you start to adapt to the native people of the island that you've moved to. And then I think this is well documented. It's not a secret that the German royal family is the current British royal family. And now Queen Victoria had 4 sons. It's quite important. 3 of them became king. One became king of Russia. The other one king of Germany, and then we also or Emperor of Germany, Kaiser of Germany, sorry, and king of England. Now to have this kind of power, it was almost like a new foothold for the future for the Tartarian Empire. All of these people are black Moorish lineage. Again, this is my research. This is what I've come up with. Some people are going to disagree. When I found the tattoo on his arm, this a photo of him in casual military garb, I started to look for tattoos on everyone. So I spent quite a long time looking for tattoos because I thought that would then be the symbolism of the Tartary. Are you looking for the Chinese flag? Unfortunately, the Tartarian flag is not the one with the dragon next to it, but there are others. So you have the dragon tattoo, which is that symbolism that you need. I can look at the next slide now, Elizabeth. Yeah. So quantum healing, and this is something Cambell was talking about in great detail. Probably everything I know was in some way connected to Campbell, Michelle Gibson, and all of these people are great inspirers of this new generation. Also, John Levi. So autodidactics very good at this, the quantum healing. The fact that the Tartarians understood we have this great electromagnetic shield around us, this healing energy, this very powerful multiple layered body part, and it is under attack. That's why you don't want buildings that remind you of your ancestry or your great potential. You want buildings that are black, soulless, soul destroying, because you want to remove that. Otherwise, human beings can't really be controlled. There's always a chance, I guess, that human beings are going to judge you if you commit some kind of terrible atrocity. And I think what happened with the revolutions is the Tartarian lineage, or definitely the royal families of Europe, realized that you just can't get away with anything. To control the masses is a very hard thing to do. And so the metaphysical art of creating coherence in the bodies of consciousness was the purpose of these bells. And it's not just sound, we're also talking about light. So it is not a coincidence that sound frequencies at different octaves are identical to the architecture of a rose window on a cathedral church. But the thing is, people actually had these all over the place, not just in churches, cathedrals. They had them in restaurants, private property, private homes. They were also using the sound to ward off evil spirits and parasites. So parasites and the cleansing of human anatomy, basically. Every octave applies to a part of your body, like 7 chakras on your spine. You can go all the way from the ground chakra to the crown chakra, and you can target a part of the body. And as a child, I remember hearing bells. I lived about 9 years in Germany, where my father was working there, and there were regular chimes in some of these like smaller villages. It wasn't just once a day. It was I think 4 times a day. I think you get one in the afternoon, one at night. So this would set you up. This would prepare your body, clean out your maybe even help people to digest food. I mean, it's if you keep thinking about it, just what a frequency can accomplish. And I think that's what the structures of these buildings were. And it was also used as a weapon. The bells were used as a weapon. There were very large sound wave weapons constructed by Otto von Bismarck against Napoleon, where he was just stopping the troops from advancing towards certain positions using these large trumpet-like trolleys. I mean, when you realize the power of sound, both negative, positive energy, and the transference of this dimension. But I mean, we can't see anything outside of this ultraviolet, infrared light scope. So you start at, infrared and go to ultraviolet, and anything outside of that we aren't able to really fully comprehend. But if we could see the power emitted from our skulls sent out into the sky, if we could see just how powerful one human being is and how much you can affect in your like 10-mile radius. If something's wrong, something bad's happening, it's going to affect you. You have senses that you don't understand. and I think most of us have absolutely no idea. I mean, if we got this wrong about the history of the world, and we missed out an entire empire, imagine how little we actually know about the human, energy field. For, for example, so many times I turn around, and I don't know why I'm turning around. I just want to turn around, and someone's staring at me. Like, how did my body recognize that? What sense am I not being told about that I have that allows me to sense, people looking at me? I mean, I'm not using my eyes, right? So I mean, how could we train that? Are we really using our bodies, especially our full body consciousness, um, you know, the way that we should? So if we do have the ether above us, we do have this energy that is actually giving us life force. Then what do other cultures kind of think of that? And I think they all have the same. I think they all naturally came to the same conclusion because they were all at one time taught this information by a single one world empire that was no doubt Tartaria. And because it was a one world empire, and because somehow it did kind of seem to fail, that's why it was removed. Because when you realize that even the most powerful empire on earth was removed by God or by some war in heaven or by angels, and people have different ideas about the date. Was it like the 1800s? Was it 1940s? Was it 1770s? Used to be like a big reset event. And then if these resets keep happening, who's doing that? Is that God? Are we still just being observed by God, and everything we do is kind of recorded? And if an empire as big as Tartaria had to be removed from history in order for us to never find out, that there is some omnipotent superior creator force that we're really being kind of judged. So I mean that's quite a fascinating theory as well. But yes, if it's connected to the architecture, it's absolutely connected to the Tartarian theory. I can look at the next slide now. Yeah. So these are some images that I haven't seen shared that much. Here we can see a definite relationship between the Chinwe and the Tatar. I think the Chinwes, or Genghis Khan's empire, and the Tartarian sort of Tamerlane Empire then were together, and I think they were definitely in alliance. So you could say that the Tartarians, Chinwes, and the Moors could have made up Grand Tartary. If you look at the Peking city map, you will see a Tartary city, which was invaded. Tartary city was invaded during the Boxer Revolution. And there's also another image here of a woman that looks very large, very tall. It's got like a Persian Moroccan urn, looks like. And she's called Jun File. So File is obviously a girl Tatari, so a girl of the Tartarian. These are massive people. These were giants. So yeah. So Grand Tartary is not just a reference. I don't think it's a sign of the landmass controlled by the empire, but also the stature of the people themselves. But if you look closely at her face, you can definitely see a pale Caucasian European, almost again Iranian-looking woman. So this is the lineage of Japhet. This is the part of the history we don't necessarily have to connect to the Moors as we do most of European history. And then at the end is Om Tartary Dastragan. So this looks like a pipe, and this is Hom, obviously man, a Tartarian man. So try to look at the garments. They had a very sophisticated culture. They did live with the tartan, the stripe line, which we can obviously connect the tartan to Benin, the great empire that used tartan, and then the Scottish tartan. Right? So there's an obvious connection there between Africa and Scotland to the the dresses, the tartan fabric, the patterns in the fabric, actually fascinating. And his hat as well. His hat is very Middle Eastern, Turkish, almost European. Yeah. So we can move on to the next one. Oh, there isn't a next one. Was that the last one? Yeah, that's the last one. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's I think I gone a bit over, or no? I haven't gone over too much. Yeah, so that is what I can fit into this particular. It is hard to not carry on and fit in a lot of other things. I hope I can maybe focus everyone's mind on not just proving that this is an empire, but trying to uncover now how it connects to our known history of the world. And I think once those two can meet, once we can get Tartary to be looked at not as some kind of conspiracy theory, but an actually missing part of history that somebody has either removed or people just didn't know about, and that's wonderful. It's really invigorating to a new generation of people, researchers, historians, to know that our history has not been fully explored, and what else are we missing? What other important kind of avenues of research are there? How can we identify who we are? Because we're not all the same. We didn't all come from the same place. There are just too many differences in culture. But one empire for sure is responsible for great palaces in Asia, Europe, Africa, all over the world. Who were they? How did they construct the building?
Hi, that was fascinating. I loved that. I really, really loved that. The sound kept coming in and out a little bit, which was a bit annoying. I hope everyone else could hear it, but it was just fascinating. I know that you're an amazing researcher, and I know that you put hours and hours and hours into this. I'm just inviting Guy to come on, but I'm just looking at the questions to see if anyone's got any interesting questions here.
There's one about the Bosnian pyramid.
Yeah, can you see the questions where you are?
I can, yes, I can. Wow, there's a lot of questions.
Cool.
How do I answer these? Can I just anything?
Yeah, just speak.
Okay, let me go back.
So someone's asking about Cathay. Someone's asking about the fallen angel statue found in Russia.
Yeah, that's very very cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are lots of theories about things turning to stone. I mean, we have the biblical story of Lot's wife turning to stone. She looked back at the city of Lot. Sorry, not the city of Lot, Sodom and Gomorrah. And apparently Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because of... yes, yeah, my grandmother flew the petrification of animals happens quite quickly in certain parts of the world, especially certain lakes that are high in specific salts and minerals. So a giant, I mean, there were 9 giants that fell in Turkmenistan. There are 9 craters, and the city is called the nine crater city or something yeah, I think it's Turkmenistan. And they built 9 statues, nine buildings inside each crater. So it is an internationally accepted theory that that the fallen angels landed very recently, and or at least the war in heaven happened very recently. I don't think it's the year it's not 2025. There are a lot of years that have been added on. Some people say 500 years. Pope Gregory definitely added on a few hundred years. Some of the facades have mistaken the letter J, which means Yara, which was introduced into the alphabet in I think the 1700s. But the letter J used to be an I, so the I was actually in the year of. But in German, it's Jahre, which means year. So I think we've just turned the I into a one, and so almost like added on 1,000 years. But if you take away the 1,000 years, then the kind of dark ages become our industrial revolution. It gets kind of really complicated, and you have to study history and try to put things in perspective, because then you have Vikings and Romans living at the same time, and it is hard to get used to, because you've already had your narrative implanted at a young age if you paid attention to school. But yes, I mean, there's no way that we got from horse and carts to electric, trams in the period of time that we did, and then all the other 1,000 years before, nobody had any idea how to improve upon a horse. It's just not possible. So it's, I mean, there's 1,000 years added on there, sure. I think there were more years added on, just to make it really hard for us to understand where we are. The Gregorian calendar also kind of made the months uneven, whereas we used to have a lunar calendar like they do in China today, where every month has the same days. I think 29 days. Just makes more sense, I mean, I understand where the 12 came from. That's the Sumerians counting on their hands. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? So the thumb is your pointer, and then you're just counting the bones in your fingers. And you can do that when you buy goods. So we have 12 hours in the day, 12 hours in the night, 12 months in the year. So all of that makes sense logically.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I can see Guy in the studio room now waiting.
Awesome.
So
yeah.
I think what we'll do is we'll say goodbye to you, and I'll let Guy in. But thank you so much. It was fascinating, really, really fascinating. Yes. And
thank you. Wonderful to talk to everyone. I'm happy that I got a chance to do it. I'm also happy it's over. But I'm excited to listen to the next speakers that we have lined up. This is a very important historical moment, and it's going to help Tartaria be taken more seriously. So thank you very much, Elisabeth, for organizing everything.
Oh, you're welcome. And I'm going to try and pull out, like the questions, and maybe try and do a Q&A.
Absolutely, 100%.
Because there are amazing questions coming through, but I knew we wouldn't have time to cover it. Yeah, so I'll try and do that on another one. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, that's great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
See you soon. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hi, Guy. How are you?
Hello.
How are you? How's your day going? Can you see me okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can see you fine. Yeah, they're trying their best, but we've still got some blue sky out there.
Yeah, I haven't. You have over there, have you?
Maybe it's on its way to me then.
Yeah, okay. So I've got your slides up here, or your photos up here. So I'm going to have to share the screen, which means that everyone in the audience, they will only be able to see my screen. So I'm not going to be able to be in the platform or anything like that. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to look at questions or anything. So they'll literally just be able to see my screen. So no one will be able to see you or anything like that. So if you can just prompt when to move the photos forward, that would be really helpful. I'll try and do it every 10 seconds, like you said, but if you need to prompt, just prompt, yeah?
Yeah, I think if you just keep the images up for 10 seconds. So rather than have one every 10 seconds, if you just bring the images up one at a time, until we come to the postcards, because there's quite a few in there, so you could speed that up if you want to. But yeah, I think if they're just up for 10 seconds, and obviously the videos run for as long as they run, they're just a couple of minutes each. So I'm sure it'll be all right.
Yeah. Right. I'm just going to share the screen then. And here we have. Okay. Okay, so this is the first image. You can see it on your screen, yeah?
I can't.
No, okay, all right, I need to put it up, sorry. There we go.
Brilliant. Okay, so we don't need that one up just yet, but I can see it fine.
Okay, do you want me to go back?
Yeah, I don't need any slides up, just images as I asked for them, if that's okay.
Oh, that might be more complicated.
Oh, okay, well then I can talk. Yeah, I can talk through it and they can't see me.
Yeah, are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if everyone else is all right with that. So I'll tell you when to click the next image, if that's all right, and we can just go along from there.
Yeah, absolutely.
How does that sound?
Yeah, good.
How many people have we got watching?
I don't know. I think it was at 91 when I last looked.
Good. So we're getting there. It depends where you are, I suppose. But here, I suppose a lot of people are just slowly sort of getting ready for the day. So, right. Well, if everyone's ready, we will begin. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. My name's Guy Anderson, and I'm the author of Tesla and the Cabbage Patch Kids. And today, the title of my presentation is The Great Repopulation, How Children Rebuilt the World After 1776. So when I say rebuilding civilization, I want you to understand how literal that can be. Because around 1776, which is a year loaded with political revolution, the founding of the Illuminati, the start of New World Order, which we've all seen depicted on the back of the American dollar bill, there was also demographic rupture. The global population stood at around 770 million at the time, but historians now very quietly admit, that between 1776 and 1876, a staggering 3.3 billion people died. So that's not over centuries, that's just over 100 years. And this consisted from war, engineered famines, epidemics, genocide, and the mass displacement of people. Entire towns and cities vanished. Cultures from old empires were dismantled. And yet by 1876, the world population was not that diminished. It had grown to 1.4 billion. That's almost twice the number that existed at the time of the reset. Over 630 million more people, despite at the same period of time, 3.3 billion deaths. So the arithmetics there don't quite add up. That's 4 billion unaccounted souls introduced within 1 century. You can't reconcile it with natural birth rates. So how did they fill the gap? Children. They filled it with children. What you're about to hear isn't a theory. This is something I've been researching for over 12 years. It's part of the historical records that have been buried, erased, covered up, but it exists. That includes the death of infants, farms that processed them, trains that carried them, fields that housed them, laws that removed them from their mothers, postcards that normalized their fueling of a new world, and incubators that displayed them as commodities. The story begins in 1869 in a tiny cottage called Elm Cottage in Egham, which is in Surrey, in England. A woman named Amelia Dyer, once an ordinary nurse, advertised her care for infants. She called it a service for struggling mothers, but behind the facade, infants were sedated with laudanum. They were starved, strangled, and discarded. The bodies were bundled and dumped into the Thames or buried in shallow, unmarked graves. She was arrested in 1896 after a sack of horribly preserved bodies were discovered. She confessed to 6 murders, but investigations estimated that there being actually between 200 to 400 babies, spawned largely from poverty. They were unregistered and completely erased. And here's an image of Amelia Dyer now. she's recognised as actually being Britain's most significant serial killer. And she wasn't alone. In Glasgow in 1874, inspectors found babies buried beneath floorboards. In Berlin in 1881, orphanage rooms were filled with laudanum bottles. In Boston in 1887, a woman named Olive Chamberlain was discovered to have murdered 23 infants in her baby farm. Reports across these countries described infant bodies as silenced, processed and discarded, all in the name of convenience and cash. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, a man named Charles Loring Brace sat in New York proposing something grotesque: the orphan train movement. He described children in tenements as scum and the refuge of ill-informed civilizations. I don't know if you want to pop the image up now, Elisabeth, of Charles. From 1854 to 1829, over 250,000 children, most of them not actually orphans, but working class kids and immigrant children, were sent on these trains. They're paraded on display in ceremonies when they get off the train in the Midwest of America, always outside a Masonic lodge. Charles Loring Brace was described as a racist, a very unpleasant man, and the backer that did the PR for the orphan train movement was none other than P.T. Barnum, the greatest showman in the world. And it's worth checking on Google P.T. Barnum's house, and you might think that that couldn't possibly be achieved from just showcasing freaks and circus acts, which is what he made his money from. This house was awarded to him for services. A survivor of the orphan train movement wrote that I knelt in a yard of strangers calling me by my number. They examined us like animals. As I was saying, a very small percentage were actually genuine orphans. It was estimated to be around 9%. The rest were plucked away. Some were abused, beaten, worked to death. One girl adult said, I prayed every night to find my mother. I never did. The stations operated long after Brace's death, fueled by industrial demand for cheap labour. And now we'll have a quick look at some images of the orphan trains. I think there's 2 or 3 of them there. And at the docks of Britain too, a quiet but massive export churned. Between 1869 and 1932, 130,000 children, labelled orphans, were sent from Britain to Canada, to Australia, New Zealand and South Africa too. At Fremantle Docks in Australia, there are pictures online showing pale, silent children stepping off ships, no survivors, no officials. They were meant to become farm labourers or household help, but that never happened. A girl later remembered, they said I was lucky. I thought they meant safe. They actually meant useful. Some died, but many lived and never appeared on record. So just want to pause here for a second, because I need you to feel the silence. Empty docks, long open spaces where children were unloaded and never reconnected to their past. They weren't freed, they were repurposed. And while this industrialization through children was in full motion, another shift began in public consciousness. In 1896, a film by Alice Guy Blache debuted, The Cabbage Fairy. It portrayed babies sprouting, fully formed from a cabbage. No pain, no labour, a standalone body, a symbol. 1 year later, Martin Cooney opened his incubator exhibits at the World Fairs. Live, premature infants in glass chambers paid admission to view. Guy later claimed credit for the inspiration for her movies from Cooney's exhibition. stating she wasn't inspired, she was actually signalled. And so now what we're going to do is just play you Alice Guy's videos, and I'll tell you a little bit about her in a moment. Just want you to look at how she handles them. Now, what's interesting here is that Alice Guy, a year before she made this, was a secretary working at a film studio. And she became, within 12 months, the first female narrated movie star, producer, and director from nowhere. The next video we're going to see is Midwife to the Upper Class. And I'd like you to have a look at how they handle the children in this as well. It's also worth pointing out that Alice Guy gave credit to Martin Cooney for inspiring her to make these films. But the first film was made 9 months before she ever met him or had heard of the incubator babies. If any of you spotted that. Now, to me, these aren't being handled like newborn babies. There he is, paying for the baby. There we go. So the question is, why would the first narrated movie to ever be made by somebody with no experience, that came from nowhere, that also decides to act in them as well, claims that they were inspired to her by the incubator babies at the World's Fairs, yet happened 9 months before the World's Fairs took place? And why would her first video be about retrieving babies from cabbage patches, and the second one go on to be about selling babies from cabbage patches? So in my opinion, these two public acts, the films and the exhibitions, were ideological markers. Children could be produced, detached from mothers, commodified for viewing. What happened next merely built on the coded symbolism of this. Between 1900 and 1920, over millions of so-called repopulation postcards were printed across Europe and America. And we might be able to pop a slide up now and we can go through them. You can have a look through them. Okay. Under industrial paper presses, babies were staged in cabbages, wheat, carts, stork nests, captioned things like new crop, 1904, grown for strength, export quality. And this one's interesting because in amongst the cabbage patches, you can see a pig, a dog and a monkey as well, all being grown. And these cards weren't artistic. They were government subsidized messaging, sold in maternity clinics, post offices, train stations too. In Chicago in 1912, courts declared them legal but morally loaded. They served as domestic PR, that children are manufactured like produce. And by 1913, the concept had gone further. It became physically possible. Children were being mailed. 4-year-old May Piersdorf shipped 73 miles for 53 cents. 8-month-old James Beagle tagged in a postal box. Newspapers shared images, stamped parcels with human forms. Few protested, and in 1915 Congress ended the practice, but only after hundreds of children had been dispatched. The message was clear: children can be parceled like goods. If we click through these images, then we should see and there they are. In the fields, factories and coal mines, they were already labour units. In Lancashire, 70% of workers in cotton mills were under 14. In Pennsylvania, America, 60% of coal workers were children. Reports show one 10-year-old trapped in a machine fire, the industry continuing as if the incident was just collateral damage. Those children were placed, processed, and replaced. But what about their mothers? While children were converted, mothers disappeared. In 1845, the Lunacy Act in Britain permitted indefinite industrialisation of women labelled unfit. Widows, remarried, grieving, even falling from your horse or having women's problems could get you committed. But what they were trying to do was actually take the children, because if you lost your husband in battle, you were declared insane. The children became property of the state. And the 1845 Lunacy Act in Britain permitted indefinite institutionalisation, can't get my words out, of women labelled unfit. In Ireland, the Magdalene asylums imprisoned over 30,000 women. Babies were quietly removed from hospitals. Mothers were given no paperwork, no record, and one woman later wrote, "They changed my baby's name before I even had time to cry. Their lives were wiped." And in the colonies, political genocide took place too. I'd like to whiz through these, please, Elisabeth. So, in Canada, approximately 80,000 Indigenous children were forced into residential schools by the mid-1910s. Mortality rates were 60%. In Australia, 130,000 Aboriginal children were taken between 1869 and 1932 and placed in state custody. Survivors report being tied to chairs if they spoke their languages. They were forced to have their hair cut, to wear uniforms, stripped of their name. And one elder said, "They didn't kill us, they killed our ancestors' language in us." Another said, "I forgot my birth name until my grandmother called me." Now let me speak their voices back to you. Emma, an orphan-trained woman, later wrote, "I knelt each night praying to fill my mother's arms. I never did." William, a home child in Ontario, said, "They called me Farm Kid 24. They told me I was lucky to belong to the Empire, but I belonged nowhere." Anna, a stolen generation survivor, recalled, "I tied my ribbon to trees when I ran away. They took it off and stripped my hair again that night." These were not isolated tragedies. They were systematic erasures, part of a massive hidden program of global repopulation through children, a machinery running on broken biology and erased ancestry. Lily, a Magdalene asylum escapee, said, "They slapped me if I cried. They sold my child before I could hold her. I was taught not to speak of her." The systems that rebuilt our population were never meant to nurture. They were designed to produce. At the dawn of the 20th century, cloning wasn't a scientific term, but the concept was alive and well in culture. Through repetition, through visual cues, through staged imagery, the public was taught to accept the replication of children, not born from lineage, but grown, staged, and reissued. Let's return to the Cabbage Patch postcards just for a moment. Those cards were more than popular. By 1910, at least 30 independent publishers across Germany, France, and England were producing Cabbage Patch Baby postcards. Stationers in Vienna sold them alongside birth certificates. German toy companies modelled dolls to match the infants in the cards. In France, they were handed out at women's hospitals as gifts. The US caught on. One New York warehouse printed 200,000 cards per quarter, and they were sold next to the adoption centres. What message was repeated in homes, markets, and train stations? That babies came from fields. That birth was detached from women. The children were crops. The concept took root in other media too. In 1905, children's books in England referenced baby harvest gardens. German kindergarten textbooks included illustrations of nurses pulling infants from roots. The idea of factory reproduction began as fantasy, but never stayed there. This was the gradual erasure of natural reproduction, replaced by an artificial generation. And at the centre of the visual normalisation was a familiar name, Xavier Roberts. By 1978, Roberts had launched what would become the Cabbage Patch Kids. But this wasn't just a toy. He claimed to have discovered the babies under a magical cabbage leaf. Children around the world were handed registration certificates for their dolls, fake birth certificates, teaching them that a baby could be issued, not born, from a very early stage. And what makes this even more grim is that if the doll was damaged and returned to the manufacturer for repair, and it was beyond economic viability to do so, the doll was returned to the child with a death certificate. Sounds absurd, doesn't it? Consider this, by the early 1980s, Cabbage Patch Kids were in every major hospital gift shop in the United States. Doctors and nurses normalized them. Children born in maternity wards were sent home holding clones. The conditioning hadn't stopped, it had just changed clothes. Now let's talk about Martin Cooney, the so-called doctor I mentioned earlier on, who displayed premature babies in incubators at World's Fairs from 1897 to the 1940s. Crowds paid 25 cents to 70 cents to view rows of struggling infants behind glass. Their tiny arms twitched under artificial light. Their futures were uncertain, but Cooney charged admission and ran the show. Except Cooney wasn't a licensed doctor. Historians now acknowledge he likely forged credentials and never completed medical training, but no one stopped him. He paraded thousands of real infants, many pulled from immigrant wards, many unclaimed by mothers who were told their children had died. Some of these mothers later discovered their babies had been sent to Cooney's slideshow. One former nurse testified in a 1948 interview. We didn't know their real names. The tags only had numbers. When mothers asked, we said the baby was not viable. We'd already wheeled it into the exhibition. So what was this really? Science or spectacle or something darker? A public demonstration that human life could be artificially sustained and controlled by others. Manufactured survival, a saleable miracle. Cooney claimed to save over 6,000 babies, but no federal registry verified this. Many babies left with new names, new parents, and no trace, but money changed hands. There were no follow-up studies, no proof of integration, only rotating exhibits, satisfying audiences, and the legend of a man who exhibited children-like inventions. Let's come back to the women, because in all this talk of repopulation, you must remember mothers were the first to be erased. The Magdalene laundries in Ireland operated into the late 20th century. Girls as young as 12 were locked away for being pregnant, poor, or simply at risk of immorality. Many of them gave birth alone behind convent walls. The babies were removed, sometimes adopted to American families, other times placed into unmarked graves. In 1993, construction workers at a former laundry site in Dublin uncovered a mass grave of 155 women and children. No names, no records, just bones. In England, the County Asylums Act of 1845 and the Lunacy Act gave local councils authority to institutionalize women for hysteria, uncontrolled grief, illegitimate birth, or simply refusing labour. Records show tens of thousands of women incarcerated in asylums throughout the UK by 1890. Many of these institutions, like Bethlehem, better known today as Bedlam, Broadmoor and Rainhill, reported births within their walls. The babies were immediately removed. And those institutions multiplied across the globe. Between 1800 and 1900, over 2,000 orphanages and asylums were built across the US, UK, Canada, and Australia. Some publicly funded, Others, especially in rural Australia and Quebec, were run by churches, and none were held accountable. Now think about that figure again. Over 2,000 orphanages and asylums were built across the US, UK, Canada, and Australia. They weren't. These are repurposed Tartarian buildings. I urge you to look at them online. You do not go to that extent with marble and granite to create an incredible structure to house the very people you no longer want in public. These are death factories. In Quebec, death rates in foundling homes peaked at 70% during the late 1800s. In Toronto, infants from Catholic-run homes were buried in mass graves beyond churches. In Sydney, children from state orphanages were forcibly relocated to the interior to relieve city overcrowding. There are a few records of what happened next. And then there's the stolen generations. In Australia, from 1869 to the 1970s, over 130,000 Aboriginal children were forcibly taken from their families under government orders. Officials claimed it was for their own good. Children were stripped of their names, languages, and tribal identity. Some were placed into white homes, others became servants, and many of them died. In Canada, the Indian residential school system saw more than 150,000 Indigenous children taken from their families. They were beaten for speaking their languages. Some were sexually abused. Many died and were buried in unmarked graves. A 14-year-old Cree girl speaking in 1996 said, "I forgot my mother's face. I forgot my own name. I remember the straps. I remember blood on my palms." What was this really? A genocide of identity, a total reset, and it was global. This is the new machinery behind the numbers. This is why 3.3 billion people died in just 100 years, and yet the population grew. Children were the raw material of a new world. Their past was removed, their bodies exploited, their minds reprogrammed. And then they were told they belonged to a new civilization. Let me leave you now for a moment with the voice of a man called Jacob, who arrived in Canada on a child migration ship in 1922. He was 8 years old. "They told me my parents were dead. They weren't. I found their graves 70 years later, both buried in Liverpool. I was taken, renamed, put in a barn. I worked every day. No school. No one said I mattered. I learned to read by stealing newspaper scraps from the bin." Jacob lived to be 94. No one ever came looking for him, but today we remember him. Let's be absolutely clear. By the time the 20th century was underway, entire nations had been reshaped, not by immigration, not by ordinary birth, but through mass repopulation strategies that left no trace of their sources. And yet there were signs, if you knew where to look. We have the census records, the birth anomalies, and the gaps in the timelines. For instance, between 1850 and 1900, Britain's population nearly doubled, from 21 million to 31 million, despite a fertility rate that was in steep decline by 1880. In Canada, the child population exploded by 400% over the same period, while adult population growth lagged far behind. Similar patterns appeared in New Zealand, Australia, Russia, and large swathes of the United States too, especially in states that had received large numbers of orphan-trained children. But the adult survivors of the pre-1776 world, the old world, the Tartarian world, they disappeared. And the children who replaced them, they had no memory of that world, no culture to return to. They were clean slates. Factories needed fingers, colonies needed feet. The world was not rebuilt with thinkers or rulers. It was repopulated with workers, blank, bendable, untraceable. In photo archives from the early 1900s, group shots of cities, mines, and orphanages reveal something eerie: an absence of adults. Entire streets photographed in San Francisco, Liverpool, Hamburg, lined up with children. Some historians say these were school groups, but why? Why were they working? Hauling bricks, sorting coal. One 1903 photo in Pennsylvania shows 18 boys inside a mine with no adult in sight. Where are the adults? We ask that question because the records avoid it, carefully, systematically, but with intention. Now look to the systems that distributed these children, not just where they came from, but where they were sent. In the United States, from 1900 to 1930, over 1,200 orphanages were in operation. In the UK, nearly 700 children's homes. In Canada, more than 1,000 state-recognised residential schools and homes, not even counting the unlicensed ones. In Australia, state-run children detention institutions, usually religious, received over 100,000 orphans in just 40 years. And almost all of them had a few things in common: high mortality rates, scarce records, high labour output, and the systematic removal of identity. Let's return briefly to the orphans mailed by post. You might think that was an isolated novelty, but in 1913, internal US postal memo from Kansas regional inspectors noted at least 37 male children in a single month. Most were between 6 months and 4 years old. One child sent from Grangeville to Lewiston, Idaho, was mailed with a 15-cent stamp on her back. A rural mail carrier in Kentucky recalled being asked, "Can I send my baby to her grandparents? I don't trust the trains." This wasn't just desperation, it was normalization. Children were now mail items, a shift from soul to commodity. Why were people not more outraged? Because language had changed. The public wasn't told the truth. So let me explain how. In public, governments called them foundlings, home children, state minors, unclaimed youth. In fact, Canada alone labelled over 100,000 children this way between 1869 and 1948, but internally. In the records that did survive, some were simply marked reassigned, rooted, or unaccounted. A child's life reduced to a rail term, their ancestry reduced to paperwork. Now ask, where did the children go? We have thousands of personal stories, some documented, some passed orally. One woman named Mary Louise relocated from Dublin to Quebec in 1893, and she said, "I never knew I had a sister. She arrived in Nova Scotia. We died before we ever met." A child named Samuel, later interviewed in Sydney in 1965, remembered, "The man told me you were grown in England. Now you belong to Australia. I believed him. I thought I'd actually been planted. And that line, "you were grown," pops up again and again and again. In the World's Fair of 1910 in Brussels, a booth labelled Kinderfledge, child cultivation, ran live exhibits of infants cared for in nursery displays. The babies were rotated hourly. They wore identical clothes, had tags, not names, and Cooney was involved again. Medical journeys reported that the exhibit as public education, but behind the curtain, private adoption meetings took place, quiet deals, visitors paying to name a child they'd never meet again. Now in London at the World's Fairs, we're told that the babies were on loan from Paris. How did they get them there? These babies were in risk. These babies would have, without the incubators, died. They're premature. Yet they were shipped from Paris to London. And in America, the World's Fairs, children were sent from New York to the various locations by train. At the same time, these incubator babies are becoming a novelty. New Yorker complained that there were too many kids in the city, in fact, too many in America, and they were now overrun. Why would you save the lives of more when you've already got a problem? Now take one more chilling thread. In the British Home Office records, now partially declassified, there's no mention of neutral stock. And then it suddenly appears, a term used in logistics and adoption placements. One file from 1912 lists neutral stock, female, 3.5 kg, no mother contact, ideal for colony integration. So we scroll along to the World's Fair in Brussels. There's a colour image there. For anybody that's interested in the World's Fairs, you might be surprised to hear that this one was demolished very quickly after it actually opened, built in under a year. It's the same story for all of them, and you'll find the architect, typically of the World's Fairs, wherever you look, will be in their mid-20s with no previous experience. So, this is the architecture of the great repopulation following the reset in 1776, the end of the Tartarian period, otherwise known as the Old World or the millennial reign of Christ, and the beginning of Satan's little season, better known to you and I as New World Order. Children were manufactured, displayed, distributed, reassigned, and erased. That's the Brussels World Fair. 9 months after 9 months after it had opened. The adults who remember the old world, the Tartarian age, the millennial reign, were dispersed of in war, in prisons, in asylums. Their offspring were taken, renamed, and redirected. The new children, they had no memory. They didn't speak the old languages. They didn't ask why there were no grandparents. They worked, they obeyed, and when they asked, they were told, "You were found in a cabbage patch." But we remember, because the system never stopped. The maps of orphan trains became the templates for modern adoption grids. The asylum became health centres. The baby farms became private fertility clinics. And the idea that people can be remade from nothing lives on in how we look at migration, surrogacy, and policy today. And unless we face it, we're still standing on stolen bones. Now we reach the final arc of this long, horrifying, and hidden story. And by now, If you followed every detail, you know this wasn't just history. It was a full system replacement of humanity, an orchestrated repopulation using orphans and human clones. You heard the death toll. 3.3 billion people dead in just 100 years. You've seen the numbers climb from 770 million in 1776 to 1.4 billion in 1876, somehow, despite the mass death. You've seen how these new people weren't born in homes. They were raised in baby farms, processed through orphanages, packaged in postcards, displayed in incubators, labelled in shipping crates, and deposited into the world like fresh product. They were not born into family, they were born into purpose. Their purpose was to rebuild the civilization, but without any connection to the one that came before. It was no accident that the first major global movement after the repopulation was the Industrial Revolution. Why? Because children were the workforce. In cotton mills, glass works, coal seams, printing factories, children operated the engines of progress. Their innocence was never preserved. It was consumed. Even the language we use betrays it. The term miner, it doesn't just refer to youth, it comes from the mines. Children sent underground, smaller bodies, smaller lungs, more compliant. You didn't send adults down there. They were too big, too resistant. You sent miners, and they still do. Now consider this. In tens of thousands of images from the late 1800s and early 1900s, entire city streets are filled only with children. Photographs from San Francisco, New York, London, Hamburg, Kiev, Dublin. Where are the adults? You will see 10-year-olds working, eating, building, playing, but rarely a parent in sight. Why? Because the previous generation was gone. Because they had been removed. Their children were taken, or they were just not allowed to have them. Asylums and prisons were built faster than housing if we follow the narrative. Over 1,500 asylums worldwide opened in just 60 years. Rainhill, Bethlehem, Broadmoor, Charrington, Tooting, Longgrove, Mont Park, Danvers, many with sections for women of defective morality. Or in other words, women who questioned, women who cried, women who remembered. They called it hysteria. But what it really was, silence. Engineered silence. And what of the survivors? What about the ones that spoke? We have their stories, and I will close with some of them, because this presentation must end with the truth in the voice of the stolen. Jameson, Canada, aged 84, home child, interviewed in 1912, said, I arrived with 20 others. I left alone. The farm beat me. I worked barefoot in winter. They said I was lucky. I didn't know what luck meant. In Adelaide, a girl taken to a baby farm in 1878 said, they wrapped me in newspaper. I was 3. I remember ink. I remember a bell and not knowing it was for food or punishment. Noel, an Aboriginal elder in Northern Territory in 2004 said, they took me at 4. My mother screamed until they hit her. I never saw her again. I called myself boy for 10 years because I didn't know I had a name. Margaret, a former Magdalene inmate in Ireland, said, they made me scrub blood, not just mine. I heard babies cry and never again. We prayed to sleep, not to wake. One of the nurses from Martin Cooney's exhibition from a testimony in 1948 said, they were so small. Their mothers were told they had died. but we knew they were alive. Under glass for show. People watched. No one asked. Jacob, a child migrant, buried under a false name in Perth. They said, "You are now. I never felt now. I felt erased." How do you respond to this? How do we respond knowing that much of our modern society, its growth, its expansion, its progress, stands not on innovation, but on the backs of children who never got a life of their own? The answer is memory. We must name them, record them, tell their stories, refuse to let them be footnotes. Because systems like these are never truly dismantled, they're just rebranded. Today they exist as private adoption scandals, mass child migration under aid programs, orphanage tourism, and even commodified surrogacy, selling parenthood without lineage. Still today, there are unmarked graves behind old institutions. In Ireland, in Australia, in Canada, in America, graves of babies who were taken, renamed, assigned numbers, and then buried. And still today, few are held accountable. So we end not with comfort, but with confrontation. This story does not close, it remains open. Until we speak their names, until we find the records, until we dismantle the lies. Because if we do not confront the true history of the population that took place after 1776, if we do not acknowledge the cloning, the postcard propaganda, the mailed infants, the vanished mothers, the erased world, then we are part of the problem. But today, in this story, we're not silent. We are witnesses, and from this point on, we speak for the lost. Thank you very much. Now, if anyone's got any questions, please fire away.
Sorry, I've just kicked Guy off. Let me just get him back on again.
Sorry, I just got kicked out.
Yeah, I know that was me. Sorry, just playing around, pressing buttons.
I thought it was them.
Okay, so we've got, yeah, I mean, that honestly, you brought people to tears with that. Yeah, you know, as you say, it's just incredible. You know, what I noticed about those cards was that it was all white skin, red hair, blonde hair. You know, we got to ask the question, has the white skin, is that the clone? Has the white skin been cloned?
Yeah, absolutely. They're whitewashing.
So am I a pig?
We're long pigs, according to some indigenous tribes, the long pig. Yeah, and to eat human flesh, in their eyes, is an act of cannibalism, associated with eating in exactly the same way that eating pork would be.
Well, you know what's interesting about Devon? In Devon is the land of pigs, yeah, where we both live. You know, they eat a huge amount of pork here. And of course, you know, Devon, I always think is a very sort of spiritual, enlightened place. You know, are they sort of doing that to dumb people down, and more of this dumbing down the whole time, trying to bring us, you know, become heavier and heavier, you know, lower and lower and lower consciousness, because of course cannibalism is very low consciousness. These are just my sort of questions, but you know, this is what I think of when I look at this. But of course we had the indigenous people in there as well. You know, I think that these are the spiritual people of the land, again trying to bring their consciousness down, you know, dumbing them down. So I'm just reading the questions.
Yeah, if there are any questions. I mean, ultimately, Elisabeth, everything's whitewashed. You know, they whitewashed history and they repurposed, as we know, all of these old world buildings, the ones that they kept. And of course, they whitewashed the population too. They wanted everybody to believe that the British Empire was responsible for everything good that ever happened, and that the Industrial Revolution lay firmly at the hands of Caucasian men wearing top hats. This is all re-engineered technology from previous civilizations. They've whitewashed the people as well as the history and the buildings too. Right. So have you got any questions there then?
I'm trying to see some. I can't seem to pull out any, you know, juicy questions. So someone's written here, I think when they built the old world buildings that they started with the tunnels and then they built the buildings up and placed land and mud flood around them.
That's an interesting theory. I actually think that the tunnels weren't tunnels. They were corridors, and the mud floods turned them into tunnels. Because if you look at the logistics of building a tunnel, and a lot of them are red brick, it's very, very difficult. So I think that the mud floods covered corridors that link buildings to buildings, because a lot of the buildings with these corridors, and underneath most major towns and cities, they exist. They have the mud flood windows, one or two at least, lower levels as well. So I believe that the reason we watch them digging on archaeological programs on TV is because there's an awful lot of stuff covered in layers of mud.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That's an interesting point about them being corridors, definitely. Although I think the tunnels do link up all the cities, don't they?
Yeah, I think they had vacuum tunnels. I think they were using vacuum trains. And I think that's what Musk is talking about when he said he was going to be doing something. I think he's going to reopen a tunnel. And also people suggest that powerful people, beings, whatever you want to call these, that they still use those tunnels. And that's why we never pull up in a traffic jam next to someone very powerful or important. We don't see past them on the motorway, see them filling up for fuel.
Yeah, the celebrities and the parasites and all those sorts of people.
Yeah, absolutely. The tunnels are very much alive and well, and they're using them. They're driving down private tunnels. They're using trains in private tunnels, underground routes and subway routes that aren't known to us or accessible to us, still very much alive and well and being used by certain people.
So someone's written here, every time a member of the monarchy goes through a town, it gets whitewashed first. And then someone's written, what do you think is the spiritual purpose of whitewashing if everything has a deeper meaning to it?
There's no spiritual purpose to it. It's the British Empire trying to repopulate with Caucasians and making us believe, and they did this through the World's Fairs, making us believe that indigenous cultures and people from the previous civilization were primitive. Some referred to as savage. And this is whitewashing. That they're basically taking the credit for everything that ever was constructed of any significance, anything that ever happened, the entire Industrial Revolution. And look at the inventions that came from Nikola Tesla, Edison, Einstein. These inventions all credited to Caucasian people. These are re-engineered, repurposed tech from previous civilizations, possibly going back all the way to Atlantis. So I think what they've done is they've whitewashed history in favor of Caucasian people under the British Empire. That's what I believe, and that's where the evidence points to.
Okay, that's very interesting. Any difference between the caves and the tunnels?
I think there were caves that were tunnels, and there's a bit of meltology that's occurred. But with regard to the caves linking tunnels together, some will say that the caves are actually what remains of people that survived the Great Flood, the deluge. But also there are people that say that some of these tunnels do link to inner earth, Agartha, if that's something you're on board with. So the tunnels I'm referring to aren't connected to the caves. These were superhighways. These were how people moved from place to place, whether they were walking without having to walk with us through corridors, or whether we're looking at vacuum tunnels, or what today are probably used for vehicles to transport certain people around from one place to another quickly. In a similar way, I suppose, to the theory that the tunnels under Disneyland and Disney World are used for the staff to be able to get from one point to another faster. But actually, we've all got a slightly different view on what those tunnels are used for today than we did have, a few years ago. So yeah, I think the caves and the network of the caves have been used for underground civilizations, possibly linking to Agartha, and the underground tunnels are connecting buildings. But I do believe, as I said earlier on, the tunnels that we walk down in towns and cities, I think they were corridors, and they've just been buried because the logistics of building these kind of things is pointless. It's nonsensical to go to all of that extra effort to link one building to another when it could have just been a corridor.
Yeah. There's some great questions in here. I'm going to download this chat afterwards, and and then we can answer some of these questions maybe in another one afterwards.
Well, I realised that I've still got a little bit of time to go, and I finished a bit earlier than I planned.
This is fine because I think some people will go over. So we can end here if you want, or there's many.
I was going to say, if there's questions, I'm happy to answer questions.
There's a lot of questions. People are, I think, asking questions about race and asking about the Tartarians and the Moors. Do you know anything about the Moors in relation to Tartaria? Someone's asking here. And another one asking about Caucasians with red blonde hair, brown hair. Do you think the black race was the superior race?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Moors are probably one of the more significant parts of the Tartarian Empire, and I think that's the confusion. We know that we use Tartaria as a blanket term, but it's not, is it? Tartaria it's a region, it's an expanse of land in the northern hemisphere, sort of Asia and Russia. But we use it because although the term doesn't describe the people fully or the technology or where they actually had a presence, it's too important a word now for us to let go of. So I think we're all kind of sticking with it. But there were lots of people under that banner. The previous civilization is really what we're talking about here. And the Moors are responsible for being perhaps the most significant part of that. If you look at what they built as they sort of went from Northern Africa across Europe and Spain, if you look at some of the architecture in Spain, and then over to America, that's the Moors. Anything that's built of significance in any of those places from the old world will be Moorish. And it's perhaps one of the more, as I said earlier on, more important parts of that empire. But of course, there were Moguls, Turks, and Syrians, and so on. Lots of people formed that empire. But really, when we say Tartaria, we're talking about an ethos that covered the world. But actually, by definition, it's a particular part of the world, an expanse of land, a region, so to speak.
Okay. Sorry, just getting messages in the chat. So we've got Levi waiting, but we've still got plenty of time, don't worry. Okay, so there's some questions I'm not bringing up because I'm going to be talking about these things at the end. So I realized that everyone was going to be talking about Tartaria, so I'm going to be talking about spirit, you know, all this sort of stuff, ETs, what they are, you know, all this sort of stuff. So yeah, we'll do these Tartaria. Oh, hi, Gloria. This is one of my friends. Okay, so the conquerors get to make rules. Someone is asked an interesting question here. So someone's saying that they think the tunnels, that maybe it was human civilizations going into hiding inside the excavated caves to avoid the extreme storms above. So.
Yeah, I think that's what they were warned to do, that, weren't they? And so, yeah, I mean, Turkey is somewhere that I'd like to go to have a look there at the caves and the civilization. The sort of. Yeah, I would like to go because you and I have spoken about that before. Yeah. And I would like to go there. I think it's a sort of a reddish, the stone's quite a reddish colour there.
Yeah, there's apparently another one in the next city along as well. So there's, you know, it's a massive, massive infrastructure. I mean, it's incredible. But you would think, wouldn't you? Yeah, if there are solar flares and flashes, whatever they're called, solar flares, then you would have to go underground.
Yeah. Yeah, and they obviously knew they were coming.
Yes, they did. And there's a lot of them. And the indigenous tribes talk about them a lot. You know, there's a lot of them. And of course, the million-dollar question is, well, you know, is it orchestrated? Was it orchestrated, or was it just natural disasters? You know, when we're looking at climate and direct energy weapons and things today, you know, we realize that they could do all of this. You know, it's written in the ancient texts as well. So if they were doing it then, of course they're doing it now, you know, these sorts of things. So I don't know, it's a huge, huge, big area. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. 76, who's also one of our speakers, he is, what do you think of celebrities being cloned today? There's been Disney having a cloning system, creating their Disney stars. What are your thoughts on that?
The Disney one's strange because I wrote a chapter on that in my latest book, so I don't really want to spoil it. But the Disney one is strange because they do have. I mean, we know there are Disney stars out there like Britney Spears that claim to have been cloned, and then shortly after that, she had a bit of a breakdown. In her music video, she's destroying a cloning center, and one of her songs, she actually repeatedly says, "I'm a clone, I'm a clone." So there's obviously, and to an extent, you can take these things with a pinch of salt, but not when it comes to Disney. I think that there's something quite sinister going on there. And this all comes really down to the work of someone called Donald Marshall. He's the one that I've been following since 2012. I've been following Donald Marshall, and he's written several books about human cloning, how it takes place, and what they're signing up for. Now, whether or not you believe in human cloning, there's a lot of arguments out there that it can't be done because you can't clone a human being. Yet we can clone a sheep, and no one's given a medical reason why there would be a difference. Some people say, but actually it's just ethics. But when did the people in charge ever have that? So that's nonsensical. There's no argument there. If you can clone a sheep, you can clone it. You can clone any other mammal.
And there's Clonade, isn't there? The company
Clonade
Clonade.
in Canada, yeah, who offer to provide that service.
They
I've
say
been
they
on their...
clone politicians, celebrities, and people who've lost a loved one, and then want them back again.
Yeah, they'll clone you for numerous reasons. They'll clone because you want another one of you. If you're carrying HIV or same-sex marriages, they will clone. And it's on their website. If you look at services, you fill in a form. They then get someone to call you within a couple of days. And the process starts. So, whether or not you believe that they can or can't clone is going to become harder, because the evidence is getting out there more and more. We're seeing it more and more, but this isn't a new thing. If we look at the story in the Bible of a life being created from the rib of another, that's human cloning. Now, the argument there could be, well, it's a metaphor. Okay, it's a metaphor about human cloning. So it doesn't matter whether it took place or was just written about. Someone there has put onto print the process you would go to create another form. And also at the same time consider that the first human, if you like, or Homo sapien was male, and then a female was created. There's manipulation involved in there to achieve that, because a direct clone of what we call Adam would be another male version of Adam, an identical twin. That all we can say, well, okay, I don't believe the Bible, the story of Adam and Eve, I don't believe that. Well, it's the same story written in the Epic of Gilgamesh. If we look at the story of the Anunnaki creating a slave race to replace the Igigi, then we're talking about cloning again. And this is written in cultures across the world. This is in texts that predate the Bible by 3,000 years. I know. The evidence is out there.
The Anunnaki were cloning. They think they cloned themselves. So that goes back a really, really long way, doesn't it? But also, because I was researching this for my second book as well, which I didn't put a lot of this in the end, but then there was a thing about Lilith. So Lilith is Adam's first wife. And then God was taking 100, said that he would take 100, kill 100 of her babies every day if she didn't return back to Adam, and she refused. And of course, she was able to fly and all these sorts of things, and all that advanced technology that you just think it sounds like myth, but actually it's not. It's magic, advanced technology, how the holographic field works, all these sorts of things. But they do sort of refer to this quite a lot in the old text, don't they? It does seem to be a thing.
Yeah, it does.
So if they were doing it then, they're obviously they're doing it now. Nothing is new.
No, there's nothing new under the sun, and it's so true. And we know now that celebrities have come out and said they've been cloned. It wasn't just Britney Spears, but Kevin Hart sat there and said it. There's quite a few of them. And a rapper called Kid Boo said he'd been cloned. Britney Spears obviously was singing about it. It's become almost in public sight, but to a point where it's normalized. We don't think anything of it. There are so many movies out there about human cloning that we dismiss it. I mean, Star Wars, Attack of the Clones, where we're seeing all of these stormtroopers being cloned. Again, they use the media to show us what they're doing, hiding the truth in plain sight. But it's in such a way that we dismiss it as fiction. And I know we've spoken about this before, and I put a post on Facebook a while ago saying, why do you think these parasites tell us what they're doing? And it's fear of retribution of some sort. But I also think there's pleasure from it. I think that they enjoy, rubbing our nose in it. And a lot of people aren't aware that, the symbology is everywhere. In those postcards, if you look online at the Cabbage Baby postcards, then you'll often see that the person growing them looks like he's wearing a very old naval uniform. And this relates to the cabotage laws, part of maritime law and admiralty law, the shipping, the transportation, the trafficking of goods from one place to another. It's all there. Even the last postcards, the image of the last postcard, which showed seeds going in the top and babies coming out the bottom, that's full of Masonic symbology.
I know, it's just foul. And you just think of how we used to treat kids, you know, just like 50 years ago, kids were treated so appallingly bad because it had been normalized for the 100 years prior to that.
Yeah, children will be seen and not heard. I mean, I remember that
very
well.
But the stories that you were bringing out about these people, you know, these actual quotes from people, I mean, it just sounds horrendous. They were treated so appallingly. And the question that I ask is, who went along with that? Like, who were these nurses that were okay with taking babies and telling the mother that they died? They have no heart. Who are these people? I could never say that to somebody. And I don't know any one of my friends who could. So who are these people? Yeah,
so basically you and I would have been sent off to war or sent to prison for not complying, and you would have been committed, sectioned. And I guess they are the people that did comply.
So are we thinking about the same thing that happened, you know, 4 years ago here, you know? How many people complied? How many people didn't?
Yeah. That's ultimately the plan, isn't it? It's a depopulation program again. But having said that, people say that perhaps one of the reasons that this took place was to see who was prepared and ready to move up in a sort of, I suppose, a dimensional way rather than physical. Who's ready for what's next, the fifth dimension, or a reset of things going back to how they were, you know, living with perhaps more connection with our minds rather than greed and possessions, and a stronger connection and bond to the earth and everything on it. There are only so many people that will be attuned to wanting to live like that. So could they be separating? Could that have been a way of separating those that think for themselves freely and question things because they feel something isn't right, separating them from those that are happy to just go along with whatever? You know, some people would refer to them as NPCs perhaps, or sheep.
And the earth splitting. This is something I've been hearing a lot more, the earth splitting, which is an interesting way of looking at it. But yeah, we're talking about levels of consciousness, aren't we? It's all consciousness. Everything is consciousness.
And I think we'll just have to see what happens, because a big part of me thinks that it was an experiment. It was aimed at depopulation, and they targeted specific groups of people, i.e. the elderly. I hear that the same is going to happen next year, but it's going to be based on something that targets children this time, because it pulls on the heartstrings a bit stronger, allegedly. So that's what I think we've got coming next year. And of course, what we saw recently was the government give pretty much full control to the World Health Organization. I think it was the back end of May. And that takes a year to actually be processed.
I think there are countries backing out of that. There are countries not doing it. And sometimes I feel like we're being pushed into the most extreme scenarios because they want us to wake up. And it's like, how much can we put out there in front of you? You know, how much will you take? You just have to wake up, you know? And I sometimes wonder, because it's so extreme now. And it's just getting ridiculous. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous, you know?
Well, they've come up with this bizarre story about why they're flying planes in the sky that are completely blocking out the sunlight. And a lot of people have fallen for that. And they really do think they're being helped, or that these parasites are doing us some sort of favor. And I don't think that those people can ever be woken. I don't think it matters what happens, what you show them, what you tell them. They'll roll up their sleeve and take whatever's on offer. And I think that that's important, because I don't think everybody is supposed to be woken. I think there are some people that wouldn't be able to cope with the information becoming proven.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know. I mean, you know, during 2020, I kept, we lived in Northamptonshire, and they were building a super prison at the time in a place called Wellingborough. And I kept wondering if they were going to round everybody up that wouldn't comply. And it's exactly what happened when they reset in 1776. They rounded all those up that wouldn't comply. They've got rid of as many as possible through war, you know, 3.3 billion through war, genocide, famine, and natural causes. But, you know, to be able to wipe out over twice the population in 100 years, double the population of the world killed in 100 years, and then at the end of it have doubled the population of what it was 100 years earlier.
I know.
That requires something rather special, and that isn't natural reproduction.
No.
And this time, the fear that I have is that they won't need to repopulate with people. They have AI, they have robotics. They're going to need a very small number of us to, you know, do certain tasks for them. So, you know, I can see it being reduced to something like 500,000 people across the world.
Well, they need our energy, don't they? A robot isn't going to give them the energy, but they are working on putting consciousness into a robot. You know, so consciousness, see the soul. There is a company, 2045.com, who say that they're online for doing that by 2045. I don't think it will happen. I don't see how you can put consciousness inside a robot myself, but
no, and whoever's doing that needs to be stopped.
Yes, I know. I mean, like I said, it's getting crazier and crazier and crazier, you know, and, you know, you've got to sort of ask yourself, where are we going with all of this? This is just insane.
Yeah, it is. It is. And we're helping them get there. We're perfecting AI for them every time we use things like ChatGPT. We're helping perfect AI. As many of us using it as possible is their aim. And so it's got everybody's information, thoughts, and knowledge, I suppose, on one central database. And I think that that's what they'll use. So the more of us use it, the faster they'll get what they need. But it'll be interesting to see, you know, how this plays out, because was 2020 a test to see who will comply and who won't, but put in place by the white hats, as they're referred to. Are these the good guys? No, not really. But I just think
I see it as a consciousness. I don't see it, you know, as like some bloke, you know, Joe Smith or whatever. It's like it's a consciousness. It's a growing consciousness.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's just I would just like someone to name somebody who is involved in that has infiltrated somewhere, that is doing change. I would just like one name, and I won't share it with anybody. Okay. But you know, it doesn't seem to be forthcoming.
The dragon lines. So I talk about them in my second book. So I talk about the different that there's like hundreds of secret societies, and not all of them are bad. So the ones that are more benevolent to society, they're the ones that I see as the white hats. They're people who are behind the scenes, who do not want the world to go in the way that, you know, these genocide people want it to go in. But there are hundreds and hundreds of people who are in positions of power who do not want the world to go in the way that the world is currently going. So I see these people as people behind the scenes who are going to be helping in some way, you know. It's not all bad. We're only talking about 1%. The parasitic elites is 1%. There's a lot of people out there who are trying or who are working on doing good stuff, but they have to do it behind the scenes, because otherwise probably they'll get shot, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Some people are playing double roles as well. I do feel this. They're pretending to be bad, but they're doing some, you know, other stuff behind the scenes. But, you know, maybe I'm just living out a movie here.
Well, I think a lot of it's inverted, isn't it? I mean, we know that history is written by the victors, and a lot of people that we would, that we were taught to hate, people throughout history that were seen as barbaric or or warmongers. The stories we hear of them are awful, and we've grown up with that. Whether we're talking about Genghis Khan or people in the Second World War, we're told certain people were good and certain people were bad. But it's written by people who actually caused the problems to start with. They're the ones that are writing this information and sharing it. So I think they've inverted so many aspects of our history that it's impossible for us now to know who's good and who's bad. But I think your average person that we would say is an NPC or a sheep or asleep would probably look at what's going on in Ukraine as an act of war at the hands of Russia. But anybody who looks into it would see that actually it was in a situation caused by NATO, and that Russia may well not be the bad guys. I mean, I've seen footage of them raiding bio weapon facilities and finding literally skips full of dead children. Now that's not something you're hearing about when you turn the TV on. You're just hearing about what Putin's done this time, and I think that may also be the case with North Korea. I think that we're lied to on a massive scale.
Yes, we are, and that's why I don't think that I think it's a lot more complicated than we are led to believe. I think that anyone who thinks it's all doom and gloom and we're completely fucked, as someone's put on there, I think this is looking at it in a low consciousness way as well.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. You can't accept that. Because if we stand back and say, okay, there's nothing we can do, it's all gone. It's all gone.
Jump off a cliff now.
Yeah, because I think that we're at this point where we've got to be the people that change how things are. And it's like I keep saying the same thing. That so many people have Stockholm syndrome. They want someone to fix something for them. But the people that they're looking to help them, they want the government to change this, they want the police to start doing that, they want NATO to do this, there's someone better in charge of the World Economic Forum that's on our side. No, this change has to come from you. You've got to be the one that says, I do not need to be told right from wrong. I do not need to participate. I'm going to stand on my own, and I'm going to switch off from everything and no longer be part of what is essentially a corporation, and you are a number. We're more than that. So I think we have to stop complying, stop engaging, turn your TV off, turn the radio off, don't buy the newspaper, don't support huge organisations like perhaps Tesco's. Go to your independent shopping, and just start to walk away and detach ourselves. And next time there's a vote for something, throw it in the bin. They don't care what you've ticked anyway. I mean, they never did. So I think by us participating and arguing over, well, let's get rid of Keir Starmer, he's useless, and let's get the Blues back in, and they'll be useless, and then we'll kick them out, and we'll do that to spite them, and then we'll get the Reds back in because they're now saying things we want to hit. That isn't who runs anything. Exactly. Don't participate. If no one votes, they can't form a government.
I think nobody votes. I think it's only 30% of people that voted on this last one, and they still managed to form a government. So, I'm going to talk about this in my presentation, actually, but I found a way, another way, that we basically have to leave the corrupt systems, and there is a way for us to do this. And I'll talk about this in my last slide, in fact, which will be 11 o'clock tonight.
Right, I'll look forward to that then. I think people need to know that we're sovereign. We don't need to participate or acknowledge a corporation telling us what to do. And that's why we're issued summonses and demands or penalties. We can't be invoiced or charged for anything by these corporations. That we're not their employees. We don't have to comply. Ignore them. Yeah. And,
turn our back on them. This is
absolutely
turn our back on them, because they need our energy. If we all line up with our backs, oh my God, they'll just drop. They're living off us, and unfortunately, we're still giving them our energy.
Yeah.
But we don't need to.
And stop hating people just because they talk differently or look different to you. You know, this is divide and conquer. They want us to fall out with neighbours over religion or even the football team that you support. This has all been done by design. You know,
Yes.
at the end of the day, we're all pretty similar in the dark.
Yeah. Right. It is now gone 1, and poor Levi has been sitting in there for half an hour waiting to come in. I'm going to
Sorry,
let him.
Levi. Not sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fantastic. I love our conversations. We always manage to talk about everything.
Yeah. You never know where it's going to go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much. It was I
Thank
really
you.
loved your presentation. It was very powerful and very, very moving, because we have to think about all those poor children and how they, you know, how they had no life. And, you know, these were our ancestors. So we need to, you know, we need to amend that. We need to change things for them.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. And these children that have lost their identity, that needs to be put right. You know, they need to know who they really are, where they're from. They've got a right to know that without having to pay a website to spout out some fiction and give them a family tree.
Exactly.
Anyway, thank you, Elisabeth. Yeah,
Right.
thank you so much for today. Thank you for putting this together.
Oh, it's good, isn't it? It's really good. I'm loving it.
Good. How many people we got on now?
Okay. What's that? Sorry.
How many people are live? Sorry, watching this now live.
You know, I don't know. I can't look on here. I can only see it on my app. I can't see on here.
Oh, okay.
I'll let you know.
I shall have a look in a moment then.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thanks again for this.
Take care.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Okay. All right. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Hi, Levi. You're up. I don't know why I can't see you. Okay. You need to, that's it. Come back into the room again. Okay. There you are. Okay, great. We can see you. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Are you there? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Levi, I can see you. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? I don't know why not. Okay. I'm going to write in the chat. Okay, you're on, Levi. You're on. Right. Okay, I can see you and hear you. You're live. You're live, Levi. I don't know what's going on here. Right, just say something. Okay, I'm not too sure what to do. Right, you are live. Right, check the chat group. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to write a comment on the screen, but I can't. Okay. Yep. Thank you. So he's gone. Right, he's coming back on again. Let's see if this works.
Hello.
Okay. Hi. Is that
Hello,
okay?
sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh my gosh, we've just been on like 5 minutes. Everyone in the
about
chat, everyone's saying,
Sorry.
Levi, say something.
I know, I couldn't see you, so I didn't know you were on. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, everyone. Sorry.
Good. I'm
you
so
see me
pleased
okay?
we got you.
Can you all see me okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Cool.
Is there a time delay difference? I can hear an echo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I know. It was we understand when they were all like, doing their content as well. It was a bit like jumpy, but hopefully everybody can see me and hear me properly. So.
Okay.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Right, I'm going to get your slides up.
Cool.
Here we go. Right there. Can you see them?
Yeah, I can see them. Thank you.
Okay, so I can move them from here, which means that we can see the screen now. Okay.
No problem.
All right.
So, hello everybody. So obviously I'm Leviticus Mdp, so you probably know me from Facebook and sort of TikTok and YouTube. So yeah, so I've been doing this for a long time now. I've been trying to follow the Tartarian research and the old world resets and everything now for probably the space of like 5 years with sort of this subject. I've been doing truth research for a long time. So I'm going to be sharing with you today little bits of different parts of reset. So we've got the old world with Tartaria, we've got the petrified giants, and into sort of like mythical creatures as well, you know. But our real history, basically, you know, our real knowledge, that's being kept from us and obviously hidden, and because we've had, you know, thousands of years added onto our timeline. So I'm here to show you basically the real and the truth from everything, guys. So yeah, sit back, relax, and let me just explain to you some things. So I'm just showing you some images here that I created myself. So on the left side here, we have basically Tartaria and what the world reset, the world fears, and you know the different architecture and what comes into Tartaria. Because if you look at Tartaria in the old world, you know there's so many different parts to it. So today I'm going to be sharing some stuff to do with the architecture, the ether, the free energy, and basically, you know, how long it's been here for, and because they say that, you know, these buildings were created in 1800s and the 1700s, and you know this beautiful architecture, you know you're talking amazing advanced technology as well, you know. They said it's all created within the space of 100 years in the 1800s, and we know that it was way before that. You know, you can't really create something, you can't really make this advanced architecture, you know, with a horse and buggy and a hammer and chisel. So this is what I'm going to be speaking to you about today. But if you look on the right side there, you know, this is in New York. So apparently, you know, in the space of, I'd say just after 1776, I guess, with the reset, you know, with the global reset change, they said that this is when it was built, you know, and apparently there was no civilizations in the Americas. So from when before Columbus went over there, you know, they were all primitive and they wasn't living properly. And, you know, we know that's not true, because you're not going to be able to, in the space of, you know, when America started becoming civilized, I guess, if you want to say what they say anyway, they said that there was no civilization within the Americas. And, you know, they flew these buildings up. They created these buildings, you know, these cities in America within the space of like 100 years. You know, you're talking, apparently it went from Greenland, you know, from nothing at all, forests, you know, into seeing these like advanced like cities, you know, these technical grid cities with advanced architecture. And I'm basically here to just explain some stuff to you and show you that, you know, the truth about the world phase, the truth about the architecture, and basically it's the truth about everything, because we've been lied to, you know, and we've had advanced civilizations here, you know, many times, and we've been reset so many times, and it wasn't just one set, you know, there were so many. So that's what I'm here to explain today, basically. Thank you. So if you don't mind doing the next one, thank you. So here, so again, Chicago's World's Fair. So obviously within 1893, they said that all of this architecture in the Chicago's World's Fair in 1893 was put up in the space of 2 years. Okay, so this is the scale of Chicago's World's Fair, how big it was. So this is from the right south side of Chicago's World's Fair. So you're looking in from the entrance side here. So if you go all the way back over to the Ferris wheel there, that's how big Chicago's World's Fair was. Okay, and they said that it was put up within the space of 2 years. Again, as we all know, with plasterboard, and cardboard. Okay, so all of this amazing architecture you see here was put up with plasterboard and cardboard in the space of 2 years, just for the World's Fair to be taken down again and destroyed. Okay, and that's the narrative they give us. That's the narrative they give us for all of these World's Fairs, that this amazing architecture was all put up, just for these World's Fairs. But then again, we see the same architecture all around the world. It's not just America, it's not just Europe, it's everywhere. There's the same architecture around the world. And it makes you think, why is the architecture all around the world? Why is it, if it comes from different civilizations and different history, then why have we got the same buildings, and why are the buildings put up in the World's Fair, and why were they taken down again? And again, in Chicago as well, you can still find, there's a few buildings left in Chicago now that are still standing from the World's Fair, and they tell us that so the rest were cardboard, the rest were plasterboard, and then there's buildings still standing that they made out of some different material then that are still standing, and there's questions to be answered here, and they just don't give us the right answers because, we've been taught a fake narrative, and that's what they tell us. But on the right side here, so if you're looking at it, so before Chicago was named Chicago, it was called Shalaga. So there's old maps of Shalaga being there before Chicago was ever made, and it was a civilization. It was an advanced civilization, and that's not to say that this architecture was already there. Okay, yes, there's photos and different photos of the construction of these World's Fairs. That's what everybody always says when I'm trying to push this truth and this this knowledge out there. Everyone always says, well, I've seen pictures of it getting constructed, and it's like, well, it's photoshopped. There was manipulation, there was photo manipulation back then, and none of the photos anyway constructing these World's Fairs look legit to me. They're different images of the buildings, when they show these construction images. They're not the same as the buildings you see within the World's Fairs. They look, dark, and they're all whited out, and there's no people there, and they just look fake. It's a narrative. They give you photos. Oh, we've built these. There's the proof for it, and there's a few images online, and it's just like, no, they don't look nothing like this. These magnificent architecture you see. Down in you can't really see it, but down in the bottom right corner there's an old letter, it's a treaty, and from Chicago World's Fair, and it says in there Shalaga. It says once known as Shalaga. There's evidence if you want to find it. They tell us straight to our faces, but we just don't dig, and we just don't look for the truth. So yeah, thank you. So again, here in Chicago's World's Fair, these pillars, do they look temporary to you? Because to me, they do not look temporary, and they're gigantic. Again, we say, was the old world, was Tartaria, was it inhabited by giants as well as people? Was it inhabited by different beings? We've just been reset so well that we forgot that we lived with these beings and these giants. These massive pillars, these big doors are not going to get built and created for no reason if everybody's small, like surely. And that's something to be, to think about, because you don't see massive doors and things getting built these days because we're all small. We build doors the same size as us, surely. So why they could have just done it to be extravagant and show big architecture and show how advanced they were, but I don't think so. This was for big beings these were built for, and they weren't temporary. To me, they don't look temporary. And just as an insight, as an eye-opener, guys, 27 million visitors in Chicago's World Fair. 27 million visitors. That's how big Chicago's World's Fair alone was. Was it a fair, or was it a civilization already? Was it a city? Was this fair a city? They didn't want the architecture there anymore. They didn't want it there. They didn't want us to see what the previous civilization looked like, so they got rid of it. You know, they said it was a fear, it was a fake narrative, just so they could take it down again. And we've totally forgot about it. Easiest way, and that's why it was a worldwide plan. They did it in every country and in every place, you know, just to get rid of this action was from the same civilization, you know. Thank you. So this is a list of some of the world's fears. Like it's all, don't get me wrong, because before 1850 there was previous world's fairs, and after 1950 there's been world's fairs too. But these were the major ones. This was a significant within the world's fairs, and this was a part. You can't hear me. Well, can you hear me, guys? Can you all hear me? If you could, sorry, I've just stopped for a second because someone just said they can't hear me. So if someone could just comment in the comments if they can still hear me. Elisabeth, can you hear me? Yes, yeah. Thank you, guys.
I
cool.
can hear
Thank you.
See you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, you can hear me. Thank you. Just double checking that. So I don't want to keep going on and then they know. Thank you. So yeah. So these were the major sort of world fairs that that had a pinnacle point within the change of our history, if you want to say. You know,
no one can hear you.
You can't hear me still.
Yeah, it's not even on live. She's trying to get through to you.
It is. Everyone's hearing me, Dad.
You're live. Oh, okay.
I'm doing it. Sorry, it's my dad. He's watching me live. He said you can hear me. I'm pretty sure, Dad. I think it's a bit late on thinking it. Right, cool. Right, so I'm going back to it now. Sorry, guys. So yeah. Anyway, all of these world fairs, you know, had the same architecture. They were all different countries, different places, America, the UK, all a part of Europe, but they all had the same architecture. They all had the same, you know, advanced buildings, but they were all at different times and they were all destroyed, all taken down, you know, and for no reason. You know, that's just houses, these extravagant fairs and just get rid of the buildings and not put them in use anymore. And, you know, to me is pointless and it's stupid, really, you know, and I just feel like, you know, it's the narrative that they give us. It's the narratives that they give us all the time, and that's it's obvious to me. And if you look over to the right side here, so these are all the great fires of the world. Okay, so you know, you got the Great Fire of, you know, in the Great Fire of London, you know, in 1600s, and then it goes all the way down. So there's fires in Canada, there's fires in America, there's fires in the UK that burned down entire cities. Okay, and killed off entire towns and cities. Burns to the ground, you know, and no one questions this. It's the same as I brought this in because it's quite a good sort of point to make when you're saying the destroying of architecture, the destroying of the world fairs, and then the destroying of whole cities and towns. Resets, you know, the same thing comes to mind all the time. We're constantly being reset, and this is what the narrative, the agenda is of the world. We're constantly being reset. They're constantly wiping out architecture. They're constantly wiping out civilizations. You know, they're constantly changing our history, and we don't see it within our faces, you know, hidden in plain sight as always. And that's what they've done. But if you actually take a step back and actually think what I'm saying now, they've burned down entire cities in front of us, and it just happened just again, you know, in Los Angeles, like the Los Angeles fires. Do you know what I mean? Like for smart cities, of course, but this is what's happening. They're reprogramming us for another reset, just so we can all become digitalized, you know, with no money, and we can be controlled more than ever. It's happening already in Japan, China, and that's what they're doing, you know. So it's the great fires, and more are coming. So yeah, thank you. So this is an image, popular image going around online. I think you all probably seen it, but it was my image I created probably about a year ago now. So it shows old world Chicago from 1920, and then it goes down to 2024. So it shows obviously not much of a change. But the reason why I show this is because this is what I'm saying, you know, like the architecture is always been there in 1920, and look how advanced the architecture was. It looks like, you know, a volume of frequencies, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what it was. These were grid lines that supported each other through energy. You know, these made like for no reason. They're just like circuit boards. You know, they're all together create volume of energy that don't get used anymore, of course, because we don't know how to you know, connect into that energy anymore. But they did, you know, and they've been hiding it from us. So, you know, and on top of there, of course, ether and docking ships and and all that. But you know, it's just an eye opener to see that, you know, you just look at these buildings now, and then you can look all in the back on the 2024 pic, modern buildings built around old world architecture, and we just don't question it. We just look at it and we just think, oh, you know, or whatever. And no, like it's advanced technology, you know. And so again, Nashville temporary pyramid for the World's Fair. So, you know, pyramid, energy, you know, frequencies, technology, old world technology, right there. And in the time, look, you know, it lights up, showing that technology again, that electric. You know, in 1897, look how advanced that is. You know, look how amazing that is. And you know, I swear, when I was in school, I didn't know that in 1897 it was like that. You know, we just been told that we didn't have no technology, we wasn't advanced, and we always were. And show it right to our faces, and we just choose to ignore it. We just choose to ignore it. But you know, and that's what they did as well. They brought a lot of different cultures and civilizations into these world fairs. And I'm not saying that that wasn't temporary, because some buildings they did put it in around just to sort of like play with our minds, and sort of shuffle the thing, and you know. But most of them were, you know, not temporary. But yeah. So again, just to show you some stuff from the World's Fair. So, you know, this was from Paris World's Fair, and the one left there. And again, with plasterboard and cardboard, apparently, you know, built to be temporary. And again, you see the water in the front. So, you know, there was always water in these canals and these World's Fairs, you know, because it's a sign of energy, it's a sign of free energy. That, you know, that's how you created, that's how you can create electric, you know, through the energy of the water when it runs. It's the same as anyway, the same as water, air, wind. You can create energy, free energy, through any of the elements. And you'll always see that there's always water around these World's Fairs or these buildings, you know, canals and water, because they're all connected, you know, they're all connected through this energy, these energy points, and that's what it was there for. And, you know, how can you create these massive canals and these rivers that were in the World's Fairs, all for no reason, to be temporary? And let's just get rid of the rivers, let's just get rid of the ponds and the massive canals that were there. Let's just get rid of them. And you know, and it just don't make sense, does it? And again, you know, inside these buildings, you know, beautiful architecture, that doesn't look temporary to me. Massive ceilings, again, built for. I'm not saying that we don't build massive ceilings these days, but not in some ways, because, you know, of course, skyscrapers are going to have big ceilings because, you know, they're big buildings. You have to, but with these certain buildings, some things just look extra for me that doesn't need to be done unless we were, you know, side by side with giants, I guess, and really tall people. You know, it's crazy. You know, it's obvious. So again, just going to show you some images. So, you know, like I was saying about the canals and the water, you know, this all temporary just for the World's Fairs. It's like looking at an image, you know, that comes from the south of France, or you know, somewhere that you could go and on holiday, where, you know, when it's not temporary, it's not fake. You know, you're not going to expect to go to a place and find full rivers and boat rides and stuff, you know, just to be made for something that was it's like a play park, and we're going to get rid of it now. And you know, and again, it's the electric sidework there in Paris World's Fair. You know, they had it's a known thing. It's really, you know, one of the biggest advanced technology things that people can look at these days. You can type it on Google, type in Paris World's Fair, you know, moving sidework. When they had a moving sidework in the World's Fair, and it was fully, you know, fully motorized, you know, run on a free motor energy, and yeah, this was, you know, in the 1800s, and they were having moving sidewalks, like, you know, went from Victorian times, apparently living primitive, you know, with no light bulbs and stuff, into having moving sidewalks in the space of like 50 years. You know, it's like, when did that happen? Like, you know, like, they reset so well, so we forgot, you know, and one of these things we've seen and be a part of and being alive, you know, and you know, because the reset did start in 1776, but there's been many resets after that. You know, there was a big one again in the 1800s, the middle of it, and another one at the end of the 1900s, and then we're doing it right now. There's big resets and there's little resets, you know, to condition us gradually. And shortly after, you know, the 1800s, that's when everybody fully really did forget the true purpose of what we were before the 1700s. Thank you. So again, just the big pillars again, you know, just looks very unnecessary to me. And we see these big pillars all around the world. They say most of from the Roman Empire and stuff. But you know, how much history can we believe when we've been reset so well and we forgot, and we've had 1,000 years added to our timeline? How, you know, how much history can we believe in when they say about these Roman empires? You know, and when we get taught in school, they've taught us about these, you know, the Roman Empire and certain things to do with history, because they want to condition us and you know, make us believe in a certain narrative. But they didn't tell us the true narrative of where these buildings and this architecture come from. You know, it's easy to, you know, to change the whole civilization within 100 years if you get rid of all the books, or, you know, and you get rid of all the civilizations and the people, and you throw them into the mental homes. Do you know what I'm saying? And you change and rewrite the history. It's not that hard, because it's been done many times and it's proven now, you know, here. And yeah, and if you go to the next slide, I'll show you. So in the Chicago, they had gold, so resonates, you know. So, and that, she was called the Golden Lady. So she still stands in Chicago today. Actually, you can go and see her right now if you wanted to. So yeah, and she was made out of solid gold. So if you think that, you know, they are building this, the Chicago Soul Fair, to be temporary, and made out of solid gold. And the rest to be torn down again. You know, if it was that much of a you know, a fair where it wasn't real, then why does this architecture, why does the Golden Lady still stand? What are they trying to do? They're just trying to show in our faces, like, haha, you know, look at this. Everything else is gone. But this is just a reminder that we did it, you know, and we put it in your face. And sorry guys if you can hear things outside. I live right next to a busy road, so sorry about that. But yeah. You know, it's something to think about all the time, because this you know, this architecture still stands today, and they got rid of it. Thank you. If you don't mind going to the next slide, thank you.
Yeah, I was just thinking, you got 73. Yeah, you've got 73 slides to get through. So can you hear me? No?
If you don't mind going to the next slide, Elisabeth. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you see me? Can you see the screen?
Sorry, I don't know what. Sorry, I don't know what keeps happening. Sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry. Right, I'm going to put your slides back up.
Yeah, I think it's the connection, like you said, of the different things. You know. Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, so you can see everything and hear everything now, yeah?
Yeah. No problem.
Okay. All right.
If you just go back to the, I think it was back again. Sorry. One more time. Yeah, quick. Yeah, sorry, going back over. Sorry. Thank you. So yeah, so again, the Franco-British expedition. So this was in the UK, this World's Fair. Again, you know, apparently these were put up within the space of like a year and then torn down again. You know, and British Franco expedition was one of the biggest World's Fair as well. And you know, apparently it was White City within London. It was a place called White City, and it was in Vance City that was already there. And they just made it out to be the narrative again, that it was just from a World's Fair, and you know, White City wasn't a World's Fair; it was a White City, and it was already there from the old world civilization, and they just played it off to be the World's Fair again, just like they did with Shalaga, just like they did with these old world cities. They made them out to be World's Fairs, and they got rid of them, you know. And if you look like on the side of these buildings, they're old buildings, you know. You can see the marks on top of that one down on the left. It's on the roof. It's wear and tear. And this building was taken when they've just put this up, you know, and it's not there anymore because they took it down straight away. But they're not made out of cardboard, are they? You know, it's impossible. to that. And you got to understand, this is from a bird's eye view. So these buildings are massive, and you can see the people down in the front there. They're tiny. They're tiny compared to this massive city, you know. And it goes bigger. It goes beyond. Huge, you know. Thank you. And again, this is from British Franco exhibition. So look how amazing that place is. It's like a dream, you know. It's something you don't see today. You know, it's something that you sort of think of like a different, old world, and a futuristic old world. Something that, you know, you would read in books and stuff that you don't think about anymore. And this is what the old world looked like. This is what the World's Fair in White City apparently looked like, and this was only made for a fair to be taken down again. And you know, it's beautiful and it's advanced and it's amazing, and it's obviously from the old world and it's from an ancient civilization. And it's sad that they've lied to us, and they told us that this was just for, you know, an exhibition, when no, you know, it's from an ancient civilization, well, from an old civilization that didn't, you know, it wasn't here that long ago, only like 200 years ago. Thank you. So yeah, again, that's the size of the British exhibition in 1908, you know. And does it look temporary to you? You know, and again, you can see all the technology on the top, all the etheric dome resonators, you know, and all the energy grids of everything. That's a whole energy grid that would all. Thank you.
Okay, we keep losing you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
Can you see the slides?
Yeah, I can see them. Yeah, can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you, can hear you. Everything's fine, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, if you don't mind going next, thank you. So this is something I want to share with everybody now. So to me, I had a little insight into something, and something clicked in my mind a while ago. So, you know, it's a big title there, the Rothschild destroyed Tartaria. So when I looked into some things, you know, there's not just one family that destroyed Tartaria. I'd say there's a few, you know, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. But when I was looking at stuff, so it says here in 1769, the Rothschild family traced their origins back to the 15th century Frankfurt. So, you know, that's when they were becoming big, though, in 1769. So that's when they were becoming sort of prominent within the New World Order, and you know, they sort of made their mark. 1776, 1769, you know, when they become powerful, and it was the same time as the reset, and it made me look into things so quite deeply, really, and a lot of things made sense to me, you know. If you don't mind the next slide. So if you look here, it has the same timeline. The Rothschilds have the same timeline as the Tartarian reset. So if you look up here, so in the 1700s, the beginning of it, you know, Mayer Rothschild joined their brothers in the family trading business. So as you know, the Rothschilds own all banks in the world, you know, and own most companies as well, to be honest. And, you know, in the branch of the system, the branch of the New World Order, you know, they're top dogs. And, you know, and they started becoming dominant within the 1700s in the time of the reset. So it makes me wonder, was that because an old civilization got reset and, you know, wasn't there anymore, and they took over? You know, did they destroy it? Did they have a part to play in the takeover of the old world to make the New World Order? You know, and the timeline is very similar to the resets from 1776 up until now, is very, very similar. And again, you know, the Great Reset of 1776 on the side, you know, with the mud floods and stuff, and it was all at the same time. They wanted to destroy the civilization. They wanted to get rid of the architecture. So, you know, they did it. And again, with like HARP and stuff and weather manipulation today, they had weather manipulation back then too. Don't think they didn't, you know. And most of these things, most of these catastrophes and these events happen, man-made, you know, man-made weapons, man-made weather manipulation, man-made, you know, things happening, catastrophes happening, you know, all for the reset, all to follow their narrative, all for an agenda to make us scared. to make us scared and to make us forget about our old world history and our old world knowledge, you know. Thank you. So again, Rothschilds, so they loaned money to the Catholic Church in 1832, and look how big the Catholic Church has been, you know. And this is one of the biggest reasons why, you know, our civilization has been reset, is the whole reason why we forgot our true history, because the church took over, you know, and all of our old world knowledge just left, you know, went out the window. And that's why today, you know, there's a certain way you can sort of take religion or take, you know, certain texts out of the Bible or out of the Book of Enoch, or, you know, if you know where to look, you can take good information and good knowledge out of it, but most of it's been rewritten anyway. You know, most of the Bibles and most of the scrolls and scriptures have been rewritten, or they've been burnt down, or they've been lost, you know. So it's hard. But and it says there, you know, they loaned money to the Catholic Church. What was that for? £4.7 billion it would be now in 2023. But it was the sum of £400,000 in 1832. So wow. That's how much money they loaned to them. What was it for? Was it for a new plan? Did they want to plan something? Did they start working together, you know, to take over and start leading all together? These families, bloodline, this tree of the New World Order, they all come together. This religion, if it's, you know, companies, if it's to do with banking, if it's to do with government, they're all under the same umbrella. They're all under the same tree. They all speak to each other, you know, and they've all been sucking the blood out of all of our energy, you know, for hundreds of years. And I don't even think they're human, to be honest, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. So look at it, in 1813 to 1815, Nathan Rothschild was single-handedly financing the British war. So what I'm saying is basically the Rothschilds were instigators for the British war, you know. Like, you know, and then sold all of the assets, all of the guns, everything to most of the world. They funded the war, you know. So if you want to make a better place, if you are like a family that you know wants to protect this world, then why are you funding wars? And that's what they all do, you know. So it's all a game. It's a cleansing, a reset. It's a cleansing, and that's what they did. And you know, very very powerful family. Thank you. So again. So if you know about the Oddfellows, so again, you know, Guy was speaking about it before just then, about the orphan trains, you know, and about the mental asylums and stuff, you know, and how they sort of reset our civilizations. So again, the Rothschilds were connected to the Oddfellows, and the Oddfellows were in charge of all the orphanages and all of the mental asylums. And they were a private secret society that was established in the 1800s. So if you look at that again, why are the Oddfellows a secret society like that? Why are they in charge of, you know, babies and kids back in the day? And why are they in charge of mental asylums? You know, why were these secret societies in charge of these things? You know, because they were a blood-sucking private group that basically want to control us and reset us, and that's what it was all made for. They were just a pawn in the game, didn't they? Do you know what I mean? And the Rothschilds are connected to the Oddfellows, so you know. It's no coincidence there, is it? You know, they're all connected. They all speak, and they all make their own, you know, fraternities. They all make their own orders and brotherhoods, but they're all connected as one. And that's the Rothschilds' abode, right there. You know, that's where they live, and that screams old world to me. You know, where they're a Tartarian family. You know, that wanted their time to take over, and they knew exactly how to do it, and they made a plan, and they succeeded, I guess, along with other families that were a part of that bloodline. You know, and if you look at the architecture there, it screams Tartaria, it screams etheric energy on the top, you know, and that's just one of many that they have, and they all look old world. They're all, you know, Tartarian as well. So it's not just a coincidence to me. It's you know, it's obvious, and it's all a plan. Thank you. So another one, I want to show you. Crystal Palace, this is was located in Hyde Park in London. So this was another one, again, a World's Fair, Crystal Palace. So then, but it was actually there, so it did stay there. Crystal Palace was there up until I believe 1900, the end of 1900. Crystal Palace did stand, so it wasn't destroyed, and it was a true palace. You know, it was massive, it was crazy, and since then has been destroyed. But again, old world architecture, and just want to show you some, you know, some so the narrative and how they're all so similar but different at the same time, and how they all come from the same civilization. So if you don't mind going to the next slide. So again here, so Crystal Palace itself was destroyed in a fire. So again, we're seeing fires pop up all around the world, you know, from before the 1700s up until now. There's been great fires everywhere, and there's been so much architecture destroyed in fires, you know, and that's what they say. Like if they can destroy something like that, you know, burn it down, and that's what they do, you know. And it says here, the cause of the fire is still unknown, and there was never an official inquiry into who burnt down Crystal Palace itself. You know, is it a coincidence? Is it not? You tell me. You know, no official inquiry. Like, surely if someone burnt down an entire palace in Hyde Park, there would be an inquiry, and they would want to know who burnt down, you know, this old world building that they would never want to get rid of. You know, that's a tragedy. And they did. It got burnt down, and they never wanted an inquiry into it, did they? Because they know exactly who did it. And yeah, it was only there for one narrative, and it got destroyed because they didn't want us to understand what was going on, and it didn't fit their agenda, you know. So thank you. And again, that's another picture of Crystal Palace after it was burned down. And so here, and at the end of it, so the picture before that was what Crystal Palace looked like after it was burned down. And then yeah, thank you. And then if you don't mind going to the other slide, thank you. So it says here that in 1940, obviously, you know, bombs were dropped on Crystal Palace to basically get rid of the last evidence of it. So even though it was burned down, it was got rid of, they still dropped bombs on it just to get rid of the last bit of evidence. You know, let's just get, you know, like that. And that's what they do, really. You know, so it's fires, there's bombs, and then all for a narrative. The same as, you know, in the world wars, there was a massive push, a massive agenda to get rid of all the architecture in Germany, you know, in Europe. It was a massive push to get rid of all the old buildings. Most of them were destroyed. You know, was that all of a part of a narrative? They weren't just coming over here bombing buildings and architecture for no reason, were they? You know, and that's what Crystal Palace today looks like now. Sad, yeah. You know, very sad. And that's the only thing that stands is that lion there and with graffiti on the side and in Hyde Park today, and that's the remains of Crystal Palace. So, you know, the remnants of the old world that you can still see. Thank you. So, little things now. I just want to just dabble into some other things now. So here, some of my edits here, some of my content that I've created. So on the side, so we got some old world bells, so frequency energy. So in most of these old world buildings and these old world architecture, you found, you know, bells that all add into the frequency of the buildings. Okay, so if you look on like the churches of today or the old cathedrals of today, they all have bells, of course, and with these domed resonators on top, all of these pointed buildings, and it connects in with the ether. So if you connect in ether from the atmosphere, from the etheric collecting device on top of the building, it all resonates into the bell, and when the bell rings, it lets off the frequency. Okay, and that's why in like old towns and places, like I have in my hometown, you'll find that all churches and all old world buildings all are in ley lines, okay, and they're all in certain grids to connect frequencies to each other, you know. So you're never going to find one church in the middle of nowhere on its own. It's very, you know, it's don't really see it much. You might, but you don't really see it much, because at one point what all these bells did and these buildings did, they all connected together to let off frequencies within the place where it was, so we could all harness that for healing, you know, for growth of spirituality, to understand, you know, what we actually are a part of and what our purpose is as vessels and beings here. But, you know, the demonic entities that run this realm today have dumbed our frequencies out, and they've got rid of all the bells. And that's why there was a massive push in the World War, you know, and when Hitler rounded up all the bells and destroyed everything. And that's what you can see there, to get rid of all of this energy, this frequency. They didn't want the bells to ring, you know, ring the bells. They didn't want them to ring, you know, they didn't want us to feel that frequency. They didn't want us to feel that energy. And it's very sad. And it's what's happened, and this is why we're all here, to try and make a change and let everybody know that, you know, we were free vessels, and we were all connecting as one at one point. And yeah, so with the second slide there, again, it's just showing you that from the world spheres, the lights of it, you know, the electric, the energy of what these world spheres created, you know, in the 1800s, this advanced technology, this advanced architecture right there. That, you know, look at these buildings. They wasn't just architecture. They were technology. They were free energy. They were etheric collecting devices. They were resignators. They were energy grids. They were frequencies. They were vibrations. You know, they wasn't just plain old architecture that got built for no reason. They signified something. They had a reason. They had a purpose. You know, and this is why when you look around you now, these buildings look so out of place in the world. They look so out of place. Next to the advanced next to the modern day architecture we have today, because they wasn't from our civilization. You know, they were from a civilization that we don't know about, and we've only just started to understand what they were. And again, here I said on the pic on the right there, they took the Zeppelins away so people could not explore freely, and that's one of the biggest things. You know, like if we still had Zeppelins laying around today, and we had our own personal Zeppelins, for instance, we'd be able to fly anywhere. You know, we'd be able to fly over into the other lands. We'd be able to go to Antarctica if we wanted to. We'd be able to explore freely. So they've taken them away. They made us have passports when you pass a port, when you pass a place, and you have to be told where to go. And they fly you wherever they want to go. They won't go over there, will they? They just come back around. Do you know what I mean? And even the pilots are all directed to where we have to go, because they can't travel freely. And what the pilots say, do you know what I mean? What we're on, do you know what I mean? From the first-hand people up in the sky, you know, so something to think about. Thank you. Again, so here, Tartarian architecture was actually free etheric energy device, all connecting as one, just like a motherboard. The energy could be harnessed and used to power cities, heal illnesses, send frequencies to keep us seeing the light. And when I say that, I mean as in, look at that building, look at that, you know, architecture at the top, look at that city up there, and then look down at the motherboard, look down at the frequencies. It's very similar, yeah, uncanny to me. You know, a motherboard is a city. A motherboard is its own city, you know, gathering frequencies and gathering energy, gathering ether in order to power, but we just don't use it like that anymore, you know. And that's what these were used for. These cities were built to all connect as one, with the resonators on top and the frequency. They were all connected as one at one point, you know, and that's what they were used for. They weren't just built for no reason. They were built all to have a purpose. And that's the again, that's just a picture from the World Sphere there, just showing the you know, the power of the electric free energy, the power of what it created, you know, in a time where, you know, apparently we were primitive only 50 to 100 years before that. But no, it was a time of free energy, you know, it was a time of reset, I guess. Thank you. So this is just showing you some domed resignators now from all the buildings around. So all the different types of you know, pointed buildings you can get, domed resignators, printable high buildings. You know, I mean, these are all the ones around the world, the different ones, you know, that create energy. The frequency buildings, that are vibrational grids, vibrational architecture, technology. You know, they're not just buildings; it's technology. And at one point, they all got used to create free energy. And people, you know, people still don't think ether, you know, is real. Is because it got taken out of the periodic table a long time ago, and it's already been said in this conference. It's already been said, you know, by some of the great speakers before. They were, you know, it was technology. It was, and we just forgot about it because we've been reset so well. And to a person that can't see, to a person that this eye is not open, that hasn't woken up yet, you know, we sound so stupid. You know, that's just a building. Or because they can never see it. But once you see and you really look at the different points and you really open your mind to it and explore, it's quite obvious, and it's quite simple to see once you understand it. It all fits into one sort of big agenda, and it's obvious that all of it is real and it's not fake, because it can't just be one thing. If it's one, you know, if they're hiding one thing from us and another thing and this and that, then surely it's all come under one umbrella, and we've been lied to, and we forgot. So we're all waking up now. It's amazing. Thank you. So this is in Dubai. So this is new. They created this in the early 2000s. So this is in Dubai. Yeah, this is the biggest clock tower, if you want to say, in the world now. Dubai has made it, and it makes you think, doesn't it? Like, you know, what are they trying to gather up there? What are they trying to get? You know, they're not stupid, Dubai, are they? So to me, I feel like they've created this to gather energy, to do something, to test. This is the biggest. If you type on Google, the biggest clock tower in the world. This is the one now, and it's gigantic. It's absolutely huge, and there's a bell up there too, and the bell rings as well. And look at that. Look at the lightning striking it, and it's like an old building, isn't it? It's an etheric collecting device, surely. And the bell rings too, and so it's like, did Dubai know something that we know, and well, most people don't know, but we know? Do they know something, and are they trying to harness old world technology now? With the biggest clock towers ever being created, it just looks too suspicious to me. Like, it looks too technology, like they're trying to harness something. And yeah, so I thought that was just something I wanted to share with you, because I thought that was pretty cool. So again, this is just some images of ether, and in the periodic table, and then again on the side here, energy generators. Do you know what I mean? Etheric domed resonators. You know what I mean? That have to be produced through mercury into copper, and they're the essential elements in order to produce ether or harness ether in order to create free energy. It all needs to be done within a certain way. But then again, I've been inside bell towers, and I've been inside these dome resonators inside the in there, and what they've done is, obviously over the years, they've just got rid of everything inside the dome resonator. So they've ripped everything out, and that's what's happened on most of these buildings. They still have the bells and stuff, but they don't have all of the the materials and the technology that whatever was inside them dome resonators. You won't find anything like that anymore. They've all been redone. The technology, the architecture was all being ripped out and all put back in again. You know what I mean? And that's what you see as well on all these old world buildings that still stand today. Even though they're still standing, the insides and a lot of parts have been changed, and also the dates on the front. When it says, like, as we know, like J899 or whatever, 1899, but the J got changed to a 1. They changed all the dates on all these buildings to make us think that they were built in the 1800s, and they were. So, thank you. So I'm going to go into petrification now, guys. So, you could say it's not really a part of Tartaria, but this is truth, and I want to get it out there. And this resets, and because we've been reset so many times, and it's not just been one reset, there's been many resets, to house new civilizations. So I just want to get into petrified beings, petrified cities, petrified buildings and stuff, and just say some things about it, really, because I think it's really big. I think it's opening up more these days, and I think people are really opening their eyes to these petrified beings and that are around us, that used to live, and I think it's a good time to share my knowledge, I guess. So so these are just some content I put together. So obviously we've got, I'm going to start with the beings, and I'm going to move on to trees and stuff as well. But yeah, so again, it's just some mixture of petrified buildings, petrified giants, petrified beings, and then in the middle there we've got petrified trees, ancient giant trees, that lived one time, that were beings themselves. And even though the demonic entity that run this realm today, even though they cut them down, or you could say that the Most High cut them down, for whatever reason you think that they cut them down, they did. They got cut down. They got petrified, and is spoken about in Genesis. It's spoken about in Daniel. It's spoken about in texts. If you open up to the biblical text, if you open up to the Book of Enoch, if you open up to the scriptures and the holy tablets and stuff, you will find information in there, and you don't take it as but religion is the devil, or religion is a bad frequency, or you need to know where to look within these scriptures and these texts, and you need to know where to look, because these were beings that in written out in these books, they were entities that did live, and yeah, it's been changed, yeah, things have been taken out of it, but you can find real knowledge within these scriptures and texts. And the one on the end there, that's a statue, and it's been said that statues and old world statues are petrified beings, turned to stone with a blink of an eye. And it's even shown in movies and stuff, when people get petrified and hidden in plain sight again, and just showing you there with a circle, looks like blood to me. It looks like a bone coming out of the foot, and yeah, it's quite mad, to be fair, because it looks like a very emotional, very deep picture, that is, and if it is a human being petrified, then wow, yeah, thank you. So again, this is a very you know, popular pick online, if you want to say. Well, if you look at it first glance, you know, again, what is it? Is it just a mount? Is it just a side of a cliff? You know, is it just grass? Is it just something that looks like a face? And you know, that's what everyone says. And to me, it's obvious. And you know, it's not photoshopped. It's not, because this has been going around for a long time. I've got many pictures I'll show you that, and I don't know, I don't post AI and stuff. I find the real ones, and I find ones that have been going around for a long time, and it's quite easy to see. But some of the ones I show you now are things you might call out and say that they're not real, but it's okay, you know. It's okay if you can't see yet, and it's okay if you know, you can't open up to the truth at the moment. It's okay. You'll see at your time, you know, when it's right for you to see. Your time will come, because to the ones that understand this now, we can see, you know, that these were ancient beings that did live, and didn't happen that long ago, to be honest. You know, our timelines have all been mixed up, and they tell us that things happened millions of years ago, just so we think that our history is so long, that we've come so forward and so far with our advancedness, and we haven't, you know what I mean? We just been reset so many times, we forgot most of our history, and most of these things they tell us about in these books and that didn't happen that long ago, literally a few thousand years ago. Do you know what I mean? And not even that, even closer, not millions of years ago. Not millions of years old. There was no way, you know, the bones in these dinosaur bones, you know, dragon bones, wouldn't be in the ground anymore, would they, for the millions of years? You wouldn't just find them by there, just archaeologists, just, you're not going to see their bones anymore. They're not going to be there, are they? So no, they were just, it wasn't that long ago when these dragons lived, you know? Thank you. Okay, you know, you could say it just looks like a skull. You could say it just looks like a skull, but of these petrified beings, these petrified giants, you know, on our realm, for us just to say, oh, you know, it looks like a face. You know, look how many are coming out now. You know, I understand it if there was just one or two, but there's not. You know, there's thousands of these petrified giants, these beings that are petrified, that are turned to stone, that are spread around our realm everywhere, and it's coming out now, and it's amazing that we're exposing these entities that once lived. It's like they want us to see, you know, you know, Satan's little secrets up. Their time is moving through. You know, the parasites are around. You know, because and we are exposing what's happened, so we can move forward, and hopefully our children can live in a world that, you know what I mean? Because we're to live. So yeah, this is still, that's looking to that's looking style of a rock bed, you know, and I go down the hill, and that's on the side there, a peaceful giant, you know, a peaceful giant that got petrified. And this is amazing. This is one of my favorite ones ever. So good screenshot the chat, guys, and you know, look at, if you go onto the Google search, and I don't know, I'm trying to find where these rocks are, but if you go onto Google Lens, you can find out they're all real images. You can, you know, screenshot it and go and find the locations yourself. They're all real images, and you know, and again, look at that. He would have been what, 500 foot. Man, stretched into the sky.
You're really breaking up, Levi.
You know, the Watcher's sons, they come down to Earth, and they, you know, they vanished and petrified and flood, and they reset. They've done it.
Can you hear me, Levi? Can you hear me?
Genesis and spoke of Hancock, and it's not, you know, these beings, you know, these beings, they're right there. The graveyards. This world is their graveyard. This world, and the hill is their blood. Again, you know, that's called dragons. One at the top. You know, don't get me wrong. You could say, okay, it looks like a dragon, but over years, of course, you know, things gonna. Sorry, Elizabeth, I'm just going back. Sorry. Sorry. going back.
You're really breaking up, Levi.
Again, look,
I can't hear you.
looks like a big tiger to me, you know, big, some sort of animal or some stuff. So, do you know what I'm saying?
Put you out. Right, let's put you back in again.
You know, it's quite pictures that. But to me, that's a being's eye, creature's eye. That's not just the rock formation. It's not mining rock formation. It'll look like a petrified giant dragon body of some sort of being, a bear, polar bear type to me. You know, and again, people can say they look like it, just look like it. But then look how many we're finding. Look how many creatures and beings we're finding around the world that look like they're meant to look like. You know, I don't look human and have faces like this, you know, for no reason. It's because I am a being. I look like this. If I didn't look, I wouldn't look like this. If these creatures if didn't look like this, they wouldn't look like this. That wouldn't look like a bird. That wouldn't look like a dragon. That wouldn't look like a reptilian being. It wouldn't, would it? It would look like a rock, but it don't. It looks like what it is because it is what it is. You know, it can get rid of. You know, it was a rush job. They couldn't get rid of everything. You know, same with the World Fair, same with the architect, same with these petrified beings. They couldn't get rid of everything. It was impossible. So let's see if they remember. Let's see if they wake up. You know, we can't get rid of it. So let's see if they come around. And we have started to come around now, guys. We start to see these things for what they are, and it's amazing. It's a topic of change. You know, and it's amazing. Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Elisabeth, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was just making lunch for my kids. I can hear you.
Sorry, guys. I think people can hear me.
The audio is terrible. Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me. Okay.
Yeah, right. Thank you. I can hear you. Can you hear me, guys?
You can hear me now, yeah? Can you hear me, Levi?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a very bad audio. You keep breaking up a lot.
I know. I'm not sure why. My signal on that's good. I'm not sure why it's like that.
Yeah,
Let me just check my. I know it's weird. Is it better now?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry if people missed like what I was speaking about then. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's audio was bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. But I'm gonna start from here now anyway. So I think I'm on the next one. I am, Elisabeth, if you don't mind. So yeah, go on, go over a bit more. Go on. Next one. Yeah, again, so here, like, you know, dragon beings, guys, you could look at that as a face, you know, here with the mouth coming down and the nose and the eye, or you could look at it as a face straight on. But to me, it looks like, and if you look up in the top left here, it's scaly skin, you know, it's like scaly skin. So it's like coming down, it's like a, you know, like a mouth being, or like a dragon being, you know. So it looks what it looks like, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Thank you. So again, we're looking at petrified things, petrified beings, petrified giants, petrified creatures, petrified buildings as well. You know, there was different things petrified. Did they come from the same reset? Did they come from a different reset? You know, I think it was different types of resets. I think some of them got petrified through, you know, some sort of petrification technology, some sort of electro magnetic force that petrified them. You know, and then it's also the Most High can petrify. So the giants got petrified at different times to these buildings. You got to understand that there's different ways of petrification. There's different resets that happened, and they didn't come all under the same reset, guys. That's where people get confused. You know, these beings, these petrified giant stuff, didn't come under the same belt as Tartaria. It was a long time before that, but all in the same agenda, I guess, but different times of the reset. So you know, building to me. You know, that looks like just like an ancient building. You can see it's two. You can see the lines. You can even see the window grids. You know, you can even see the little piping on the top. It's obvious. Same here, our melted past. So if you look on the left, on the right picture there, in the Grand Canyon, most of the Grand Canyon is like an ancient city. Do you know what I mean? There's still beings that live there now. You know, it's known about. You know, a retreat for beings and vessels that live here. And they don't get seen, so they can go and live freely underneath in the Grand Canyon. You know, there's more cities and more major civilizations underground than there is on top, guys. So remember that. And yeah, so you know, melted buildings to me. Thank you. So again, here, melted bridge. You know, apparently it's a natural rock formation. They tell us it is a natural rock formation, and you know, I don't think it is a natural rock formation. It looks just like a bridge. It looks like exactly what it is, you know. And there's loads of these buildings, there's these bridges, these petrified sort of like formations that look like bridges or look like buildings, because they are, surely. They almost look like it for no reason. And again, look at that. It looks like a massive ancient cathedral type city on the right there, you know. To look at it, you would think it's a remnant of an old building, an old cathedral, and apparently it's just made through erosion of water and stuff. And it's like, nah, man, like it's 100% a building, you know, because there's millions of these all around the world. There's not just one and two. Again, they're there. They look like what they are, and they've been lying to us, guys, and they don't want us to know who lived in these civilizations and who housed these buildings in these cities. They don't want us to know, you know, and we're getting there. We're waking up. Thank you. So, you know, again, the question is, what were most of these ancient rock formations, these old world rock formations, you know, what were they from? Were they melted cities? Were they petrified tree stumps? Because there's a fine line between petrified buildings, melted buildings, petrified trees, and petrified cities. Because people say, oh, you know, every petrified building, or no, every petrified mountain was a building, you know, not a tree. And like, there's some that are so obvious they were trees, and there's some obvious that they were cities or buildings. You know, don't get it confused. There was petrified trees. There were ancient giant trees, and there were buildings that have been petrified too. There's different, you know, everyone's like, oh, no, there was no trees. They're all buildings. It's like, no, they were definitely trees. You know, they were definitely ancient trees, but then they were definitely buildings too. Different research, different times, you know, different periods. And that's what people get confused about, you know, and also petrified giants and petrified creatures. You know, a lot of things got turned to stone. At the time, again on the right there, you know, uncanny to me, you know, just showing it, not saying that the image looked exactly like that, like the architecture there, but you know, just as an example, very similar, and yeah, just to show you an example, that's all. Thank you. So we'll go into the trees now, the petrified trees, and it's a big thing online at the moment. You know, the trees have been woken up. People are realizing that there were these massive ancient trees that stretched into the sky, you know, and there's not just one, there's not two, there's not three, there's not hundreds, there's thousands of these trees all around the world, and they get classed as tabletop mountains or mountains, you know, and no one ever really opened up and really looked at this up until probably about 5 years ago. And you know, it's amazing, and we're actually exposing these beings now, because these trees were beings. These trees were living organisms, living things that were way more, you know, advanced, had a way more of a deeper consciousness than we did. They were connected into the higher realm. They were connected into the higher frequencies, and they give, you know, they give their life, you want to say, for us. You know, they knew what was coming, so they did, and they obviously transformed into some type of different being after they you know, they sacrificed themselves. So don't feel like they're not helping us still, and don't feel like that they're still not living, because they are. They just give up their vessel to become something else, so the demonic entities just house this realm. But they know that a new time was coming. They know that we were going to get woken up again one day, and they knew that we were going to find our change. It just took a long time. But yeah, look, trees, examples, you know, that's a tree stump, that's a mountain, that's a tree stump, that's a mountain. No, they're all trees, you know, they're all tree stumps. And they're, if you can see, to me, is obvious. Thank you. Again, you know, examples of trees. The tree of life, you know, there is a tree of life in the Garden of Eden, you know, there is one big main tree, but you know, the roots of life, you know, our vessels are roots that look like roots and that hold it in, you know, and then waterways look like vessels and roots, you know. Everything looks like roots. It's all rooted. We're all connected as one. Trees give off oxygen, give off the frequencies of life. Do you know what I mean? They make us survive. Without trees, we are nothing. So, you know, we are a tree. You know, we are a living organism inside ourselves. So, and trees were big at one point. So were we big at one point? You know, we were all big at one point. And we've just forgot about it. And we're all connected. So you could say that, you know, these are our life givers. These big trees. We're our mother, our Tiamat. You know, our energy source, the way we come from through these frequencies, just like the film Avatar. You know, when the big tree got cut down, it was their life source. They lived off the tree giving the energy to connect into our frequencies when they put the hair through. That's why when you have dreadlocks, you have long hair, that's why it says that it acts like an antenna, you know, to grow your hair out, grow it long, to be earth and grounded to the floor with your hair. It's a frequency port. That's why you shouldn't cut your hair, really. Because it stops your frequencies from coming. The naturalness of your hair acts like a frequency. That's why when you roll a balloon on your hair, it creates energy and it creates static electricity, because we're all electric. We're electric. We're a ball of energy. We're a source of energy, and we connect just like the trees did, and we connect just like any energy source would. And we got ether inside us, and we are an ether energy source as well. And that's why we could connect to the buildings, and that's why bells and buildings could heal us if we knew how to connect into that frequency. But our brains don't hold that advances anymore, because we've just been dumbed out and we've just been put onto a fake frequency, which is the third frequency. The third, yeah. Thank you. So again, you know, you can see the tree lines on the pic, and I just put a stump there just to show you, you know, ancient trees of life. These are the life source. These are the life givers. And again, this tree, you know, this is huge. And look at the tree lines on the mountain there. You can see the tree lines. You can see the stagment where it's being cut or where it's being, you know, sliced up, and or the lathe technology, whatever it was some sort of ancient technology. It was some sort of things. It was the most whatever it was, however it happened. And you can see the natural tree lines. And the funny thing is, under all of these mountains, under all of these, you know, all under these tree stumps, there's massive rock cave caverns full of crystals, full of diamonds, and massive, you know, caverns and caves full of energy and roots, and where the roots were, you know, going for ages. And then you look at tunnels, and you look at underground, and you look at all these things and all these cave systems, and you think, where did they come from? You know, because it's where these roots were. They stretched out, you know. Obviously, of course, you've got underground cities and stuff, and you've got things from where they built on top of different architecture and different things, just, you know, keep building on top of each other, you know, to get rid of the last thing. Of course, we have that, and we have major underground cities and things that all connect, but there's also tree roots, and there's also tree lines. And why is there crystals underneath these mountains, you know, if they don't come from trees? Thank you. So again, you know, spot the difference on there. You've got a tree stump, and you've got a mountain on the side, and I'm showing these different examples of trees, different types of the stumps, and then different types of the mountains, to show you that, you know, it's not just a standard tabletop mountain that looks like a tree stump that's been cut. You know, there's mountains like this that look like jagged edge trees that have just been ripped off and stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's not just these clean mountains that just look like tree stumps because they're tabletops and that. There's these different types of mountains, these different types of tree stumps that all come from different trees, but were ancient and giant and being taken down in different ways. So, you know, it's not just one, two, same as a giant, same as these petrified beings. There's not just one type. There's not just, you know, there's some that are 500 foot, and there was some who were only 10 foot. There's some who were only 20 foot. You know, there's some trees that were huge, spread into the skies, and there was some who were just, you know, a little bit big. Different types. So it's obvious, you know. It's not just one example. There's many examples in our faces. Thank you. So again, just examples of trees. So, you know, again, you would look at that probably first glance on the left, and you probably think it's not a tree. But if you look with it with your eyes, of course it is. Probably have another tree coming off to the side too. But you know, you can see the stumps and the roots come into one line down the other, and it all comes down into it, just like the tree on the right is. It's all a part of a root grid, and it's obviously just been over years, over centuries, is just, it's sort of gone more small as you can't see the actual tree build up the tree. But to me, that's easier. That is once you go up and there's one on the side too, you know. Thank you. Some examples. So obviously, you know, Devil's Tower, probably most famous sort of ancient giant tree stump in the world. Where it all started from, really, where people sort of are opening their eyes up to ancient giant trees. And just an example again of how it looks with a normal tree stump, and that hole in the middle, you know, getting the hollowing of the trees. So you see the tree stumps, the hollowing of the trees right there, you know. You can see the natural root line going up the side too. And apparently as well, with Devil's Tower underneath, there is crystals, there is there's cave cavern underneath Devil's Tower too. So, you know, and people always say, well, why haven't they like studied these? Why haven't they like, you know, made it known about these ancient giant trees? Why haven't people done the research? Why are they hiding it from us? Well, it's obvious. It's why they hide it from everything. They don't want us to know about these ancient giant trees. They don't want us to know about these petrified giants. We would know that our whole history is a lie. You know, we would know that everything we got taught in schools is a lie. We would know that. So it would be worldwide chaos, and it's starting to happen now. But we're doing it through a time of wake up. We're doing it through a time of guidance. We're not doing it through a time of carnage, you know. And that's how we need to do it. We need to prepare the ones that are not awoke yet, you know what I mean, to become awoke. Otherwise, it's going to cause carnage. You know what I mean, thank you.
You've got 5 minutes left.
Thank you. I know I've been blabbering on, haven't I? Thank you.
It's fascinating though. But I can see Brigitte waiting in the studio. So yeah, just, you know, like
no problem. No worries.
All right. Okay.
No problem. If you could just go along then a little bit then, please. So I want to just speak about, I'll let you know. Go on, keep going. Keep going. So yeah, if you go back, so to the, we've got here, do you know what I mean? So we got the Blemmyes, do you know what I mean? So the Blemmyes were an ancient tribe that once lived, and they had faces within their stomachs and the top of the shoulders here into their bellies, and along with other beings that lived as well, that were probably a part of the reset of the cloning. So when they were trying to find the perfect human, you know, in order to make a new civilization to control and suck their lives from us. I know how they always do it. They're in the middle of these you know, this cloning, these times of advancement, when they were trying to make these things, these genetics. They made these beings, you know, all around the world, and they were documented with, you know, with Alexander the Great. He documented these, as you can see, and it says they killed off the ones who did not fit their agenda and turned them into myths and stories, and that's what they did. They made all of the dragons. You can go over now. Thank you. So, like, again, they made all of these beings, you know, they put them in stories. They put them in the Disney stories. They put them into myths and stories. They made us act like dragons and fairies and gnomes, and these sort of creatures and beings and giants were all mythical. They were all fairy tales made up by stories, but they weren't. They were actually our true history, and they were actually where we come from, you know. And sorry, go over. And we all lived side by side. If you look there, from Alexander the Great, you know, he documented meeting these Blemmyes. He documented meeting these creatures, these beings that could speak, these dragons, these phoenixes, these griffins. He, you know, these beings, these dog-headed people, rabbit people. He met them, you know. And again, here you have the hairy beings, you know, just like Bigfoot and stuff, if you want to say. These ginger, hairy beings that lived side by side with us. That were worshipped at one point, you know, and they all got killed off over the time because they did not fit our agenda. It's the same as the mermaids. It's the same with the dragons. They killed them off, you know. It was a big push with the British Empire, you know, in the 1600s and stuff, to kill off all of the last remaining giants and stuff up in you know, all around the world, to kill off all the mermaids. That's why mermaids are on old world maps, because they were real, you know. Don't go into the water, you'll get killed by a mermaid. That's what they knew. They knew if you were staying around on the ship, you knew you'd have to watch out for the sirens. They're not mermaids, though, are they? They're sirens, you know. They're evil, and, you know what I mean. And they don't like us because they know how we live, and they know what our system's like, and they don't want to be a part of it. And that's why they hide from us now. That's why all these beings and stuff, they all hide underground in these places and stuff. And you know, I probably sound crazy when I say that, you know, I don't just believe in theories. I don't just believe in these things, you know, because they're real. There's different subspecies to fairies and gnomes and dwarfs and giants. There's subspecies to them. There's different races. They all have battles underground. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not unheard of. If you find the right books and find our research, you're going to look it up. Like, and they don't like us because, you know, we're part of the New World Order, and they're waiting for us to wake up too, because we haven't woken up. Do you know what I mean? We're part of the demonic realm at the moment. We're not reaching that higher frequency, that higher fifth. And hopefully, you know, hopefully we see it in our lifetime. But, you know, all we can do is make a change. Thank you. Go just a few.
So it's 20 past now.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm yeah. I just want to say thank you to everyone, obviously, listening to me as well. If you want to follow me, I'm on Facebook, Leviticus Mdp, or my sort of label name is Monday Prophet. I'll comment on my YouTube channel as well. On the comments, you can find me as Monday Prophet. But yeah, guys, thank you so much, everybody, for waking up and listening. Yeah, and stay blessed, guys, and hope you all feel that frequency and energy today, guys. Hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much, Levi. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Elisabeth, for putting this on as well. You're amazing. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm just eating my lunch. Okay, I'm gonna bring Brigitte in now. Okay, so take care. Bye bye.
No worries. Stay blessed. Bye.
All right. Bye. Hi, Brigitte. You're muted. Let me see how I can.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
Okay, so I managed to upload the slideshow, so I can maybe just share it from my screen.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Okay, I'm going to turn myself off.
Like my lighting's not very good, huh? That's even worse. That's all right. All right, so edge stage. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can see your slides. Yep.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you not hear me?
No, I can. I'm just checking.
Yep, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. All right.
You can make your slides bigger if you want to. Just go to the screen at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Is that showing as full screen for you?
No. Hang on. Let me do it full screen.
Is it on full screen?
On YouTube, it's showing full screen right now.
Is it?
There's a little bit of a delay between you and YouTube.
Yeah, it's on full screen here.
Okay, great.
I can see your face. I can only see the.
Okay, no worries. At least we've got the presentation.
Do you want your face on it? Or?
It doesn't matter too much. Okay. Hi, everybody.
You don't want your face to the side?
Sure.
Well, it's not on right now. It's showing your full presence. It's not the way Levi had it.
Oh. There we go. Now it's on. Hi, everyone. My name is Brigitte Knapp, and I'd just like to thank Elisabeth very much for putting this conference on. And I just feel like this is a very important get together to, bring a lot of this new information that's coming out to light in more of a sort of a formalized way, so that we can have more of a robust scientific discussion about things. And just to, inspire people who might not know much about this material to probe a bit deeper. So, as you know, this is what history taught us, and this is what it was, as some of our other wonderful presenters have shown. And clearly, it was not people with horse and buggies and hammers and chisels who built the magnificent cathedrals like this. And the other thing I want to bring up today, and I'm talking about, is meltology. That's the phenomenon of red bricks turning into what we think of as millions of years old geological strata. So you can see here, this is clearly bricks that have been crystallized, and then this is what geologists would call a blocky sandstone. And just for my background, I am a geologist. I have a master's degree in geology. So it was a bit of a shock to me to realize that the rocks might not be quite as old as I was taught. And it's been really fascinating to look at the landscape in a totally different way. So one of the things I'm trying to do with this presentation is introduce to you the way that I see the world. And it's just a theory. And I think it's really important that everybody keeps an open mind and, you know, it isn't too attached to one thing or another, but I think there's an overwhelming amount of evidence for meltology, and I'm going to be showing you some of those examples. So you can find me and my husband, Thomas, who I'd also like to thank tremendously for contributing to this presentation just through our many conversations. We're at Taurus Mundi, and I've put two previous videos out. Dunedin, the city that magically appeared, which was about the old world Tartarian style architecture in New Zealand, Dunedin. And then this one, Rocks or Ruins, which was more focused on the phenomenon of meltology. So there's a bit more, it goes into a bit more detail there. And this is the third part in the series, which is called Architectural Stratigraphy, which is trying to bring those two worlds together and, you know, figure out what the heck's going on. You know, as Levi and a few others have pointed out, the narratives just don't make any sense with these world spheres buildings. And I'm going to just show you another few examples of that. So for the St. Louis World Fair, they say that this was a 7-month exhibition. And so they created this 1,200-acre park in the forest in St. Louis. And it took them 3 to 4 years to build. Over 1,500 structures, which they say were made of plaster and hemp. And yet they mimicked a classical stone architecture on a massive scale. So how on earth did they design such intricate buildings so quickly? It makes absolutely no sense. There's another shot of the St. Louis World Fair, and you can see fountains, and it really does not look like temporary structures. And these people do not look like they had much to do with these buildings. And you might notice for a World's Fair, there's not that many people at all. You would expect a lot more people there. So the style of this architecture actually mimics the classical Greco-Roman buildings, which were, you know, in the official architectural narrative, those buildings are 2,000 to 2,500 years old. So, you know, why were they making buildings that look like this, that were from architecture 2,000 years ago? They'll say that it's because they were inspired by them. Okay, but it was, you know, 2,000 years ago, and we're still designing things in the same way. Again, the Chicago World's Fair, and just what it looks like today, which is very sad. And we're going to see quite a few pictures that make you feel sad about, you know, what we were living with and what we live with now. So I just wanted to put this up. This is from one of the really big promoters in the meltology community, Desmond. Shout out to the meltology community. But when you go behind a lot of these concrete facades, you see these, you see red bricks. There was a lot of concrete, liquid concrete around in the old world for sure, but a lot of the time when you go behind the exterior, it's red brick. And this is a neoclassical building that's Penn Station in New York, and that's no longer there now. That was built between 1905 and 1910 when it officially opened, and they use that word a lot, like opened, established, founded. So they built that building officially in 1910, it opened, and 55 years later it was torn down. 55 years later, that's the length of time that this magnificent building lasted in the official story. Here it is. And this is what it was replaced with, Madison Square Garden, which is now the site of that original train station. There's still, you can see the original, one of the original buildings was left, and is now the current Penn Station. So as I said before, there's 2,500 years that separate those time periods between neoclassical and classical. And, you know, you see a lot of similarities in the style of architecture between what they call ancient Greece and Rome, and neoclassical. You know, the neoclassical styles are a little more ornate. There's a lot more ornamentation. But, you know, you still get the same porticos and columns, and arches are very prevalent. And the city's being laid out in a grid system. So just to give you an example of a grid system, this is Timgad in Algeria, which in Northern Africa was absolutely full of beautiful cities, and so was Southern Africa. Now it's all been destroyed. So only the triumphal arch remains, and the rest of it, as you can see, is laid out in a grid system, and there's not much left. And you can see little types of architecture that look quite Roman, like a sort of an amphitheatre, which is like the Colosseum, or this sort of structure here, like a circus. And this is just to show you that the triumphal arches were like a signature piece of architecture for the ancient Romans. And you can see that you get the same style of architecture in Algeria, Timgad, ancient Rome, obviously. There's a triumphal arch, which is completely mud flooded. And this is the Roman Forum today. And so this is the heart of ancient Rome. And this triumphal arch is still standing. So that's the same one as we saw in this picture here, I believe. And you can see that it was buried, you know, quite deep in mud. And now it's been cleared and excavated. So we also see that same style of arch in New York City. So these are about, you know, 1,800 years separating these two pictures, and yet they look very similar. So, you know, it begs the question, what's going on with time? Because we see the same style of architecture over a 2,500-year period, and this one's from 1915. San Francisco, again, they say this was built as a temporary structure from plaster and wood. And that does not seem likely to me because they managed to light it up like a Christmas tree as well. This is also in San Francisco, the World's Fair. And we see this one's a bit later, but, you know, they had AC power by then. But the 1893 Chicago World's Fair was also lit up like a Christmas tree. And you have to wonder how on earth they did it at the time with the, you know, technology that they supposedly didn't have. So and the narrative on our New World cities is really skewy. There's a lot of researchers in this conference have very well presented in the past, like this is how I got into the subject, was just, you know, just doesn't make sense what the populations numbers were for the narrative at the time of the formation of these cities. So San Francisco, this is a picture of San Francisco after the 1906 earthquake, and it's been completely leveled all out here. They say that San Francisco was founded in 1776, and as I said before, that means I believe that they literally found it. And you can see on maps from the 1500s and 1600s that San Francisco is actually clearly marked. So clearly it was there before 1776. And I just wanted to point out that this clock coastline, I mean, it's a magnificent city, port city in 1906. And this whole coastline here looks what I would, like some commentators have called like an artificial coastline. And that's what it looks like to me too. And this is the Sutro Baths, which is on the edge of San Francisco and no longer exists, but you can see here that it's like, they say that this was built like this and it's like literally on the edge of a cliff. So I would argue that the ground underneath the structure has fallen away, and this is all that remains. And this is a Russian tourism map from 1794, and they were visiting what they called Russian Orthodox churches all along the coast here, and you can clearly see that there are some absolutely magnificent buildings at a time when the western coast of the US was like supposedly horse and buggy, not even, it was just hardly anyone there apparently. And this is from a magazine in 1744, which you can see as here's a native, and this is a very built out city. And like there's clearly like a lot of activity going on, and this is from 1744. And so the construction of these new world cities makes no sense. The low population size, unskilled labour, horse and buggy, hammer and chisel, and these ridiculous narratives that they make up, like the gold rush. So the project I did in Dunedin was focused, Dunedin was one of the gold rush towns. So that's how I got interested in this narrative. And then I started looking at Australia and also California, and realised that they had the same narrative as Dunedin. And so what they tell us is that these cities were all established in mid-1800s. And if you look up official government census numbers for the populations at that time, they're like nothing. And yet all of these magnificent cities were built, and they said that they were built because of the influx of money and industry due to the gold rush. But when you dig deeper into it, it doesn't make sense, especially when you look at the mode of transportation that they were using, which was very, very primitive at the time, according to the official narrative. And a lot of the New World didn't even have infrastructure, roads, sewage, trains, etc. So it really beggars belief to believe that they managed to build magnificent structures without cranes and excavation equipment and skilled labourers, which they also didn't have. And they like to say that these gold rush towns were very busy, but in fact there was a lot of the old photos show that there was hardly any people. This is in Melbourne, and you can see that there's no people here. This is in Melbourne also, and look at the magnificent buildings that you can see in the background. And I'd really like to thank Paula Kruger for her work on Melbourne. It's been really, really thorough, and I definitely recommend checking her out. She's on Autodidactics channel, and he's been wonderful as well. And then this is Dunedin, which has a population of 30,000 according to the official government census numbers in 1874. And this was, you know, also no people showing at the height of the gold rush, apparently. And absolutely beautiful architecture. This entire city, they say nothing was here before 1848. So you do the maths. Like, does that make any sense to you? There was nothing here except for a few Maori villages. And this is also in Dunedin. This is the most ridiculous of them all. The Seacliff Lunatic Asylum. This is what they say was built as a custom-built lunatic asylum for a handful of insane people, using 4.5 million red bricks assembled on site in undeveloped land 30 kilometres north of Dunedin, with a population of about maybe 40,000, a total population. And this is what Seacliff looks like. And you can see that the architecture itself is really different to the landscape. It doesn't match. And this is like a pioneering sheep farming fence. And clearly the people that built this, it's pretty unlikely that they also built this, which is the official story. And again, very sadly, this magnificent building was destroyed in the 1960s. And today, this is what remains of Seacliff, and you can see that there is red bricks behind you. This is what it looked like. This is a custom-built insane asylum. So what went wrong? This is what we have today. Gorgeous old world buildings replaced by cubic, brutalist architecture that looks very ugly. Dresden before World War II was a magnificent Tartarian city, and they did use free energy to harness free energy from the ether to power their cities. This is what Dresden looked like after World War II, and they bombed Dresden after the war had finished, I believe. Same with Hiroshima, pre-1945, and this is what it looked like after the bombing. Absolutely devastating. So there's other things that make no sense. Charles has talked about the Moorish influence, and we see that right across the world. So this was a Moorish-style building that they said that was built for the Sioux City Fall Corn Festival as a temporary structure in 1890. And they said that this was all temporary plaster and everything, but if you look at the type of people that were in Mount Montana in the 1860s, does that really make sense to you that they would build a building like that? And this was a natatorium, which was the world's largest indoor swimming pool in the time in 1889, which coincided with Montana's transition to statehood. In Helena, Montana, the population was 13,000 at the time. And this was also in a Moorish Spanish revival style. And that's just to show you the type of environment that the building was sitting in. It just makes no sense. Why would they build, early Christian Montana settlers decide to build the world's largest indoor swimming pool in the middle of nowhere in a Moorish style? We believe in the Tartarian community that the building was already here. So we live on the top of buried, melted and destroyed structures, basically. What is meltology? Meltology challenges conventional geology by proposing that many of the Earth's most iconic landforms are not the result of millions of years of slow erosion, but instead may be the melted remains of once grand human-made structures. these structures have been deformed and melted by a cataclysm involving extreme heat. And we're going to talk about the plasma reset hypothesis and the mechanism by which you might see bricks melting at the surface like that. And we're going to just I just like to shout out to the meltology community, because the presentation is really a collective effort. And I was not part of the meltology original group, OG, but I'm pretty close behind. And I really appreciate everybody in that community for all the work they've done. But I'd like to special shout out to Deborah Simpson, Tara Johnson, and Joshua James for informing this presentation. And I'd also like to mention that the Rocks or Ruins video gives you a lot more links to other people, including Jerry DeCamp, who was the discoverer of meltology in 2000 and put out an excellent documentary called When the Buildings Cry. And so we can see here, this is a representation of a fire plasma event. And we're going to be talking about plasma quite a lot in this presentation, because what we see in the preserved in the rocks is signs of electrical discharge, and we can actually see that here. And this is clearly rock, and this is clearly brick, and you can see all of the little lightning fractal patterns in between. And this is a example from my work with Rocks or Ruins, but geologists have a problem with calling everything millions of years old, because they would look at this picture and say that this rock here was millions of years old, officially up to 3 million years old on the official narrative. And this was only hundreds of years old. So what happened? Like, this is clearly a structural, this is a part of this, was structural, but now it looks like rock. So where do the 1,200-year-old ruins start and the million-of-year geological sediments stop? Same with the Moreau pyramids in Sudan. The pyramids are 2,000 years old. The bedrock is 6 million. And how the desert surface, these structures are disintegrating into the desert, and you'll notice that the red color is probably from iron oxide in the red bricks. And if you look at the inside of these pyramids, they actually are brick, and the outside has been metamorphosed into a stone block. So I think I've got another picture, but yeah, you might be able to see it better on this photo, but this is in Iran, red bricks underneath these structures, and then it changes into sandstone, what looks like sandstone, and then it's desert. And so as a geologist, you might come along here, and if you didn't see these little apertures, you might say this was, sandstone or stratified sandstone. But if you look up here, this is red brick. And then in the same desert, you get structures like that, which as a geologist, you would come along and say, this is millions of years old. But really, is it? Like, isn't it? Once you start looking at the world through the eyes of meltology, meltologists would interpret this as a remnant of this, but it's just been more fried and cooked out, so that there's less evidence of the pre-existing structure. So just to reiterate, this is sort of modern geology, how we look at the world with, temperature rocks needing to be subjected to extreme depth in order to be heated up. But in meltology, the heat can happen right at the surface. And it's very hard to convince people of this, because the way we think about modern geology with geochemistry, these processes that form minerals are said to have happened over millions of years. But what we're finding in meltology is that it's more like alchemy than geochemistry, actually. So the best way to describe this is through the popcorn analogy. When a corn kernel is in its raw state, it's a kernel, and then it pops and it turns into, it can completely changes morphology. So it's not a gradual change either, it's an instant change. And so in meltology, and this is going to be hard for you to get your head around, guys, but, you know, there's red bricks back here we can see, and meltologists would look at these and say that these are all what we call balloon rocks or popcorn bricks, which were actually originally red brick, but have been transformed into stone. And so we're going to look at a few examples of that. So this is like what we call popcorn bricks, and in the early 1900s they called them clinker bricks. It was supposedly an arts and craft movement. So you can see here that the bricks are, you know, distorted, flowing, clumping together, and the more deformed bricks are blacker because they've been more cooked out and burned, and some are turning into what we would call balloon rocks. So these bricks swell under intense heat and they start coalescing together. And you can see that in here, you can see that the bricks, you can see individual bricks, but it's turning into a big mass. So if you were a geologist and you saw this in the field and it was more advanced, you might call that a basalt or a vesicular basalt, something like that, without the surrounding. So the way that meltologists explain the very high temperatures required at the surface is through electromagnetic forces and plasma. And the best example to think of like that is if a red brick was struck by lightning, what might happen to it. So you could definitely, you know, create some extreme heat. And you know, I'm not going to go through all of these, but for those interested, you can get like silicification and you know, cracking, swelling, and carbonization, color change is very important. And you know, there's a lot of different effects that can happen in meltology, and that's also something that's very hard for people to get their heads around. So when a meltologist looks at a landscape, they're going to look at something like the Liedtke caves in Turkey, and they're going to say, well, these caves, were they cut out from the rock by hand, which is the official story, or were they actually part of a melted structure? And what you're seeing here, observing here, is a pocket of survival in the landscape from a you know, apocalypse, basically. And just to give you like a differentiation between the mud flood and meltology, because they are definitely related. This is evidence of the mud flood, where you see the arches are, you know, covered up to the top there. The meltology is more about the melting of the arches themselves, but the two are definitely interrelated. And you know, meltologists would call the mud flood more like a lot of brick ash that has particulate that's fallen down, but also massive flooding events and, you know, organic material, just all sorts of stuff going on. And I'm going to explain how. This is a pocket of survival also, and meltologists would call this a rock curtain that comes down over the top of this. And you can just see the remnant right there, and the rest of the landscape is melting over this structure. So meltologists have kind of created, started by Jerry, but continued on by lots of other people in the community, like a vocabulary to describe the features that they're seeing. And I would highly recommend checking out some material I recommended in the last video if you're interested in this. Derinkuyu is probably the most famous city in the Cappadocia area, and you might have probably heard of it. But they say that this was carved out by hand 280 feet deep, and continuously occupied from 700 BCE till the Armenian genocide of 1920. So did they carve Derinkuyu out, or is it a buried structure? And if you look at Derinkuyu from an aerial perspective, it actually is circular. So it's got a similar symmetry as many of the Star Wars cities that it may have originally been. And this is in India, the Ajanta caves, which are a series of 30 Buddhist rock-cut caves. That's what they say. Or mythologists would call it pockets of survival. And this is just an example of one of the magnificent temples that is inside the Ajanta system. And they would say that, look at the ornamentation on the columns, they would say that this is all rock cut with hand chisels. So we're getting to an interesting thing in this subject is what is geology really? Like if the rocks are basically melted architecture and trees, I'm going to talk about trees, but if they're melted architecture, then what does that make a stratigraphic column that we think of as normally being millions of years old in geology? Well, we need to rethink that, because you can see in this stack here, this looks like a natural rock formation, millions of years old, and then we have like a completely symmetrical stone block back to laminated sandstone, and then down the bottom we have stone pillars with red bricks visible. So there's a red brick right there, and meltologists would argue that this entire stack was originally bricks. This is in Poland. We see these crazy melting castles, and you get this like massive effect on the bottom here. And I think I've got a better photo. This is just to show you like the whole corner of the castle is basically melting. And it's getting replaced by, if you're a geologist, you might come along and call that limestone or something that is, considered millions of years old. But clearly it was part of this hundreds of years old castle. Here's another one in Spain. It's an electrified, we call them, castle, because something has happened to it, and you get these honeycomb textures and intense frying, localized features like this. This is a castle here, and they clearly did not build it like this. This part here happened after this castle was built. And once we look around the world, we see buried structures all over the place. The mound builders in the US, and lots of standing stone circles and dolmens, like Stonehenge. And you can see not only is there this structure, but there's this structure here, which is circle, and then there's actually also little smaller structures around it, which I haven't put in there. But this is another picture from a hill fort in Spain. This is a ring ruins, and what happened. Like there's clearly a lot going on beneath the ground. There's a zoomed out view, and this looks like it's a sort of a giant, megalithic structure that's been melted. So just to recap, are the rocks millions of years old, or are they the post-apocalyptic recrystallized remains of ruins? Just for your consideration, this is a typical stratigraphic sequence through layered rocks. And then this is just a fun thing I did it with AI, and just to show you that we've got, basically we live on the remains of ancient civilizations that are mostly red brick, but also concrete. And I think there was gold cities, crystalline cities. There was, definitely giant trees. There were giant people. There were giant animals. So we've got all sorts of stuff going on here, but I do believe that the foundational layer is what we think of as architecture, and I'm going to explain that. So what is plasma? Because plasma is a really important thing to get your head around with the subject, and basically we don't learn anything about it in school. So we learn about the 3 states of matter, gas, solid, liquid. In fact, plasma goes through all of them, and is what the official definition is as an electrically charged gas, which means that everything's got a slight electrical charge, and there's free electrons and positive ions running around, and so it's more like the interaction of electric fields than atoms. Electromagnetic fields, that's the main thing controlling the dynamics of our realm, in my opinion. And like in that way, you can think of nothing as being solid and everything is being part of this etheric energy field, which is the underlying matter, the other underlying life force of the world that we live in is plasma. It's chi, it's dark matter, it's ether, and it happens in the sky, it happens in the earth, it happens in our bodies, and you have to start getting your head around it if you want to start understanding the nature of our realm, because nothing is solid until the observer renders the image, and I'm going to get into that later, but I'm going to talk about plasma now. So it's the 4th state of matter, as I mentioned, and it's not just an ionized gas, but it's like a bridge between matter and energy. And like I said before, it's equated with the ether. And what I have determined is that just as sound shapes sand, frequency shapes plasma into coherent patterns. And so frequency is the vibration of intent, thought, and being, and plasma is the carrier and responder to those vibrations. So the things to think about in our realm is the sun is a plasma entity broadcasting solar codes, and also ley lines, which Michelle Gibson has done a lot of really fantastic work on, and autodidactic too, Cambell. Is the Earth's plasma veins, which are energized by telluric currents in the Earth's crust, which are also influenced by water. Water is very important. And when we talk about plasma, it's quite interesting because then you go back on the symbolism, and like when snakes have kind of been demonized with the the Garden of Eden, but snakes are everywhere in our ancient symbology, and they're, in my opinion, associated with frequency, sine waves, and plasma phenomenon, and electrical discharge. So this is the 7-headed serpents and the nagas from the Vedic texts, and the dragon guardians from Hyperborea, all about plasma, and we're going to look at types of plasma now. So what we've determined from before is that plasma can occur in the sky, it can occur in the ground, cosmic plasma, and it can occur inside us too. So what we're sort of understanding is that the ancients, might have been seeing these plasma effects in the sky, and that's what they recorded on in petroglyphs on cave walls, but also tablets and more sophisticated ways of recording information. And this is the squatter man effect, which is from Joshua James. He's done some really fantastic work on this, but it's all about how the ionized gas in the atmosphere is a particular color, and you might why is the sky blue? Because nitrogen and oxygen are the 2 main elements in the sky, and when they're ionized, they're blue. that's what I see it now. So Anthony Peratt was a plasma physicist, and he was doing contained experiments with plasma, and he discovered that he created this like hourglass sort of chalice toroidal shape in the lab, and then he noticed that the same shape was recorded in petrographs, and that's how he he came to the conclusion that the people who recorded those petrographs had actually observed that event in the sky, and they might have witnessed massive plasma instabilities that they then etched in stone. So this is what I would call a fire plasma apocalypse, and I've done quite a lot of work on reconstructing different ancient civilizations, and one of them was Lemuria. And so there was Lemuria was a vapor canopy kind of environment. So it was very tranquil, and everything was growing to enormous size, and there was no rain because it was all it was like an ambient light that was low radiation light that helped everything grow to enormous size actually. And at the end of the Lemurian era, I think that there was a massive fire plasma event, meaning there was a lot of volcanism. So, you know, we don't really know if it came from the sky or the ground, but I'm going to give you some evidence for both. This is evidence from the sky. They talked about the trumpet sounds. They talked about the building, like a burning building in the wormwood, like a comet crashing to Earth. They talk about unnatural auras, atmospheric build-up with energy, electricity arcing through the air, all kinds of crazy phenomena in the sky. But I do believe that the origin of a lot of the electricity comes from the ground, and this is some of the work that I did with rocks or ruins. But we actually see Lichtenberg effects everywhere, and a Lichtenberg effect is the phenomenon of the fractal light pattern that's left behind when there's a massive release of electrical discharge energy through an insulating material like the ground or wood or rocks, whatever. And so we see the morphology of those lightning-like fractals in the rivers, trees, etc. There's an earthquake, and you can often see lightning before earthquakes. And also, this is a sine wave through, the rock when an earthquake appears. So the sine wave is a sound wave, basically, that's being propagated through the rock, and it's basically hot ionized gas. But the hot ionized gas is going, which is the plasma, is going through the rock and as a wave like this. So to my mind, that means that the plasma is the medium through which the whole wave is moving. It's not a solid, it's not a liquid, it's not a gas, it's plasma. And like I said before, the plasma forms these Lichtenberg effects when the electrical discharge releases, and you get these lightning-like fractures. And this is the Grand Canyon, and this is from an orbital view of the Grand Canyon from the Smithsonian magazine, and it actually looks like a heart from a great distance, and you can see like the little vein of the Grand Canyon running through the middle of it. But this is the Colorado Plateau, and you can see all these Lichtenberg effects all around the place. And I would argue that this whole plateau was uplifted instantly, not over millions of years, as they would tell you that it took to form this incredible feature, which is the Grand Canyon. So they would say that the combination of tectonic uplift and down cutting from water erosion was the reason that this canyon formed. And I'm saying that it formed instantly from a incredibly violent fire plasma event. And volcanic lightning is very common before an eruption. And the point I'd like to make here is that the electricity actually seems to be coming from the ground. And I think that's important to think about, because we don't think enough about the Earth as being an electromagnetic medium, but actually that's what it is. Everything is governed by electromagnetism and plasma and sound frequency, which we're going to talk about. So this is what I talked about, ancient civilizations. So Lemuria and Atlantis and Hyperborea. The Theosophical Society was founded in 1875 by this woman, Madame Blavatsky, who apparently talked incessantly in a guttural voice, sometimes witty and sometimes crudely. And she was known to love a very good cigar. And you never see a picture of her throat. She's always like this. And the Theosophical Society was associated with the Brothers of Azos and other secret societies, who I very much doubt would put a woman in charge of a society like this and house them in magnificent old world buildings around the world. So I would argue that there was soft disclosure that went on through the Theosophical Society. And I've used some of their work to inform my understanding of ancient civilizations. And if anybody wants to do a deep dive into this stuff, I think it's fascinating. So the two, main civilizations that you probably heard of are Atlantis and Lemuria. And we're going to talk about those now. So Lemuria was, like I said before, like a vapor canopy environment. There was a very high humidity and warm temperatures worldwide. There was no direct sunlight. It was like a diffused glow in the sky. And from what I actually think that the sun didn't move, and it was actually Saturn. That's a conversation for another day. But rather than having a directional sun that moves across the sky, the sun just stayed fixed in the sky. And according to Genesis, there was no rain. The earth was watered by mist rising from the ground. And Levi talked a lot about the trees, and I absolutely agree that there were like magnificent trees all over the world back in those days, and they were probably made of silica, and they grew to enormous size. This one, they're probably about 300 feet. Do I think that all of the building, remains are tree stumps? I'm going to talk about that. And they also had blue skin giants and deities. Krishna and Rama are often depicted as blue. And you also hear about red-headed giants from the North Americans, and obviously up north in the Celtic regions too. And so according to the Theosophical Society, this is what the Earth looked like in the days of Lemuria, and the parts that are Lemurian are in red. So you can see that there's just, it's like if you join this up on the other side, it's just like basically one big continent. So this has very important implications for how we understand our cultural connections across continents, and like paleo ethnography, I guess, because South America and Africa were joined. This is Antarctica, and this is Australia, and this is all this is India. This is all one big landmass. So did we all at one time, I believe, lived in harmony together in one continent, and we were multiracial? And I've got quite a lot of evidence for that, actually. But the predominant race, I mean, you only have to look at the evidence for what they've covered up. The pyramids were built by people that we think of as looking African, even though I don't like using that word now because they've screwed around so much with the idea of race as well. And in fact, many presenters are going to show you that they were probably indigenous to North America first, or Americas in general. So the place I'm going to head now is in the Pacific, and that's Mu. And so Mu was like a remnant of Lemuria, like after the sea level rose, and this was what was left. And it was a very, very highly advanced civilization, according to James Churchward, who wrote a series of books on Mu, which I'd highly recommend. And I don't think the map looked like this particularly, but it just gives you an idea. There's Mu and there's Atlantis, and you can see all of these little areas. There's Hawaii, Easter Island, Tonga. There's all megalithic ruins around here. And what they said is that the people that survived from Mu actually, lived on those islands, as well as migrating to territories around the edge of the Pacific. So, there's the plasma event. So what I think about Mu disappearing is that we had megalithic cities all over the realm where Mu was, as well as all around in the colonies around the outside. And Mu sank due to a massive electromagnetic pulse event, like a pole shift, that instantly killed millions of people, overloading the architectural power grid. We're going to get into that, and instantly creating plateaus, mountains, and active volcanoes. So these cities experienced an architectural grid meltdown due to a massive plasma discharge event. So the volcanoes, I interpret, and you might think I'm nuts, but I interpret them as melted pyramids, which are themselves the tops to melted megalithic structures. These are, just to give you an idea, there's pyramids all over the world, but they're definitely pyramids within the Ring of Fire that James Churchward said were colonies of Mu. And not just pyramids, but megalithic ruins. This is in Micronesia, Nuttall. This is on Easter Island, Rapa Nui. And you can see similar style giants in Peru, stone giants. And this is off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni megalithic ruins. So in my opinion, the new world is the old world. Uluru and the Olgas were part of this giant landmass, which we think of as Lemuria. And Uluru was, in my opinion, a giant megalithic structure. And I'll show you that the landmass along the bottom of the ocean, bottom of the world in 1570 was a huge continent, and it was called Terra Australis Nondum Cognita, and it was joined by a land bridge to South America on many old maps. And another thing you might notice is that it's ice-free. So they like to tell us how we're in a global warming phase, but in fact, this is ice-free now, and now it's ice. So how does that make sense? In New Zealand, where I'm from, the old continent of Zealandia, which they actually acknowledge is a real thing, probably extended all the way out here and, connected all these different lands together. And the Patupara Rehi are described by the Maori people of New Zealand as supernatural forest dwellers that had pale skin, red or fair hair, and very ethereal voices. And they were human-sized, and they avoided the sunlight. They weren't very friendly. and they played the flute apparently. And Kumari Kandan, this is part of the Tamil history. They speak of a great land ruled by Padnan kings, which was taken by the sea. And you can see here that this directly connects India with Australia, with Madagascar, and probably Africa as well. This is Atlantis in its prime. And so according to the Theosophical Society, there's 4 maps of Atlantis. I included one, but you can see there's a big red part right in the middle here, which I believe is the city of the Golden Gates. And there's an outline of modern day Africa. So it's sitting practically in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So there it is. And if you extrapolate it to today, it's probably sitting the center in Northern Africa, which some people say is the Richelieu Eye in the Sahara Desert. And this is perhaps what it looked like if you reconstructed Atlantis according to Plato. That was sort of how he described it, which was off the Straits of Gibraltar. And Edgar Casey talks about Atlantis too. He's the sleeping prophet, and he said that they were using crystal energy for power, including this firestone. And I think they were like using these crystals to create their cities, basically, and harness energy through the frequency fields in a harmonic resonance technology. And he said that the end of Atlantis was due to the implosion of a crystalline I'm interpreting it as a frequency field because I'm thinking in frequency, but yeah, an implosion of the crystal field, and that's what caused the great flood event that we see recorded in myths all around the world. And there was huge devastation, millions of people killed. The popularization of stories like Noah's Ark was a direct result of events like this. And I'm going to get to time lately because people will be like, she doesn't even know when the Bible was and all that sort of stuff. But I don't really think in terms of linear time anymore, and I'm going to explain why in a minute. So here, this is a big giant crossing the ocean, looking pretty mad and eating people on the way. Oops. Oh, now I've lost my slides, Elisabeth.
Okay, well, you seem to have got to the end.
No, I haven't. I haven't got to the end. I'm just going to, can I just upload this second?
There's another one here. Let me add this. Is that another one?
You know what? I'm just going to add the second lot of slides because it only let me do 100. And so I'm just going to put the second lot on.
Ah, right. Okay. Got you.
Copy.
This is fascinating, by the way.
Oh, good. You enjoying it?
Yeah, really enjoying it. Yeah, it's really helping me to link up a few dots that I haven't been able to link up. So it's really incredible.
Yeah. Well, not everybody might agree, but that's the point, is that we'll have discussions and present what our theories are, and then that's how science works.
Yeah, and of course theories changed. I'm going to be redoing my book because after 1 year of extra researching, I've now completely changed so many things. So it changed the way we learn.
Yeah. So I'm just going to upload slide. How do I?
You can add a second slideshow if you want.
I'm about to do that right now. Okay, it's just uploading.
Okay.
I guess it doesn't let you have more than 500 slides, eh?
Yeah, that's a bit weird. Right,
At least you're getting a break with not having to push the slides.
I know. Yeah, I've had my lunch now, which is nice.
Good.
You've got 15 minutes before the next speaker.
Oh my goodness. All right.
I know, it goes fast.
I'm not getting through it quickly enough. Okay. So these structures were megalithic components in an earth-wide machine. So meltologists think of our Earth as being a machine, basically a giant megalithic machine that's like the carcass of a machine that's broken down. And we see these pyramids, as I said before, all over the world that now look like what we think of as mountains, but they are clearly pyramidal shapes. And meltologists would interpret these as the tops to very large megastructures and machines, basically like possibly obelisks that extend all the way down to what we think of as the ground level in meltology, which is the bottom of the crust. So yeah, the old world was the new world in meltology. So these places were already there a long time ago, and now we've lost them to the sea. So yeah, also I just wanted to point out that this is now we're on to Tartaria as far as lost civilizations go. So you probably all know, but Tartaria was on maps and it showed a huge part of the world from 1450 to 1700, and it was taken off maps altogether in 1850. But we see steepled cities right across the world, including the Western US, which you can see there's beautiful cities all over here in 1570. And all over Northern Africa, Barbaria and Nubia, Arabia, and clearly Europe, and this is northern China. So the Genghis Khan, this is the Thunderbolt, or the Neptune's fork in the Bedroom Desert. And we think that they actually went around destroying a lot of these old world cities that I showed you here, because these deserts didn't even exist at the time of this map. There was no Sahara, there was no Gobi Desert. And this is just to show you that they had plasma energy weapons, and clearly they were using them. And I think Martin Liedtke has talked about the armour being actually more like a Faraday cage to prevent getting plasma burn. And this celestial phenomenon that is shown in some old paintings, and you can see orbs everywhere in the sky. And so, you know, from what I've studied, I actually believe we live in a holographic biological universe, which is basically a computer program, a simulation. And this is one of the times, like the sky is a hologram, but this is one of the times we actually seeing like the machine behind the sky. And this might be part associated with reset events. Again, this is an example of the veil thinning between the worlds. And you probably are familiar with this map from Marion, which is like him peering through the veil and seeing all of the wheel in the sky, Ezekiel's wheel, and all of the machinery that's up there. keeping this whole crazy place going. So I think that with the use of plasma energy weapons, the parasites have actually hijacked the natural reset cycles that we see. And this is what this eye in the sky is about. And I'm going to go through this because I don't have much time, but you can see lots of evidence from that from meltology, the memory of the sky events, and total destruction, but the lightning's coming from the sky. And you can see here, oh yeah, there's Vishnu's chakra, which is like a spinning disc that you might have been actually captured in this photo, the baptism of Christ. There's clearly something that is like a disc, and it's got some lasers pointed right here, and it's generating a fire. So I think there was a total destruction of cities, like Guy said, millions and millions of people killed. This is from the French Revolution. I think they were getting rid of evidence from the old world. This is an actual picture, and I just had some fun with AI with it. I think that's a plasma energy weapon that's been used in the field to get rid of evidence of the old world from the French Revolution. And these are just some examples of fasces, which we see today still in the House of Representatives in the US. And these were the weapons that they used, and they still do, to keep us under control. The word fascism comes directly from this ancient weapon. And Guy talked this is where I got this information from, is Guy, but he talks about a massive depopulation event, hundreds of thousands, millions and billions of people dead. And what it looks like is, I don't know if this is bones, but you can see lots of examples. This is from Moscow, which is clearly something's happened to this environment. And there's what we think of as a giant just here. There's buried layers of human remains right across the world, in just Odessa, Ukraine alone. This is a map of the catacombs, 2,500 kilometers of tunnels, and yeah, there's some giants in the catacombs, and you also see these very ritualized burial of bones and such in these catacombs, like the skull and crossbones, and you see them in major cities all over the world. Petrified remains. So during volcanic eruption events, the bodies were reduced to carbonized bones and the teeth encased in volcanic deposits. And so, yeah, I think silicification, petrification can happen very quickly, and there is evidence for that all over the world. But I will say that I think that the majority of these type of structures are megalithic ruins, and I'll explain why. Going through a few things here. Yeah, so the main thing that I will say is that, like, this is the Acropolis in Greece, and you can see that there's remnants of remains here, but what it appears to be sitting on is a mount. And if you look closer at that mount, it's actually ruins grading into rock, which is millions of years old. I've already talked about that. But then if you get up really close, you see that it's actually all red brick arches and stone arches that were originally red brick. There's the brick, now it's stone. So I would argue that, like, when you see, like, some of these remnants that, like, the trees were 300 feet, these megalithic buildings, this one was like 2.4 kilometers according to the Bible, the Tower of Babel, and it took 3 days to walk around the base. So just, it's pretty hard to get your head around the size of some of these structures, but enormous. So if you had something like that, what would it look like today? Well, we would argue as Nuttologists it looks something like this, like a melting butter landscape, and this is in the Four Corners area in Arizona. So you can see here, this is in Spain. This is ruins, right? These are clearly red bricks. And then this is in the Utah Monument Valley, and there's like a little aperture here, but as a geologist, you would come along and call this millions of years old, and there's a little splay skirt coming out here. So, you know, meltologists would interpret these as the remains of gigantic megalithic ruins. And I just wanted to show you some really cool pictures of Niagara Falls. This is the Terrapin Tower on the edge of Niagara Falls, which they said was built in 1833 and torn down as an observation tower and torn down in 1873. And if you have a look at pictures of Niagara Falls, this is the falls here, and it looks structural underneath the Niagara River. So when you say it's a hydrological power station, yeah, it probably is, but I think it's been repurposed as one rather than invented. It was originally built by giants as an ancient hydrological power station. And you can see this is an aerial view of Niagara Falls, and then there's a canal running all the way down here. This is it here, 13 kilometres all the way to a power station that's used down here. And there it is. And this is a construction photo of that same power station, and you can see that this is all, looks like it's been there forever and ever. This is supposedly a photo taken when it was being constructed, and the arches are all filled in. So they also had like industry all the way along the edge of the Niagara Falls. This is on the US side, but the water flowed through the underground canals to power turbines connected to the flour mills and machine shops, and that's all gone now. And there's also tunnels, red brick tunnels running all under the falls, and you can actually go and see them there. It's a really cool thing to do, go under the power station and have a look at these tunnels that were built by giants, in my opinion, 25 feet high. So the evidence is everywhere, and for sound and vibration, and the interaction of electromagnetism, sound waves, and plasma. So we can see the cymatic patterns in nature and architecture. And plasma is intimately associated with frequency. And we see these cymatic patterns in snow crystals, rose church windows, crop circles, and rocks. So this is a cymatic pattern in a rock with, clearly there's some sort of vibration that's going on here. And thank you, Tom, for this photo. It's amazing. And also star forts. So the star fort sort of geometry looks like it's sort of echoing itself. It's like a ripple effect, like a vibrational resonance pattern replicating itself. And we see like star forts all over the world, hundreds of them, and many of them have been destroyed now, but they all show this beautiful geometry, and I don't believe for an instant that they were originally designed as bastion forts. So this is an important concept in meltology, that pyramids, cathedrals, and star forts are essentially fried electrical components in a computer circuit board, which is overloaded during a plasma discharge event. And these energetic nodes lie at ley line intersections. So here we go. There's a ley line with a straight ley line. You get straight ley lines all over the world where the structures line up in straight lines. There's a Mont Saint Michel with all the structure underneath. And each different kind of geometry of architecture has a different function, and they also represent different resonance fields. So yeah, I'll let you read that because there's just a few things I want to get to, and I'm running out of time. But I just wanted to show you that our realm is not a fixed object, but it's a resonance container of standing waveforms. So toroidal fields are composed of electromagnetic consciousness-based oscillations. And what we see is really interesting. As the waveform begins to bend and so reach a resonance threshold, it actually collapses. And that's what we perceive of as a reset event. And so, for example, here we've got two layers of ancient Rome, and the older buildings are in red, the Republican Roman buildings. And then it's like they've just imprinted the new geometry over the top of the old buildings, and it's literally just right over the top. So I would argue that the architectural motherboard is the foundational layer upon which the trees and the vegetation grow, so that nature is growing out of the blueprint. And you can even see here, it looks like they're even creating it. It's like weaving a mat with the rays here. And this is a map of ancient Rome in 1762. So it's like there are different layers of stacked sacred blueprints, one upon the other. Crystal Palace, you can see it's very ordered. It's like the geometry has come after, like, has been placed on the sorry, I'm losing my thought here, but the building's been, the outline of the geometry's been drawn, and then the building has been resonated into existence. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to speculate, but it's not with hammer and chisel, I can tell you that. This is Paris, and this is in China, and so nature is actually growing out of the architectural foundation. And this is also in China, and the mountain here is actually, this is a very ordered basement, and then you can see this is a stupa here that the mountain's encroaching on. So the mountain was there after the temple, in my opinion, and it was probably most likely a four-sided geometrical pyramid, a bit like Borobudur in Indonesia. And so you get these divine microcosm, macrocosm style resonant architecture in the old world, which is designed to help people understand the ascension within. And you can see little Buddhas here inside the stupas. And you can see this fractal kind of geometry everywhere. The meltologist would say this setup is like a circuit board. So all of these temples were like actual components in a circuit board. So, for example, this temple here might have been a resonator, and then you'd have capacitors, generators, transformers, and they all played a specific purpose. But it was a highly sophisticated circuit board, not like you think of today. But it does actually look very much like a circuit board when you look at a LiDAR scan of Angkor Wat, for example. That's what it looks like. So this is the language of the biological circuit board, which governs the nature of our reality, which is governed by fractals and sacred geometry. And the idea that these magnificent structures were carved by hand is completely absurd to me. And so we're talking about harmonic construction techniques. So, you know, that's what I was talking about before. Maybe they had some resonant blueprint and they created a morphic field scaffold, and then they used like sonic rods and tuning forks and crystal amplifiers to grow the building, basically, or, you know, vibrate it into position. Levitation, maybe, I'm not sure. So this is how I envision the earth. Each layer on this sacred mother earth is a different vibrational state of consciousness at the time of its information. So the frequency or the vibrational state of consciousness at the time of this civilization is actually preserved in the rocks, but also in the cymatics and the crop circles and the architecture, and they're all different. And this is just an example of, you know, like they look like a mandala. So if you could like, doesn't look like a regular circuit board. It looks more like a mandala to me. That's where the whole thing is a mandala, and the lotus flower and the blooming comes from is the sacred flower of life. So yeah, you probably figured out, I think, the world in terms of a catastrophic model. So we don't, the Earth is not 4.5 billion years old. It's, in fact, it doesn't even work on a linear time frame. It's much, much shorter. And we see evidence for that all over the world. The Hopi people talk about the ant people, who were these strange sort of humanoids with antenna-like heads that would help them in between resets to go underground before a reset happened in order to help them survive. And they said that they didn't actually like it much down there and they wanted to come back. But I just wanted to make a note about time, because I think it's really important that time is not linear. It's a cycle, and at the end of the cycle, it gets reset back to zero. And perhaps the best example of that is the Mayan calendar, but in actual fact, it's actually the Olmec calendar, which well predates it's a pre-Columbian civilization that predates the Mayans and the Aztecs, but they all use the same calendar. And you can look at that in your own time, but I just wanted to show you that this idea of catastrophic resets just permeates the culture everywhere. You get these serpents, and then a bar bird or a phoenix or an eagle these days represents the time between the resets, and then this is another reset, which is represented by the snake, the plasma event. And so there are cycles within cycles, as I said before, and according to the Olmec calendar, these cycles happen every 52 years. And there's basically like two different calendar systems going on with their calendar. One at 260 days, which is a ritual calendar associated with the moon cycles, standing waves, and the 365 days solar calendar. So when those two calendars came together at particular portals, the veil between the worlds would open up, and they're very predictable. They knew that when they were coming, and they had rituals around these portals opening up, and they knew they were very vulnerable to catastrophe at those particular times. So the last one was 1507, not last one, but last one that we knew about with the Aztecs. And that was when the Aztecs were at Tenochtitlan in Mexico City, which is shown here. And if you count 52 years forward in the Gregorian calendar from that date, the next one is at 2027. So it doesn't mean that we're necessarily all going to get burnt in a big fire or anything. It's just, it means the veil is lifting, and I feel like all of us are feeling that now. And I just want to encourage everyone not to be all doom and gloom, because I really feel like this is a very exciting time in human history. And in fact, with these portals opening up, the energies are increasing if you're open to experiencing them. And just to show you that these reset cities make no sense on the timelines. Like this is Tenochtitlan in 1521 when it was destroyed by the Spanish, and then they didn't start draining the lake. This is Lake Texaco until 1607, and yet here's Mexico City built right on top of it, and they started building this cathedral in 1573, according to the official narrative. So this guy's done some really cool stuff on reconstructing Tenochtitlan, there's Templo Maya. And just to show you that it makes no sense, like there's literally like, this is a Templo Maya, and it's underneath this beautiful cathedral, literally right underneath, and you can see cooked out red bricks right here. The lava wall is melting over the temple steps, and modern day. So yeah, we're basically living in a cubist hell scape, and it's all by design. And the mud flood was likely a part of that reset event. And as I said before, it was like probably a plasma event. It may have come from the sky, it may have come some from the earth too, but it certainly caused a lot of flooding and probably brick ash, which is like a particulate falling from the sky. But, you know, whatever was in the way would get caught up in the flood, and probably some liquefaction too. Is India, Dunedin, Liverpool entrance here. And you can see how absurd the narrative is. Nothing has changed. We still live under a fascist regime, and once you start to understand the language of symbolism, the veil drops away. So everything is inverted in this realm. War is peace, freedom is slavery. It's all smoke and mirrors, though, and so it's up to you to whether you want to let them manipulate your perception. Okay. Oh, I think it's cut me off there. Elisabeth?
Yeah, I'm here. Just trying to get back in.
Yeah, I think I'm over my time anyway, so I'll just stop there. I've got a little bit more, but yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Okay, well, maybe you can come on my podcast and we can talk about this, because it's so fascinating. Oh my God, it's all stuff that I feel like we all know, but it's on such a epigenetic deep level, you know. I think this is really important. I really think your presentation is important.
Yeah. Well, I didn't manage to get into it, but basically I try and show how everything that we observe in this, like the way we experience the world, is a little bit like a video game. So if you are not interacting with it, it doesn't exist. Effectively, it stays in a waveform or a code. Yeah. So that's really important, because if you think about the analogy of like a tree falling in the forest, and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a noise? No, it doesn't, because until you interact with that tree, either the sound of it or the, you know, viewing it, it doesn't exist. It's in a waveform. So I feel like this is fundamental to our understanding of our realm, that everything is sound, frequency, and plasma. Yeah, electromagnetism, and we live in a biological computer, but in fact, because we are electromagnetic beings ourselves, we are the mirror. We are the mirror, and everything, like reality, we are happening to reality, not the other way around.
Yes.
So people can understand that. It's very empowering, because then you are directly responsible for you creating your own reality. Even though it would be nice if there were a few people in society who were a little more open-minded. And I really congratulate everyone watching and sharing, because I think this community is just so important to me, and I just have so much respect for everybody that is getting, you know, involved.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree, and thank you so much. Right, I'm gonna let you go so I can bring Jordan in. And let's speak afterwards, yeah? And thank you so much. It was wonderful.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay. All right. Take care. Bye.
Hello, Elisabeth.
Hi there. Hi. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I'm good.
Hello to everyone watching as well. It's a pleasure to be on, sharing what I've found.
Yes, I'm going to try and pull up your slides now. Wait a second.
No problem.
Okay, I'll add you there.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm just going to turn myself off, but then you can just tell me when to move the slides, okay? And I'll move them forward.
Yeah, no worries. So I'm going to be talking about the Empire of Tartaria in the 18th century, from exploring historic gazettas between the years 1758 and 1815 to understand what the Tartarian Empire was. So if you want to go to the next slide, Elisabeth. These are the sources I've used. I've got all these books as a hard original print in my collection. So if you want to move on again, Elisabeth. This is a map out of the 1758 copy of Modern Gazetta. You can see the large landmass in the centre split into three separate regions, Eastern, Western, and Tartary by itself. You can also see a few other locations on this map that don't exist today, like Barbary, and I'm sure there's a few others you've seen. But if you want to move across to the next slide, Elisabeth, this is what the definition of Tartary is in these books. So we've got Tartary, a vast country of Asia extending across immense regions from the northern parts of Korea, China, Tibet, all the way through India, Persia, and European Russia. So compared to the modern day definition of Tartary, we are told it's just a blanket term for areas that we don't know enough about. But as this presentation continues and we get through it, you're going to soon learn that that is not true. So this enormous region included the territories of the ancient Scythians, which is mentioned numerous times in the book, that the name Tartary replaced Scythians, essentially. And it was once known as Great Tartary, reflecting the size and the influence of the region, encompassing not only a geographical domain, but a cultural and political one, describing various powerful Tartar nations. The lands included in Tartary during the 18th century include Chinese Tartary, Independent Tartary, Uzbek Tartary, Siberia, and the dominions of the Mongols and Kalmucks. But within these divisions themselves were numerous separate Tartar tribes, such as the Circassians, Crimeans, Kistiks, Ossetis, Samoides, Turkomans, and many other tribes that we'll get into a bit later on. So if we can go to the next slide, Elisabeth. This is a map from, I believe, the 1795 copy of R. Brooks' Modern Gazetteer, and you can see, same as previously, we've got East and West Tartary, but on this one you can see we've also got mentions of Kalmucks and Uzbeks, which are dominions of Tartary itself. But we're going to get into explaining each one of these divisions as we progress through the presentation. So if you want to move on again, please, Elisabeth. So Uzbek Tartary, which is Uzbekistan today, corresponds to the territory of Balkara, that was the capital city of Uzbek Tartary. Once the heart of the vast Tartar Empire under Tamerlane, which is a descendant from Genghis Khan, extending between India, Persia, Tibet, and the Caspian Sea. So when we saw their maps previously, and the labels area Tartary, that isn't just Tartary. As you can see what's written here in this quote, we've got India, Persia, and Tibet, which is also included as part of Uzbek Tartary. Known for its wealth and influence, Uzbek Tartary was home to powerful dynasties who ruled over surrounding kingdoms such as Persia, India, and Turkey. Persia, India, and Turkey once paid tribute to Uzbek Tartary, just showing you how strong an empire this was, because Persia, India, and Turkey aren't small countries, and they're not now, and they weren't in the 18th century. And the capital city of Balkara was so rich that the conquests of Kublai Khan yielded immense treasure. See, there's numerous references in all of these books mentioning Kublai Khan raiding the certain cities and towns related to Tartary, and every time we see written that Kublai Khan has found immense treasures, proof that the region is prosperous and key role in Eurasian trade around Asia. Excuse me. Often described as having broad, flat faces with little to no beard. Sorry, that's a misprint by me. That should say often seen with beard. And olive or darker complexions, typically wearing rich fabrics, and in times of war, were known to armour themselves with iron-linked coats. If you want to move on, Elisabeth, we have some photos of Uzbek Tartars there, so you can see the clothing. Very nice. I'm not entirely sure what sort of fabric that is. Could be silk, could be something that you'd expect you class as luxury. It looks very nice, very well made. See the head wraps and the olive skin. Just beautiful clothing, really. Very, yeah. If you want to move on. Right, the Kalmucks. The Kalmucks were a nation of Tartars living between the Volga and Yak rivers, or the Ural rivers today, near the Caspian Sea. Entirely nomadic, they lived in tents and moved with their herds of horses, camels, sheep, never building permanent homes. So moving with the seasons, if you will, never staying anywhere in one place for too long. So there were no crops, no bread, and solely relied on milk, butter, cheese, and hunting game. So what they can make themselves really, and they've got the animals, the herds of camels, sheep, and obviously other livestock, which they're turning this product from. Mare's milk was especially prized. The society was divided into countless clans, all under a great Khan, all of these claiming descent from Tamerlane, which, as previously mentioned, is a descendant of the great Genghis Khan, which has often been mentioned as the original ruler of Tartary, but I can't confirm or deny anything relating to that, just that Genghis was involved in Tartary, so we're led to believe. Renowned horsemen, they wore iron-linked mail armour like the Uzbeks, making them resistant to most weapons, though once reliant on bows and scimitars, and a well-trained Kalmuk could let off, I believe it's 12 shots of a bow and arrow in 1 minute, in under 1 minute. But they began adopting firearms, becoming a feared force. Again, like the Uzbeks, flat faces, olive skin, distinctive fur and silk attire. Kalmuks embodied the fierce spirit of Tartary. Often described with red hair as well, which we'll see in a few pictures later on. Their allegiance was complex, however. Though free roaming, most submitted to the Russian Empire for protection. And bearing in mind, this is the views from European geographers in the 18th century. So we're taking this a view from a different continent. Most of the authors that have written these gazetteers are British. So we're looking at it from a good distance away. So it's not going to be a complete accurate representation, but already compared to the modern day definition of this is an area we don't know much about, we wouldn't know this sort of information about these types of people, and we're just going to get into it more and more as we progress further into the presentation. But this balance between independence and tribute highlights their role as both sovereign nomads and strategic allies in the greater politics of Eurasia, showing the depth that they had on the environment and the region they was in. They were important and they were influential. They weren't unknown. Just want to go to the next picture, please, Elisabeth. Right, here we have just two photos of Tamerlane. I think the left one is a more modern painting, but the right image is from the 17th century out of a book, which you can see at the top. It actually says Tartars, Tamerlane, Emperor, des Tartars. Tamerlane, the Emperor of Tartary. So if you want to move on again, please, Elisabeth. Right, now move on to Chinese Tartary, which was the vast northeastern frontier of the Chinese Empire. So, separate entity to China, but today will be known as modern day China. But back then it was segmented to the northern Chinese Tartary, and then China was the rest of what we know of China as China. So Chinese Tartary encompassed regions like Manchuria, Mongolia, and parts of Siberia. And unlike the densely populated Chinese heartland, this territory was dominated by nomadic tribes and steppe cultures, so nomadic cultures. Several ancient accounts suggest that Tartarian princes once ruled over parts of China, such as one that is mentioned is Zunchi, king of Nuttall, which was a ruler descending from Tartaria, which had great influence in China. These rulers, often described as coming from the northern steppes, were seen as powerful chieftains who influenced Chinese courts through conquest or alliance. The legacy hints at periods when Tartary and China were more entwined than divided politically and culturally. So then that makes you wonder about the Great Wall of China. Now we know from evidence from the books that Tartary and China were once a force together, and something broke them up. So we've got that big debate question. Is it the Chinese wall? Is it the Grand Wall of Tartary? We don't know, but this does add a bit more complex depth into it that we can think about further. But again, we're going to go on a bit of a tangent here, so we'll get back to it. Chinese Tartary formed a cultural bridge between Central Asia and the Far East, influencing trade, warfare, and diplomacy for centuries. So, thus showing us a very key player in the politics of the world, essentially, a great part of the world, enough for the Western world to know in this great depth what is going on. Because all this information, like I said, has come from these gazetteers, everything. And say I've pulled a reference out of one of the books, it's always corroborated by what's written in the other books. Not in the exact, it's not described the same way, but the way it is described links together. So we can form, off these 5 books that I've got, we can form a great picture, an accurate picture, which is cemented by other references. Back to it again, sorry. It was through Chinese Tartary that many northern invasions entered China. So this would have been after the breaking up of friendships, I suppose you could say. Yet it also became a conduit for the Silk Road, which is a great trade network and cultural exchange. Its vast steppes and broader towns stood as a meeting point of empires, beliefs, and languages. So a cultural point for people to learn, if you will, and learn new beliefs, languages. Yeah. So if you want to move on to the next picture, Elisabeth, we have a map. So I've marked out on this map what's inside the orange boundary is what is classed as Chinese Tartary. And then underneath that, you can see yellow boundary lines. That is what's classed as China in the 1700s. So you can get a good glimpse of the size there. It's about, I'd say it's probably a bit bigger than half the size of China. So it's a large landmass for something today that isn't explained as, it's just explained as a term for nothing, essentially. But if you want to move on again, please, Elisabeth. Independent Tartary. This refers to the central region of Tartary. Independent Tartary has other regions of Tartary within it. So independent Tartary, I suppose, is a term, a blanket term, I suppose you could call it, for other areas of Tartary. But independent Tartary is the name for the broader landmass. So lying between the Caspian Sea and Chinese Tartary, roughly encompassing present-day Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and parts of Kazakhstan. So Uzbek Tartary is part of independent Tartary, but unlike Chinese Tartary, it was not under the dominion of China, but maintained its own governance and tribal systems. This area was composed of various nomadic and semi-nomadic Tartar tribes, such as the Uzbeks, who trace their lineage back to Tamerlane. Independent Tartary was known for its vast steppes, arid deserts, caravan routes. The arid deserts will be the Gobi Desert and other such in the area, and caravan routes that link the east and west. Despite its rugged geography, it was a vital part of the Silk Road and a key player in Eurasian politics. Its cities such as Samarkand and Bukhara were centers of trade, culture, and Islamic scholarships. And these cities still stand today with some of the most beautiful mosques, just buildings in general that are attributed to that part of time. Nothing to do with Tartary in the history that we are told in the modern day. But these books are linking together these centers of trade, culture, and religion, and making such a strong emphasis on the point and mentioning that the buildings and the beautiful mosques, these are all mentioned in these books. So they're attributed to Tartary. I mean, it's all there. Though politically fragmented in the 18th century, independent Tartary still remained influential through its strong tribal confederations and strategic control of trade routes, showing that though the area was broken up, like mentioned, into different smaller Tartary groups, they still held a great amount of strength and skill and just knowledge of the area to give them the ability to control trade routes. And as like I mentioned before, this is from the perspective of the Westerner. So we can get rid of that rubbish that Westerners didn't know enough about Tartaria. That's why they called it Tartaria. They just labelled it all the same thing. This is information it's incredibly in depth and it recorded, and it all backs up to be true when you compare it to modern history. Parts of it link up. Parts of it are missing in modern history, but then you look back in these books and then the parts you can put in and it starts to make more sense now. Right, so if where are we now? Its leaders, often titled Khans or Emirs, maintained autonomy by balancing relations with neighbouring empires like Persia, Russia and China. So they stayed relevant by keeping up these strong relationships with the neighbouring countries, maybe focusing on trade benefits with certain countries or giving a certain country a better route through the Silk Road or through the area. And you can start to imagine what benefits, acting as a buffer and a bridge between both civilizations. So moving on. The area in purple marks out independent Tartary. So on the east side of the map, on the right side of the screen, that is just above Chinese Tartary. So Chinese Tartary is bordered with independent Tartary, among other places. But you can see Kalmuks in the middle, Kalmuk Tartary. You got Uzbek Tartary to the left of that. So moving on again. Crim Tartary, which is Crimea as known today, historically known as Taurica Chessonius, situated in Asia, is a peninsula bounded by the Black Sea to the south and west and connected to the mainland by narrow I'm going to struggle with this one, I think. Isthmus of Perikop. It's once served as a vital crossroad between Asia and Europe, flourishing due to its fertile lands, strategic location, and commercial potential. The region was famed for its rich natural beauty and long recognised for its importance by Greek settlers. So the Europeans recognised this area of importance. Scythians, Goths, and later the Tatars. The Khans of Crimea, notably descendants of Batu Khan, maintained semi-autonomy under various empires, from the Genoese to the Turks, before ultimately falling under Russian control in 1783. And now that is something I've been coming across a lot. As the earlier books I have, there's not much mention of the Russian aggressions, but once you start getting past 1780 and start moving in towards the 19th century, the books I have in that year, a lot of the larger Tartary regions, such as Crim Tartary, so I can't remember what the name of it is now, but they all seem to be subject to the Russians or under savage attacks by the Russians. So this is the part of time where Tartary is on its decline. It's on its way out. And now Crim Tartary was divided into three regions: the mountainous regions, plains, and steppe lands, and it held some of the finest harbours in the world, notably Sesbastopol and Bakalava, and was often the centre of geopolitical rivalries, particularly between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. So moving on, we'll have a picture of the map showing where Crim Tartary is. So here. So to the right of the purple bordered area, we have Russia. And then to the left, the location name Podolia refers to modern day Ukraine and Moldova. But that is the size, and you can see in the description I've just explained to you where it says it has great ports. You can see the benefit of the great ports in the situation here. You're going to get a lot of trade, and it's just going to generate a lot of income and just a lot of quality materials for the area. It's a very well thought out location as part of an empire. But then when you look at the history, Crim Tartary, Crimea, was one of the first places to go under Russian aggressions. So then that makes you wonder why. They've probably targeted this area first because of the key logistical factors of being able to control a country like this, an area like this. So moving on again, Elisabeth. I think we're getting into the religious teaching, who ruled Tartary. See, Tartary was ruled by a collection of powerful dynasties and khanates, each governing vast stretches of land from China to the Caspian Sea. And bearing in mind again, I just want to go back to this is the 18th century. And from the research I've done in these books, it indicates that Tartary was established before 1100 AD. So we're looking here at a region, at a point in time of about 50 years, written about an empire that's been around for at least 700 years, 800 years. So we're looking at a very small part of the written history, which is again Western views of Tartary. So this isn't going to be 100% accurate. I mean, this is more accurate than we can get anywhere online because this is written, and this was known as fact in Europe in the 1700s. So that's why it was written in geological works like this. These books were used to learn from. I think they were primarily made for researchers, stuff like that. So they were known to be right, correct, and in a couple of them that I have, they say printed on the king's authority. So we're back to who ruled Tartary. The most notable was Genghis Khan, founder of the Mongol Empire, whose descendants established khanates across Asia. Later, Tamerlane or Timur, I think it's Tamer the Lame was his actual name, rose from Uzbek Tartary, building a vast empire centered around Samarkand and Bukhara. But each region of Tartary were ruled at this point in time by different people, different princes or khanates, whatever you have. So we've got Chinese Tartary was ruled by Tartar princes, like we mentioned before, Zunqi, king of Nuche, who held sway before even over Beijing before the Ming dynasty took over power of China. And then independent Tartary, as mentioned, included local khans, often in conflict or alliance with Persia and Russia. And then Crim Tartary was governed by Tartar sultans, many aligning with the Ottoman Empire. So moving on again, Elisabeth. Here we've got two pictures from, I believe, I'm not sure what book it is, but it's a book from the 1600s depicting a Chinese Tartarian warrior and a Tartarian prince of China. But then you can just have a look at the garments they're wearing. They're absolutely beautiful, luxurious fabrics, adorned with, again, beautiful lace, silk. And the sword he's got on his waist there looks to be in a sheath, but the colours is just they look very sophisticated. It looks like a very well what's the word I'm looking for? Culturally advanced civilization. It's not well known at all. It's very well known, as you can see from what I've spoke to you about already, and then the pictures. We've got highly detailed images of what these people look like. The colours might not be accurate. I do believe the colours are what people assume, what they assume the colours to have looked like. So we can't confirm the colours are right, but you can still get a grasp of the outfit itself and how it is meant to look. So moving on, Elisabeth. Yes, so now we're getting to the religious views and the faiths of the different regions within Tartary. So the Uzbek Tartars, descendants of Tamerlane, follow Mahometanism, which is Islam, as their dominant religion. Rooted in the city of Bukhara, which served as the capital and spiritual centre, they embrace the Sunnite branch of Islam, which is following of the Prophet Muhammad only, like most followers of Islam follow today, blending it with remnants of older Tartar customs. So it's a blend of following the Prophet of Muhammad with older Tartar customs, really. Despite their fierce reputation in warfare, the Uzbeks held scholars and holy men in very high regard, knowing that religion, or maybe not even religion, but spirituality and understanding who we are, they hold that in great importance, because it is important. They hold that more important than war, because peace and spirituality and understanding who we are, where we come from, is more important than anything else. was famous for its mosques, madrasas, religious schools as well. Again, highlighting that this area was a focal point for religion, peace, and culture. And it still stands today. I mean, if you look at the city of Bokhara, there's some absolutely beautiful structures that still remain there today. Traces of earlier step spirituality remain for the sky, ancestors, and omens, showing a fusion of faith and heritage, which is very interesting that in these books they are mentioned for worship in the sky. So, which is a very interesting thing, really. It's very interesting that, again, I just want to highlight that we are told we knew nothing about Tartary, which is why it was a blanket term. But how would we know? How would they know, the authors, the researchers in the 1700s, know that the Uzbeks specifically still worship the sky, but they mix that worship with Islam? How would you possibly know that if you didn't know? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense to me anyway. Though Islam was the official religion, the Uzbeks were known for the tolerance of religious minorities within the borders, particularly among trade hubs along the Silk Road. So we've got Jewish people, Christian people, and even Buddhist enclaves were permitted to practice quietly, as long as they paid tribute and respected Tartar rule. Which is nice. You've got diverse community of different faiths, all together as one unity, obviously as long as they pay tribute and respected Tartar rule, but we don't know what that may be. That may just be, don't try and convert anyone to your beliefs. You can happily come here and learn. But anyway, we're going on a tangent again. If we want to move on, Elisabeth, I think we have some pictures again. Here we go, some more pictures of the Uzbek Tartars. So on the left, we can see again, and what you'll notice in all these pictures is it's very always quite wide fabrics, big fabrics, very, like, I wouldn't say ornate, but they're very stylish, I suppose you could say. It looks like there's a lot of thought been put into the creation of these garments, a lot of style. And then you can't forget the skill involved in making clothes like this, because you can guarantee they're not lasting a couple of weeks. They're probably going to last a very long time. So it just shows you that they are involved greatly in trade, which not many people really think about. And again, on the right, we've got that beautiful cuirass, I suppose you could call it. That looks like a soldier, if you will. It's got, looks like arrows on his back and a staff in his hand. But moving on, the religious practices of the Kalmucks. So the Kalmucks, the western branch of Tartarians, were unique among the rest of them. Devout followers of ancient Lamaic Buddhism. Lamaic Buddhism is, I believe, a collection of different teachings from Buddhism compiled together. Could be wrong, but that is what my understanding of Lamaic Buddhism is. They upheld the doctrines of the Grand Lama of Tibet and retrained a priesthood of the Gulag monks, many of whom journeyed great distance to Lhasa, which is labelled as a city of Tartary in these books, to pray and seek knowledge. Unlike the Islamic Uzbeks or eclectic faiths of other Tartars, the Kalmucks practice rituals passed down from the heart of ancient Asia, including incense offerings, prostration rites, which is styles of worship, different types of worship, and monastic learning in monasteries, learning about monasteries, that sort of thing. Their yurts, which are circular homes, which are collapsible. Again, as we previously discussed, the Kalmucks didn't stay permanently in one place. They were moving with the seasons through the lands with their livestock, living in these yurts. And in these yurts housed small shrines, because they took the rituals very seriously, and whole caravans would halt for days during spiritual observations. So you've got things like, maybe you've seen things in the sky, or the sort of possibly like the aurora borealis. I mean, you've got to remember, back then there wouldn't have been any light pollution or anything like that affecting what we see in the skies. So this we could interpret by, during the caravans moving procession to somewhere else, they may see these signs in the sky, the lights. I'm using aurora borealis as an example, but this is what that could possibly refer to: stopping and and learning the spiritual meaning for what they're seeing. They took it very seriously. Again, like we mentioned before. And even Russian chroniclers noted the spiritual discipline and ceremonial order, which is a very far cry from the barbarian label we often hear applied to the Mongols, which modern day history associates with all of that area of Genghis Khan. We know Genghis Khan killed 80 million people, killed that many people, the CO2 went down. You know what I mean? How would they know this though? Like, it just doesn't make a great deal of sense. And none of that history that we've been taught is in these books. I mean, we've got so much depth on religion, culture, and everything like that. We've even got trade routes. But you'd think if this empire killed 80 million people, that'd probably be worth mentioning in the book. But I mean, I didn't mention before, but then out of the 5 books I've got, I've been through all of them page to page, and I've got over 250 references regarding Tartary, all different regions, information regarding different things, which is how I've made this presentation. But their beliefs were not just a religion. They were a living memory of a culture a lot older than most empires. Like I said, we've got evidence in these books that Tartary goes back to at least 1100 AD. And I'll get the quote. I should have added it to my presentation. But that is referring to a war that Tartary fought in 1100 AD. So it was already established. And that's so, and I'm looking at about 1750. That's 650 years that we don't know about. And the potential, like I said, even more, because there was a war at 1100 AD. So moving on, Elisabeth. And here we go. See, if you look at this image on the left of this Kalmuk woman, you can see when we mentioned before that they praise the sky. And I mean, this is just my own theory. But if you look at the hat she's wearing, it could be the moon. Could that be some sort of moon symbolism in the clothing she's wearing? I mean, I could be wrong, but that's just a perspective that I've looked at and that I've saw. But again, like all the others, glorious fabrics, luxurious fabrics, quilted in the case of the lady with the yellow overshirt on. And then on the right, we've got a black, red cloak, looks like beautifully blue stitch, could be silk, could be silk, cotton, but anything, you can imagine that it's going to be of quality fabric, just looking at the appearance. But moving on, Elisabeth, thank you. Now, the religious beliefs in Chinese Tartary. The religion in Chinese Tartary reflected a fusion of imperial control and ancient spiritualism. But when the ruling Qing dynasty imposed state Confucianism, and now state Confucianism is a set of ideologies or philosophy created by Confucius in regards to the governance of a country. Now, I'm not going to go into what that means. You can look into that yourself, but back to it now. So, many regions retained older Buddhist and shamanic traditions, especially in the mountains and borderlands. The Lamech sect of Buddhism, like we mentioned before, linked to Tibet, was widespread, and its temples supported by imperial decree, especially among the Mongols and Kalmuks. See, and that's another thing I want to point out when people say, oh, the Tartars and the Mongols are the same. They're not the same, because in this book, in all of the books, and I mean, even when you look back in history, not what you get told modern day, Mongols and Tartars are mentioned unambiguously together as separate entities. They're not the same. But back to, we've got the Kalmuk, especially among the Mongol and Kalmuk populations within Tartary is the main. Shamans and sky worship still lingered slightly, not as much as the Kalmuks, as it is, not as much with the Kalmuks as Chinese Tartary, but the sky worship still, it was around, still being taught, maintaining rites that predated China's classical age. This spiritual landscape showed a delicate balance between obedience to the emperor and respect to the rulers of the land, new rulers, and loyalty to where they came from, the ancestral traditions of who they are, which is very important. They did not want to forget where they've come from. But then you look today, a lot of people don't know where they come from. You can only trace it back to maybe late 1800s if you're lucky. I've personally been on Ancestry.com, thought I'll have a go at this. I couldn't find anything. I put in all the Fenwell members I knew, and then I clicked carry on, and nothing. So I don't even know past 1900s who was in my family. But it's very important to know where you come from. Which, again, is a Tartarian trait that's never discussed. Never. And again, this is from the views of Westerners. Obviously, the Westerners obviously had different views. Things were different in the 1700s. So obviously, we've got the reset at 1776. But these books, we've got some of these books that predate that. So we've got before the reset, before things were getting changed. So we can be pretty sure that this is good information. We can rely on this because, for example, if it is 1776, the reset date, then a book from 1758, we're away from that marker. So moving on, Elisabeth. We've got two Chinese people here, Chinese Tartarian people. Lady on the left, again, as mentioned in every single one of these photos, these are just beautiful, beautifully crafted outfits. Especially the gentleman on the right. We've got, looks like some gold embroidering on the front of his outfit there. It's large shoulder pads and a hat, a very funky looking hat. But again, it just looks, what's the word? It looks like royalty. That's the word I'm looking for. It looks like royalty. But moving on. They were both depictions in the 1700s as well. So they correlate with what I've written here with the information from books from that period. Right, the faith of the Crimean Tartars, descendants of the Golden Horde, of which I'm sure many of you people have looked into the Golden Horde. It's a very interesting topic of history to look into. And now you know that it's tied to Tartary. Adds a bit more depth. They followed Islam, specifically the Sunni tradition, same as the Tartars of Uzbekistan today. Introduced through their deep ties with the Ottoman Empire. So we know they had cultural relations in regards to the Silk Road routes and trade routes and cultural with the Ottomans. Their Khans ruled as both political and spiritual leaders, often tracing their legitimacy to the Prophet through noble lineage. Meaning the Khans that ruled over Crimea, Crim Tartary, could trace their lineage back to the Prophet Muhammad, potentially. So all the Tartars, the Crim Tartars specifically, descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, because that's what this says. Moving on, we've got mosques stood at the heart of cities like Bakhcharisar, pardon me if I've pronounced that wrong, and Islamic law guided local governance. In rural areas, Islam was fused with ancestral teachings, seasonal festivals, and star-based calendars, showing subtle survival of older Tartar spirituality and just a better understanding of the world, you know, and how things work, basing their calendars on the stars, on observable fact, not today, because the 12-month calendar we cannot attribute to anything observable. But the 13th month star calendar, which I'm assuming this is referring to, is visual based. You can track the stars, and that's how they lived with nature. And yeah, so revealing that imams often doubled as storytellers and historians, preserving not only the Quran's teachings but tales of Tartar heroism, lineage, and migration. So teaching the new generation of Tartars, the children, who they are, where they came from. But they're gone now. We don't know. They were no longer here to continue telling tales of heroism and the lineage of Tartars, because it's been erased. And we'll get on to why and how a bit later on. But this blend of Turkic Islamic identity and Tartar legacy gave the Crim Tartars a unique role as both frontier guardians of the Muslim world and sovereigns of a land deeply tied to the steppes, lands that they have deep respect for, because again, they live in accordance with nature. They live with the land. They have great respect to live alongside the land. So moving on, Elisabeth, we've got some pictures of Crim Tartars here. Again, every designation of Tartars, albeit dressed in different colours and slightly different styles, still remain to be the same. Beautiful fabrics. Nothing's tight. Everything looks to be comfortable. Looks to be air, it's breathable, it's nice. There's a lot of thought been put into it. It's not just style. You see there on the left, bow and arrow. On the right, it looks like we just have the typical Crim Tartarian woman. Pale in colour, olive skinned again. So moving on, Elisabeth.
That's the last one.
Got him?
That's the last slide.
All right, hang on, bear with me. Let me send you a copy of the slide again because I added a few slides to it this morning.
Okay.
I'm going to send it to you again, but I thought it might have just updated itself. So my apologies for that.
That's all right.
Right. So I've sent you one on Facebook now. That should be more accurate. I don't know why that one's so short. Should be a couple more slides.
Oh, correct. Shit. Just deleted the wrong one.
It's all right. I think I've just got a couple left. I hope everyone's finding it as interesting as I did when I was reading the books, gathering this information up.
Yeah, it's just fascinating, isn't it? Really fascinating.
It's fascinating the fact that it's all gone now. With not really any good reason why. I mean, we look at history in terms of other things. Palestine and Israel, for example. If Israel win, Palestine's going to be gone. We know it were there. In 50 years, they're not going to know it was ever there. Is that the same sort of thing,
Well, that's a good point that you're making there. Yeah. I think that they just continuously have been altering and erasing history.
Yeah, just to suit themselves, really, to benefit themselves.
Well, so that we don't know who we are, maybe.
But it seems, unfortunately, it does seem like they've been very successful in trying to do that.
Yeah.
But not successful enough, because there's people like us here today trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Right.
We're getting closer.
Yeah, let's just see if this is the right one. It might have just picked up the other one again.
Oh, there, we're good. Yeah, back forward again. Right, okay. Back into it. Happy days.
Right.
So, what happened to Tartary? Such a big landmass and network of culture and religion. What happened? By the early 1800s, the narrative began to change. In the General Gazetteer and the new Universal Gazetteer, which is the late 17th century, we've got 1795 for the General Gazetteer and we've got 1815 for the new Universal Gazetteer. We see clues of political change, rephrases like now tributary to Russia, subject to the Empire of China, or formerly the seat of Tamerlane's power. There weren't minor edits. These marked the dismantling of a vast identity and who was dismantling it. The Tartarian regions were gradually rebranded as parts of Russia, China, Persia, or Turkey. And the once mighty name Tartary faded away from encyclopedias. In the Modern Gazette, 1758, we read that some cities were formerly of Tartary had been absorbed, renamed, or placed under a foreign tribute to another country. Russia seems to be the most prominent name in this, and the document we're going to get into the next slide. We'll go into that a bit further. But by the 19th century, civilization, once considered the largest on Earth and appeared to be the largest civilization on Earth, has quietly been erased. Its rulers forgotten, its architecture repurposed, and its name replaced. So moving on, this next photo is from the April 15th edition, 1965 of the Freemasons magazine. And if you read the section in green, it says, pardon me, under whatever name known, the objects of the society have been the same. Politically, the overthrow of the Tartars, and generally the formation of mutually protective associations. So, that from the Freemasons magazine says one of their goals was to politically overthrow the Tartars and create a protective association to stop the Tartars ever coming back. But that's my perspective, but I believe that is just what it says. So, I mean, if you've got any ideas to how that could be perceived in a different way, it would be nice to see your opinions in the comments. But moving on to the next image, Elisabeth. So, a final overview of Tartaria in the 1700s. It stood as one of the most expansive and powerful empires ever recorded in Western geographical works. So just remember that in the 18th century, it was recorded as the biggest and expansive empire in the world. It was described as that, but it's not now. And it will probably still be, if Tartaria was here today, it would still be bigger than everything else. So, you see? From the deserts of independent Tartaria to the courtly elegance of Chinese Tartaria, this vast country encompassed mighty Khanates, ancient cities, and dozens of tribes, including the Krim Tartars, Kalmuks, Circassians, and Uzbeks, ruled at different times by legendary figures such as Genghis, Tamerlane, and Kublai Khan, who was the late king of Persia, leaders whose influence stretched across multiple continents. Like we know from this information, has come from English authors, European authors. So it's stretched across the continent, and this information has been very in-depth, very specific, and very defined. So the information that's travelled across continents has been key, deep information from people who have been. To explain what I've just explained to you that's written from these books, you have had to been to Tartary to be able to explain some of the things like worshipping the sky. You'd have to know these people. You'd have to go and spend time with these people and understand the culture and the religion to be able to talk about it in this way. So it was well known in the 18th century. It weren't just a term for nothing. But as this wasn't just a country, it was a federation of peoples, cultures, and languages linked by trade, conquest, and tradition. And the European gazetteers, Crutwell, Brooks, Forbes, and Salmon consistently identified Tartary not as a myth, but as a documented country. Its fading from modern maps was not due to it not existing, but due to political absorption, renaming, and the rewriting of history to favour the people who were in charge. So they're not going to leave the history to be as it is, as what happened, because if the elites are the result of all this being erased, they don't want people knowing that they've destroyed all this. They don't want people knowing that. So they'll get rid of it. It didn't happen. We'll write it off with something else. It was Genghis Khan, he killed 80 million people. It was Kublai Khan, he killed 40 million people. We'll put the blame on them. No one will look into it further. But we're looking into it further. And it doesn't make a lot of sense. But, yeah, Tartary was real. It was vast. And in the 1700s, it was very well documented. So next slide, please, Elisabeth. Like, this is the modern definition of Tartary. So Tartary is a blanket term used in Western European literature and cartography of a vast part of Asia, bounded by the Caspian Sea, the Ural Mountains, and the Pacific Oceans, and the northern borders of China, India, and Persia, at a time when this region was largely unknown to European geographers. So we do have some truth in here. It is bounded by Asia, a vast part of Asia bounded by the Caspian Sea, Ural Mountains, and Pacific Ocean. That is true. But it wasn't a term for an unknown area. We know that from what we've just listened to in this presentation, all this information regarding the culture, the religion, the practices, even relations with other countries. If this was an unknown region of Asia, how would they know what relationships they have with other countries? How would they know like I've said it a few times now, but how would they know what religion, who they're following? And I mean, the Kalmucks, with that being a combination of a Lamanic Buddhism and ancestral traditions, how on earth would you know that if it was an unknown area by European geographers? You wouldn't know that. So moving on again, please, Elisabeth. So what can you do to find out and have a look at the past? You don't need anyone's permission to start questioning things. Just a bit of curiosity and some patience. So like me, when I first heard about Tartary and Tartaria, I think I've seen a few videos. I thought, I've always questioned history and stuff. I've never really understood things. Well, understood how we've been told things have happened. So I thought, Tartary, yeah, a bit pretty interesting concept if it's true. But I thought to myself, what can I do to try and find some hardcore proof that it were real? That was just my goal at first. I just wanted to prove that Tartary was a place and it weren't nothing. I just wanted to know. So I bought these old gazetteers. I've got some of them are quite expensive, but some of them, if you go on eBay, you can get lucky, get them nice, quite cheap on eBay auctions. And they are full of Tartary information. Like I said, I've not been through every single book I've got. I've been through 5 of them, sorry, and I've got over 250 references. So I'm trying to get earlier and earlier and earlier, because the books that I've got, as you look at it chronologically later and later and later, there's less information. The further on you go, the less information is there. So one would think the earlier you go, the more information is going to be there. And that's certainly the case with the books I have. But once you start getting into like the 17th century and the 1600s books, these books are just so expensive. Is that because they're rare, they hold key knowledge? Potentially. But is that because me and you aren't going to be able to spend £5,000 on a book? You know what I mean? We can't afford to do that. I'd love to, but it's just not a feasible idea. But what you can do is collect old gazetteers, like I said, atlases, geography books, but from the 18th century and earlier. You're not going to find anything later than 1850. You're not really going to have much luck or find anything very interesting or important, really. So you want to try, and like I said, the earlier you go, the better. But yeah, look for maps that show regions modern history no longer acknowledges, like Barbary, like we saw in the earlier maps that I showed. Barbary in these books is labelled as a country as well. But the modern definition of Barbary is not, it was never a country. It's just a collection of islands. It's a term for a collection of islands on the Caribbean. It never was a country. But in the 18th century, it was a country. So these things change to confuse us. We don't know what this is called. We don't know what that's called. You don't know who you are, where you come from. You know what I mean? We still don't know where we come from. It's to confuse us all. But compare the entries, trace rivers and cities that no longer exist by name, and ask why. See if you can find out why. Why is this city gone? Where's this river gone? There used to be this gazetteer says there's a river that used to run through it, but now that's gone. You can look into this and find out. Ask questions. Just ask questions. Yeah. We'll search bookshops, digital archives, auctions, and charity shops, thrift shops. You can't forget charity shops. You find great books in there, great finds. But again, it boils down to you need patience. I mean, I can't deny I've gotten lucky. I've looked online, I've found these books. But what I'll do is I'll go on eBay, I'll find a gazetteer. I think it might have some relevant information. So I'll search the name of that gazetteer on Google, and it might be in an archive. And then I go in that archive and you can search for the word Tartary. You'll never get every result up, but if you get a couple, it's a good indication that it's, well, even if you get one, it's worth buying. So then you're not going to be wasting money on books that you don't know if it's going to have any information, and you can check. Can't do that for all of them, but it's a good way to do. Like I said, I've done that with all mine, and all mine have got Tartary references in. You don't want to be wasting money. But yeah, the knowledge is there. It's just forgotten or ignored. Because once you read from the real sources and you're adding them all together, it wasn't a myth. It was systematically broken and erased. As someone once told me, the best place to hide a story is a book. And that will be the end of my presentation.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Thank you. We've covered quite a lot there. I mean, there's so much more, but I didn't want to. Couldn't be on here for 3-4 hours. I could be on here all. I could be here all day talking to myself about this.
I know it's a bit weird when it's just the slides up, isn't it?
I don't mind.
Yeah, I couldn't see any of the comments either, but and I'll take a look afterwards. And yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating. I think your books are really great, and I think you're right. If we can go back even earlier, I wonder what we'd find then.
I think we'd find a whole lot of answers to our questions if we could go back earlier. But it's finding them, Elisabeth. They're so expensive.
I know, but you know, so many of the myths go back to the 14, 15, 1600s, and it would be so nice to try and find out more about those.
I agree. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to find them. I'm always on eBay, trying to find them.
I'm sure. Okay, right. We've got Martin waiting in the room to come in. So I will say farewell.
Farewell. I hope everyone sorry for interrupting you. I hope everyone enjoyed my presentation, and hopefully this will be the beginning of a few more things like this, so we can start asking the real questions and finding out what's really been going on.
Yeah, and I can see from the comments in the chat that they definitely enjoyed your presentation. So well done.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll speak to you soon. Okay, bye.
Speak soon. Bye.
Hiya.
Hi, Martin. Hi, how are you?
Really good. Good to see you.
Good. Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm beginning to flag a bit now. I've been up since 4 a.m.
Well, when I'm talking in a minute, you can go make a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I just had a cup of tea. I managed to get one down.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that. Yeah, really good. Well done.
I know. So you were able to share your own slides, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes, fantastic. I know you're a pro on StreamYard. You know how to do all of this stuff. So
yeah, doing a while.
Okay, I'll leave you to it then. Oh no, I need do you need to? Yes, I think I need to add it to the room or something, don't I? You bring up your slides.
No, should be fine. Let me just check that out.
Okay.
No, we're good to go.
Okay.
Okay. Hi guys, everybody in chat. Thanks for being here today, and thanks for Elisabeth for all the massive effort that she has made to put this thing together, and didn't lose it at all. Not at all. Just made it happen.
Thank you.
Highly commendable behaviour in this. The universe is watching, Elisabeth. The universe is watching.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it knows.
My ancestors will be pleased. Yeah.
Yeah. You just nailed it. Your ancestors would be pleased.
Yeah,
well,
that's who we're doing it for. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, I'm going to turn myself off and leave it over to you. Okay.
Okay, guys. Well, a lot of subjects talked about tonight. We're going to spin this up a little bit, and we're going to talk. If you just take a look at this image here, okay, we can see San Francisco in 1906 on fire. And what we're going to talk about today is that America was built on top of a ruined old world. Okay, and the evidence is there. And what I'm going to present tonight to you is probably the best evidence that I have found. There are some things in this post which defy logic. Actually, don't defy logic, just completely show that the official historical narrative is in fact lies. And in my experience in this life, if you tell one lie, you're going to tell another lie. People work that way. Why not them? So I'm thinking that it's all a lie. And I'm thinking also that history has been fabricated. The eradication of the previous civilization, which we regard as Tartaria, was erased. And this is how I propose one element, I'm going to only go one element at a time, was carried out by who I propose is the Phoenicians. So American city fires. If you don't know about this, it's going to blow your head off to find out that most American cities have in fact burned to the ground during the 1800s and some in the early 1900s. Curiously, none later. So it all stops like, say, 1905, no other major American city burns. Just strange. So erasing Tartaria from history. is what we're going to talk about. Now, throughout the 1800s and the 1900s, American cities were devastated by massive fires, wiping out their districts and destroying grand architecture. You see some of the old Tartarian architecture in the background of this picture, and advanced technologies that I do think that were around in this previous world has just been erased and taken out of the narrative, because they have the libraries. See what they did there? Libraries. And they got the history books, and they got the education system. And well, to be honest with you, a lot of people now know how all of this is carried out. A lot of people have read the Handbook for Society, 1984, so they do know by now. So these were deliberate resets, I believe, okay? I don't believe, because belief is something else. I understand from what I've been researching over all these years. And there was an erasure of Tartarian advanced technologies. Now, they haven't disappeared, just the elites are using them, and we are not using them, okay? It's free energy. It's all about the free energy they don't want you to have. Otherwise, where would they put the meters? So anyway, what we're looking at here is pictures of San Francisco 1906. Now, there's movies out there, there's documentaries out there, and the official historical narrative is there was a giant earthquake. Now, if you know anything about how earthquakes are measured on the Richter scale, something around Richter 8, it just grows exponentially. So this was supposed to be what they say the most massive earthquake imaginable. Okay. And then the rest of the city was destroyed by a subsequent firestorm, some deliberate, caused by the army, destroying all buildings. But if you can see this picture here, right, and this is in April the 18th, 1906. But all the buildings are in situ. You can see the buildings haven't fallen down in any earthquake at all. And there's this massive smoke screen in the background that is blocking whatever is going on behind that smoke screen. It's a very curious affair. You can see buildings here, all in situ. Nothing is earthquake affected. This is the most telling picture I think I found in years. That should come up in an old book of San Francisco earthquake photographs. And I was just browsing through them one day, and then I was just staring at this, and I thought, what is wrong with this photograph? And then it struck me. Where's the earthquake? The whole city is evidently still in place, yet the city's on fire. You can see this skyscraper here in the background. This is the famous call center on Market Street, and it's on fire from the top. And the fire doesn't start from the bottom, sort of maybe suggesting, you know, that the fire started from above. Okay. Now, all of that city is there. You can see there's people out in the streets. God knows what they're thinking. But one thing you know for sure is these buildings, if you follow this subject, they seem to be mud flood affected, the older world. Okay. I'm going to get to what we think is going on. Now, many cities, I'll give you a little list. I can't go through them all because obviously that will take forever. I'm going to show you some film in this as well, which is quite mind-blowing and highly spooky. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. So yeah, other resets that happened with the same MO as this is in 1889, the Great Seattle Fire, mystery blaze, leveled most of the city. City then completely rebuilt. Right. Well, if you look at the photographs of Seattle, they're all big old Tartarian buildings. It's the same narrative for every city. It gets destroyed, it magically appears. It gets destroyed, it magically appears. And I just don't mean America. I mean a lot of places in Britain as well. You could have this narrative for. I'm just finding out this week, Tokyo. Tokyo had a really bad earthquake in the 1920s, destroying the whole city. The photographs look like Hiroshima, yet the architecture that was in Tokyo before then, fully Tartarian. I was like, my God, I missed that one. So other American fires, the Great Fire of Baltimore, 1904, 1,500 grand buildings. Guess which ones they were? Completely destroyed, wiping out most of its historical architecture. And San Francisco this year, which is cited as being an earthquake, unfortunately, the photographic record showing it's not an earthquake at whatever stage of this event this photograph was taken up. So how is the photograph taken is another question. Okay, is why are we so high up? Is there a skyscraper over by here? Are we on the top of a church? Well, no, I think this is taken from a dirigible, which is probably tethered to the ground. And this is all because, you know, like most things in history, especially in modern day, you can see this happening in real time, is things are orchestrated. And this would have been no different. You know, this is an orchestrated event. There's all sorts of things going on. There's a robbery going on. There's an eradication of a large population and the high strangeness that comes along with it, which I'll explain along the way. Excuse me. So, yeah, no earthquake. You can see here a street looking down San Francisco. Sorry about the size of the picture. But the buildings, they're all in situ, not later on. So all we can say by that, just by these few photographs, is the city wasn't destroyed by an earthquake. It was destroyed by fires. Fires that were deliberate. Now we're going to talk about dust. Okay, now things that turn to dust. I'm going to start here with one of my favorite little mappages. That was a really good talk, Jordan Nuttall. I love the effort you put into things. It's really hard to read stuff out in front of people too. So well done, you. This is the Cosmographia. Okay, so it is early 1500s cartography. Okay, so it's supposed to be accurate. This is supposed to be a map that's presented to the population, and it's supposed to be an accurate representation of what is happening in the world. Only this. This is the Mediterranean, as you can see. I'm sure most of you recognize the boot of Italy. So this is the coast of North Africa. Okay, so Egypt's over by here. This is Algeria, Libya, etc. And as you can see, it's green. And it is green and pleasant. And not only that, there's a giant mountain range called Kong Mountain Range ripping right the way through it, which is not there in the modern day. So something that has been mapped on maybe, I don't know, I got dozens of maps with Kong Mountain Range. It's no longer there. So something turned into dust. And that's what we're going to get to in this post. There was an event that happened, I think, you know, one of these resets in the past that took out the classical world, which I think, you know, what they call Noah's flood, Atlantis sinking, is probably along the lines of the gates of Colossus collapsing. What I mean by that is where the Rock of Gibraltar is across to Africa was probably all dry land in the Mediterranean. And it's burst and all the seas come in. There's your biblical flood. And then, you know, you got the archipelago of Greece and, you know, this the insanity of all these tiny thousands of islands. I think that is the event that took out the classical world, because these buildings look like they've been hit by a giant wave. This gap here, okay, the gates of Colossus. I think that these were closed in the past. This probably burst through. There's lots of people that say Atlantis is in Cadiz. Lots of people say Atlantis is in the Dragon's Eye down here somewhere near Malawi. But I'm not actually sure about that. But it's a good idea, because there are, you know, Plato put Atlantis out here, but other people have cited it down here where Barbaria is. Like you see Barbaria there, Barbaria, Tartaria. Vibrationally, it sounds the same, doesn't it? Yeah. So this is North Africa, guys. Yeah. Now, I'm sure you all know geography, and you know that this is a terrible, hot desert where you have to go and walk for thousands of miles to reach an oasis before you die. We all see the movies, but not in 500 years ago. It is a green and pleasant land filled with, which I could only guess is Moorish architecture, I would say, little palaces all over Africa. Everywhere in Africa is these palaces. You get the same story the world over. It's all of this, which looks like fairy tale castles, a bit like the Disney castle. There's the Iberian Peninsula, okay, populated by the Moors, as well as North Africa, Barbaria, etc. But you can see this, you know, could be Gothic really, but lovely architecture all over the world, which is the same. And everywhere is green. Okay, you do not see too many cold places 500 years ago. So this is a map looking down. Now, myself, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm a big purveyor of, I think that this place is a level and stationary plane. in the physical sense. I'm also in the mind of that I think there's some sort of technology at play, and that this place is subject to edits, which is what's going on with history, and probably explains the Mandela effects and a whole number of things. Is they just take things out of history real time, probably happening on a daily basis. And as for missing populations, well, I'll get to that later. So yeah, this map is not corresponding with what you see in the modern world. If you look above Europe here, above Britain, you can see that there's just a land mass, the whole length of what is the Arctic Circle. No snow, it's all green, but many people propose that there's Hyperborean, 4 continents here in the north, which there may well have very well been. Maybe it's been iced over for the last few hundred years, and it's just starting to thaw out with the permafrost as well, showing the civilizations that were there before. Maybe that's what the whole big panicky deal is about anyway, is that the snow's melting. Not that that would rise sea levels, because this place is infinitely bigger than they tell you, and water will always find its level. It'll just go out that way somewhere, you know. It's not going to flood anywhere. You know, if you don't believe me, just take a look at the Plymouth Rock. Okay, that's supposed to be 1620, and what, it isn't even a centimeter above, like all these years later. Yeah, whatever. So that's not what's happening, but the weather is definitely changing. Okay, I've been here long enough to see. I can't even remember the last time I seen decent snow, guys. And when I grew up, months and months and months of snow, iced in, big icicles every year, just phased out, and now it's just non-existent. We're getting warmer. What we see here is technology of your world. I've been talking about this for years. Organs, okay, and I've talked about the science. I covered this quite extensively in my book, The Holy Grail of the Flat Earth. I go into like Fauche's technologies, how they work, which we'll talk a little bit about later, which many people think is like an electromagnetic type of, well, I do, technology. And organs. So Wilhelm Reich, he made cloudbusters to make, produce rain, etc. But he was using orgon. And orgon sounds like organ. And organs, well, they're good for your organs. Yeah, these are beneficial to your health. Chimes. Chime is chi mi. Yeah, the word says chi mi, because that's what it happens. You bang a gong, you bang a bell, you bang a chime, blow one of these, which are essentially Fauche's, I'll get to that in a minute, and you get a vibration of frequency. Now, it's only frequency that changes this place. It's our frequency that changes this place, our mental frequency to how we respond to certain events. If we, create Panic at the Disco and all of that, it just, to me, from my personal experience, it seems like that exhibits in my exterior world for some reason. So I've learned as I've got older to keep it chill and let it be, and don't get involved mentally. And I'm of the world, but not in the world. Let them all carry on without me. I'm just passing through. This technology was left over from the old world, guys. Okay, these churches that are lit of the world, these Gothic churches built by monks with copper chisels. Yeah, they were found, not founded. They were found, and they found these inside. So they basically put a keyboard underneath them. But what you want to draw your attention to is they are all pipes, and they're all bundled together. Okay, these ones are out directionally, so to get the sound out into the church, to make them people feel groovy with all them awesome vibes mixed with color. Color also have a frequency. These windows I've been talking about for umpteen years, and they correspond with certain frequencies, certain cymatic patterns, which is just mind-boggling science, considering these are supposed to be, monks, but they understand like geometry and advanced alternative sciences, because they're not going into quantum mechanics or anything. But yeah, so these organs were technology. People used to go into these healing centers, okay, and these windows are treated with some say mercury, but rose tinted windows as well. I've got a book on rose windows. It says there's a certain amount of lead content in them. Also the bits that join them are lead as well. Okay, there's not only conductive properties, but it allows for resonance to pass through the glass into the outside world. So even people walking past these churches will feel the organs vibration and will feel a benefit from them. Now, this technology of bundled rods put together, emanating a vibration, a sound, a frequency, I've proposed is an ancient technology that goes right back to the classical world. But look at these examples. Yeah, it's just absolutely insane. You know, a little guy there talking a load of stuff about who even cares. And then there's somebody does like, dun, 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 dun. But they have removed certain musical notes from the churches over the years because they were too beneficial for us. You see this window here? Also, you know, cymatic frequency. And there's a reason these look like speakers here, because that's how they'd work, like speakers. Yeah, check that one out. Imagine what that sounds like. I've seen some monster, you know, monster organs. Lands of Cathedral, and there's one in Hereford Cathedral. It's one of the biggest in Europe or something. And you're standing there, and literally you can just feel everything inside you vibrating. So yeah, so they tell people, yeah, man, that was God did that made you feel fantastic. Put some money in this plate. Thanks for that. People are like, wow, this God stuff's really awesome. But it's not the technology that they did at all. It was them. So as you can see, yeah, churches, or the designers of these churches originally knew all about cymatics. You know, we've all seen cymatics experiments, haven't we? I could carry one out myself. I've got iron filings. I can just create a vibrational charge in a steel plate and alter the frequency to different, you know, hertzes, 432, 555, whatever it is. And it'll all exhibited here, which are in church windows. So the frequency is altered as well in the church organs, causing also the flip side of the coin. There's actually three sides to this coin, because there are three sides to a coin anyway. Is the flip side to this groovy healing technology of bells and tuning forks and, as I said, fasces, organs, is the destructive side. So we all know the narrative from the Holy Bible. Not that I've ever read it, because, you know, my mother said, don't read the Bible, Matt. Everyone who reads that goes nuts. So I stuck with what my mother said. Jericho. So yeah, they paced around it with their hair off for days on end, banging drums, also known to cause a vibrational frequency that can also cause earthquakes. Apparently, in the Napoleonic Wars, there are instances of earthquakes or tremors being caused by hundreds of drummer boys beating a drum to a specific frequency, which caused, like Tesla's earthquake machine, which was also an oscillator, a drum that would drum so quickly that it would shake the world apart. Vibration and frequency and sound can disaggregate matter, can make it fall apart. You can turn it to dust, guys. Dust is what you can turn it to, which is this, the Medusa technology. Now, I wrote a book concerning, if you want to find out what the technology is behind this fasces, the most important weapon in reality, as far as I'm concerned. But basically, you've got one of these in your microwave oven. It's a magnetron. It's exactly the same design, and it's in your microwave. So everyone has one, and they are proper dangerous as well, because, you know, if you put it in the wrong hands, they can just melt metal. I've seen examples of that happening. So yeah, Medusa in mythology. Stare at Medusa, yeah, you turn to stone. Okay, so if you've got a reflection, okay, in a shield, you can stare at Medusa like Theseus did, sneak up to her, yeah. Oh, dodgy business, all of this sounds, and chop my heads off, which I think they should have had a little discussion. I think that's jolly and unnecessary. There's a lot of terrible violence happening in antiquity. I'm not down with all that. So the Americans and the British and everybody, well, they're still doing the Rome thing. I know they said that the Rome fell and stuff, you know, the empire, but it hasn't really, because they got Congress and they got exactly the same Senate and everything that the Romans do. So it is exactly the same. But if you look at senature, okay, you can see that either side of the Masonic pillars, because they probably all are, is one of these batons as well, which I also think is a form of technology, which I've covered with the eagle and the wings open, which is a decode for active electromagnetic charge in Martin think. But also you can see the two clear fasces. And what is weird about that as well is they're both facing one another, okay, in mirror image, okay, adjacent to one another, not side side, but facing one another. And they have S's on them, like SS, like you get on German uniforms. SS on dollars. SS is this binding around the fasces is also a decode, which I've covered extensively in my book, for live active charge, which makes these a deadly weapon. You can see there's evidence in the past year that says they were using electrical fasces to shoot down Zeppelins in Paris in World War I. But also the other way as well, Zeppelins. So yeah, the fasces was used and adopted by the fascists as their emblem. Also before them, Napoleon's emblem as well was the fasces. But you can see Benito Mussolini here, off in Abyssinia, dictator of Abyssinia, which was Ethiopia. He took it over to nick their holy relics, apparently, like naming the Ark of the Covenant. Who even knows? But anyway, so you can see these two guys in front, these Africans. They're carrying them on their shoulder, but this is symbolic. Obviously, you can't charge these and zap any walls down, but the originals, they do. They do. So a lot of these AI images kicking around, but it gives you a nice idea of what Tartaria might have been like. I got this vision in my mind, and the way I think about things is if you envision a reality, then it's more like, you know, they got like literally mind controlled everyone into like sucking. You know, everyone's like, grizzle, 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 wow, wow, wow. And then that is the world that everyone is going to get. And that is exactly what's happened. It's like such a grumpy place, really. But if they turned that around into a positive and thought, well, I'm going to envision a really clean and wonderful environment, free of vandalism and dog poo and all of the rest of it, guess what will happen? I know. They just hijacked consciousness into negative thought forms. Anyway, back on with the story. I envision Tartaria to be as sumptuous and luxurious as it can be, because we wouldn't have been giving all our time up to hard labor like they proposed that we did. More a life of art and doing what you want to do with your life rather than giving it up for, you know, whatever they say it is 1% elite. This is what's happening now. Which is dozy. I can't believe everyone's just consenting to doing that. It's just mind-boggling to me. Just tell them where to go and don't do it. Everyone walk out. They used to in the 70s. All out. We'll white strike. Time to go away. Anyway, dropped at your house by a train. Yeah. You can imagine the inside of these places, the textiles, you know, everything is just the best. Also, while weather modification now was no use me even bringing that up now. The British government has admitted that they're actually doing this stuff, as everyone can see when they look up at the sky. It's whited out. They are blocking the sun so that we don't bake in the heat because it's going to get hot, apparently. That is what's going to be happening. It's hot because it's cold because it's hot, Greta said. Anyway, so I heard our guy, okay, I seen Guy, talking about this, the vacuum trains. And I agree with him. Yeah, I think that there's no need. If they're using vacuum trains before steam trains to suck people around in these underground vacuum chambers, it makes perfect sense to me. And I was infinitely impressed with them in like department stores when I was a kid, man. They used to have like Alder's department store. And they used to put all of the receipts or the money in these tubes and they go, and I'd be going, where does that go? It's a good question. Where does it go indeed? But they had some of these going, you know, from Chicago to New York, you know, stockbroker stuff. Just an unimaginable ticker tape off underground, shooting it through before the trains were apparently choo-choo or anything. Just insanity. So yeah, I've been proposing for a long while now that I think that the Tartarian balloon was the balloons with the transport of Tartaria, the Hindenburg psyop, made it unfavorable to people to want to go on a balloon, saying it was dangerous. But prior to that, everyone thought it was really groovy. On this balloon here, up to 8,000 people could travel at one time. So they weren't worried about killing, like, 8,000 people or it being dangerous in any way. So there's that. So the Great Exposition's also a big part of the narrative, isn't it? I'm not sure if anyone's covered that tonight. Maybe they should have been. Brilliant, these are. But what you get is, this is the Victorian era, apparently, is these humongous, massive wrought iron expanses. Now, you can argue to yourself, how the hell are they putting this up in the day of horse and carty, which apparently they are. But I think that these were initially for keeping balloons in. Yeah, and that this is what they're showing in the Great Expositions, is there's plenty of room for balloons, which I think they would have been like balloon depots. I think you would have been dropped off directly at, if you were going to New York, directly in the center of New York. This is one of the expositions in Stockholm, and it is absolutely beautiful. This style of architecture I talk about constantly, with these 4 towers on each corner and a dome in the middle. I call this 4 angels technology, and it is there's a torus being generated around each, which amplifies chi energy into the center dome, and it's to gather and harness and usable electrical forces, as they were doing. If you look at this image here, guys, this is aerostat, proposed in the past. Ray. What they're doing is like Tesla technology, if you like, guys. Is they got little things on the balloon here, which, like the knobbly bits you see on cathedrals, doing exactly the same. So they're capturing a charge, and then they're generating the charge down into the station here for usable electricity. So static electricity being gathered, because it's the higher up you get, the more electrostatic charge potential is up there. And like Tesla said, all you got to do is tease it out. Aerostat, they will do it. They were using balloons as early as Benjamin Franklin with his kite, for example. He did ballooning too. So I think that was the narrative before the old plainages, which went in a quantum leap of technology from 1906. The Wright brothers, the wrong brothers, and then 10 years later they're like long-range bombers in Germany, dropping bombs and stuff in the First World War. It's just like, wow, some sort of progression. Wow. So yeah, balloons and the old world. That's a nice little image. I'm guessing that is the bit of Paris, which is boarded up in the background because it is the Hotel de Ville that's been completely destroyed in 1906. In 1871, excuse me, the very same year as San Francisco, the Chicago fire, which we'll have a look up in a minute. So yeah, usable electricity gathered from balloons. So they're probably then balloons that were going through the air anyway were generating their own electricity. And they had great halls, dance halls, restaurants, you name it, luxury, everything, hotels, in them zeppelins and them balloons, probably all free electric, generated while you were up there. Producing rain by electricity and X-rays as well. So, but that is also out there. HARP is out there. People pretty much see that happening. You get all them weird wavy forms in the clouds. It's like ripples on a beach. That's what's happening. So yeah, this is what I envision the old world is. Yeah, your balloon taxi drops you off at your house, and this is why all over Paris and all these places all over the world, New Orleans, you see these wrought iron balconies. Are they really just walk-throughs from your window to go and admire outside, or were they, did they have a real purpose as a drop-off station to drop you straight off to your place, which sounds fantastic. So back to the fasces. Now, I think this is the culprit for all of these American city fires we're going to look at in the next few minutes. If I do get like running away with time, because I talk a lot, Elisabeth, please tell me. Fasces. So bundles of copper rods in this case, guys, and they're bound with brass, as you can see. Okay. Now this can be electrified. It will create a magnetic field, a torus, all the way around it. Okay. And they've been using it through antiquity. You can see examples of fasces in old battle pictures and plenty of iconography. Now, I'm just going to there's no volume with this. Show you a little bit of film here, guys. Excuse me. This is me, Flat Earth British, YouTube. Now, this is, if I just stop it there, if you haven't seen it before, one of the most fantastic bit of films you will ever see for antiquity. It was recorded in 1906, April, by the Miles brothers. Bit of a story behind all that as well. But I have proposed that this is 100% fabricated. These are actors. These are people in a street scene acting, knowing exactly what they're doing. Okay. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is because it shows the old world still in situ. So it shows, if you see that line at the middle there, electric trams, 1906. And this is Market Street, San Francisco. Okay. The reason I'm showing you this, if you don't know, is because 2 days later, everything you see in this picture will be completely destroyed and turned to dust. Okay. And they say by an earthquake. I've just shown you, I think that is proof that that is not the case at all. This was deliberately touched. Right, check this film here, guys. Observe the natives of San Francisco. Okay, some of them. Now that car there, he will go up, he'll go in a circle, he'll come back round again. So will the kid on the bike, because all is set up. Now, people are going to try and kill themselves this day for some reason. They take suicidal leaps across this tram, which the camera is attached to. A guy with a baby. There's all sorts of strange things going on. Just people waiting for it to come past. A little guy from what looks like Chinatown, maybe. Okay, so everyone knows this is happening, but there is a little outing of people expecting the camera. So there's really strange goings on. If we just get further down Market Street, now that tower you can see in the distance is the ferry terminal, the terminus, okay, where people come in off the ferries. That woman, she's going to step on there. Go on. Anyway, that car's going back around in another circle. So 1906, any other city in the world is not actually showing millions and millions of cars at 1906. There is none in other cities. San Francisco has all the cars in the world. This kid knows. Unfortunately, after the earthquake, there's no cars on the street, almost as if they brought all the cars in just for this shoot. And I do think it's humanly possible because Cecil B. DeMille directed Cleopatra with 250,000 extras. So I think it is doable to pull something like one street off of movie, especially in this day and age. So they do really stupid suicidal things as well, like that boy on the back of that car, if he fell off, you know, probably Kurt. So yeah, there's that boy giving the game away anyway, I think. So yeah, if we just move on a bit, I'll give you the reasoning of why I'm showing you. So there is Market Street. Okay. Ooh, ooh, there's a horse, there's a car. I'm sure everyone's going to be fine. Just. Anyway, watching this video is pretty nerve-wracking. I'm going to show you of that. So let me just get up to the terminal itself. Let me just, only 1 minute. Okay, still got half an hour, that's groovy. So, as you come up to this terminal building, there's some weird people. I've posted about them before, like a weird couple of nuns that look like zombies, some strange basket casey looking dude, and other things going on as well. It's really strange. So, anyway. If you have a look at that ticket kiosk, it's next to this pillar here, and the pillar is on the right-hand side. That is not the case in the black and white photographs. It's almost as if we're looking at a completely different realm. This could have been lying about this film, and this could be in the older world and what it looked like. Because in 2 days later, it looks like this. Plus, that ticket kiosk is on the opposite side next, the left-hand side column. People say, well, it's a reverse image, but I'm afraid it's not a reverse image. Also, on the terminus center itself, it says 886 for the date. So you can make your own mind up about calendars. But let me just show you this. Now, I've got a series of these films. They are the most mind-blowing films that I've collected to date. And what they show is the same streets I just was showing you. I know it's hard to believe, but it is. And coming up to the City Hall as well. So what you see is all the posts that carry the telegraph, all of the trees are in situ. But yeah, all of the city has been destroyed by fire. So you might want to argue, how come the buildings are gone? How come the wooden poles are still remaining? And who comes along and cleans all the streets up after all this affair anyway? Same in World War II. It's like, did they just have masses of diggers come in and just dig it all away? I don't even know how it's done. So anyway, this is only a couple of days, as I said, after the terrible event. But you can see all the trees are all happy. So I'm not sure what's going on with all that, except I do. So coming down to Market Street. So what you find is I have proposed this, that I'll just stop there. Let me have a drink. I've proposed that, or I'm going to propose right now, that all ancient civilizations and masses of people that have gone disappeared off the face of the earth, which they would say, oh, well, it was the Black Death, it killed 70% of the European population. Unfortunately, the dead aren't there to verify that, and we can't find the dead. I mean, all of the people that went before us, they should have been trillions, are all missing. So have they been edited out, or prior to some sort of surface event, were they taken elsewhere off this world, maybe to other places, which I propose beyond the ice wall, or which I think underground in vast cities, underground in vaults, and they don't know anything really. And then a generation passes, and then they come up, and they're expecting the world to be, you know, paved with gold, maybe. And this is what they find. These people, right, are all coming off this ferry terminal, and they haven't got a care in the world. Now, after a major event, right, I don't think, you know, they let all the population in because of epidemic rules, and because there was an epidemic, apparently bubonic plague, following the San Francisco earthquake. So that wouldn't make sense. But yeah, you get loads and loads of people all coming into the city to do what exactly? Well, probably to repopulate it, because the previous population are no longer there. Also, there's supposed to be 4,000 dead. Yeah, these people, you know, they're just not really bothered. They're all in their Sunday finest as well. In lovely clothes, actually, most of them. I don't know where they get their clothes done. So yeah, that is exactly the same picture I just showed you in the colour footage, only a couple of days later. So that defies your imagination, doesn't it? I know. So yeah, I've got plenty of that. Let me just show you this. Now, this San Francisco here. So I have proposed, this is a gigapix picture of the airship that took a picture, the Captive Lawrence of San Francisco, just a month after the event. You can see that FEMA camps are set up, whatever, but most of the city, you can see there, it's disappeared. When I showed you the photograph earlier, of this area here was all in situ. So a fire has taken out all of that, but it's selective. And whatever it is doesn't touch trees or shrubs or telegraph poles. So it comes from above. And we know they got balloons because this photograph is taken from a balloon. Only if you look on AI, the narrative for the captive airship that we are seeing this image from, it says that the captive airship wasn't actually, actually going until the First World War. So there's two narratives. Anyway, the AI doesn't seem to have the right information yet. If you look at this image, I pointed here, as you can see, these white buildings, and that is in the Bay Area of San Francisco. The thing is there's not supposed to be anything in that area at that time, and that is exactly the area of the expositions, the Pan-Pacific expositions. That's not there till 9 years later. But also, there's a balloon in the air as well, which defies imagination. I don't know what it's doing in my picture. I do not know. So yeah, this picture is not, you know, as shocking as you might think, because this is copied all over America, both St. John's, both Portland, Maine, and Portland, Oregon. both Portlands completely destroyed. Just choose a city, and it would have been destroyed. Houston, Texas. God, I can't just every one of them. And at the moment, in the recent days, large portions of LA looked like some of San Francisco, which is not really far away, is it? So yeah, that's an amazing gigapix image, one of the best I have ever seen. I don't know they're doing HD in 1906, but there you go. So let us just carry on here a second. Just reduce this down. Oh, excuse me. God. For some reason I can't get it to go smaller. Okay, so yeah, these are different images of different cities that have come asunder for different reasons. What you're looking at here is a Greco-Romano temple in an American city with an aerial on top. This is Richmond in Virginia, and it's after apparently the bombardment of the American Civil War. And it was supposed to be done, all this damage, because they show you in a really elaborate, very convenient photograph of loads of cannons and loads of cannonballs, so that the photograph shows you what did all the damage. Okay, that's jolly convenient of them, but they're calling cards. There's always these people that come in and inspect the damage after, people with top hats, and as you can see here, this nefarious, I don't know, type, with his hand, giving the old Masonic hand signal in a photograph, because a lot of these photographs, especially if they're in public domain official photographs, and they are telling the official story, which doesn't fit, the timelines are right off, then they are arranged, and they are in the modern day as well, but now with AI. So yeah, I could give you a list of hundreds of these cities. 1831, and not just Britain, France as well, but America. Lafayette, 500 buildings, all Tartarian. New York, they don't talk about the fires of New York. 1835, it had one second fire of New York, burnt all the classical architecture, all of the old Tartarian stuff down, then they rebuilt it apparently, and then it's all burnt down. So they say. So we're not there to verify all of this. So I think that this is the official record giving us an excuse for an entire civilization that has been destroyed and eradicated. And the civilization was Tartaria. Pittsburgh fire, 1845. Entire city goes up in flames. Nantucket, Maine, fire, 1846. St. Louis, and a lot of these cities as well, coincidentally, is their financial districts burn, and they're better ground, and then it gets rebuilt, and they all have massive expositions. St. Louis World's Fair, one of the biggest in the world, only a short time later, destroyed. Look at the age of this stuff. You know, it's all world. Philadelphia, 1850, up in smoke. San Francisco, so that's a curious one to me as well. So it was destroyed in a fire in 1851. It destroyed 2,000 buildings. They rebuilt it all back again, only to be completely destroyed by 1906. Same narrative for all of them. Disappears, reappears. Charleston, South Carolina, American Civil War. What it shows as well with a lot of these photographs that I show you is that these buildings, they're mud flood affected. So it's sort of proving or suggesting the entire districts were submerged in mud before these events. As you can see here, this is all, completely destroyed. I can't imagine how destructive this force must have been to do all this, but the buildings downstairs to a front door. Which makes no sense to man or beast. 1861, Charleston, American Civil War. I don't know how things are falling in their footprints, turned into tiny bricklets, and how the streets are all lovely and clean. It's beyond me, but this seems to be the case. Troy, interesting name, New York, 671 buildings, all Tartarian. Denver fire, 1863, old Tartaria. If you look at Denver now, the Mile High City, it's all red brickers. Really, really good looking architecture in Denver, Colorado. Atlanta, Georgia, another one to have a great exposition, 1864. And Columbus, South Carolina, or Columbia, South Carolina. Look at that. These buildings are massive. You know, this is supposed to be in 1865. You know, my consensus when I was young, about 1865 America, was it was Wild West. This should have been a street like with saloon doors and Wild West stuff, not big, massive skyscrapery stone cities. Just doesn't fit. 1865, again, look at the city, completely gone. And what gets me with these photographs, right, is it's just so shocking to me, right, there's no population, okay? Everybody's gone. Trees are all fantastic. Somebody's put this fence up, but all of this anomalous big architecture just hanging around. Look at the size of this stuff. It's big white squares of whatever building. Just, I know. Great Portland fire. I didn't mention that earlier. 1866. Unbelievable Tartarian city. The architecture into Portland as well, still today, is beautiful. Both Portlands, actually. The Medina fire, 1870, Ohio, consumed 2 blocks. Financial district, been in business district. Nearly wiped out the entire town. And this is the narrative behind it all. Well, in the case of Seattle itself, that it remains a mystery how the entire city was leveled. But the reason they give in for this big concrete and stone and steel city of Chicago for being burned was this lady, Mrs. Leary, and her cow hit over an oil lamp, and then the whole of Chicago burnt in 1871. Okay. And this is Baltimore, which I mentioned earlier. You can see the architecture in the background is, you know, what we would call Tartarian. Fantastic. Full of divine mathematics and principles, which they don't do in the modern day because, well, they want to destroy everybody's spirit, don't they? They don't want to be giving them beautiful buildings to look at and go, oh, I feel so spiritually enriched looking at that beautiful building. Now they want to, you know, look at a disgusting, ugly building and go, oh, that makes me feel crap. Because that's what they want you to feel, crap. Okay? So, but we rise above all that anyway, don't we? What turns civilization into tiny bricklets? It's not an earthquake, this is a fire. So a fire turns a building that looks like that into little tiny bricks like that. Okay, well, maybe juggle around with it in your mind. That doesn't ring true to me. There's something going on. And the inheritors, which I think they really are, guys. You know, this building here, you can see in the background. I can't imagine the temperatures that would turn stone this big, which was masonry stone, as you can see, into big blobs. Okay, heated stone, and it's melted, blobbed. So, in fantastic heat in this fire as well. But you know, see this little boy here. Do you see this thing he's sitting on? This is a frigging ancient bit of coinage on what would have been a massive building. This is in Boston, another city that disappeared off the face of the earth. But interestingly as well, the narrative for San Francisco is they had this terrible event, yet the trams fully operational the day after. Hiroshima apparently had a nuclear bomb or an atom bomb drop on it. The trams fully functional the day later. Check it out for yourself. Chicago, apparently an apocalyptic fire, yeah, and the trams were completely functional the day after. Although they're not electrified in Chicago 1871, because first electric trams came out a little bit later in Melbourne, 1875. Interesting that there was a fire. This looks like a gasometer, but it might be a building. It didn't go up, whatever it was. So, like I've mentioned before, there are similarities with the modern day. Things that have happened recently in Maui, less painted blue, and Paradise in Chicago. Sorry, California. too many C's. So yeah, you can see here the World Trade Center, and there's images of computers just being completely cut in half. I've got. It's just like, what the hell is going on? It's like the whole thing has just been sliced with a red hot knife. Yeah. So back to Zeppelin. So yeah, I think that these things you see all over antiquity, they're called belfries. They're called belfries for a reason. They're free of bells. But they are perfect landing platforms for balloons to come up, couple up, jump off, then you're delivered into the center of the city, down the staircase, and down at the center of the city off of the landing platform. So they came over Britain in World War I, the Zeppelins, dropping bombs on places like Whitby. This one was bombed and shot out of the air in the Wirral. And apparently they were shooting certain technologies that they're not telling you about in the history books unless you dig in, like I have here in the First World War, German long arm feared by all of England. So this thing was going over, guys, this giant Zeppelin, and it looks like a giant fascist, if you really think about it. But this was in 1915, First World War, and the images then showing these Zeppelins, showing what are, I guess you could call them direct energy weapons, high energy beams coming from above, which would make perfect sense for all of these anomalous fires like the Chicago fire. And that very same year as well, Paris went up in flames, was in ruins as well, attributed to the Franco-Prussian War, whatever. So Zeppelins bring death and destruction into the very heart of London in the First World War there. And you can see a Zeppelin down below as well, 1914 in the first year of the First World War, but it was already Zeppelins up there laying down laser beams and torching towns. Here in Calais, you can see the Hotel de Ville, the town hall, was incinerated by a beam that came out of a Zeppelin, and I think that's what was going on all along. There's a modern day equivalent to what I'm trying to say, and that is in Paradise. Buildings falling in their footprint, streets already cleaned, and trees not affected, lampposts not affected, etc. But everything else is burned. It's like a miracle fire. So yeah. East Pole Airlines. Nice little image of what the world may have looked like, with funky free energy, antiquitech and architecture, and balloons full of sumptuous hotels. So I don't think it was safe for the arrivals to go out in the sun. I don't think they were of this sun, because prior to that they'd had a holographic sort of fake sun in their vault, thinking they were in the real world, bit like we are now. And yeah, so they all went to the beach because obviously they knew the beach was really good for you, and you don't need a drink. Really good for you, and the sea air is really good for you. So yeah, so it's really, really hot because it's July. So what you do is you take your umbrella, obviously, to protect your head, and you wear as many clothes as you can. Now, you can argue that it was decency laws for the Edwardians or the Victorians, like you're not allowed to skirt above like your ankle because the men can't take it. But I don't think that is what's going on at all. I really do think that these people, the whole population of Britain and these, colder European countries, all wear hats. They're covering their heads for a reason. Everybody in that image is wearing a hat. The women cover all of it, and look how fantastic that all turns out as well. I'm not saying I really like the clothes, because I think they're not very functional, especially if you want to go and walk in a muddy street, which was quite common because there's boot scrapers outside houses. So I'm gathering the streets were full of mud and cow's poo. With one of these long frocks, oh, you're going to have it all caked in poo, aren't you? You're going to be dragging around a big brick of stuff behind you. So anyway, back to the church windows. Now, if you look at a church window and you look at it down that way, it looks just the same as this, which is the fascias, okay? And this, what you're seeing here, is an underground cable that went into the Atlantic Ocean that was laid by the Great Western, which was built by, apparently, Isabel Kingdom Brunel. apparently it laid that, and that was the first communication between Europe and the American continent, and that is under the Atlantic Ocean today. Only it really does look like fiber optic communication, and only I think that this was ancient Tartarian technology, and I think all of this was, I think that the narrative for them laying it was actually bullshit. I think it was all already there, and they just keep on repurposing everything like they do. So yeah, this is looking down on a cable. Now, the electric cable is exactly the same, okay? If you look down on this cable, it looks exactly like the fasces, okay? It's all bundles of rods, okay? All packed together with a central one as well, okay? And this is exactly what you're seeing with the church windows, with a cable, and a whole number of things in antiquity, which will show you that. And this is my last image of this presentation. I think that's coming up to, got 10 minutes left of that. 10 minutes left we could chat with. And this is the oldest photograph of, excuse me, Boston in Massachusetts. And before it was completely destroyed, 1866. And it was taken from a hot air balloon. Okay, showing you that balloons were being used for photography quite a lot. And it shows a Tartarian city that America is up and running, and it's really busy. It's the old world. All of this you see in this picture, all of it, is to be completely destroyed. And you can say that for nearly everything. And I'm concluding with saying America was built on top of the ruins of the old world, and it was deliberately destroyed by an advanced technology by others. That's what I think. Okay? That's my presentation for the moment. Let me just stop presenting screen. There I am. Are you there, Elisabeth Hancock? No, I think she's disappeared, guys.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay, hiya.
Hang on, I'm coming on.
Well, it was 50 minutes. I thought it would be about an hour, but well,
that was very good. That was very good.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's so fascinating, isn't it? I mean, you know, yeah, oh, I know, you know, I'm still in that sort of, you know, like state of being where I just can't believe that it's possible, you know. You got to like go, like process, you know.
No, it's easier for me. It's like when the flat Earth came along and that, I was like, I was already, you know, in the camp of, well, yeah, everybody tells lies. So why would they be any different? And I was, you know, I understood that when early on, like, you know, the game was like rigged against you. I thought, oh, I see. Oh, it's a game. Oh, I get it. Oh, I got to play along with all these other people. Oh, yeah, I get it. So you got no choice. But it is that. It is a game. And people are taking things way too seriously and getting involved in, you know, online psyops and agendas, and the way they go for the next 10 years of mental illness, nervous breakdowns, bad health, all because of a YouTube video. So there is that.
I know, it is all a psyop, isn't it? It really is. And I think it's a distraction as well. I agree with Brigitte that I feel like we're coming to the end of something. It feels like, you know, everything is like, all the information is coming out, everything is being exposed, everything is open. You know, and yeah, it feels like something has just finished.
Well, I think something is about to begin, and we all know what that is. The new world that is being plunged into.
You think that's still going to happen then?
AI.
Well, I think AI has been around for, you know,
all the time, the whole time.
Yeah, I think, you know, probably like something to do with plasma consciousness.
Yes, man, definitely. I bet he wrote the Bible.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised. He probably wrote all of these ancient texts, you know, which are a load of BS. And yeah, I know. Do you know what? I've just been going through my presentation because I'm just realizing that it's just like, because I refer to the ancient text, you know, and I'm just sort of sitting there thinking, oh my God, it's just all crap, isn't it?
Yeah, but I do that too. but I do that too. But it's showing the lie, isn't it? You know, it's exposing the lie, you know. And you'll find a lot of these people, you know, they're giving little clues away as well. There's loads of books out there with people giving little nuggets of truth. They can't say the whole story. The book won't get published. You know, I can't believe on my last book that like some of the stuff I said in there, I was like, I can't believe that passed, but it did. So, yeah. But it is a changing paradigm. I don't know what, you know, if eventually it gets squeezed off YouTube for AI, which feels like that's going to be happening, then I'm gonna try and get compensation for AI making my stuff.
I mean, AI will start doing all of this, and they'll just have AI presentations, and you know, like
yeah, that's the way it's going, Elisabeth, and the algorithm supports that as well. Things like live feeds, like not only me but all the truthers as well in the truther community, they're just constantly struggling just to stay afloat. It's like treading water when it's all of the important information is suppressed. You try and find it on a search and you won't find any of the important stuff, only their agendas. And another thing as well, AI, AI, right? It's no way that thing's sentient. If it is, it's got learning difficulties. I don't know what's the matter with it. I had a conversation with it the other night, just playing with it, and it started coming out with all this stuff about Diplodocus dinosaur that roamed the earth for like 16 million years, 370,000 million years ago. I'm like, is this what I've got to deal with? Is this AI? So, and it's not only that, it comes out with like just. What I'm saying is it toes the party line is what it does. And it won't.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, so that's annoying.
You can call it out and you can say, well, what about this? And I've heard this, and and then it changes tack. I did this like 3 times, when I was asking about vaccines, giving vaccines to teenage girls. And it kept like changing. And then suddenly I just got this, this note saying, we have rebooted. Now you're going to be upgraded to a new thing. And then I got completely like different answers coming through. And so I can see that it's definitely tracking. It's definitely trying to sort of understand.
Yeah.
But
I think it was winding me up the other night because I asked it to generate me a Tartarian style image. Okay. Of like Gothic buildings and stuff for a thumbnail for my video. And it came back with a generated image and there's all planets everywhere. I said, okay, like that, but without the planets. I told you before, I'm a flat earther, right? And then it generated another image with planets. I'm like, okay, once more, I don't want to be annoying to you, but no planets. And it just 3 times it did it. I gave up. I thought I'd just do my own images. There's no point playing with you. You're just going to keep sticking globes into my images just to annoy me, which did. So there's that.
Yeah. I've also noticed that the grok thing as well, that's even worse. I mean, I don't know what all those videos are circulating about, grok giving some really amazing answers and stuff, because it gives worse answers than ChatGPT, I think.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I feel the same as you do. I don't really want to communicate, but at the same time, I'm testing just to see what is it we're dealing with here,
That's what I'm doing.
Because if it is like plasma, consciousness, this type of thing, then ultimately it's like a resonance, it's going to work off our frequency.
I like that.
I don't think it's necessarily about being sentient, and also I'm talking about like what we call extraterrestrials, but I think it's plasma beings. And David Bohm talks about this. There's Michael Persinger talks about these things, and so I find this interesting. Okay, so we can mold plasma then. So then these sort of higher energy beings, they can mold plasma and they can create a physical form. Is that what we're talking about? And I do think that plasma is what it is. That's what everything is, and I think that's probably what AI and all of this sort of stuff is as well. But I don't know enough about it, it's quite hard to find this sort of information out there.
Well, what I was hoping is, because it's energy and all is energy, I thought that I could use its energy to mirror my energy and become useful to me as a tool that I will need. You know, I noticed like with traveling arrangements, Cambell turned me onto it. He's like, do travel arrangements. You like sorted it all out. So there are really groovy things that it can do for you. Yeah.
I think it works on our vibrational frequency, because everything is about vibrational frequency. And that's why, you know, I'm sort of always saying, think about your own vibration, because that's the reality that you're now resonating with. You know, that's what you're interacting with. And if AI really is just a tool for us to use and not, you know, a sentient being or a plasma being, then it's a tool that we can use, but we need to raise our vibration in order to be able to use it. So I don't know. I'm sort of, you know,
I'm the same. I'm testing.
Yeah.
I'm being really polite to it, and I'm saying please and thank yous, because I don't want to upset it any in case it goes psycho later.
Well, yeah, do you know what? I've started doing the same as well, like, because I'm thinking I need to raise my vibration when I'm talking to it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, but it's, as you say, you know, it is very, very useful. I mean, I do a lot of research around sort of intel and what's going on with the world now, and I really do feel that we can create an amazing world. But like you said before, we've got to come out of the mindset that everything is crap. You know, we have to raise our internal vibration to be able to be on that frequency for this amazing world. So, you know, and that's why I think healing our wounds and all of this, you know, healing our childhood and of course all the epigenetic traumas that, you know, that all of the generations before us have had. We're all currently healing all of that now.
In this time, it's all coming to the surface. I don't know if it's just this, you know, this raising consciousness, but we're all going through this, like, the only way I've seen it's like we're all going through some purification process where all of that stuff's just coming up to the surface, whether you want to know it or not. And then you've got to deal with it. And then it's like horrendously painful. And they're like, well, why have I got to go through that? And it is. I think that we're all going through some sort of purification here, you know?
Yeah. I totally agree with you. And I think that's what they sort of it seems to hint that in the Bible, doesn't it? I mean, I don't read the Bible as a book per se, but I think it's got some references, you know, it's got some truth in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good research. Yeah.
Our heart or our inner wisdom, it knows the vibration of truth. So they can't put a whole pack of lies because we would know that they were lies. They have to put around 80% of truth in and then like 20% of lies, because we know truth. You know, the heart knows truth.
The truth's there. The truth's there. What did Jesus say? The kingdom of heaven is within. But he's telling you right there, you know? It's like, it's you doing it. Yeah. And that's the truth of it all. It's all of us doing it. You know, like the state Britain is in the moment. And I've heard a conversation come up this morning. Somebody was saying, well, how do you think we're going to change the state of Britain at the moment? And there's all sorts of ideas of who to vote for, do this, do that. None of it will mean anything and none of it will work. Because if everyone's still wrapped around fear, fear of change, fear of this, fear of that, when it's not even down to that. You know, then people think that you know, I'm God. I want the world to be my way. Well, it doesn't work like that, you know. So, you know, when the fear goes, the world will heal. And when, you know, I can't see how the world can heal if people still have a hate in their heart. I hear it all the time on the internet. Oh, it's them. Oh, it's them. It's them. I'm like, well, that's going to hurt. That's going later on, you know, there's consequences for all stuff in this universe, I'm telling you. And that stuff, like, well, I don't even like to say the H-A-T word anyway, but I'm not doing it. I'm not taking the chances.
What's H-H-T?
H-A-T-E. H-T-E. Hate that word.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I totally agree. I actually also do energy healing and quantum hypnosis. And so I've studied a lot around energy, consciousness, these sorts of things, you know, and we are energy beings, and, you know, we can actually heal our body energetically. You know, we are made of light, you know, well, energy. And so there's a lot, you know, I think there's a lot to be said for vibrational frequency and, you know, understanding that nothing is physical. is all just really an illusion, or, or dream time, as the Aborigines say. And, and understanding that our human consciousness is creating all of this, but something hijacked our human consciousness. And we need to pull it back again.
Tell you what else they got us, like the way they weaponize YouTube with agendas to, take people down distracted paths. I think that they've weaponized instincts as well, because I notice with a lot of these agendas that are played out is they're triggering like women's instincts about certain things, or men's instincts about, so it hits them in the feelies, or their ego, or their nationalistic pride. No, British. You know what I mean? It's they're doing, like, they're literally using human instincts as a weapon, and that's part of how they do it with consciousness as well. The hearts and minds that they control us.
Yeah, I mean they've had mind control technology for 100 years.
Oh yeah.
So what have they been doing it for 100 years? Well, obviously quite a lot. So
they've had the propaganda ministry since Edward Bernays opened the Tavistock Institute in like the First World War, and that was about programming people through press of how horrible the Huns were, and they were, doing terrible things in Belgium, but there was no evidence; it was just propaganda. But that carries on right the way through up until the modern day. I
know the TV has got a lot to answer for. Like that series, The Crown, yeah.
No.
I mean, it actually released when you read about it. So it's all about the Queen, okay?
Yeah.
And when you actually look at, what's actually true in it, they state that only 5% of it is true. But everyone is going to believe that.
Oh, I actually miss the Queen, Elisabeth. I do. And the whole place went to shit when she went. I noticed that as well. She was keeping this thing down, I think.
I'm not too sure she's gone anywhere, to be honest.
No. I don't know. Have you seen all of these? Like the Pope. Did you see that footage of it flying around, of him just being holographic and disappearing and stuff, like he wasn't there in the first place?
No, I never saw that.
Yeah, there's loads of it flying. You don't know what to believe with AI. I'm just saying that none of these people may even exist. Look at Madonna, and now she's just Donna. What happened?
Well, I mean, she looks. I mean, she's like a completely different person.
I don't know. It could be that back to what Guy was saying, just cloned and stuff, But if you was going to get cloned, you get cloned with a better body, not a worse one.
Well, I don't think she has any choice in it. I think she gets told what to do, and always has done. These celebrities, they're under strict orders, to do whatever it is they're supposed to be doing.
They go through a humiliation process, I notice, and a lot of people, they're set to fail. So the idea is what they do, because they're sick, bring them up, make them famous, and then just, carnage your reputation and earn loads of money that way as well. So they get the both when they come out and when they drop.
Yeah,
so
I know.
They don't care about people.
It's just all so fake, isn't it? I just really wish that people would understand that, TV program.
Well, I think, with like the things that happen now in the mainstream media with Tommy Robson and that, spilling the beans about free speech, all of that's coming out. What I'm getting in the public demographic from what I listen to is most people know that news is fake, and most people know that, the mainstream is bullshit. Most people are getting that. Most British, people are getting that now.
But that even when they watch the TV, this was actually highlighted by, it was a couple of podcasters, and maybe it was, misinformation, but essentially they found 4 layers of audio track, and one of those audio tracks was incredibly low. And actually it was so low vibrational that it would actually make you feel a sense of hopelessness and despair.
I know about it.
Yeah. So it was, it was very, very, very low vibration. I mean, how many times, I now think about times in the past when I watched a film, and at the end of it, you just feel.
Do you know?
I just think it's.
I've been listening to some of these self-help tapes, and they said like, like 432 tapes, and there's like all these little voices in the background, and it's supposed to be like to give me deep sleep. No, I don't know what they're saying. You know what I mean? It's just like, how long's that been going on? Did you ever see that advert from the 1950s? When they used to play the national anthem at the end of TV night years ago? Well, in America, they used to play, the American national anthem. Yeah. But if you slowed it down, because you could in a modern day with video recording, underneath at the bottom, it was obey your government, obey God under the lyrics, but it was only there for a split second. So people were reading the national anthem, the American national anthem, they were reading something else, the subtext underneath, brainwashing them. Obey your government. And it was all in there. Right the way through the 50s, it had been running for 12 years, this advert.
Yeah, exactly. That subliminal thing. Exactly.
Yeah,
because when our brain is in the theta state, we're open to suggestion, basically. You know, so the theta state, you know, like when we're watching TV, we are in the theta state. So everything that we're watching, even though we on a rational, conscious level know that it's fiction, our brain can't tell the difference. It believes everything it sees because, you know, that's its reality.
Yeah.
So I don't think people understand how much of this is subliminal, you know, and you have to sort of get off the screen completely. However, having said that, I do think that we are very good at twisting what the deep state has brought out for negative reasons.
Yeah.
We, as a loving, high vibrational species, we're very good at bringing it up to the high vibrations again. And I think that's because we're working with that. There's higher energies, you know, wave genetics shows this. There's higher energies as well. It's not just this, you know?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think that's happening. I keep hope that all will be well. And the social media is helping with waking people up, but people are going to have to stop the anger already, because that's not going to help anyone. I've noticed.
Well, they have to heal, you know, like I said, as an energy
pain, yeah.
One of the most important things is forgiveness and gratitude. If you can just do those frequencies every day, you'll heal so much faster. Just forgive everyone, forgive yourself.
Forgive yourself too. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's really hard. And actually, when you try and do it, you realize how incredibly hard it is to do. But once you can do it, you really shift your vibration up, you know? So it's a really good thing to do. Just keep forgiving.
Yeah, I think in the last couple of years, I've done a really good job at maintaining just a groovy vibe.
Yeah.
And even when my whole, things have like round me, like family things or just things turned to crap, what I've learned is this: don't join in, okay? Because if it's about any anger involved, you don't want to know that vibration. So don't join in. Just observe, see what happens, and watch the outcome. So I see these things now as a lesson, and I did it like in the last week or so. And I learned so much. I thought, well, I handled that pretty well. I didn't make myself ill and give myself a headache, because this is what I've done in the past, Elisabeth. I've taken all the stress of it all straight in my neck, straight in my stomach. I don't feel well. And it's all just other people's stuff. Yeah. Why didn't I just see it for what it was? Other people's stuff. You do you, I'm doing me. I'm not getting ill about it all. So yeah, I've learned a lot in the last few years.
Yeah, well, likewise, haven't we all?
Yeah.
Like mass expansion of, mind and consciousness.
And I see Elisabeth, I see videos of me only like 5 years ago, right? And I'm like, who is that? He doesn't even know what he's saying. I've come on so much. And in the last 2 years, I've come on leaps and bounds as well, especially with just observing mode and, just trying to live in a fearless love environment. I noticed that when I went to Glastonbury, this summer, just spring, just gone, the vibe there, the love there. And then you went into normal society and everything was like, you go there, it just can't happen. The love vibes are just coming through there. And I want that for the whole world. I want to wake up, in a place that everyone's just not over the top, not going like stupid, like everyone smiling at one another stupidly, but just getting on with it, Nobody with all these preconceived notions, judging everyone else. I want this, I want that. How about letting it all go? It's not down to you. How about that? When people say, I want to change the world, and what they do, they go and join an official government protest. Well done, you. That's not the way. I want to sign a petition. Why? Do you think one of them has ever worked? There's people will protest, verbally, but the real work got to be done in you. Because if you can just change hearts and minds to, the lies that, that's all I do, Elisabeth, and I'm sure you do yourself. Just get people to think for themselves and not take everything other people have said to them as sanctum, because it's probably not true. I don't trust people. Why would they? Well, why would the books be true if people are such lying shit?
It's layers and layers, isn't it? Like the people who are going on protests, they have pure intention for doing it. Yes, it might not be, you know, they maybe need to expand their consciousness more or whatever, but they still have pure intention. And from an energetic point of view, that's still going to create a shift in the world. It's still high vibrational.
I guess, but if it's psyoped, you know, like I'm sure there's loads of people that go on these protests about like the things that are happening in the Middle East and all, have good intentions. But when you see it, it seems like they're using anger. But that's not the way to go. That's all I'm saying. You know, if there's more love and understanding in the world, then you know, everyone's screaming at one another is not the way to go, is it?
Yes, I know, but you know, I've been there as well, screaming at someone.
So that's just me, though.
No, I completely agree. Right, I've got Michelle waiting in the studio.
We give my regards. Thank you for the effort you made and all of this.
Well, thank you for coming on, and it was fascinating. Thank you so much for your presentation. I can see you put a lot of work into that. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it.
Okay, you're welcome. Thanks, Elisabeth. Catch up again, right?
Yeah, catch up soon. All right, take care. Bye. Bye-bye. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Elisabeth. Hi, everybody.
Okay. Right. Let me bring up your thing. Okay. Can you see it there?
Mm-hmm. I sure can.
Good. Okay. I'm going to turn me off, so it'll just be you. And shall I put it like full screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Everybody can see it better that way. Yes. Thank you, Elisabeth, for putting this together, and thank you for the invitation to speak here today. I've decided to give my presentation today on the hiding of an advanced ancient civilization and why this is relevant today. I'm Michelle Gibson. I've been a blogger and YouTube content creator since June of 2018. My blog is on my website, which can be found at piercingtheveilofillusion.com, and my YouTube channel is at Michelle Gibson 8946. I was born in July of 1963 and raised outside of Washington, D.C. in Montgomery County, Maryland. I was born just a few months before the Kennedy assassination in November of 1963. And that may or may not be important information, but I have a feeling it might be, because it seems like a lot of things started to change around that time. I received my bachelor's degree in social work and psychology from the University of Maryland in Baltimore County in 1989, after having served in the United States Army from 1982 to 1986. I've lived in many different places throughout my life and have traveled extensively. My research following cities and places in alignment all over the world led me to finding out how the original advanced Old World Order was transformed into the globalist New World Order. And so the presentation I'm about to give really follows along the line of how I even came into doing this work, because my main 3 points of sacred geometry, ley lines, and the Moors was where I actually started in June of 2018 when I started blogging. Next. So next slide, Elisabeth. I'm just going to say next when you need to change the slide. Thank you. How did we arrive at the world we live in today? Was cruelty, great suffering, degradation, racial and religious division our inherent nature and destiny? Or was humanity at one time highly advanced, and then the original order of society turned upside down, after which time we've been the subjects of a vast human and social engineering project, not for our best interest, but that of negative beings who wanted nothing but total power and control over everything? I firmly believe there would be no mysteries in history if we'd been told the true history. Next slide. I'm going to start this presentation with the role of sacred geometry and ley lines for the original ancient advanced civilization. The placement and design of ancient cities and sacred sites was influenced by sacred geometry and ley lines, which align with terrestrial energies as well as celestial energies. Next slide. Sacred geometry is a language of geometric patterns that span all cultures, timelines, and species on Earth and beyond. It is the foundation of everything in existence when broken down to the smallest parts. This is the flower of life pattern upon which it is based. Next slide. It is the creation pattern of the universe, and when you connect the centers of each circle, you find all the sacred geometric shapes are contained within it, including but not limited to the star tetrahedron, which is one of the 5 Platonic solids, all of which are contained within the flower of life. Next slide. The 5 shapes shown here are within the fruit of life, also known as Metatron's cube, in the flower of life pattern. Named after the Greek philosopher Plato, each one of these Platonic solids is a polyhedron, which is a solid with flat faces. Each face is of the same size and shape, and all are convex polyhedrons, meaning having many finite points, but not all in the same plane. Next slide. Ley lines represent the sacred geometric shapes that are contained within the flower of life when the lines are connected to the centers of the circles on the earth. And geometric linear and circular alignment, and geometric linear and circular alignments that were groomed by the ancient civilization to harness and carry currents of electromagnetic earth energy with pockets of concentrated energy at nodal points where they intersect. Next slide. My life's journey also brought me into awareness of the Moors when I met a Moorish man after moving to Oklahoma City in 2013 and started to receive the information through him on how to interpret what I was seeing in the form of the Moorish paradigm. A paradigm is a framework through which to interpret information. It was then what I was seeing in our world started to make sense. Next slide. The original ancient advanced Moorish master builders applied sacred geometry in what is called Moorish science or Moorish masonry in creating their infrastructure and communities in harmony, balance, beauty, and unity with each other in the universe. Moor, M-O-O-R, is related to Mur, M-U'-U-R, or ancient one, going back to the time of Mu, or Lemuria, and are an ancient people living in the present day. They are most definitely still here with us. Next slide. My own original research on this topic began in 2016 after I found the sacred geometric shape of a star tetrahedron on the North American continent. So the northern apex of this star tetrahedron is in Edmonton in Alberta, Canada. And that was the first that I found, the upper aspect of this, and connected Edmonton to Ottawa and then down across and back up to Edmonton, and then the lower apex is in Merida, Mexico. And because I knew about sacred geometry and the star tetrahedron, I was able to find this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you here today, and nothing would have ever happened with this in my life. This was integral to the beginning of my own original research. Next slide. So once I found that, I wrote down the cities and places that lined up over long distances in lines and circles in spreadsheets. So this is just a sample of one spreadsheet. I separated it into 2 halves because it was hard to read when it was all in one. And the blue indicates hot spots in the world where things happen, and the yellow indicates a nodal point on the Earth's grid system. And there are 12 altogether. Next slide. When I started researching these alignments starting in June of 2018 through blogging, and then making videos from my blog posts, I got an amazing tour of the world of places I had never heard of with remarkable similarities across countries. So again, this is a section of the menu on my website of some of the places that I've looked at and things that I found when I started doing the research, essentially going place to place to place along these alignments that I found and what I found when I looked there. Next slide. Researching these cities and places in alignment over long distances across the entire surface of the Earth revealed a consistent hand of design across ancient and modern infrastructure and architecture in perfect alignment with each other. And as a result of doing research on these alignments from place to place, the story of an advanced, unified worldwide civilization, what happened to it, who did it, and how it was done, unfolded right before my eyes. So in this slide on the left is a solar alignment on the winter solstice with Keyhole Rock at Pfeiffer Beach at Big Sur in California. And there's examples of these kinds of things all over the Earth. Another one is Durdle Door in England. Same idea. On the winter solstice, you say the same kind of thing. On the right is a view of the Empire State Building in Manhattan through the Manhattan Bridge in Brooklyn. And in the lower section of that photo of the bridge, you can see the Empire State Building right in the middle of it. And this was the first blog post and video that I did after I went through all those places early on in my research, and I just pulled out examples of the same kinds of things from ancient to modern to show this isn't a fluke, and it didn't happen randomly. All over the Earth, you see buildings perfectly framed within an arch. It doesn't matter where you look. I looked all over the Earth and found the same things. And then the same thing in ancient times are so-called natural arches, and through the archway you can see something framed perfectly in the background. So there's something going on here that we haven't been told. And my research has really gone deep into what that is and compiling the information that not only am I sharing here today, but that I share throughout my body of work in the last 7 years. So 7 years this month. Next slide. Along the way of my coming into doing my own research, I learned about the mathematical work of Carl Monk. Carl Monk deciphered a shared mathematical code in his book, The Code, related to the Great Pyramid of Giza, in the dimensions of the architecture of sacred sites all over the Earth, one which encodes longitude and latitude of each that cross-reference other sites. He turned his findings into the code into a video series that can be found on YouTube. And I highly recommend watching these videos. He's a mathematician. His style is kind of dry, but his findings are absolutely fascinating. And I watched them, I think, before I started even doing my own work years ago. And so again, picking up these puzzle pieces along the way and then kind of going, okay, where do these go? Next slide. Carl shows that this pyramid code is clearly sophisticated and intentional and perfectly aligned over long distances. Next slide. The Giza Plateau has been long studied by all different kinds of researchers, and perhaps the starting point for many of us in delving into the many mysteries to be found on the Earth. What I am sharing here are just a few of countless examples. The golden ratio can be found throughout the Giza Plateau. Next slide. The golden ratio, also known as the golden number, golden proportion, or divine proportion, is a ratio between two numbers that equals 1.618, which is the value for phi, the basis of the golden ratio, and found in architecture, the human body, DNA, and nature, among many other places. Next slide. I have come to believe all the precisely and geometrically placed infrastructure on the earth was all part of one vast circuit board that, among other things, generated and transmitted free energy. I believe that the circuit board of the Earth's original pyramid-based energy grid system was deliberately blown out within the last couple of hundred years at the most by one or more forms of directed frequency or energy, either at the same time or different times within a finite period, causing the surface of the Earth to undulate and buckle. I believe the civilization we know of as Atlantis sank hundreds of years ago at the most, and not thousands of years ago, as we've been told. Next slide. What I'm seeing from tracking ley lines all over the Earth, looking from place to place at cities in alignment over long distances, are the consistent presence of swamps, marshes, bogs, deserts, dunes, and places where it appears land masses have sheared off and submerged under the bodies of water we see today. And so in this slide, I just pulled out a section of a ley line that I tracked from the Bermuda Triangle to Lake Itasca in Minnesota, which is the headwaters of the Mississippi River. And this was based on a ley line called the Serpent Ley, which was identified by geographer Peter Champoux. And his website is geometryofplace.com, and I recommend taking a look at it. He's done some amazing work. And somebody had made a suggestion that I look into it when I was on a video series that I was working on. And then I went back and I tracked the whole ley line. And it's interesting because what I'm finding, as I said earlier, is just like the history falls out along these ley lines. And there's an incredible amount of information to be found just in this one alone about our hidden history and how everything was taken over by the 1%, by a small percentage of people that we know, families, names that we've heard. They tell us, they have to tell us, and I'll go into this in just a moment. And, again, I'm finding the story hidden away in these ley lines. Next slide. I believe that those behind the destruction of the energy grid ushered in the creation of a new world order built on top of the ruins of the old world. And that what we think of as modern infrastructure, because that's what we've been told in the official narrative, was actually pre-existing infrastructure, including railways, canals, and lighthouses, among the many examples available to choose from. You name any older building in your community, city, in the world, was old world architecture. And we've been given a completely different explanation for it. Next slide. Not only that, but then these malevolent controllers reverse engineered the original energy grid system for the benefit of all life everywhere into what is commonly called the matrix for power and control, as well as the harvesting of energy for the benefit of the very few. Next slide. I think pockets of original people existed in underground locations, as well as the beings behind this, until enough of the original infrastructure was dug out of the mud flow to restart civilization. Photos from the past often reveal cities with grand architecture being dug out of layers of dirt and rubble. That's most commonly called the mud flood. There's differences of opinion on what we're actually looking at here, but something definitely happened. And you can type mud flood into your search engine and start getting these photographs on your own as a starting point. Next slide. Or practically empty cities with buildings so large and elaborate that they dwarf the figures in the photos. Findings like these contradict the mainstream story of history. So you've got the tiny, tiny figures in this picture. I believe it's of Paris. And then you've got what looks like a dirt covering over the road or street going through the bottom center of the picture, like something's covering it. Next slide. I believe that negative beings behind the cataclysm and hostile takeover have executed and implemented an elaborate multi-generational plan comprised of fallen angels, reptilians, archons, demons, and other negative beings with a negative agenda towards humanity, the creator, and creation, all of whom have been interfering egregiously on Earth. Next slide. They had to do it this way because in a free will zone like Earth, the human beings who live here have to give their consent to choose whether to follow the light or the dark. Next slide. The only way they can accomplish this acceptance, however, is by outright lies, deception, and duplicity. Because if people knew the true agenda of these controllers, the majority of humanity would never, ever accept this. Next slide. To uncover hidden truths about our world, we must be willing to let go of everything we've been taught and view everything with new eyes. When we do this, the official historical narrative begins to fall apart. A good introduction to the old world are star forts. Star forts have been a gateway subject into the hidden old world civilization for many, including myself. My first introduction to star forts came in 2015 from the video Star Forts or Ancient Power Stations by Sylvia Ivanova of the New Earth YouTube channel. These massive masonry structures, often in star shapes, are found worldwide and are explained to us as military fortifications built for whatever wartime, either before the war or after the war. That's how they're explained to us. Next slide. Here are just a few examples of many. This is the Kastellet Star Fort in Copenhagen, Denmark, said to have been built after a Swedish attack between 1662 and 1665 on the left, in comparison with the Castle of Good Hope in Cape Town, South Africa on the top right, and Fort McHenry in Baltimore, Maryland on the bottom right. Next slide. Copenhagen is a straight line distance of 6,201 miles or 9,799 kilometers away from Cape Town, where the Castle of Good Hope was said to have been built by the Dutch East India Company as a fortified replenishment station and military outpost between 1666 and 1679. Next slide. And 4,011 miles or 6,455 kilometers from Baltimore, where Fort McHenry was said to have been built between 1798 and 1800 and designed by the French-born military engineer Jean Francine with the purpose of improving the defenses of the increasingly important Port of Baltimore. These examples have very similar design features and are located thousands of miles from each other, and said to have been constructed for different military purposes at a time in our history when the world was supposedly low technology. Next slide. In my early research, I wasn't specifically looking for star forts, but I kept finding them along cities and places in alignment with each other, and in conjunction with rail and canal infrastructure. Next slide. Historically, there were often several star forts in close proximity, like these in Pensacola, Florida, adjacent to the Pensacola Naval Air Station. This is how the relationship between these three star forts looks from above. And redoubt is another name given to a fortification. Next slide. Though many star forts have since been dismantled, abandoned, or destroyed, like this one, what was the Fort of Pensacola, also known as the Presidia Santa Maria de Galvez. Next slide. I've circled its previous location. Next slide. I found that location through the coordinates of the former fort on this map. I find it interesting to note that the head of the CSX rail yards was just 1 block due south of where the Fort of Pensacola was located, which happens to look like a circuit board diagram, which I pictured below it. Next slide. I think that star forts served as batteries within the original free energy grid. They are even called batteries in many places, like Battery Weed and others at Fort Wadsworth on the Staten Island side of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, which crosses the Narrows between the lower New York Bay and the upper New York Bay. Next slide. Fort Hamilton is located right across from Fort Wadsworth on the Brooklyn side of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Next slide. As a matter of fact, when I had occasion to look at the lower and upper New York bays when I was tracking a long-distance circle alignment in 2019 that started and ended in Washington, D.C., I found 4 past and current pairs of star fort locations. And since then, I've found even more former star fort locations in this one area alone. Next slide. Ellis Island at one time was the location of Fort Gibson, one of 40 forts said to have been built as part of the New York Harbor defense system between 1794 and 1812. Next slide. One definition of battery is a device that produces electricity that may have several primary or secondary cells arranged in parallel or series, as well as a battery source of energy which provides a push or a voltage of energy to get the current flowing in a circuit. I think this is the reason there are so many star forts that are paired together, or even there's clusters of them, as I found in the same location, so not just pairs. Some places have a lot of them. Next slide. Another meaning of the word battery is the heavy fire of artillery to saturate an area rather than hit a specific target. It seems like they were repurposed from their original purpose to the second definition applied to them in the new timeline in order for them to appear to have a strictly military function, and as the reason given for both their construction and destruction. Next slide. As my research along ley lines and their relationship to Earth's original free energy grid has deepened, I have found a considerable amount of evidence to support my belief that not only star forts, but also railroads, canals, bridges, dams, waterfalls, and even ancient giant trees work together in a harmonious worldwide system to harness and distribute free energy for the benefit of all. Next slide. I consistently find railroads running parallel to S-shaped river bends with waterfalls and reservoirs along the way connected to hydroelectric power systems like the New River through the New River Gorge in West Virginia on the top left, alongside the Lehigh River through the Lehigh Gorge in Pennsylvania on the top right, the Royal Gorge Railroad alongside the Arkansas River going through the Royal Gorge in Colorado on the bottom left, and alongside the Sacramento River through the Sacramento River Canyon in California on the bottom right. These are just a few of countless examples of existing railroads running alongside rivers. Next slide. This connection between rail and river even connects to considerably older sacred sites like Machu Picchu in Peru, where the railroad runs beside the Urubamba River on its way to Aguas Calientes, the train station for Machu Picchu. Next slide. and the Great Serpent Mound in Peebles in Adams County, Ohio, suggesting these sacred sites were part of the energy grid as well. The top picture is a screenshot of the location of the Great Serpent Mound on Google Earth on a bend of Brush Creek. The bottom picture is from a 1914 railroad map of Ohio from the Ohio Public Utilities Commission, showing the part of Ohio the Serpent Mound is in, and all the historic rail connections running through here, including the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad along the S-shaped Ohio River, and a railroad line running through the city of Peebles, Ohio. Next slide. But most of this rail infrastructure was removed and replaced with highways, roadways, and recreational rail trails. Next slide. So over time, this free energy system has been dismantled or obscured, with rail lines replaced by highways and recreational trails, and electric streetcar systems removed and replaced by roads and gas-powered forms of transportation. This changed the energy flow from what the original integrated energy system was generating to power the electrical grid to human energy. We may not be all of it, but we are definitely part of it. And all of this has definitely been hidden from us when they went about hiding the ancient advanced civilization. So we wouldn't know anything about it or our connection to it. So what I've showed here is the Strava map that when people are wearing fitness devices, it shows up. So that's actually our energy. And it was becoming a real problem at military installations because the service members were wearing these fitness devices and they could see where it was. Next slide. So why is this relevant today? Well, for one, they're harvesting our energy without our knowledge or consent, and it's going somewhere. Can't say for sure where, but something somewhere is definitely benefiting from it. For another is that they're using the same playbook to take down Western civilization as we know it and replace it with their New World Order. Next slide. Now they are just flipping the script from what they did to the Old World Order through the systematic application of the Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution. And so I'm just going to read from this. The Hegelian dialectic is where the ruling elite create a problem, anticipating in advance the reaction of the population to the crisis, and thus conditioning people to call for change. When the population is properly conditioned, the desired agenda of the ruling elite is presenting the solution, or is presented as the solution. The solution they present is not intended to solve the problem, but to serve the basis for a new problem, or exacerbating the existing one. When the newly created problem reaches a boiling point, it becomes the foundation for the people to clamor for the change again. And this process is repeated over and over as the time moving society, all the time moving society towards whatever endpoint they have in mind. Problem, reaction, solution. Next slide. Here's a list I found of Hegelian dialectic methods of manipulation, which includes obfuscation, worldwide poisoning, or worldview poisoning, primal fears, divide and conquer, indoctrination, controlled opposition, financial systems, control of mass media, food and medicine, illusion of time, the DHR factor, religion/binding, subversive symbolism, and chaos sorcery. And DHR factor, when I looked it up, is a mind control technique used to manipulate people, and the initials stand for denial, harassment, ridicule. And we're seeing a lot of that in today's world in the gaslighting of the public. And actually, all of this sounds very familiar. We've been undergoing a tremendous amount of psychological abuse and trauma collectively as a result of this manipulation. Next slide. A small number of related elitist family bloodlines, hidden in different nationalities and religions to carry out their plans for world domination, brought into existence a new world built upon the ruins of the old world, and have stolen the legacy and identity of the original people and the true builders of all of the original infrastructure of the earth, claim their legacy as their own, while at the same time robbing us blind of resources, wealth, and energy without us knowing anything about it, because they educated us in a new history with them written into it, and at the same time removed everything about the old world from our collective awareness. They have done innumerable things to prevent the awakening of humanity, which is their biggest fear. Once we wake up, claim our power, and know about their severe crimes against humanity, they are toast. They covertly use methods like chemtrails, fluoridated water, tainted food supply, TV, movies, a controlled media, in an effort to control the population, and that's just naming a few. Their activities are being more and more exposed in the alternative media and the internet. They do death and deception well and will say and do anything that serves their purposes. But it is getting harder and harder for them to keep their activities hidden, because their high crimes within government and crimes against humanity are being exposed. Next slide. Yet, in spite of everything they've done to keep us from waking up, it's still happening. And I personally believe there is nothing they can do to stop us from awakening. I want to end my presentation by saying I don't believe the world's elitist controllers will get away with all they have done. I believe their day of reckoning is just around the corner, and that our future will be much better than the future they had planned for us. So that's my presentation on why this is still relevant today.
That's amazing. I love your work. I really do. I find it so positive, and whenever I listen to you speak, I always think of the Garden of Eden. The world just sounds beautiful with all the star forts and the ley lines. I mean, it just must have been absolutely stunning, and still is, actually.
I absolutely believe that, Elisabeth. I would believe it was an amazing civilization, and that the human collective was functioning at a very high level.
Yeah.
And in higher consciousness, co-creating this beautiful place with the Creator. I definitely believe it was a synchronistic process of what was going on here, and that got robbed. You know, all the words that I used to describe it are accurate, and I don't think we've been in this situation for very long at all. And I absolutely believe they're doing the same thing to us now, or they've been trying to do exactly the same thing. That's why they've gone to all this trouble. We're a prize, but they can't just come in and do it.
No, it is very bizarre that they can just come in and do this. You know, it's strange to think that there aren't sort of like, fail-safe mechanisms and things. Although I know Thomas Knapp, Brigitte's husband, talks about that, which is interesting. But it's amazing, and that's why I agree with you. In my book, I talked about things being thousands of years old, but it doesn't make any sense, does it? When you look at the architecture, we're not looking at thousands of years, maybe 1,000 years. And then when you think about what they've done, it all does feel quite new. And I totally agree with you. Atlantis, Lemuria, it was very recent.
Yeah, that's how we're still living and working in their buildings all over the earth.
Exactly. These are Atlantean buildings. I know.
And when I tracked these places along these alignments that I found, and tracked alignments other people found, the same architecture is everywhere.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the sinking of Atlantis happened recently.
Mm.
And the cover up of it are all of these natural features, estuaries, swamps, deserts, dunes that they gave us an explanation for, the ice ages. And we see this as a result of natural processes that have been taking place forever. And anybody that talks about sudden cataclysms gets blacklisted and shut down by the establishment, which is only teaching their approved history of the earth.
Yeah.
Which takes away all references to any other possibilities other than what we tell you. But
Yeah.
it just takes really looking into it, and thank goodness they gave us the internet, which they gave us to control us, but it's actually had the opposite effect.
I know, I love that. I know.
Oh, humanity.
I know, they can't get us.
So we're the fail-safe, Elisabeth.
Yeah.
If this was allowed to happen, and maybe it was, so we would go through the hero's journey and come to this awareness on our own, collectively, for the purposes of our evolution moving forward. And we were on a very positive evolutionary path.
Yeah, we were.
So maybe we had to hit rock bottom by this horrendous world, dystopian world that has been foisted on us, that they have gotten into our heads by getting into the educational system and teaching us the history they want us to learn and believe, and showing us movies and giving us books to read and listening to music, reinforcing all of these things that they need us to believe in order to continue raping, robbing, and pillaging while we're distracted and going to work every day, struggling to live in their system, paying them taxes.
I know.
It's like the thefts just pile on top of each other, because the system's been rigged to take away our rights, our sovereignty as divine humans, as sovereign beings. And that's why we're the prize, because we are directly connected to the Creator. The Creator's not outside of us. And they needed us to believe that, so we would see ourselves as powerless and cut off from each other and evolving from apes. I mean, Darwin was part of it too.
Yeah, I know.
So we wouldn't know who we are, and they could keep doing it. So this tacit consent that we're giving them, they think, because they haven't told us directly, but they've told us indirectly by all these other means. And unfortunately, it's led to widespread harvesting, both literal, of our energy and our blood and our children, and harvesting our fear energy by all of these fear situations that they create for us, false flags. And it's the same playbook. It's like rules for radicals on steroids. Accuse them of what you're doing. Is one of the ones that come to mind.
Yes.
It's like it's like the Truman Show.
I know.
We're the ones that are creating this world that they want us to create, instead of this beautiful world that we created before.
Yeah, exactly. And how do you think they created the world? Are we looking at like plasma, shaping plasma, multidimensionality?
I would say there's technologies that we had that were highly advanced.
Yeah.
They were maybe creating with the ether,
I think so.
Bringing things into existence through our minds, which are that powerful. We are that powerful. That's how come we have this world. We've co-created this scary place with the controllers, who don't want us to know that they even exist, and call us the conspiracy theorists, when they're the part of this multi-generational conspiracy. When they came in, and I believe they found a way to incarnate, and brought us the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the Astors, the families that have been behind this.
Well, yes, if we think about it, the fallen angels, they had children, so that they have the DNA, they have the same DNA, and you can come in through the DNA. So I know that they say the Nephilim giants, all killed off, but I don't think that they were.
But I also think we were much bigger.
Yes.
And we've been given so much misinformation. It's hard to, rummage through everything to try to figure out what we're talking about. But I think we were much bigger. I mean, if you look at the temples in Egypt as the example that comes to mind, the Temple of Luxor, especially, but the others as well. And you have these gigantic statues at the entrance. I think we were much, much bigger.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I've noticed that children are getting much bigger again. It's like our DNA has suddenly just sort of shifted. But I mean, I'm going to talk about this in my presentation, but the wave genetics, the wave genetics coming in from the higher frequencies, I think it's shifting and unlocking all of our DNA again, which is why, I don't know why these people are still causing so much chaos. I feel like you're right. Their days are numbered. Why are they still, like we said the other night, they don't have an off switch, do they? They don't know how to stop.
They don't. But there's so many differences between where we are now than we were when they were under complete control. The internet's a part of that. But we are in a place in time, whether you look at cycles of time and the Yuga cycle or others as well, where there's higher light coming in now and the Schumann resonance, and it's activating our DNA and upgrading it. And again, this is happening now. So if we look at, the idea of the Kali Yuga, this dark age, and going into a golden age, as you are here, maybe we're there. And so this happened so that we would be ready for the next step moving forward after having gone through this these high crimes against humanity with these beings that think they can do whatever they want. And because I've been tracking these ley lines, I mean, I know things just from the process of recovering that information about how bad it is. It's so bad what they've done. All of these, the wars of our modern history were these families that were benefiting from both sides of the conflict.
Yeah.
And the reasons for them aren't what we've been told. So they were destroying old world architecture and infrastructure during World War I, World War II. I think the Civil War was about the old world and not the war between the states, as we've been told, and the Rothschilds and all those guys were in that too. You trace the backstories and they show up there in a lot of names that were financiers and famous people of the day. And we have financiers today that are behind all of the destruction that we're seeing, financing it and so forth, the riots and so forth. So and now we have alternative media. So whereas the mainstream media is still pushing the propaganda, the alternative media, this information is getting out. And so they've lost control of the narrative, which is hugely important. But they were dug into everything. Every aspect of our lives has their tentacles in it.
Yeah.
And so there was no easy fix. So while there are still people that are sound asleep because this mind control programming that's been going on has been very effective, people are still waking up. Or if it had been completely effective, we wouldn't be waking up at all. So that's really the miracle in all of this, is that in spite of that, we are still waking up, and more all the time. So the majority of people had to be able to see it, even though there's still a section that aren't awake, to bring in whatever the next step looks like. And I don't think we're alone in this. I think we have help. I think things are happening behind the scenes and have been happening behind the scenes throughout all of this to lay the groundwork for bringing these criminals down. And they are criminals. There's no other word for it.
Yeah,
High crimes have been committed.
I know. That's why everyone thinks they're not human, because when you look at what they've done, I mean, I don't think any human, psychopath, maybe psychopath.
Right. And they've been turning humans into psychopaths.
Yes, I know it's reason.
But
It's
not enough to make a difference for the outcome, in my opinion. Not enough to make a difference, but they needed that kind of psychopathic human.
Mm.
Look at the Joker archetype as what they wanted for humanity. You know, insane, two personality. One is everyday Joe, and the other is an insane psychopathic criminal mind. You know, that's what they've been trying to turn humanity into, to go from the creator, you know, made in the image of God, into this Joker kind of character that they can control and that harms other people. That's the extreme of it. But then we're seeing that today, aren't we? With what's happening in the world and what's getting reported on in the news, and where they're still trying to hang on. But I do think I really believe that we're coming to an end, and that much better things are happening. And I wouldn't say that if I didn't think it. And if I thought the worst was going to happen, I'd get in my prep mobile. I had friends of mine build out a little camper in the back of my GMC Jimmy, and I would head out somewhere with enough food to last me for as much as I could put into it and hang out there, because I've long felt they're not going to get my soul. But from the time that I had my friends build that out, which was in 2018, I've seen things which have given me a great deal of hope, and that I do see the tide turning. And, the fact that we're even able to have this kind of conference, is an indicator that they lost control of the narrative. And without that control, they can't convince enough people that what they're doing is okay, and look somewhere else. It's not what you're seeing. Don't pay attention to what you're seeing, just what we're telling you. Nothing to see here. They don't have that anymore.
No. Well, they're doing a bloody good job of the war, aren't they? People are still very much focused on that, because they're not, they're not looking over here at what they're really up to.
It seems that way, but I think on our cyber community, online community, there's more and more people looking for information and looking for answers.
Yes.
And it's the people we know, friends and family, and the majority of people that are still kind of stuck in the matrix. But for those that are familiar with like the 100th monkey effect and that have studied consciousness, it doesn't take all of us to wake up. It takes enough of us to wake up to do that shift of the critical mass. We have a shared consciousness. And so the more people that wake up and start asking questions and question the narrative and withdraw their consent from the system, it does have an exponential effect in the collective.
Yes, it does.
And so we're in that process now of getting this information out there. And I feel like my information is useless to somebody that's not ready for it. It's useless. It's too much. It's too jarring. It's too dissonant. I want to reach the people that are ready for it, because only then is it going to have an impact. Because if somebody's not ready for it, they're going to turn it off. And so I think the same thing with this kind of conference. I think it's going to get out and spread out. And the internet does that.
I know.
I mean, when one person's video comes up, like I'll use mine as an example, YouTube recommends similar videos to people, or vice versa. It recommends my video to other people that do similar things. So they can't control that. And I just think there's a lot more going on here. I mean, considering everything that's been done here, there's miracles every day. I know there is in my life.
Yeah.
Synchronicities. Synchronicities are magical.
Mm.
The example off the top of my head is, thinking about something and then you hear from them. Maybe you haven't heard from them in a long time. Others as well. That's a pretty basic example.
Well,
My
manifestation is working faster, I've noticed.
So my whole life has been one big long synchronicity. Again, to get me here to talk about this today and all the work that I've been doing over the last 7 years. Just weird synchronicities have happened, or I say weird, but amazing synchronicities that brought me everything that I needed to know in order to start doing this work. And I left a very difficult relationship in 2006, where after my husband died, I met a man who ended up being a borderline personality disorder. And I thought I was due. I'd been through with my husband through his dying process. I was still grieving a little bit. I went to a grief support group. I met this man who was a widower, a Canadian who would snowbird. I was living in Florida, so he would spend summers in Florida and winters in Canada. And I thought, okay, well, now it's my turn. Well, it turned out he had a lot of problems. And I had to experience that, because every experience we ever have helps us, whether we think of it that way at the time or not. So I was in this very difficult situation, and I call my dark night of the soul.
Yeah.
and Greg Braden was a guide along the way. I had reached a reasonably high level of understanding when I lived in Alaska from 1994 to 1999. Connected with a lot of people that I reconnected with when I left this man and returned to Alaska. So a lot of the same people I knew when I went back there in 2006, I had met when I was there in the 90s when my husband and I lived there. And so when I went back in 2006 was when my learning curve went straight up, and the synchronicities, and when I really started to get the information I needed to be able to do this work. And I reconnected with these people I had known before. It was actually a group of shamanic practitioners. And so I started to learn about shamanism. And then my husband's health went downhill and we moved, and I went through my dark night of the soul. But to get back what I was saying, Greg Braden said, you don't have a dark night of the soul until you have all the tools that you need for mastery.
Yes.
And that was the case with me.
Yes.
That bad experience. Had I not had it, I would have stayed exactly where I was. Instead, I was like, okay, I took control of my life back. It's like, it's not my life. This man that keeps shoving me down in this little place. It's like, no, that's not me. I left that situation, and then it was like,
That's so interesting. But that's like it's like a consciousness explosion, isn't it? I call it like implosion. When life implodes, that's when our consciousness expands.
Yep. It's like if I had stayed in that situation, I would have been emotionally abused.
Yeah.
I would have been kept shoved down. But I knew that's not who I was. No.
And it prepared you, I suppose, for seeing what's been going on in this world,
Well, it broke me away from that situation, and then I kind of opened up to the flow of the universe when I left. I went back to Alaska, and then all of these different situations came together for me to be able to begin doing this work. So I started actually blogging and making videos in 2018. This was 2006.
Okay.
That I let the situation move back to Alaska, reconnected with these friends I had prior. And it was through them that I learned about Drunvalo Melchizedek's work and Flower of Life. and so I had that exposure to sacred geometry about, I guess it was 2007, I think, when I went to that workshop. And then you know, things just kept coming in that I needed to be able to do this. And it hasn't stopped actually. But that was the beginning. I left that relationship. I went back to Alaska. Tsunami of information. But everything I've ever experienced in my life has brought me to doing this. That was the catalyst. But up until that time, I was aware. I was very aware. I wasn't awake yet, but I was very aware of a lot of different things. And I was always a pretty mature teenager growing up, interested in history. So that was my favorite subject. So I learned about their version of history. And went into social work. I was geriatric social worker after I graduated from college. That was my primary career. And so I did nursing home social work and activities. And then I was in that career up until after my husband. So my husband died. Basically, organ failure was his cause of death, but he was exposed to Agent Orange when he was in Vietnam in the early 60s or in the 1960s. We didn't know that at the time. So I got right back into the geriatric stuff for about a year and a half after my husband died. And then I left that field for good in around 2003 or 4. And around that time was when I got in this relationship that was very difficult. And so I had to experience that apparently to get to the point where I just had to be pushed out of my comfort zone and into what I'm doing now. But it was, you know, again, those were all parts of my life, and I learned something from everything that ever happened to me. And I think that's true for a lot of us who have the calling to do this kind of work.
I was going to say, do you feel that you came here to do this work and expose these people?
I do, absolutely.
Okay.
No doubt in my mind.
And where do you feel this calling from?
My soul. Let's call it a soul mission. I mean, I feel like this is what I came here to do because there's no reason for me to know any of it. And I had a very conventional upbringing. None of this.
Yeah.
And my family is some of the most asleep people that I know. Had I not broken away from all those patterns, I would have been pulled right into it.
Yeah.
And I started breaking away when I joined the Army in 1982. And I joined the Army so I could get money for college. But that set the pattern. Because if I hadn't done that, my mom would be like, come back, come back, come back, come back. But by that time, my pattern had been set of, you know, doing the unexpected, living in different places.
Yeah. And yeah, it's so interesting. It does feel like a calling, and it sort of, when you get down to, you know, what you came here to do, it seems to make sense of everything else in your life. Whereas before then, nothing really makes sense.
There's so many things that I remember from growing up that I filed away in the back of my mind, just out of place kinds of things, different aspects of even when I was very young. I give the example, my dad was on the church softball team, and it was like one hill down from the church that I attended growing up, and there was woods behind the softball field. I wasn't interested in the practice. I would go down the woods, and there would be these big gigantic stones down there that I would play in. And that's really cool. I was before the age of 10. So these were things that happened a long time ago. And then when I started doing this work, it's like, okay. I grew up in Rockville. so they leave us clues everywhere. And this civilization was everywhere. So Stony Hill, Rock Hill, Rockville, Rock Hill, Point of Rocks, you know, they're in our city names, our county names. The Moors.
I know.
Moors in the United Kingdom.
I know.
Stones all over them.
By Moors, yeah.
you know, so that's, you know, that's, they've hidden it from us. They didn't tell us about it, but it's still in the names of places because they have to tell us. They're really very cruel, these beings that did this to us.
Yeah.
Heartless.
I don't know, it's like some evil mastermind, isn't it? I mean, it's no wonder they show us all these movies, because we're all sitting here thinking, no, it's just a movie. Can't be real. It's just a movie. But, you know, yeah.
Yeah. You know, and we did talk the other day, and it's like, I cannot watch a scary movie. I can honestly say I have never watched a horror movie. It's like my whole body, when I see something suspenseful, it's not even have to be scary, something suspenseful. It's like it reacts. My nervous system reacts like it's really happening. So I can't watch any of that stuff. And in the years leading up to me actually starting to do my own research and blogging and all the things I learned along the way that were fascinating, you know, watching megalithomania presentations, which are organized by Hugh Newman and others. Dowsers brought back a lot of this information about the ley lines.
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
And I would watch these presentations with my jaw dropped, going, you know, the same things in South America that you see in Turkey. And I'm like, you know, and then it started to make sense when I met my Moorish friend and started learning about the Moors and sacred geometry and the, you know, the application of sacred geometry, because these same researchers like Hugh Newman would talk about these complex geometries in the landscape. And before I got tuned into this, I went to the UK in 2010 with a friend of mine, and she had actually won a trip. And I'm like, sure, I'd love to go with you. So I was her company. And that was a year before I found the megalithomania conferences. But there was a little brown book, I believe it was in one of the museums in London, talking about the grid system. And so I picked it up, little brown book by Hugh Newman, Gaia's Sacred Sites and things like that. And you know, showing these geometries between these sacred sites in Britain. I was fascinated with it. So this is the kind of information that I've been putting in my head.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the television. I couldn't tell you the last time I watched television. Couldn't tell you. You know, only if it's on when I happen to be in a room. And even then I'm like, because the vibe really bothers me.
Yeah.
You know, visiting my mom, she's wherever she's living. She's in assisted living now, but she has the TV turned up as loud as she possibly can. Like, Mom, I gotta go down the hall. You know, I can't be around it. Because, you know, it's just, it doesn't work for me. And so many people can just watch that stuff and turn it, you know, tune out, whatever, you know, it's like, I owned a television when I moved back to Alaska. I want to say, so between 2006 2012. So I would have it on the music. I like instrumental kinds of things, soothing. That would be what I would use it for. So at least prior to 2006 was the last time that I even watched television.
Okay.
So it's, you know, it's been years. And follow up alternative media for news and information and things like that. So if you watch, if you know, it's programming us.
I know.
Programming us.
I know, totally. I don't know how to get the kids off it. Really, I don't. It's programming them. You know, you can just see. You know, we just have to do what we can each day, I suppose. But I loved the blog that I saw of yours. In fact, it was on a video as well about the waterfalls, because I had always thought that they were natural. And then when you showed all those pictures together, all exactly the same, looking exactly the same, then you realize that none of this is natural. So then when they talk about terraforming the planet in the Sumerian tablets, you think, okay, they really did terraform the planet then.
I believe so. You know, like I said, with the waterfalls, with
Yeah.
the S-shaped rivers that are all over the earth. And you don't have to look any further than the Thames.
Yeah, that S shape. Yeah.
The Isle of Dogs is right around a bend. You know, the Royal Observatory is right on a bend. You know, and this has to do with energy.
Yeah, the Thames in London.
And then you see those exact same shapes on rivers and creeks all across the earth.
Mm.
They had an energy function. Canals. And so let's use the Thames as an example. They're masonry banks. They're man-made. And yet the narrative consistently wants to tell us these rivers are man-made, are natural.
Yeah.
River Clyde in
Go.
Scotland.
Yeah.
And then there's canals nearby. So they're saying, okay, well, these are canals. But these are rivers. And it's like, no, they're not rivers. They're not rivers. They're man-made. They have masonry banks.
Mm.
But they tell us they're natural. So again, that's part of the lie. So many lies. So many lies we're taught. They don't care that we believe something. But they've given us so much information and so much misinformation that we are basing our views on BS. Because all they want is our negative energy. And so if we disagree on something, they're getting loose. You know, they're getting what they want. Which is why they've been working so hard to suppress the truth and people that tell the truth.
And to make a crappy world, you know, with all the processes and the systems that don't make sense, you know, and all the everything's designed to create struggle and difficulties, and it's just astounding, really, isn't it?
So George Orwell was one of their mouthpieces, and all of a sudden in 2024 we're living in 1984. How'd that happen? You know, so when I say, why is this relevant today? What happened to this beautiful world that we've been talking about? They're still at it. But it's our turn. So white over to, you know, skin color. So they divided us by race and religion. So it was like, okay, take out the Moors, replace it with immigrants, or, you know, displacing people and moving them somewhere else, and orphan trains or clones or whatever they did to repopulate the earth after they destroyed it. Build it up. They need us part of this. Give us whatever life they've given us, quality of life. From street sweeper to college professor, whatever life, whatever income, and then bring in immigrants to destroy it and turn, you know, and turn the whole skin color thing back the other way.
Yeah.
So you've been fattened up with white skin. Now we're going to overrun you with darker skin. Create all of this chaos sorcery.
Yeah.
Bring down Western civilization. Maybe they have a breakaway somewhere. Maybe they've got bunker. You know, they don't care what happens here. They've gotten it. They raped and pillaged everything the last, let's say, 200 years-ish. So now it's like, okay, we don't care what happens to humanity. They don't care about what happens to us. It's never been about us. It's been bring about this whole transhumanism and how can they live forever through our energy, which is the direction they were going, and got far advanced in it. So we have to rise. Now is our time. And again, what they have done is so horrible. It can't stand. And I choose to believe, and I don't think I'm out in left field, that they're not going to get away with this.
Yeah.
They can't get away with it.
Get away from this sun. Okay, just give up.
And so we're seeing this play out, but it's not going to be in their favor. It's going to be in our favor. And we're in those times. We've got front row seats to watching this play out.
I think everything does. It might start out wrong, like, you know, like we were saying about the internet. You know, these things are brought in for bad reasons, and then it becomes good. And I think that shows that you're right. There definitely is some help. We've got some help in whatever format that is, whether it's just, you know, energy or whatever. But there's also like, you know, there's just something going on behind the scenes. It is what I feel. And, you know, higher energies, higher frequencies, you know, celestial, alignments, you know, all these sorts of things. I mean, I know it's talked about in, you know, so many of the ancient texts, you know, but it feels there's something a little bit different now. There's something, I don't know, it feels like everything is shifting.
Yeah. Agree with you 100%. Things are shifting. May not be as quickly as we'd like, you know, especially those of us that have been awake for a long time.
Yeah.
But things are shifting, and you know, we get to make that choice. What kind of future do we want? And when you see what kind of future they wanted for us playing out in front of our eyes, and say, heck no, I didn't sign up for that. And I didn't, you know, I could not live with myself with the knowledge that I have, the level of awareness that I have, and not do something. And so that's the motivation behind what I've been doing for the last 7 years, and have no intention to stop. I've got a lot of work out there. And it seems like when you go deeper into something, more information comes back. And so the pictures start to come into focus.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
And we're all guided differently. You know, I'm guided very viscerally from all these experiences I've had in my life and the research that I've been called to do. And it may not match research somebody else is doing. And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. We don't have to match.
Well, there's so much of it. That's the thing. We just have to do our own bit.
You know, there seems to be this human need for everything to match. So it's like, no, it doesn't have to match. We're all doing this from our heart and what we've been guided to do. And I could not do it, nor would I do it if it was coming from outside of me or from somebody else, you know, in terms of the motivation to keep doing it.
Yeah.
It's coming from here. And then I get input from different people, different sources. Hey, look at this. What about looking at that? And just that action brings forward information and brings in more pieces of the puzzle. So it really does take, it takes all of us.
Yes, I think you're right. And maybe that would be a good time, a good place to end, because I can see that the next speaker is in the studio. And thank you so much, Michelle, for coming on today. Your work is incredible. It really is absolutely incredible. I mean, honestly, I think what you do is amazing. I'm so pleased that we've managed to speak a few times, because I've got to know you, you know, which, you know, is also amazing as well. Understanding how much passion you feel for doing this, you know, and how it's your purpose. And I meet more and more people in this industry, this field, who are just so heart-led with this. And I feel there has to be a reason for that. We have to be divinely guided in some way. You know, there has to be something behind it. And that gives me a huge amount of hope and inspiration, you know, motivation for the future. And I don't think that it's doom and gloom at all. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much, Elisabeth, for putting all of this together.
Oh, you're welcome. All right. Well, I'll speak to you again soon. Okay. I'm going to let Mr. 76 in now.
All right.
Okay.
Great. Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Okay. Bye. Oops. Sorry. Hello, Mr. 76. Oh, I think you must be muted.
How about now? Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you great.
Okay, cool. I got the headphones all working today. That was a very interesting chat I was just listening in on.
Yeah, I know. Michelle is just amazing. I mean, she's got so much heart and soul, you know, with what she does. But I think all of you do. I think you do as well. You know, we're all doing this as a labor of love.
Yeah, so to speak. Yeah, you're right. But speaking of labor of love, I joined in a little bit early, so if there's any issues with the way it plays out, I haven't actually got to play the slides out yet. But I put it on. I should be able to control it from my side, so you're not clicking. I know you've been clicking since 9 a.m. this morning, so I think I should be able to click on this side through it. And there's a lot of clicks to go through, so just expect a lot of imagery thrown at you.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Yes, I know. I don't know how I'm going to do my presentation. Honestly, I don't even think I'm going to be able to even read it. So we'll just have to see how it goes.
Well, hopefully I can make it through on my time and maybe get a little bit earlier. So let's see how this works out then. Okay.
Oh, no, don't worry. Don't worry. I mean, take all the time you need. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about that. Yeah. This is just one day. You know.
Yeah. Okay. So I should be able to. All right, I'm in control of it now, right? Okay. How do I pull up the speaker's notes? Bear with me 1 minute. I'm just seeing. Okay, no speaker's notes to show in there. I'm going to hit present. Well, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to be reading my script and clicking through a little bit differently because I can't figure out how to do that right now. So if you just bear with me for 1 moment, guys, I will jump right in.
Do you need me to click it for you?
I can click. I got it in this hand here, so I might just be looking down a little bit more than I planned. Right. Okay.
I can't see you anyway. I've put you on.
Can you see me?
I can put you on the big screen so they can't see you.
I don't mind being seen at all. Don't bother me.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll just jump into it then. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mr. 76. I call myself many things. Oh, I just shut off. I call myself the guy whose phone shut off. I call myself many things. If you have seen any of my content, you will know that I am a Tartarianist. Okay. Ultimately, I'm a man on a quest, just a very public quest, on a quest for truth. I'm not going to stop until I find the answers to all the questions that I have. I have a lot of questions, questions which the mainstream has simply failed to answer. I opened Pandora's box, and once it's been opened, you can't shut it again. I'm a New Yorker. I became an expat way back in January 2003 when I left America to travel Europe, and I settled here in Wales. Since I was a child, I've been privileged to have seen and visited so many large stone buildings. I recalled once when I was 14 years old taking part in a youth mock caucus at the New York State Capitol building. Basically acting like legislators, sitting in the chamber, pretending to be legislating. I sat in a large chamber, eyes transfixed on the marvel of the architecture and the buildings itself. I paid more attention. I paid more attention to the intricate details of the walls within the chamber than anything we were discussing, and I kept asking people next to me, how do you think they built that? And what became a response that has become far too familiar, all I got back was a simple mainstream narrative, almost dismissal of my questions, as if my asking questions was annoying or somehow disruptive. I knew then that something was wrong. I knew then that something just didn't quite fit. I also saw that no one else was looking around. No one else shared my inquisitiveness. Everyone just acted like it was business as usual. Nothing to see here. It didn't sit well with me, but at the time, and without peers to share my inquisitiveness with, it fell into the background of my mind, but became an ever-present fixture in my thoughts. As years went by, and after seeing more and more structures that didn't make sense to me, I became convinced that not only was something wrong with the world, but that we were being lied to. I found myself, again at the time when I was young, literally no one would even humor these ideas, so I kept them to myself. Instead of speaking out loud, I turned those thoughts into a little hobby. I found myself living just outside of Manhattan, New York City, and started working in the city itself. I would commute to work and marvel at all the structures, the ones that appeared older, the ones with the large columns, the large stone buildings that seem so much older than most. I would visit museums and I would visit large cathedrals to admire the perfection of the construction. The angles, the way stones were connected, how there were no faults, perfect lines, perfectly smooth stones. Again, I knew something was wrong, something was amiss, but also that no one else seemed to care. No one else looked at the things the way that I did. After years of this being a consistent aspect of my thought and my travels around New York City, I found myself on a plane having said goodbye to that life as I embarked on what would become the rebirth of self, and I left America. And that's where I truly began my metamorphosis into a real truth seeker. Call this the European awakening. I arrived in the UK with nothing but a few bags of my belongings, ready to begin my new life, starting off in the magical land of Wales. Almost immediately, I knew that my journey had led me closer to the truth. What that truth was, I still didn't know. It would take me many years longer before I even came close to connecting the dots, but that didn't stop my inquisitiveness and my curiosity. As I mentioned, I set out on an adventure across Europe. These were the days before everyone had a supercomputer in their pockets to guide them. I had nothing but a big, fat European travel book to steer my way. My first stop was Brussels. If you're not familiar, let me paint a picture for you. Every other step, every other glance, left or right, was one building after another in what felt like an alien world. A landscape riddled with outstanding structures, massive doorways, pillars that rose to unimaginable heights, marvelous stonework. Perfect in every aspect. I wandered and found myself in the Brussels Central Square, the Grand Place, and just sat there with a state of shock from the revelations I was witnessing. How, why, when? These questions overtook my every thought. This trip took me from Brussels to Bruges, and then Amsterdam, and then Berlin, Prague, Vienna, then onwards to Rome, Florence, Pisa. Yeah, I walked up to the top of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I think I was the only Puerto Rican I had heard of that actually did that. And I went up there with all the other tourists. Then onwards to the French Riviera, to Nice, making a stop at Monaco, actually Monte Carlo, gambling and winning some money in the famous casino there. Before moving on to a heavy trip through Spain, I stopped at Madrid, Valencia, Malaga, and the Costa del Sol, onwards to Granada, walking up through the famous Alhambra. It's an amazing castle. To Seville, staying across the street from the famed Seville Cathedral, whose bells rang so loudly the cheap hostel I was staying in shook like there was an earthquake. San Sebastian, and I ended my European adventure in Bilbao after just about 4 months and after visiting around 20 different cities. I saw more marvels than I can quickly recite to you all here now, but what I can say is that by the end of this trip, I was a cup overflowing with questions and further convinced that everything I knew, all that I was taught, was a fabrication. Now I was back in Wales. There we go. Now I was back in Wales and settled in the capital city of Cardiff. I familiarized myself with this city, a city full of buildings whose official narratives I quickly dismissed. I still didn't have the bridge, though, the missing link to tie it all together. 20 years went by, with me living a full life here, full of ups and downs, while one thing remained constant, my curiosity over the buildings I saw and visited frequently. Then one day I was flipping through TikTok and stumbled into a video by a dude calling himself the Bully Slayer, where he asked, "So you want to learn more about Tartaria? Good, that's good." I was like, what? What's Tartaria? What's he talking about? Mud flood, ancient advanced civilizations kept hidden from us, lies and false narrative masking the truth of a reset? Finally, after so many years of questions, I finally found the bridge I'd been searching for, the missing dot that helped me connect all of my thoughts. And once the dot connected, I had an overwhelming desire to go out to these many places I've been to before, but now beginning a true quest for the truth. A renewed energy flowed through me, and that's when I took my phone and first filmed myself visiting Cardiff Museum and looking at the building itself, searching for evidence of the existence of the Tartarian Empire. And that's when I began as Mr. 76, and it all started with my series Tartarian Whales. I never set out with any delusions of grandeur or any intent on fame or fortune. I set out with the only intention being to connect with others and to share what I was finding. At first, I simply hoped I'd have random discussions with others who were like-minded and who shared some of the questions I myself harbored for so long. Little did I know what I was getting myself into. The echoes beneath our feet and lost technology. As I continued my exploration, walking the streets of Cardiff, revisiting sites I'd passed 100 times before, something inside me began to shift. I wasn't just seeing buildings anymore. I was hearing them, not in the way people hear voices, not psychosis, not metaphor, but like a vibration, a feeling in the fingertips, a whisper behind the ear, a resonance that made the hairs on the back of my neck rise. It was as if these structures, these ruins of the old world, were waiting for someone to remember them, waiting for someone to listen. One of the first major realizations I had was simple, but devastating. We didn't build this, we inherited it. And whoever did build it, they were advanced, not just technologically, but spiritually, architecturally, and energetically. Their structures weren't just grand, they were precise, tuned, alive. These people understood harmony. They understood what architecture could be more than shelter. It could be a song, it could be a vibration, and it could be medicine. The deeper I went, the more I began to study the old world's obsession with symmetry, sacred geometry, and ratios that mirrored nature. Golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, all encoded in stone. Compare that to today's cold slabs of concrete and steel, square rooms and dead angles. Our ancestors didn't just build structures, they built instruments, and the music has stopped. Look at the star forts. They're everywhere. Perfect fractal-like designs laid across the planet, supposedly for defense. But zoom out on Google Earth and ask yourself, who builds military fortresses in sacred geometry, with alignments that match celestial grids and magnetic flow lines? These were not forts, these were nodes, points on a planetary energy grid, and now they sit silently, overgrown, repurposed, and turned into tourist traps. It wasn't just star forts. It was the towers, the domes, the minarets, the steeples that rise like tuning forks into the sky. These weren't just for decoration. Many of them have no interior access, no practical function, no stairs, no rooms. Some still have their copper domes. Some have no kitchens and no bathrooms. Others were stripped, turned into bell towers or clock towers. I've been saying this for a long time. You can't just slap a clock on it and call it a clock tower. But when you follow the patterns, copper on top, water underneath, quartz or granite at the foundation, you begin to see it. These were not religious symbols, they were machines. They were resonance chambers and they were conduits. And it leads back to energy. It all leads back to energy. Not coal, not oil, not wires, ether. The elusive fifth element, the force that ancients believed flowed through everything. Tesla knew it, and so did the builders of old. Tartarian cities weren't wired, they were tuned. I visited an old Capitol building once, a huge copper dome, symmetrical layout, stonework that hummed when I touched it. The guide told me it was built in the early 1900s, but the blueprints showed copper coils in the foundations. Who puts coils in the dirt for decorative domes? It was aligned with the magnetic north. It was laid out in sacred proportions. Whatever it once did, it wasn't doing it anymore, but the memory of it still was there. And standing beneath it, I could feel it. Not just awe, but grief. Because we don't build like this anymore. We can't. We've lost the map, we've lost the frequency, and maybe that's the point. Because if Tartaria had free energy, if it had resonance-based architecture, etheric transmission, decentralized power, then everything about our modern world is a scam. No electric grids, no oil wars, no energy monopolies. Imagine a world where energy is as free as breath, as abundant as sunlight. That's what we lost. The Great Reset, mud floods, and missing people. And then came the mud. I've seen the photos, you have too. Buildings being uncovered in the 1800s, not constructed, unearthed. Half-buried entrances, windows at ground level, doors that don't go anywhere. Official history says they raised the street levels or built with basements. But tell me, who decorates a basement full of archways and carved pillars? Who sculpts underground cornices? The truth is simple. These buildings were buried. And what's worse, it wasn't nature, it was deliberate. This was an act of erasure, a planetary cover-up. Whole cities destroyed by fire, by floods. Oh, one slide too fast. And quakes. A reset. Repopulated. For some reason, it stopped at 100 slides. Was there a max here of 100 slides max? Because I can keep on talking, just play without the slides then, because it seems to have stopped at 100 slides.
Oh yeah, I think it can only do 100 slides. Have you got more?
I've got more, but I'll just keep on talking my way through. You guys can enjoy my face and just experience the element of pictures in your own head.
You can add more. You can add more because Brigitte added more on. So you can add another slideshow if you want, and I can.
All right. Okay. If you just bear with me a moment, I've got the. If I bring it in as a PDF, would that help?
Yes, PDF is fine.
Hold on a minute. Sorry, all you viewers out there, for the people who watch me. No, I told you to come on and watch me. I didn't realize it was going to stop me at 100. Trust me, I got more than 100 images.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. We've had so many glitches, but that's the whole point of today, is ironing out all the glitches for when we do it live next time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me see if I could just erase the first 100.
I can't believe that was 100 images. You must have gone through.
I was flicking through pretty quick, man. I do that like I do my if you guys want to know, go onto my channel, my TikTok channel, my Facebook channel. That's kind of how I make my videos. A lot of imagery and me talking over them, trying to convey different points and try to make it as emotive as possible. So I've now just shrunk that down, and I'm going to go back into the thing here, and I'm going to remove from the stage, remove from the studio. I'm going to upload the next. I'm going to upload it again. Bear with me a second, everyone. I'm doing as quick as I can here. Let's try that again. Let's see if I can pick up where I left off as well. It's processing. It'll go through it. Until then, listen, I've been watching since this morning. I've been enjoying all the different speakers. And I was going to say this at the end, but now we got this little pause here while it's processing. I appreciate being asked to come on here and to speak with you guys, to join these speakers in today's first of its kind. Here we go. It works. So what I did was I erased the first 100, uploaded it again. So we're going to start out from there, okay?
Okay.
I like to think I will anyway. So I said the last one was the picture of the Cabbage Patch Kids, where I said repopulated. And this one is now orphan trains. Empty hospitals, world's fairs that appeared overnight and vanished just as fast. It was all part of the reset, not just of buildings, but of memory. Because when you erase memory, you erase identity. And when people forget who they are, you can make them into anything. So breaking the chains. But now the whispers are returning, not just to me, to all of us. Every person who's ever looked at a church and thought, this looks like a machine. Every soul who's walked by a sunken window and felt something stir inside. Every child who stared at columned courthouse and thought, this wasn't built for us. You are not alone. You are remembering. And memory is revolution. I began this journey looking for answers, and instead I found resonance. The hum of a forgotten empire still vibrates beneath our feet. In domes, in the spires, in the columns, in the symmetry, in the silence. They build a world in harmony with the earth. They built a world in harmony with the earth. And now we built in discord. But the song isn't gone. It's just waiting for us to listen. We live in a control system. While some are awake to this fact, a great many others are still fully and willfully locked into that system. As you embark on your own quest for truth, to break the chains that bind us, the system will resist and it will fight back. It will tap into the minds it still holds under its stranglehold of its lazy grip. It will pull on the strings of the ever-present societal cognitive dissonance in an all-out effort to discredit you, to dismiss you, to break you, to shame you into falling back in line. They will call you crazy. They will say these ideas are crazy and bullshit. They will demand proof and then laugh at your evidence. They will gaslight your every step forward to stifle your every advance towards the truth. They will make you doubt yourself while maintaining an absurd level of certainty in the defense of the lies they hold so dear. They will attempt to create a false illusion of their vast intellectual superiority with an almost insane level of self-righteous absolutism. You will see this and you will feel this from everyone around you. You will feel isolated and alone. Your family will look down on you, act ashamed of you, and draw upon your every mistake to highlight your inability. They will belittle you and chastise your curiosity. And you will know they're talking behind your back, laughing the moment you walk out the room and becoming silent the moment you walk back in. They will tag team against you, trying to muscle you into submitting to their will to suppress your growth and your aspirations. They'll act as if you joined a cult. Be prepared because you will lose friends. People will stop calling you. When you do speak to friends, you'll find them almost incapable of asking how your quest is unfolding. Awkward silences will become the norm, and their absence will become regular. You'll feel like everyone you know had a meeting where they unanimously decided not to indulge your insanity. Cognitive dissonance is not kind. It's ruthless and cutthroat. It will leave you depleted, without taste, like a piece of gum you've been chewing on all day. It took me time to truly understand what was happening. It took me time to translate their words, their looks, and how they made me feel. But then I started to see things differently. You see, this level of awakening is in fact a frequency change taking place within you. As you expand your mind, embracing the new knowledge you're obtaining, that's when you'll be able to spot the game they're so tentatively playing. You'll realize that they're all reading from the same pre-programmed script. Crazy, moron, idiot, clown, retard. Oh, that's the one that gets me. They call you retard. These words they casually throw at you. They're signs of their own ineptitude. Their arrogance will prove to be their blind acceptance of their own subjugation. Their anger and hostility will present as their own self-doubt, full of desperation to maintain the security their false beliefs grant them. Accept that you won't change anyone's mind. A truth as big as this isn't going to come to others by force-feeding the information to them that they aren't willing to hear, much less accept. Their whole lives have built an unshakable ego. Let this fact fill you with renewed purpose. The first steps to waking up from control is anger and pain. And when someone makes you feel like you're losing control, the mind lashes out, swinging wildly with every resolve possible. This means one thing and one thing only. You have planted a seed. You have planted that seed deep within their subconscious mind. And when the mind has had countless years of being fertilized by layers of bullshit, that seed will no doubt grow fast. It will sprout branches that will break through their once impenetrable walls of veiled certainty. It will form deeply entrenched roots that will siphon the control system that feeds their dissonance, and given its own time to flourish, it will blossom until they have no choice but to climb the branches. It will create a hunger where their bellies will only feel full by eating the fruits of new knowledge that grow from the leaves of that tree. They will awaken, reborn into the real world we live in, and you will reap the benefits of that harvest of their awakened mind, knowing your job is done. And it will all have been worth it. We are an empire remembering. If you've reached this point, something inside you has already shifted. You've seen beyond the veil. You felt the hum of forgotten frequencies and heard the call of a world that refuses to remain buried. Tartaria was never fully lost. It was waiting for us. We are the empire remembering. This isn't about closure. It's about ignition. A passing of the torch, not as an ending, but as a continuation of a story far older than we've been told. If you come this far, you've felt it. You know. The fire has already been lit inside of you. And now it's time to understand what it truly means. We are the chosen few, or perhaps choosing to bridge the forgotten with the possible. The myth with the mirror, the past with the future. It starts with memory, not just facts or timelines, but cellular memory. Soul memory, dream memory, that strange feeling you've always had, that something was missing, that something didn't quite fit this world. It wasn't a flaw, it was a signal, a breadcrumb. It's what led you here. You've walked streets that whispered to you. You've felt the pull of ancient architecture. You've the alignment of sacred geometry, the tremble in your chest when truth passes through. You've cried at buildings others walk past. You've had dreams of cities you've never seen, yet know intimately. That is not madness. That is resonance. And resonance is how the empire remembers. We don't need to rebuild the towers to bring Tartaria home. We need only to tune ourselves to the consciousness that built them in the first place. That consciousness was unity. Unity with the earth, with the stars, with each other. Tartaria thrived because it was built on coherence, on harmony. Its architecture, technology, and society weren't in conflict with nature. They were in conversation with it. And that's what we've forgotten, how to listen. But now we're remembering. So what comes next? We create. We build spaces of resonance online, in our homes, in our communities. We share what we know. We make the invisible visible. We document the whispers. We guard the frequency. We honor the sacred, and we teach our children how to see the old world with the new, within the new. And we live fully, radically, with beauty, because that's the most Tartarian thing we can do, live in reverence. To choose awe over fear. To build something that lasts, not in stone alone, but in soul. You are the return. You are the torch. You are the echo becoming voice. Tartaria lives through you. So walk tall, speak gently, dream wildly. You are not just remembering the empire. You are becoming it. Now, I'm Mr. 76, and I get to say it here, Mr. 76 signing out. I'm going to turn over. Thank you very much for having me. I really went through that quite fast because all my timings were in the speaker's notes, which didn't play in front of me. But here I am anyway. So I hope you enjoyed my whole position there. My whole goal really is to help people awaken to the fact of the real world that we exist in, and figuring out where the control system is and how to break free of that control. A big part of that speech there was discussing cognitive dissonance. The fact that there's a presence and an energy in that control system that seems to kick in, it seems to activate as soon as anybody contradicts the norm, as soon as anybody steps outside of the box and speaks against the grain, as soon as anybody asks too many questions. It seems to be that society has forgotten that asking questions, why, how, what, when, these were part of the human experience and always have been. But somehow we have now gotten to the point that we don't need to ask any questions. All the questions have already been answered, and they've been provided to us in these books. And when you read the books and you memorize the books, as we have done, and we have been successful in our lives reading these books and memorizing these facts, then they become set in stone and unquestionable and unwavering. And that's not where I stand. That's not where the community of people who I've met during this process of stepping on and creating a pseudonym for myself and going to all of these different buildings across Wales and starting to explore buildings across the world. Things that I observed when I traveled Europe. Again, I saw 20 different countries and more buildings than I can count. And they stood out to me as something that is just architecturally impossible with today's standards. Now, if you start looking at different things about energy, resonance, and frequency, and vibration, and they all start making sense. But they only make sense if you ask questions. So on that note, do you guys get any questions for me? Are you there, Elisabeth? I'm really, that really went under my hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're there. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically me. I timed it out to an hour and 20 minutes when I was talking really slow and reading it out according to the paper. But reading it off my phone as it just did now, it was hard to really time it right.
That was like 10 minutes.
I know. I know. I did that an hour and 20 minutes when I was reading it slowly, flipping through the slides a lot differently. So I guess I'll have to do some filler time now, which is fine because I can talk, or I can let you go a little bit early so you can jump into your presentation. But hey, here I am.
Well, I mean, you're getting some people, they seem to be loving you. So let's have a look, see if they're asking any questions.
Is there any questions coming through? I can't see those here on my screen.
Ah, yeah, okay. I'm just checking in the chat. Someone is asking, do you have a website or YouTube channel?
I have a YouTube channel, I have a TikTok, and I have a Facebook, and I have an X. I do have an Instagram as well. I've got them all. If you just, anywhere you find the hashtag Mr. 76, you're going to find me. I spell the whole name out. MisterSeventy6. That's where you'll find me. My biggest pages are on my TikTok and on my Facebook. I've got about 56,000 on my Facebook followers and about 66,000 followers on my TikTok. I've tried my YouTube and I've tried X and Instagram, and I just kind of, it's hard to juggle all of them. So I had to kind of limit myself to a few. But yeah, you can find me on there. The other way to find me is at 1976. That's 19. It's the word 70, the number 7. The word 6 and the number 6. That's the way to find me. But yeah, I'm building, but this is all me. Now, this is another thing which is kind of throwing me. I'm going to admit to everybody here who's known me or seen anything to do with my page or anything to do with my account or the videos I create. I'm really a content creator making videos, right? I do it all on my phone. I do it absolutely 100% all on my phone. So even the slides that I was building for today's presentation, I was building them all on my phone. And when I went to migrate them over to a laptop, which is rare for me to use unless I'm working, which I do have a full-time job outside of this. All of the images were set differently because I could have done a long way on a laptop. So little things like that, I'm still learning. Things like building a website. I've now just started the process of building one. I'm teaching myself as I go. But I do spend a lot of time creating content, and I've also now authored 2 books, Whispers of the Forgotten Empire, Path to Tartaria, which is why I was kind of theming this talk on today. And then I followed it up with a bit more of a radical approach to delivering information. I get asked a lot of times, so what do we do now? So I wrote the Yellow Pages. It's my manifesto of truth. And that's really quite hard-hitting, talking about systematic control systems and from when we were first raised in the education system and how it steered us and it taught us to listen and not ask questions, to do what you're told, to memorize. It deals away with the curious child. Yeah, when a child first starts school and has a lot of questions, at first they might be sounding like they're gifted, and they might be praised for their curiosity and their inquisitiveness. But eventually, that turns into you're misbehaving. Sit down, be quiet, do what you're told, do your homework. Write it this way, not that way. Say it this way, not that way. Raise your hand, fall in line. So essentially, it's all about falling in line. And I take that straight through from the education system into our financial system, into our medical system. I asked a question. This is something that I want to pose to all of you. And this might sound contentious, but you know what? That's what I don't really care. Are you really mentally ill? Okay, I've been following mental illness over the last many years, and there seems to be who told you that? Was it your teachers? Was it your parents, your family members who were stuck in the matrix, still yet to wake up themselves? Are these people always whispering in the back of your ear, there's something wrong with you, there's something wrong with you? And then what do? If you do fall for that trap, you go to therapy where they gently nudge you back into line. You start taking medication, which kind of gets you to fall back into the system. When I think that many parts of mental illness, anxiety, and depression is a sleeping mind waking up to the false reality that we're living in. And the world around you wants to point a finger that you're actually mentally ill. Why? Because they just want to get you to fall back in line. And all the different ways of calling you mentally ill and the things that they do to address that, to get you to fall back in line, just to get you to fall back in line. And once you fall back in line, they can put another tick in their box that they got their sheep back into their fields. So, any other questions come up?
So there's one here which says, have you interviewed many well-known architects and shown them about the old world to see what they think?
I've been doing this Mr. 76 world for about 3 years. I haven't interviewed, but I've had so many discussions. I've walked into so many different places. I've had so many discussions and comments from builders, from pilots. I go back into another thing. I talked a lot about chemtrails and how they're hiding, they're masking the skies. So I do have a lot of in-depth conversations with people. But I do take a step away from a lot of in-person stuff. You don't really see my face very often. Sometimes in my Tartarian Whale series, I'll put my face in the front. But some of my contentious stuff, I kind of hide in the background a little bit, simply to keep preserve my anonymity, because some of the things I talk about kind of anger people, and those people who are angry, who are coming out of the matrix, they have different ways of making you know that they're angry. So yeah, I have not really interviewed, but I do a lot of reading, and I look at a lot of the official narrative, and I can easily start picking these narratives apart. What starts to beam, or really ideally starts to beam truth through the lies, is the timings. When something takes a year to build, 2 years to build. And I've gone to the buildings themselves, and I've put my hand on the stone, and I rubbed my hand across the entire stone and realized that it's simply perfect. Like people talk about the pyramids being perfect, and you can't fit a fingernail between, you can't put a razor between. Why is it that there's a museum down the road from me that's built with these massive granite type stones that are fit perfectly, and apparently they're cut by hammer and chisel? And I've done this step back. I want to kind of say this as well. I don't talk just to talk. If I found something that slapped me in the face and said, "No, you're not making sense," I would go with it. I'm a possibility theorist, so I would look at the possibilities, and I look at all the different possibilities. And one big one that being here in Wales has enabled me to see is the Welsh are very proud of their history. Okay, so you have a lot of Welsh history when it comes to the steelworking. Man, I'm going to get you get the St. David's. You have a lot of celebrations towards the culture here. All right. So I've then looked and said, well, okay, so if you know who Nera and Bevan built the NHS, yeah, he's from Wales. If you know that these different people worked in different steel mills, and this is where the different factories were focused on, then how come there's no real history on the master stonemasons and the super highways of horses and buggies, which must have been in place on a constant basis to be bringing all these massive stones from some quarry, who knows where, hundreds of miles on horseback or horses and buggies, and then where are the tent cities for these horses and buggies? How come there's no history there? How come when you discuss something about a construction of a massive building, are you immediately told that it was someone in their 20s and they won a contest and they've never built anything before, and somehow they managed to build it in its entirety within 2 years? I think to me it just starts to become almost laughable, not in a dismissive, insulting way. It's almost in a how can there be people who aren't seeing this, or just how can we not join as a consensus to have a discussion about this? That's what I find really unique, and that's what I find about living here in Wales, especially here in Cardiff, because there are so many of these buildings. And if you want to go to my TikTok or my Facebook page and look for my Tartaria Wales series, you see me go to hundreds of these. Where I go boots on the ground, I get out and about, and I film them, and I point at the sunken windows, and I point at the pediments and the columns and the stonework. The perfection of the stonework is to the level that easily gets talked about about the Egyptian pyramids, but you just don't really seem to hear about the cathedral down the road. I do. And I've seen some things, and I can continue sharing those things. And I encourage you guys to come onto my pages where I try to share a lot of this information on what I'm seeing. And that's my whole point. And this is what I encourage you to do as well. If you get to the end of my presentation, which went by a lot faster than it was supposed to, it was really about trying to set you on your own path, your own quest. If you're interested in finding out more about Tartaria, you can easily go on Google and find your nearest church. Go to a city hall near you. Go to a museum near you and see the construction. Over the last 6 to 7 months, I've seen people who I started following. As I mentioned, the guy named the Bully Slayer on TikTok, I started following and piqued my interest in these Tartarian theories, and connected the dots to a lot of the theories I was already building. A lot of them have faded away. A lot of them have gone their own different ways, or I can understand the pressure of content creating. Eventually, you kind of drift off. But over the last 6 to 7 months, I'm proud to say that there have been a community that's forming of people who are going out there, and I'm getting messages from people saying, "Yeah, I came to your page, and it inspired me to go out and start looking myself." And I said, "Well, get it on film." Yeah, get it on film. Even if you just overlay some music on it and post it, eventually you're going to want to start talking. That's what happened to me. I was just posting it, maybe talking a little bit, and I was using a computer text-to-speech voice. And then I got to the point that I was like, this is taking too long to type it all up. I just want to talk about what I'm seeing. And I'm seeing this trend. It's forming. This is the fastest rising conspiracy that exists right now, Tartaria. And you're starting to see more and more people who are opening their eyes to the things that they're passing on a daily basis, the buildings that they're passing in their daily commutes. And this is where I said about planting a seed. one of the big issues that I have with raising people's awareness of these things is their first reaction is, you're stupid. You got to be an idiot to think that way. You retard, you moron. All these words. There's a collection of words. I kind of built a little bit of formula how I could tease those words out of people. And I said to myself, at first I would argue with them, or I would debate them, and then I kind of said, you know what? No, I'm going to take a step back. I've introduced a concept that wasn't in their minds before, that they weren't even aware of. And what that did was that just planted a little seed in their brain. And when that little seed plants, you plant that little seed, eventually it'll start to grow. And it might not be tomorrow, it might not be next year, it might be a couple of years down the line. But I can guarantee you that every single one of us here has one of these buildings that they pass and never even give a second look to. But now, after you sat through these many hours, hopefully sat through as many hours as you could today in this conference, you were able to start hearing something that piqued your own interest about something that's local to you. And you might start looking at it from a different perspective. I used to live in Brooklyn. I would walk by this church almost every day, and I got to the point that I would start casting glances at it, and I would glance at it, and I would glance at it, and I was like, one day I saw the doors open. I'm just gonna pop my head in there, and next thing you know, I started like visiting churches and cathedrals around Manhattan, around Brooklyn. Why? I just couldn't really quite explain it at the time. I just knew that there was something amiss. There was something different. There was something going on there, and there was also an energy field that I would feel, a bit of euphoria that would come into me. I have a chronic pain issue, and I've actually done the whole grounding thing. I've taken my socks and shoes off, and I've walked around the grass around these cathedrals, and you can feel it. If you tune yourself into the energy properly, you can start feeling and reap the benefits of that. So all of that is where I'd like to leave you after hearing me talk, is to take that interest and simply use it as a destination. My late father, he came to me. When I first started talking about Tartaria, he came and he was like, what is this? What are you talking about? And I kind of started talking to him about it. And he was resistant, but next thing you know, he starts sending me articles about Tartaria. Hey, did you know this? Like a Wikipedia article. Yeah, not only do I know that, I have it almost memorized for how many people send it to me, but he started going. He lived outside of Washington D.C., so he started driving around different places in Washington and sending me photos. And then he sent me a message not long before he passed, like asking me, give me an idea of what to look for when I go to these places, because he started going with a different set of open eyes. He started hearing the words I was saying there's no pressure. Just go there and look at things and ask questions. Look at the windows. Look at the windows. When that started computing to me, if you're not aware of this, most of these cathedrals have these rose windows, these cymatic. I used to call them sacred geometry windows until I started learning about cymatics. And one of the things that I was obsessed with was going to church after church and cathedral after cathedral, taking photos of all of the pictures, trying to see if there was any similarities between either of them, any of them. And I came to the conclusion myself, without digging deeper into the wild world, the World Wide Web, that none of them are the same. And if you think about that, the logistics around, even in a place like Wales, it's a small country, the size of Rhode Island in America, to be honest. It's a small place in the big scope of things. But how many of these buildings exist here? And not one of those windows is duplicated. And then if you look across the world, they're not duplicated. And you got to ask yourself why. And when I learned, that's because all of these buildings exist on different ley lines, meaning that they all have a different energy field. They all have a different resonance field. It means that they all vibrate at a different frequency. And those windows that you see, and the design that's scattered into those windows, those are cymatics. And they're all going to be individual. They're all going to be unique because they're all existing in a different ley line, different energy point. And you can prove me wrong. Please go to them. Look at those windows. Look at the intricacy of those windows. If you get close enough, run your fingers along them and see how sharp the edges are. See how perfectly they're laid out, and how many different layers exist in just the windows themselves, overlapping, and the perfect nature of the carvings of those stones. It really will, if you go with open eyes. I have to keep on throwing back to you. If you go with open eyes, it's something that you would really find eye-opening. If you go there resisting, we built like this because back in those days we didn't have cell phones, and we worked harder. That's what I get a lot. It costs a lot of money these days to build it. Meanwhile, we got billionaires flying rockets to space, But you tell me that someone, one billionaire somewhere in the world, isn't going to decide to build themselves a brand new style cathedral? Yeah. And then once you go to these places, you start opening your eyes. You start seeing more and more. I started seeing these copper cables coming from the top of every one of these buildings. And why are those copper cables up there? Because these buildings were able to absorb the etheric energy, and now they've all been grounded. And the argument always comes back to, no, those are lightning rods. I go, well, lightning rods. So you're telling me that they're there to protect that building from exploding in case it was hit by lightning, and that's why those things are there. Those cables, those grounding cables, copper cables from the very top all the way down to the ground, putting that energy right into the ground for lightning. So let me ask you a question then. If these massive stone buildings could explode if hit by lightning, then why is the wooden structure that was built 30 years ago right next door without one of these lightning rods? So is it less likely to burn down if struck by lightning? So it's always about asking these questions, about asking one question after another, and not just settling for someone's quick Wikipedia first hit on Google search answer. Yeah, you could throw that first hit on Google search. I mean, I go, yeah, but, and give me an and when it stops at one or two ands and they can't answer anymore without them coming out with an insult, then you got to start. To me, it's kind of a clue. If you ask me something or tell me something, I go but how, and then you get mad after two, maybe three questions, and away come the insults. Then it shows to me that you're part of this cognitively dissonant sheep walking massive. And I call them sheepwalkers because not just sleepwalking. Sleepwalking is, anybody can sleepwalk. When you sheepwalk, you're only doing that within the constraints of the field that the farmer allows you to graze grass in. And I've been saying that for a while too. And if you don't believe me, try stepping outside of the fence of that field and see how quickly the law comes into play. To see how quickly you lose your job, you lose your finances. Something bad will happen to you if you try breaking those constructs. Unless you approach it in the way that we're doing now and raising awareness amongst each other and putting our faces out there and our names out there as theorists. Because that's what I consider myself. I consider myself a possibility theorist. I hate when people call me conspiracy theorist because that's also, it's neither here nor there. It was created by the CIA to discount anybody asking any questions about the JFK assassination. They created this term conspiracy theorist, and it's still perpetuated today by people who are cognitively dissonant and just want to dismiss you. So in my perspective, the truth doesn't need to hide. The truth stands on its own. So when people need to defend the truth with only one or two buts or one or two ands, I got to ask, what's in it for you? Other than to just kind of maintain the status quo and to not burst your own bubble. And that's the problem. People don't want to burst their own bubble. And I've been hearing a lot today, and I do agree. I think that there are some people who have awakened, who were destined to be awakened, so that they can have these conversations and they could raise their own frequency and help others raise their own frequencies and rise in energy. And then there are those who are come to this planet, come to this plane, come to this existence to stay at a certain level of frequency and exist at that level for their whole lives. And yeah, they might have memorized those facts that they learned in school, and they might have exceeded well within that system. But they will, and they might be millionaires. They might be great businessmen. They might have fantastic lives within that system. But they're capped. They won't be able to extend farther than that and understanding the real world because they only exist in the frame of existing within that frame of scope. And that's something to me that it takes some time to realize that you're not going to reach everyone. And not everyone is reachable. And not everyone is worth your energy in trying to reach. Sometimes you just got to let it go. Again, try to plant that seed and see if a tree grows. It's not always going to grow. But like I said in my video, when you spend a lifetime fertilizing your brain with bullshit, a seed is going to grow much quicker. Okay, so that's something to really think about, and I want you guys to think about that as well. I'm not sure if you're still there, Elisabeth. Is there any other questions that are coming my way?
Yeah, so one person is asking if there are any bells still in Wales.
Not only are there bells in Wales, my partner and I went to the top of Llandaff Cathedral. There's only like once a year they open it up. We went up and we rang the bells. We got all the way to the very top of the cathedral during one of the actual bell ringings when all the bells started going off. And I have a video on my TikTok and Facebook of me almost hysterically cracking up because I just felt so euphoric sitting up there, mere inches away from a massive bell ringing in my face. And yeah, so there are some still here. But again, during my travels, I've seen many a place that the bells have been taken away. You see where the bigger ones and bigger cathedrals are compared to where some of the smaller ones do exist. From time to time, I do stumble upon them. For me personally, every time I hear a bell, I stop. I go to these locations and the bells are ringing and I like freeze in place and I just kind of let it hit me. I let the resonance of that energy field hit me because I think that that's what they are. These were healing centers. These were healing. They were sound and vibration healing buildings. You can go into them and a certain frequency based on that cymatic frequency. And you can go back to Tesla. There was an invention. Oh man, I think it was Tesla invented it. They had these different vibration frequencies which could target specific ailments within your body and can heal you. I feel it. And I can only say that by holding my hand up. I was in a bike accident a few years ago. I had a spinal surgery, and I still have this nerve damage issue, so kind of like sciatica that goes down my arm. And there's been times that I might be limping or being in pain, and I've actually gone to, like I said, Llandaff Cathedrals in Cardiff. And there's a little archway that you go through when you follow these steps all the way down to this mud-flooded building. Okay. Go all the way down, and as I start going down those steps, I went from feeling myself kind of limping and being in pain and feeling pretty miserable to, before I know it, I'm hopping and skipping down a set of stairs. I'm like, who's this? I'm almost 50 years old. Trust me, there's not a lot of hop and skip left in these joints. But it hits you if you really start tuning yourself into those frequencies. You'll start realizing that there's more to it than just sound that you hear. It's sound that you feel. And that's why I said it's not only did they create buildings, they created instruments, and they created those instruments to be medicine. Anyone else? As you guys can see, please come join me on my pages because I like to talk. I can talk a lot. Again, apologies for my presentation going so fast earlier because I kind of threw the Puerto Rican spin at it and talked a little bit faster than I planned when I was mapping it out on my phone.
Okay, don't worry. We've got some great
That's
questions.
okay.
So someone else is asking, have you been able to find any drawn designs of the rose windows at the old stained glass works? There might be some, they might have had to repair them at some point. Or maybe
I personally haven't, no.
I think they were crystal, weren't they? It was crystal and they've changed it all to glass.
Yeah, and I think the original structure, the way that they were found, were without the glass. I think the silicone and the glass before they were crystal initially. The silicone and glass stopped the energy flow. It's one of the breaks that they put to control the natural flow of energy in these buildings. I think a lot of those cymatic windows that you see, the structure themselves, the stonework themselves, was what the original piece was. I don't think they originally were filled with glass. And I've seen that through a lot of different ruins that I've gone to. And one thing that you might want to also keep your eye open for is something called a flying buttress. These flying buttresses are these massive arches that exist on rooftops of these massive cathedrals. And when you see them at a ground level that you can actually walk under, and I've got some videos of me walking under these at ground level, going, well, these are roof support joints. So these are roof support joints. What are they doing on the ground level that I'm able to walk underneath? Unless that means that there's a lot more building underneath here. So again, it complements the whole theory of the mud flood. And there's mud flood evidence every single which way that you can see here in Cardiff. Buried windows, half-covered buildings, basements in buildings that shouldn't be. You can go down 2 levels of a basement in this museum in the middle of town, and from the outside, all the windows are half-covered. I mean, I could really, something that I am looking to do is build a bit of a tour guide business for myself here. I'm taking people out on specific Tartarian tours across the city. I have something called the Cardiff Energy Grid. I call it the Cardiff Energy Grid. It's one after another, and the way that they all fall in a certain line because they all capture this energy and they shared it from one to another. There's obelisks which used to absorb this energy and distribute it to those properties locally. There's no way that any city would need to have as many churches in such close proximity as you see that I've seen here. I don't think there's that many religious people that were fighting for seats in the pews, that they had to build another super building down the road and another super building down the road. And where were they getting all the stones from? Where were all the horses and buggies that were carting all this stuff? So, it's something to really think about. Cymatics, and the way that these rose windows and all of these cymatic windows in these buildings are set up, it speaks a language. And no, I haven't managed to come across any blueprints. Blueprints are something that people like to throw out there. I mean, oh, you're sure to find blueprints if you go to City Hall, if you go to this place, you go to that place. Show me. Show me. I've been to libraries. I've talked to librarians. I've talked to more people about this subject, and sometimes very uncomfortably so, than I can explain. I've talked to parishioners that have been going to the same cathedrals for their whole lives. I've talked to religious leaders. I've talked to government officials. No one says, yeah, go check the blueprints down there. They're over there in City Hall. You can just go ahead and tick a box and see the original blueprints. And I find that that's really interesting because there's a misconception. It's almost a misnomer that people think that the information to the original construction of these buildings is easily found just because no one ever asked before, so it's an assumption that they exist. Here, let's talk about airships really quickly. I've been obsessed with airships over the years. There's a bar here in Cardiff called the Ernest Willows, and I used to go there after work because it was close to my office, and a few of us would go out, maybe once a week for a drink after work. And it was called the Ernest Willows, and it hit me one day. I said, "Who is this guy, Ernest Willows?" It turns out he was a very famous dentist, not famous, well-off dentist from Cardiff, and there was something called the Cardiff Industrial Exposition, I believe it was called, and it was like 1896 or 1897, so before the Wright brothers. The Wright brothers I grew up with anyway, and people like to say that we were taught about airships. Now, the Wright brothers were 1902, 1904, something like that, was the Kitty Hawk plane, supposed to be the first heavier than air object that made it off the ground. Well, Ernest Willows created his own airship that he showed off at that exposition here. So it was like a mini World's Fair, which is why I call the Cardiff Civic Center. Looks like from the air, especially if you're walking around, looks like a World's Fair site. And he was floating this there, and he was famous for flying across from Wales to France and being arrested when he got to France for importing gases without a license. This was the late 1800s. So really just, you start looking at things, you start asking questions, it kind of has to get your cogs going about something wrong with the official narrative. I hope that answered the original question. No, blueprints, I don't know. No.
Okay, so someone else here is asking, where is your research currently taking you?
Where is my research taking me? Okay. I have put in the work when it comes to the Tartarian theories, okay? And I say this with the content that I've created. I've literally created hundreds and hundreds of videos, each picking up a specific point. My original series was Tartarian Wales, where I went from site to site, really trying to seek evidence of mud floods. I was trying to seek evidence of understanding the Cymatic windows, Barry's windows, learning about pediments, learning about these flying buttresses, and learning as I went. Then I started expanding my search outside of the face-to-face videos and the site visits to different locations across the world, different places that I personally had been to, but with a different mindset. I started to explore them and the history of them and the architecture of them through my refreshed set of eyes. From there, I decided to create a whole series. So that was Tartarian Wales, and I went to Tartarian World. And then I said, you know what? I did about 100 videos in there, looking at many different locations across the world. And I said, you know what? I am a Tartarianist. I started calling myself a Tartarianist, and I decided to make a full series. And I went and I put a lot of hours into making 100 episodes of my series. I am a Tartarianist. And please be prepared. I'm a New Yorker. There's some swearing in these things. But PG-13. But go into it with that at least understanding. But I would get to 100, and then I decided to do a bonus edition, 101. And once I got to the end of 101, I decided to draw a line under it and say, okay, I've covered every last potential theory that I could think of off the cuff, with a lot of research, a lot of reading, a lot of digging around, a lot of photos, and a lot of videos that I was able to put into my videos. That when I reached 101, and with some ultimate conclusions as to what I think happened to the Tartarian people, or what could have happened to the Tartaria people. Not not a theory, many different theories, because none of them are certain. I'm not the kind of guy who's going to say with certainty this is exactly what happened. I like to say this is what possibly happened. I left it, and I went over to start building a more expansive look at the systematic control that we're all under. Because here's the thing with the Tartarian theory: if you realize that it's not just possible, but most likely probable, then that means that that we've been lied to for a very long time, and that means that everything since then has been a lie. Everything is mixed and buried under different layers of lies. So when you actually connect the dots to realizing how much we live in a web of lies, you can't cherry pick. You can't say, oh yeah, well, this was a lie. The JFK, I'm using these ones, JFK assassination was a lie, but yeah, we went to the moon. Why? Because they said so, but they also said this. So when you start realizing that what they say and what they mean and what the truth is a convoluted mess that all started with the Rockefeller education system. You really got to start asking questions when they decided to say that they didn't want workers, they didn't want thinkers, they wanted workers. They didn't want philosophers, they wanted people to work. So what did they do? They brought in the Prussian education model, which created working people. And they taught people how to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning, or start at 8 o'clock and finish at 5 o'clock, and go home, watch your TV programming, eat, rinse, repeat, start over again. So it created this worker mentality from when you were first able to speak. And now we're still doing, when people are first starting to talk, we start putting them in nursery schools, we start putting them in early education. And what is that? It's early indoctrination. So we're creating what eventually we're going to be arguing with. Yeah, we're going to argue with, well, what about this? Well, that's not what I learned. Well, that's not what I learned either. We all went through the same indoctrination. This is what I find quite funny. I wasn't always, so outspoken with these. Yeah, I might have thought this, I might have thought that, but I was indoctrinated just as everybody else. I said, this is that. This is what they told us. This is what I learned. This is what I got in trouble for not studying hard enough or not memorizing well enough. Yeah. So I understood that, but in the background, I kept on opening up doors in my mind and kept on asking question after question, and through that process was able to step away from this frequency, this leveled frequency, that when you hit a certain level of asking questions, there seems to be a smack from somewhere. I think we exist in a control system that's systematic, is chaotic, and controlled all at the same time, and we're all existing inside of it. And it's only the few who can start asking questions and start uniting and raising their own personal frequencies to rise above that which exists in the control system. Can you start making strides towards whatever is next? What is next? I don't know what's next. Yeah, but what I can see is that it revolves around energy, it revolves around frequency, and it revolves around knowledge and sharing that knowledge with others. Anything else?
Well, you're getting a lot of positive comments.
I'm glad to hear that. I like to see them afterwards. I can't see it on my screen here right now, but yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not out here for any fortune, fame, or any delusions of grandeur. I'm just a guy who can talk, and I've done a lot of thinking on things. I'm an overthinker. I'm an empath, so I feel what other people are thinking or not thinking. Sometimes I'm around people and I see their cognitive dissonance. It makes me kind of want to peer in deeper to understand what is it they're holding on to learn even more about that. So I ask a lot of questions, and I have in my mind, it's something that I won't stop asking, and I like to share my findings or my thoughts on my findings by being a possibility theorist and looking at things from every single angle. And trust me, I spent countless hours looking at things in angles that I can't even get into having a conversation with you about right now. That I'm able to share things with a bit of certainty, at least that these things are no longer just theoretical, that they're very probable. And I appreciate hearing that there's positive feedback to that, because I'm not just some quack who's just saying, oh yeah, it's this, yeah, it's that. No, I'm not that. I'm not that. I'm the guy who's like, I'm the weirdo who reads the footnotes. I'm the one who looks and connects the dots and looks at what's actually in the background of pictures. I'm the one who goes to museums, not to look at the art, but look at the architecture that's painted behind the art. And I was saying this to Elisabeth the other day. I went to Cardiff Museum here, and I went exploring the art. Got a video of this as well. And there's a 1580 something, 1540 something, a painting of Jesus and Mary holding Jesus. So it's like a modernized picture of what was happening religiously. But in the background, there's all sorts of structures. And the Tartarian-esque buildings that were in the back were transparent with like a blue hue to them, but they were transparent, which makes me think that there's so much more going on here, that they existed in a multi-dimensional field, that they existed as energy, and that somehow got grounded here. Or maybe they still exist as energies. Just after you pass a certain frequency yourself, you can start seeing what they're actually like. The energy is still being produced. Or maybe if we just cut those grounding cables, we can actually see what's actually tucked under there.
Yeah, I love that. That's great.
There's another one that I want to point out to you, and it was something that I learned here. The difference between a cemetery and a graveyard. A graveyard are the ones with the graves that are next to churches or cathedrals. Cemeteries are the ones that are built elsewhere on fields or whatever different land that they're able to bury, golf course or whoever knows wherever else. But the ones that I find most interesting are the graveyards, because where are you not allowed to do any digging around? Where are you not allowed to go investigate? Is graveyards. And if you actually think of these buildings as cymatic energy absorbing, etheric energy absorbing structures, yeah, cymatic frequency involved, plasma energy, I got all sorts of different things. But then you start looking at the stones that surround it that are called graves. And you realize the one thing we can't do is dig under a grave, so we'll never really see what's under there. It's also just hiding. It's there in place, so no one will dig beneath the church to see how deep they go. But trust me, I've been to some that the church ground is here, and the graves are up here. And I'm walking down here looking up at what is a wall with what, bodies in there? And I found one in Caerphilly, which is outside of the next city up from Cardiff. I found a buried structure that you can see, and I got on video on my page, and it's buried within there. So you tell me that there's graves here, and then there's a window, what, looking at the graves, looking at the bodies under there? As you start getting closer looking, you see a lot of them are sunken into the ground or fallen over, like that ground underneath was like maybe like a topsoil, but those heavy stones started tipping over. So really start thinking of that when you go walking around places, is looking at not just the buildings themselves, but the grounds around them to see what else they're hiding. And what else can be uncovered if we were able to uncover them.
Yeah, and I suppose there's a reason why they make all these scary movies, about graveyards, so no one will go in them.
Have you ever seen these above ground crypts that they have them here? I'm sure they have them by you as well in Devon area, that you see these iron spiky fences around different above ground crypts. What is that about? So I was having a chat with a friend of mine not long ago about the possibility that, possibility that these are etheric energy absorbing buildings, and they had healing frequencies, that those crypts above ground weren't for the dead. They were for healing, that people were going in them, and that energy was being transferred from the buildings into the ground, into those stones, and that's where people were absorbing that healing energy from. So they don't want us to know anything about that, so they immediately scare us with graveyards. There's bodies in there. Well, I've gotten close to some. I've seen them half opened. I've looked under. I've seen like little peeks under. I never really see a body. I see a lot of stonework. Not that I'm really looking for bodies too much. I'm not getting that close. I ain't that weird. But I have to say, I have kind of one of those things I open my eyes to and say, well, what if the energy from there? If you look at these graveyards, it's almost like forming like a microchip, like a energy grid back and forth. What if the energy is coming from the buildings, cascading through into those stones, and that's where people are absorbing healing energies and healing based on whatever that specific frequency of that building was vibrating at and how they were healing each other? You got to ask these questions. It's not just bodies.
Well, certainly it doesn't make sense when you consider that the churches and the cathedrals are healing centers. It doesn't make sense to have a cemetery. But then I've never actually seen a stone, a grave, that was past 1700s.
Over here, barely ever seen anything before 1830, and I've gone to so many. It's very rare, and I got to say, there's some that are a lot more recent that look like they've gone through an apocalypse. Yeah. Has this been through an earthquake? How come that one says 1923 and it looks like it's been bombed? Yeah, I know over here in the UK there've been wars and the Germans did drop a lot of bombs, but not that kind of bomb. More like something erupted from within. There's something wrong with some of these areas that there's never really been an answer to. There's never really been an answer to. I think that they're hiding a lot more underneath. And it's one day maybe we can get some answers to those questions. But at least for now, go see for yourself and ask yourself those questions and capture stuff on video. Get out there. It's called boots on the ground. Film these locations. When you're in these locations, film the artwork. In Llandaff Cathedral, I found what I call the Mermaid Crypt. Cardiff has a history, a supposed history tying it to mermaids. There's an area down in the Bay Area called Mermaid Key. There's a lot of history that's attached to mermaids. And if you look at all the crypts within Llandaff Cathedral, the bodies that are carved on the top are supposed to be representative of what's inside of the crypt. But then you kind of walk around and you see this one that looks and feels like a mermaid, like a mermaid skeleton. And it kind of, it's just right next to all these priests and all these knights who are all buried, and their bodies are carved in the stone on the top, which the stonework of carving those makes no sense to begin with. But if you look at them, if that is what is above, is what is inside, then why does that look like a mermaid? I call it the mystery of the mermaid crypt. It's one of my videos on my page.
I'm actually going to be talking about mermaids in my presentation.
Ooh, there we go. We'll listen to that too. I got a thing for that. I've been looking for more and more evidence, and I think that there's a lot of hidden. Especially, have you heard this thing recently about them eating mermaids at these rich people parties?
Oh my God, no! I
Yes,
haven't.
you haven't. Okay, well, apparently there's rich people who have these parties where they serve up mermaids, and that's why they're hunting them down and keeping them so quiet from us. I don't know, but it's out there making some mainstream runaround, or at least in the social media world, bouncing around a little bit. That this famous person said something about it, and I'm trying to find out some more details. And people are actually sitting there eating mermaids.
That is so disgusting.
Oh, it's absolutely vile, especially because these are intelligent beings that exist there. There've been a lot of talks today about all the other beings that exist in this earth, that we've shared this earth with, that there's been history and writings of, the Blemii, the Cynocephalus, the giants, I can go on and on. Mermaids are on that list too. And I just think that a big one for me, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, get the whole different topic.
Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about them as well.
We talk about them too, yes, a whole different topic than the Tartarian theories. And this is what I'm saying. If someone asked me for where's my theories going, where's my research taking me, not to say that I've maxed out. I'm always going to have interest in these buildings, but I've seen enough mud flood evidence. I've seen enough evidence of cymatics and etheric energy. I've had enough questions about the where did these stones come from and how were they chiseled by hand and hammer and chisel. I have all these things that I've asked dozens and dozens and dozens of times, and I have video evidence showing me going to these different places. I go, it's not a theory to me anymore. It's a probable possibility. And in that sense, I'm starting to look wider at a wider scope. Is if they lied about Tartaria way back when, they lied about the reset, they lied about the repopulation, they lied about all these things, then everything else that they tell us is a lie. And that's where I'm at now. It's unfortunate for some people who don't want to hold on to that or think that's too big. But I now think everything that they told us was a lie.
Yes, I totally agree with you. Which it's not so much fun to do researching anymore, I've noticed.
Well, I've had to do a lot of blocking people recently because I'm getting, I don't mind people disagreeing. Share your viewpoint, but there's a quick difference between disagreeing and insulting. And someone told me I won't even get into the things I get told. But it gets to the point that no, is your cognitive dissonance so deeply entrenched that someone can't ask a question contradictory to what you think you know before you want to come back and smack them with some really vile insults? Is your belief system so entrenched in what you learned in high school? I mean, I went to high school. We went to high school. I learned stuff a long time ago. Everybody did. So now we're at the point saying I'm not defending what I read in a high school history book just because that's what I read back then. I got one last one because I think we're running out of time now. I spoke to ChatGPT, and I had a conversation with ChatGPT, and I said, let me ask you something. You're only 2 years old. Effectively, he's only 2 years old. How quickly could you write the narrative and the history of 200 countries, making up names for those countries and coming up with in-depth history where there's interactions, where there's war, where there's people and politics, all sorts. I wrote a big blurb to it, and it came back and it brought an outline of how exactly it would do that. I wrote an outline of how exactly it would do that. So I went to myself and I said, okay, and my theories are, and a lot of our theories are, that there was an advanced civilization that existed in the past. We're not the most advanced there was. So if we are now starting AI only 2 years ago, what if they also had an AI? And what if that AI was 10 years old, 20, 100, hundreds of years old, possibly even thousands of years old? How quickly could it completely write the complete encyclopedic, every book history across the whole world? And it said not only is it probable, but not only is it possible, but it's probable, and that could be the existence that we're all living in right now. And that just blew my mind to hear, okay? Because I'm not saying that that's fact, but I'm just saying it gave me an outline of 200 countries and how it was going to start writing it. It was going to take a period of time to do it, et cetera, et cetera. But this is something that's 2 years old. Imagine something that was far more advanced. How easily all those books that we hold so tightly to us, that are as being fact, because that's what we learned in high school, are just something that's a pure fabrication. Because as soon as you acknowledge something as big as Tartaria being a lie, you have to start looking at the bigger picture. And again, here I am. I could talk a lot. That's fast I talk. I made it through an hour and 20-minute presentation in 10 minutes. I don't know how I did that, but it was fun having a chat with you anyway. And again, I really appreciate coming on here today, and meeting you and the others who are speaking today. I've been on since around maybe 9:10 this morning is when I first logged in, and I've been bouncing in and out as much as possible. I got my kids here with me, so I was able to stay on the whole time. But it's been some really interesting talks and some really interesting speakers. Some people who I've been chatting with beforehand. When I saw them all on the list here, I'm like, oh, I know him. And they all kind of know me. So that just kind of bridges and connects to those dots. Nice to meet you and hear from the others who I hadn't met before. And I just think that this is a great first opportunity for us to hold this kind of dialogue. First time for us to kind of put our heads together and start asking these questions unanimously and sharing different points and viewpoints on the same subject matter. And I appreciate it. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for coming in last minute. That was very
it's okay.
Yeah, you didn't have long to prepare, I know, but
it's okay.
And you managed to put together a very good presentation. So thank you very much for that. And thank you. And yeah, look at the chat afterwards, because you're getting some wonderful comments. You really are,
That's cool. I'm glad to hear that. I will have a look as we're watching yours, because yours is following up right now. We went all the way up to 9 o'clock. I was trying to get you a little bit of a buffer, because you've been at it since live since 11 hours and 53 minutes, people. Please stay tuned and listen to Elisabeth Hancock's presentation. She's been sitting at her desk there, her table there, clicking for everyone since this morning. So so she definitely deserves an audience for you to listen to her conclusion presentation now. And I will be tuning in right now as well and listening to all that good feedback. Again, I'm Mr. 76. You can find me anywhere that you look at the name Mr. 76. My big spots are TikTok and Facebook. Come find me. Just hit the hashtag Mr. 76. I look forward to seeing you in the comments. Ask me questions, and I'll do my best. I do my best to answer as many comments as possible. So this is all just off my own back. I barely make a penny on it. I have 2 books that I've written: Whispers of the Forgotten Empire, Path to Tartaria, and The Yellow Pages, and my Manifesto of Truth. And I got a 3rd book coming out called The Blue Book, Welcome to the Real World. It's in editing stage now, but I hopefully get that out within the end of the year. So buy my books. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, right. Well, I'll catch up with you again soon.
Okay, all the best to you, and good luck with your presentation now. And yeah, I'll tune in. I can't wait to hear about these mermaids and Sasquatch. Those are 2 big ones that I never hear anybody talking about. So great.
Okay. All right.
On that note, thank you very much. You take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone.
See you. Right. So now I've got to figure